Chapter 185. Conflict. Are they truly so lighthearted? Is that what the information suggests? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed. Lao Jindo replied with certainty. Moreover, after that piece of information was disseminated, our communication network was abruptly severed, and the nursing home vanished into the mountains. We can no longer locate its whereabouts. Upon hearing Lao Jindo's words, Chen Zhi bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before sighing softly. It seems we have indeed found the right place. Thus, Lao Jindo and Chen Zhi analyzed the current situation in the hall and devised their forthcoming plans. During this interval, Fat Wei remained upstairs, knowing that he was in a foul mood and lacked any enthusiasm. Eventually, he skipped dinner and left. After bidding farewell to Lao Jindo, Chen Zhi ascended the stairs to find Fat Wei. He discovered that the door to Fat Wei's room was tightly shut, yet not locked. So he pushed it open and entered. What are you doing cooped up in here? You haven't even turned on the light, Chen Zhi remarked as he flicked on the room's illumination and drew back the closed curtains. At that moment, he beheld Fat Wei sitting alone on a stool in the corner. The room was in disarray, aside from a bed and a stool. It was cluttered with a hodgepodge of equipment and ropes, with beer bottles strewn across the floor. Fat Wei sulkily sat there, methodically disassembling and cleaning his gear. What are you being so obstinate about? Chen Zhi asked, observing Fat Wei's sullen demeanor. Do you think your current emotions hold any significance? I'm not sulking. I'm not a child, Fat Wei retorted, turning his face away defiantly. I simply feel that you all are changing your faces too quickly. Perhaps one day that damned organization will declare me a traitor. Would you unhesitatingly eliminate me? Orange, I must say, ever since returning from the underworld, you have become increasingly indifferent. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow slightly. I am not becoming indifferent. I have merely learned to accept reality. Sometimes, we must refrain from allowing too much emotion to cloud our judgment, for human feelings can be unreliable, while reason can clarify our thoughts. And what does your reason tell you? That dagger is a traitor? Fat Wei glared at Chen Zhi with indignation. You suspect this and that, even doubting your own people. Is there anyone left whom you can trust? Moreover, if others do not believe in Dagger, must we, as brothers, also doubt him? We emerged together from the grave. Have you forgotten how many lives you owe him? And Orange, I particularly dislike your tone. You are sounding increasingly like those soulless organization members, cold and unfeeling. I suspect that your mistrust is growing so profound that you may even doubt your own father. Fat Wei, realizing he had spoken out of turn, swallowed the latter part of his statement. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi's expression had become gravely somber. He fixed his gaze upon Fat Wei for a long moment before finally uttering, Indeed, I have never harbored doubts about a knife, just as I have never questioned my father. Yet, in the end, my father betrayed me. You have always led me to believe in the spectral blade, but in truth, whether I believe in it or not bears no significance, for reality remains reality, no matter how difficult it may be to accept. After Chen Zhi spoke, he turned and exited the room, slamming the door behind him. Pang Wei realized he had misspoken and sat in the room, feeling too embarrassed to join the others for dinner, remaining there for the entire night. The following afternoon, Ding Ning, having been dismissed from school early, rushed to the Destiny Hall. Although Ding Ning had been somewhat despondent recently due to matters concerning Ruoqi, the youth's ability to forget pain is swift, especially given that his psychological age still reflects that of a child. When Ding Ning arrived at Destiny Hall, Chen Zhi was in the lobby perusing documents, while Pang Wei sat at the counter with his head bowed over the account books. The two had not exchanged a word all day. However, Ding Ning remained oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, chattering incessantly like an unsealed box of words. Eventually, Ding Ning ran to Chen Zhi's computer, intrigued by the images displayed, and curiously inquired, Xiao Zhi, what are you looking at? Where is this beautiful place? As he spoke, he pointed at a verdant mountain depicted on the screen. This is Shuqing Mountain, Chen Zhi replied, continuing to maneuver the mouse. Shuqing Mountain has a rich historical background. The lush vegetation persists throughout the seasons, and its famous landmarks are renowned across the world. Each year, countless tourists visit, and since ancient times, the mountain has been the source of many curious legends. What is that below? Ding Ning asked, gesturing toward images of incense offerings and stone Buddhas. Those are Buddhist devotees. Chen Zhi explained. There is a particularly famous site on the mountain, a grand stone Buddha built into the hillside, considered a sacred place by many followers. It is said that since the Song dynasty, whenever it rains, halos appear behind the Buddha, as if the true Buddha has manifested. prompting even emperors to come and pay their respects. How beautiful! Xiaozhi, do you wish to go and worship as well? Ding Ning, clearly enchanted by the mountain, squeezed beside Chen Zhi, gazing intently at the computer screen. As if he would go to worship. He is off to capture the divine. Pang Wei interjected with a scoff, tapping at his calculator while casting glances at Chen Zhi, evidently intent on reconciliation. Capture what deity? Ding Ning widened his eyes, looking at Chen Zhi. Xiaozhi, are you all planning to go there? You always take such long trips. What interesting things do you do? I am about to have summer vacation and will be idling at home. Now that our family has some wealth, it would be perfect to find a place to vacation. Can you take me along? Do you truly believe we are running a children's travel agency? Taking you around the world? Let me tell you, my boy. Fat Wei remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You ought to focus on your studies from now on and aim for a university, unlike your fat brother here, who has resorted to grave digging and remains at the mercy of others. After his comment, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi, who continued to ignore him, causing Fat Wei to strain against his composure. I say, Big Orange, have you lost your voice? Are you truly upset with me? Fine. I shall be more mindful of my words in the future. Do not act like a petulant child and sulk at me. Just then, old Jindo entered the room, holding a large file folder. Upon entering, he directly handed it to Chen Zhi. We found it, old Jindo said, wiping the sweat from his brow. According to our investigations, there have indeed been numerous wealthy individuals across the country who have spent several days in a mysterious place over the past decade. They squandered their fortunes there, nearly losing everything. Yet upon their return, they seemed to have forgotten where they had been. Chapter 186. The Golden Cave in the Mountains. After speaking, old Jindo opened the file folder and revealed its contents, which were filled with documents and photographs. These are the materials we have gathered on the affluent businessmen, he explained, pointing to the files on the table. Following your suggestion from yesterday, I investigated those wealthy individuals who have gone missing, and the number exceeded my expectations. Some have gone bankrupt, and others, regrettably, are no longer among us. Their children reported that they had been secretly taken to a place where they squandered their wealth, only to return with no recollection of the experience, as if their memories had been stripped away. Some of the frilier individuals fell gravely ill upon returning and even passed away. Surely, there must still be some alive? Chen Zhi inquired. Of course, old Jindo replied. We have investigated those who are still living. They do not recall where they went or whom they met, yet they nostalgically yearn for that time, cherishing those joyful moments and wishing to return. This is indeed peculiar, Fat Wei interjected, to be completely swindled, yet still longing for it. Could it be the legendary den of debauchery? What is this den of debauchery? Please elaborate, Chen Zhi asked Fat Wei. It is quite a challenge to engage you, esteemed patriarch, but I am glad you are finally addressing me, Fat Wei responded with a grin. As for the den of debauchery, ordinary folk are quite unaware of it. Asking me is indeed the right choice. There is a saying, once dreams fade, fortunes scatter, princes and nobles do not wish to return. It is truly a cursed place. Throughout history, countless affluent merchants have fallen victim to it. Enough with the theatrics, speak plainly, Chen Zhi retorted, unable to tolerate Fat Wei's demeanor. At that moment, one could see Fat Wei chuckling as he sent Ding Ning off to the backstage to don a bracelet. With an air of mystery, he turned to Chen Zhi and old Jindo, and in a theatrical tone remarked, the affairs of this opulent den are scarcely known among us in Luoqi. Yet those who are aware choose to remain tight-lipped. Are you familiar with the tales of the salt merchants in Yangzhou during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, who amassed fortunes beyond reckoning? Old Jindo nodded affirmatively. It is said that from the Kangxi era onward, the salt merchants of Yangzhou held the very lifeblood of China's economy in their grasp. Each of these merchants was as wealthy as a nation, reveling in the lavishness and splendor of life. However, by the twilight of Qianlong's reign, they vanished without a trace. The official narrative suggests that the emperor, in his later years, discerned the detrimental effects of these merchants' economic monopoly and altered the salt distribution system, thereby rendering them incapable of maintaining their dominion over the salt industry, leading to their gradual decline. Nonsense, exclaimed Fat Wei after taking a sip of water, his expression still shrouded in mystery. We Chinese love to gossip and flatter the emperor, while the old sovereign languidly enjoys his comforts in the palace, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. The true entity responsible for the downfall of these great salt merchants is none other than this opulent den. The concept of this opulent den has long been the stuff of legends. Since the Song dynasty, Various unofficial histories have recounted tales of wealthy merchants inexplicably disappearing into the mountains, where luxurious mansions await, complete with fine wines, sumptuous feasts, and beautiful women. Everything so extravagant that once one enters, they are loath to leave. However, the costs of indulging in such pleasures are exorbitant, often amounting to 1,000 gold pieces a day. Many affluent merchants have found themselves bankrupt within these walls, yet they remain haunted by memories of that lavish life, yearning to return. Curiously, every merchant who emerges from that place finds themselves unable to locate it again upon their return. The surrounding people are equally perplexed, unable to discern the truth of their claims. As time went on, such occurrences became increasingly frequent, leaving little room for skepticism. Yet, as these wealthy merchants could only reminisce about the splendor of their experiences without articulating the particulars, the mysterious location was eventually dubbed the opulent Denver. After listening to Pang Wei's account, old Jindo found it hard to believe. So, this so-called opulent den lures the wealthy with its lavish mansions, beautiful women, and abundant feasts, draining them of their fortunes? These temptations do not seem particularly compelling. The affluent are not fools. Such pleasures can be found outside. Why venture into the mountains? Oh, do not underestimate the allure. Pang Wei replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Did I not mention how the great salt merchants of Yangzhou suddenly fell from grace during the Qianlong era? The rise of Chinese merchants began in the Song dynasty. But it was during the Qing dynasty that the truly opulent merchants emerged. This tale has circulated in our Luoqi for centuries. Back in the day, the 4 great salt merchants of Yangzhou were wealthier than even the emperor himself. They flaunted gold and silver, and even the imperial court had to cater to their whims. To them, the opulence of the world was of little consequence. However, in time, they all found themselves ensnared in a den of vice, where, through some unknown means, they began to squander their fortunes. They exhausted their silver notes, yet were reluctant to return, subsequently writing numerous IOUs. Mysteriously, individuals appeared, brandishing these notes to demand payment from the merchants' families. In a bid to liquidate their assets, the families began to sell their treasures in Luoqi, which were abundant, thus igniting a wave of activity that ultimately spread the story throughout the marketplace. Even today, several exquisite items in Luoqi trace their origins back to that era. Could the imperial court remain passive in the face of such a calamity? Chen Zhi inquired. Your question strikes at the heart of the matter, replied Pang Wei, casually lighting a cigarette. These salt merchants were no ordinary individuals. After being stripped of their wealth in that den of vice, the incident reverberated through the court, prompting immediate action to investigate the matter. Yet, none of the merchants could pinpoint the location of this den or what lay within. They only recalled its paradise-like allure. Ultimately, the court's lengthy investigation yielded no results, and the den seemed to vanish as if it had attained its fill, leaving the matter unresolved. Since time immemorial, no merchant has been without guile. They are generally shrewd and astute. What could possibly entice such affluent traders to ruin, if not the allure of fine wine and beautiful companions? After a moment of reflection, Chen Zhi murmured, surely, the boundless temptation lies within a gambling establishment? Chapter 187, The Golden Den in the Mountains, Part 2. Oh, spare me. Pang Wei dismissed Chen Zhi's words entirely. Do you think today's wealthy live in the countryside? What marvels exist in the outside world? Can a mere gambling city entice them to such extremes? Moreover, there are countless places to gamble worldwide. Las Vegas in America, the grand casinos of Macau, and even the underground establishments in Korea, where alluring dealers flaunt their charms. Everything one desires is readily available. Why would they need to venture into the mountains to be debased by simpletons? That is indeed a valid point. Lao Jindo nodded in agreement. Although domestic casinos are prohibited, those abroad are fully legalized, and in this resource-rich world, the opulence of foreign casinos surpasses that of five-star hotels, offering unparalleled service. These affluent individuals have no need to retreat to the depths of the mountains for gambling, and even the most lavish mountain casino can only reach a certain level of extravagance. As for the allure of beauty, Lao Jindo chuckled. In truth, those enticing individuals in the world outside are readily available, provided one possesses the means. I have heard from others that currently, in Southeast Asia's casinos, as long as one can afford it, those young stars from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, along with fresh models and internet celebrities, can accompany you for gambling, dining, or leisure outings, all while maintaining strict confidentiality. There is truly no need for these affluent individuals to venture into the deep mountains for such pursuits. I must say, old Jean, you certainly seem to have a penchant for indulgence. Upon hearing old Jindo's remarks, Pang Wei widened his eyes, thinking he had finally caught him. I inquired, Old Jean, why do you constantly travel to Southeast Asia? Where do you find all this business? It turns out you are indulging in youthful pleasures. Do not speak nonsense. I have never engaged in such activities. Old Jindo hastily defended himself, his face flushed with embarrassment. There are so many places to explore. Yet you persistently yearn for the mountains, Chen Zhi remarked slowly. This indicates that there must be something in those mountains far more enticing than what lies outside. Perhaps the rewards found there cannot be purchased with money. Well, all this is mere speculation. The crucial question is, where exactly is that place? After Pang Wei's comment, he turned to old Jindo. Master Jean, what did you just say? That retirement home suddenly vanished in the mountains? Yes. Pang Wei's words sparked a recollection in old Jindo. Ever since our associate leaked the information, that retirement home has completely disappeared into the mountains. We dispatched several teams afterward, yet none could find any trace of it. In the end, we even sent in a few warriors to scour the area. But still no clues. It's truly bizarre. How can such a large structure simply vanish? A building cannot inexplicably disappear in the mountains. There must be a reason for its invisibility, Chen Zhi asserted. There are generally two scenarios regarding such occurrences. One possibility is a barrier that completely conceals the structure. Yet concealment does not equate to disappearance. If one were to encounter the edge of the barrier, the building would still be detectable. This would not escape the eyes of the warriors. The second possibility is that the structure is situated in a different dimension. When confronted with danger, the entrance to this space may tighten. If what you say is true, we are indeed in a predicament. Old Jindo scratched his head. I have also heard of these alternate dimensions. Each of these spaces possesses an entrance and exit, often referred to as a one-way passage. If the exit is sealed from inside, not even a celestial being could enter, for the inhabitants would never open the door for us. After old Jindo's words, Chen Zhi's brow knitted in concern. This is indeed a very pertinent issue. Alternate dimensions operate as such. They are spaces isolated from the normal realm through specialized incantations. And if the building within is sealed from the inside, entry becomes exceedingly difficult. The reason why the Western Qi royal city has remained impregnable for 5,000 years is precisely due to this. To gain access, one must have a resident open the door for them. But that should not be too difficult, should it? Pang Wei, after saying this, pointed towards Ding Ning, who was diligently crafting bracelets behind the front desk. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain something formidable. Did not Orange mention this before? The demigod skilled in painting arrived from afar, driven by an insatiable hunger for Ding Ning. Now, we shall deliver Ding Ning to him and observe how long he can endure in the mountains. I suspect he might even open the door for us willingly. Is this truly a wise course of action? Old Jindo glanced awkwardly towards the front desk, where Ding Ning remained engrossed in crafting a bracelet, oblivious to the conversation. Hey, kid, come over here. I've got some wonderful news for you. Fat Wei called out loudly to Ding Ning. What is it? Ding Ning lifted his face upon hearing his name, and upon recognizing Fat Wei, he remained seated. What do you want? You must be up to no good, and I'm not going. It's good news. Fat Wei cheerfully waved him over. You're in for a treat this time. We are going on a trip to Xuqing Mountain. Initially, you weren't supposed to come, but I managed to convince Uncle Jean to take you along. All expenses are covered by us. You just need to enjoy yourself. How does that sound? Are you excited? Really? Is this true? Ding Ning's eyes widened in astonishment after hearing Fat Wei's words. He leaped from the front desk, his face beaming with joy. That is wonderful. I'll tell my mom when I get home today. Tomorrow, we'll start our summer vacation, and I'll join you all in the mountains. Thank you, Uncle Jean. I promise I won't be a burden. After expressing his gratitude to old Jindo with great enthusiasm, Ding Ning's excitement was palpable. It's nothing at all. Old Jindo's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he nodded awkwardly. Thus, preparations commenced. For Chen Zhi and the others, such distant journeys had become routine, with all necessary gear readily available, requiring little effort to gather. The most exhilarated among them was Ding Ning, who rushed home that evening to share the news with his mother. Though she was understandably concerned, her trust in Chen Zhi and Fat Wei was unwavering, and she readily agreed. She even made a phone call to Chen Zhi, imploring him to take good care of Ding Ning. Chen Zhi solemnly assured her that he would guarantee Ding Ning's safety. On the eve of their departure, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei finished dinner early. Pang Wei, unable to shake off his worries about the gear upstairs, ascended to double-check. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi remained in the courtyard, his mind drifting back to the organization and the distinct handprint on the door's magic disc. Just then, a chill swept over him, followed by the unmistakable aura of a familiar presence behind him. Tension gripped Chen Zhi as he turned to see the figure of Ghost Knife. Chapter 188. Ghost Knife. The Knife. Chen Zhi sprang to his feet, gazing at the person behind him. It was indeed Ghost Knife, who maintained his calm demeanor, though he appeared significantly thinner than before. His complexion was pale, his unshaven chin indicated neglect, and his eyes were sunken, suggesting a prolonged lack of sleep. Knife, what on earth has happened? How could you take such a step? As Chen Zhigang uttered these words, he immediately fell silent, for he noticed Ghost Blade placing a finger upon his lips, signaling him to remain quiet. In the moments that followed, Ghost Blade engaged in a silent conversation with Chen Zhi through lip reading, their proximity allowing Chen to discern each word with clarity. I cannot remain within the organization, otherwise the leader will be in peril, Ghost Blade conveyed through his lips. She has been seeking an opportunity to strike against the leader. Only by departing from the Western Qi royal city can I draw her out and eliminate her outside. The Qi you speak of is Jiying, is it not? Chen Zhi reciprocated using lip language, his expression grave. Blade, do you possess irrefutable evidence? I require no evidence, nor do I need others to believe me. Ghost Blade's gaze pierced Chen Zhi with a sharp intensity. Chen Zhi, do you trust me? At the moment these words escaped Ghost Blade's lips, time seemed to stand still. Since Chen Zhi had ascended as the head of the Jiang clan, it had been a long time since Ghost Blade had directly addressed him by name. His eyes remained fixed on Chen Zhi's, unwavering, clearly awaiting his response. Chen Zhi returned the gaze, fully aware of the significance of the question posed. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded gently. Trust. Upon hearing those two syllables, the tension enveloping Ghost Blade dissipated. My evidence is myself, he continued through lip reading. That door is enchanted. Only a red-belted warrior of the Ji clan can unlock it. Thus, one of us must be the traitor, and I know that I am not the betrayer. So the one who opened the door must be Jiying. After making this declaration, Ghost Blade gestured for Chen Zhi to remain silent. I can sacrifice my life, but the leader must not be endangered. Therefore, I shall lure her out of the Western Qi royal city. However, their tracking skills are formidable. I cannot linger here for too long. Chen Zhi, I now require your assistance. What must I do to assist you? Chen Zhi inquired, looking towards Ghost Blade. At this moment, Ghost Blade continued to communicate through lip reading. I am aware of your plans over these past 2 days. When you depart, you must request the leader to assign Jiying to your team, allowing her to accompany you. Then, I will seize the opportune moment to eliminate her. As Ghost Blade spoke these words, his eyes reflected the chill of autumn waters under the night sky. Yet, Jiying is highly vigilant. Should I fail, you must take action to eliminate her. Allowing her to survive would threaten the leader. Having swiftly conveyed this information, Ghost Blade turned his gaze back to Chen Zhi, observing his furrowed brow. I understand your connection with her, but at this juncture, hesitation is not an option. After delivering his message, Ghost Blade tore open his chest. Every warrior has a fatal weakness. The death point is the greatest vulnerability of a warrior. Chen Zhi, you know the location of my heart-protecting dragon. Now, use your spell to seal my heart. If I am the traitor, you may take my life at any moment. My fate is in your hands. Trust me. Jiying is the traitor. Eliminate her. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on Gui Dao, and beneath the luminous night sky, he pondered for an extended period. Ultimately, he solemnly nodded at Gui Dao, then raised 2 fingers to channel a stream of energy to Gui Dao's heart, completely binding it. He softly uttered, I understand. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's affirmation, Gui Dao's body flickered like a shadow and then vanished without a trace. The courtyard returned to a tranquil state on this balmy summer night. The air was warm, yet for reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt an intense chill coursing through him. The following morning, Ding Ning arrived early to knock on the door. This marked Ding Ning's first venture into travel. His family's financial struggles had previously made even basic meals a challenge, leaving no room for leisure trips. Having learned of the journey to Shuqing Mountain in the south, Ding Ning was so elated that he scarcely slept the previous night. He even persuaded his mother to purchase a striking set of outdoor attire, complete with a baseball cap and a backpack, presenting himself in a trendy manner. However, Upon seeing Chen Zhi and Pang Wei lugging 2 heavy bags of equipment, he was perplexed. "Xiaozhigo, what are those?" Ding Ning pointed at the sword sheath slung across Chen Zhi's back. In response to Ding Ning's question, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "That's a violin," Pang Wei interjected. "Your Xiaozhigo has so much artistic bacteria that he needs to play a piece to keep it in check. Or else he gets restless. Kid, let me tell you, that violin is extremely expensive. You mustn't touch it. If you break it, it would cost more than you're worth." "Oh," Ding Ning replied, nodding in half-belief, then pointed at the large sword sheath on Pang Wei's back. "And what about that? You can't play the violin." I have a Gatling gun that shoots blue flames. Why are you asking so many questions, you brat? Get in the car." Pang Wei kicked Ding Ning out the door. Old Jindo's vehicle was already waiting outside, a spacious Mercedes-Benz van. This time, old Jindo was accompanying them, along with Ji Ying, who had been urgently summoned back at Chen Zhi's request. When Chen Zhi laid his eyes on Ji Ying's beautiful face once more, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. He found it hard to fathom how he would react if one day that pure and lovely visage were to bear a sinister grin. Yet, Ji Ying remained oblivious to Chen Zhi's thoughts. She wore a crisp white shirt with neatly rolled-up sleeves, her soft long hair cascading down her shoulders. Though her attire resembled that of an ordinary girl, her snow-white complexion and crimson lips were strikingly beautiful. Around her neck hung a leather cord, to which was affixed the exquisite control stone ring that Chen Zhi had gifted her. The ring sparkled in the sunlight, accentuating the whiteness of her neck even further. Clan leader. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Ji Ying immediately broke into a serene smile, her expression as gentle as the warm breeze of summer. "Your injury has healed, hasn't it?" "Yes, it's fine," Chen Zhi replied, averting Ji Ying's gaze. "Let's go," Lao Jindo called out, beckoning everyone to board the vehicle. Ding Ning was the first to leap into the car, inserting the music cassette he had prepared the night before into the car's stereo. Instantly, joyous melodies filled the air, enlivening the atmosphere as if they were truly embarking on a journey. As the vehicle began to move slowly, Chen Zhi leaned back in his seat, gazing out through the window's narrow gap. The sunlight outside was splendid, yet the early hour rendered the surroundings devoid of human presence. Nonetheless, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the ominous aura of Ghost Blade trailing closely behind them. Chapter 189. Farewell. Mina Su Qing Mountain, also known as Le Mountain, is situated in the southwestern part of the Sichuan Basin, at the confluence of the Min River, the Qingyi River, and the Dadu River. It borders Meishan to the north, and the central urban area is merely 100 kilometers from Shuangliu International Airport. The scenery here is exquisite, enveloped by majestic mountains. Prior to the reform and opening up, the depths of its forests remained largely untouched and shrouded in mystery. However, now they have been thoroughly developed, leaving little that is enigmatic. When deciding to visit Su Qing Mountain, Chen Zhi contacted Mina, who was far away in Europe, for this was a matter concerning the child, and her presence was essential. Mina had nearly wrapped up her affairs in Europe, as the rogue thieves who had fled across the globe had returned, with the exception of those who perished in Egypt. And there were minimal casualties. The rogue group had reformed, now under the aegis of the Bao family. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's news, Mina promptly set off for home, flying directly to Sichuan Airport, where she reunited with Chen Zhi's team at the foot of Su Qing Mountain in Suqing County. The journey for Chen Zhi and his companions was remarkably smooth. They traveled to Sichuan in a private plane belonging to the Bao family. All weapons and equipment, which could not be transported by sea, were secretly delivered via special land routes. Throughout the trip, Ji Ying exhibited considerable vigilance. Chen Zhi understood that ever since Ghost Blade's disappearance, she had become increasingly tense, as if perpetually on guard against his potential return. Perhaps this was the instinct of a warrior. It was the height of summer, and the climate in Sichuan was exceedingly hot. Upon their arrival in Suqing County, Lao Jindo first guided them to a local hotel. The flight had been swift, yet they needed to linger in the area for a while, awaiting the arrival of the weapons by land. Historically known as the ancient Shu Kingdom, Sichuan is renowned for its fragrant begonia blossoms. The region has always been prosperous, and although Suqing County is a small town, it plays a significant role as a production base for grains, secondary products, and new materials. Boasting a thriving industrial and commercial sector, it has transformed into an open, vibrant small city. Additionally, due to its unique scenic attractions, particularly the Great Buddha, tourists flock from all corners of the globe each year, nurturing numerous surrounding industries. Within the county, There are many modest hotels and upscale guest houses that, while not comparable to five-star establishments, still maintain a respectable standard. The venerable establishment that welcomed them was the most renowned luxury guest house in the area, a fixture in the locality for many years, boasting the finest location and attracting the highest number of visitors annually. The day after Chen Zhi and his companions settled in, Mina arrived from the airport. Ever since their parting in Egypt, Mina had been preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Zhi, frequently sending WeChat messages to inquire about his injuries. Even after Chen Zhi had fully recovered, Mina continued to seek reasons to converse with him, prompting Pang Wei to teasingly remark on their supposed international affair. This time, Mina appeared markedly different from her previous despondency. Having reclaimed her status as a leader after recovering the extreme thieves, she radiated confidence, bolstered by the support of Bao Ping. Her physique was striking, with long legs accentuated by high heels and a summer mini-skirt that revealed a glimpse of her porcelain cleavage. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled like gems, embodying the allure of a striking blonde beauty. Upon seeing her, Pang Wei's eyes lit up uncontrollably, and he jested, "Wow, it's only been a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Ever since I met you, I've lost interest in domestic films. Those mundane stories just can't compare to your captivating presence. How can you be so shameless? Please don't speak to me like that." Mina shot him a glare, thinking that had it not been for their bond formed in Egypt, she might have punched him. However, when she turned to see Chen Zhi, her face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. "Chen, did you receive the burn ointments I sent you? They were specially prescribed by a burn specialist and are not available domestically." "I did receive them, thank you," Chen Zhi replied with a smile and a nod. "Why are you so biased?" Pang Wei grumbled reluctantly. "Burn ointment should be available to everyone equally. I accompanied you to Egypt and got injured too. My skin is still sore. Why haven't you shown concern for me? With your tough skin and ample flesh, do you really need medication?" Mina glanced at Pang Wei. "Even if you were hurt, you would likely heal on your own. You're so hefty that you could probably withstand a bullet. Why should I have to take a bullet for anyone? Do you Westerners discriminate against the overweight?" Pang Wei retorted, visibly displeased. At that moment, Ji Ying, who had been standing behind them, stepped forward and coldly addressed Mina. "Please refrain from administering unverified medications to the chief. His position is of utmost importance, and he must avoid any dubious substances to prevent any malicious intentions." Ji Ying's words rendered the atmosphere awkward. Mina's expression faltered, and she muttered defensively, "This medicine is not dubious. I would never harm Chen." However, upon meeting Ji Ying's gaze, she swallowed the remainder of her words, choosing silence. Once everyone had gathered, they began to discuss their forthcoming plans. With everyone present and the weapons expected to arrive in a couple of days, they now needed to strategize their route into the mountains. The situation at Shuqing Mountain starkly contrasts with their previous encounters. There are no desolate, untouched forests nor beguiling mists, as the entire mountain has been excessively developed, surrounded by artificial attractions. The mountain, encompassing its base, midsection, and summit, is inundated with human traces. "Uncle Jean, have you confirmed that the nursing home is indeed situated on this mountain?" Chen Zhi inquired, standing on the balcony and peering through binoculars at the distant Shuqing Mountain. "Yes, this matter is certain," Lao Jindo affirmed decisively. "Everything within this mountain has long been transparent. Aside from the merchants who thrive on tourism, the only inhabitants are the local mountain dwellers. The electrical circuits are functional, and the locals can access the internet, rendering it not much different from the outside world. However, according to the mountain residents, the nursing home was originally constructed within the mountain itself, in a private area enclosed by iron fences and gates, preventing outsiders from entering. There was a main road leading to it, frequently traversed by vehicles, but after the nursing home mysteriously vanished, the area within the fence has remained desolate, now a mere ruin. What transpired there remains a mystery. Chapter 190. The Moonlit Fairy. In that case, Pang Wei queried, "Does this mean that even if we suspect something amiss, we cannot enter freely?" "Exactly," Lao Jindo nodded. "Thus, the only viable option now is to take Ding Ning into the mountain, traversing from the summit to the base multiple times to see if it attracts any attention." "I must say, Lao Jindo, your choice of words leaves much to be desired. What do you mean by taking a few more laps, as if we were walking a dog?" Pang Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ding Ning, who was engrossed in a conversation with classmates on his phone, oblivious to their discussion. "I'm telling you," Pang Wei whispered to Chen Zhi and Lao Jindo. "We must ensure this kid remains unaware, Otherwise, he would refuse to go at all. Furthermore, we must be meticulous. If we inadvertently harm the child, we would bear the consequences. After deliberating, they repeatedly examined the map of Shuqing Mountain, plotting various routes for their ascent. They planned to take Ding Ning on a circuit around the mountain the following morning. The county boasts a large food market that operates exclusively at night, with numerous shops lining the streets, creating a bustling night market atmosphere. Due to the influx of visitors, the night market is vibrant, filled with the incessant calls of vendors and the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies that could tempt anyone. Pang Wei guided Ding Ning through the night market, where goods in the tourist area were exorbitantly priced, targeting unwary visitors. Still, Pang Wei treated Ding Ning to a hearty meal and purchased several entertaining items to take home. Echoing his own sentiment, before sending the child to face the wolves, one must ensure he has had a satisfying meal. After an exhausting evening of fun, they returned to their accommodation and retired early. Lao Jindo, being of advanced age, succumbed to sleep after a long day of travel, leaving only Chen Zhi awake. Restless in bed, Chen Zhi shared a room with Pang Wei, who swiftly fell into a deep slumber, snoring audibly, which only intensified Chen Zhi's struggle to find rest. Unable to sleep and feeling a sense of ennui, he contemplated rising to check his computer, yet hesitated, reluctant to disturb Pang Wei's repose. Ultimately, Chen Zhi decided to step outside, wandering into the tranquil courtyard of the guest house. This expansive establishment was originally a collection of bungalows surrounding a vast courtyard, which had been renovated to connect the rooms and enhance the courtyard's allure. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested in its transformation, featuring charming bridges and flowing waters, pavilions, and towers that exuded a unique charm. Surrounding the courtyard were numerous magnolia trees, their white petals aglow in the enchanting night, as the moonlight cascaded like water, evoking a poetic ambience. Wandering aimlessly, Chen Zhi noticed a pavilion ahead, designed in the style of Guizhou Gardens. Behind it lay a stone forest, replete with rugged rock formations. The moon hung full and luminous, casting ethereal shadows behind the stone structures. As Chen Zhi approached the stone forest, he abruptly halted, for he perceived a figure standing amidst the rocks, seemingly observing him in the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar silhouette, Jiying. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Jiying did not shy away. Instead, she gracefully emerged from the stone forest. She wore a pristine white shirt, her silky long hair cascading over her shoulders, her delicate features framed by porcelain skin, dark, sparkling eyes, and softly tinted lips. In the moon's glow, her pure beauty resembled that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Chen Zhi felt a mix of emotions upon encountering Jiying. Throughout their journey, he had deliberately avoided her gaze and conversation, but now, evasion was futile. "I was waiting for you," Jiying replied softly, her voice imbued with tenderness. "I wish to ensure your safety. In these turbulent times, please do not stray too far from me. I fear that traitor may suddenly appear and pose a threat to you." "Are you so certain that Gui Dao is the traitor?" Chen Zhi inquired, looking into Jiying's eyes. "If he is not, do you suspect it is me?" Jiying's gaze was as deep as water, and despite Chen Zhi's attempts to avert his eyes, he could not escape the sight of her slightly emotional expression. "Leader, I have a question I have long wished to ask you," Jiying said gently. "Between Ji Ling and myself, whom do you trust?" "I possess no authority to declare whom to trust. My faith holds no significance. That is the leader's choice. But I must ask you now." Jiying's voice suddenly grew urgent, and she gracefully stepped closer, her exquisite face near Chen Zhi's, her breath a warm breeze against his skin. In that moment, Chen Zhi noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in Jiying's eyes. He had never witnessed her so vulnerable, and under the moonlight, she appeared heartbreakingly delicate. "Do you trust me, Chief?" A gentle breeze caressed Jiying's hair, brushing against Chen Zhi's face. Faced with such a stunning woman, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that he was incapable of deceit, but rather that he felt the futility of lies in that moment. "You still believe in Ji Ling, don't you? Because he is your brother, while I am merely a stranger." Jiying's expression was unmistakably etched with desolation. Her brow furrowed as she delicately touched Chen Zhi's cheek with her fair fingers, her eyes gazing deeply into his. "Chief, I have always desired to know where your heart has truly gone." Tears shimmered in Jiying's eyes, reflecting Chen Zhi's image within their glistening depths. "Has it been left in Fengdu Ghost City? Has it been abandoned there with that demigod?" "Do not speak such nonsense," Chen Zhi immediately fixed Ji Ying with a serious gaze, his expression alarmingly grave. If that is not true, then why do you not dare to meet my eyes? Ji Ying's gaze remained unwavering upon him. I am a warrior. I do not indulge in pretense nor feign modesty. I will only ask you straightforward questions. Chief, where has your heart truly gone? Return. Chen Zhi's face grew exceptionally stern as he withdrew his hand from Ji Ying's grasp and turned to walk away. One day, Ji Ying said coldly from behind him, I shall reduce that Fengdu ghost city to ashes, causing you to forget that place forever. The things there deserve to perish. Chapter 191. The Radiance of the Buddha. The following day, Chen Zhi and his companions set off early. The elder, Jin Do, had the innkeeper arrange for a local guide, who led them directly to Shuqing Mountain. As a renowned tourist destination, Shuqing Mountain boasted breathtaking scenery. With its lush mountains and clear waters, and the great Buddha was indeed a sight to behold. Carved into the sheer cliff of the main peak of Shuqing Mountain, the massive Buddha was initiated during the Tang Dynasty's Kaiyuan era. It is said that the construction of this statue took over 90 years. Standing nearly 100 meters tall and covering an area of approximately 8 square kilometers. The mountain is a Buddha, and the Buddha is a mountain, making it the largest stone Buddha in the world, hailed as a historical marvel. Surrounding the mountain is the Min River, shrouded in mist, and from a distance, the grand Buddha appears to sit majestically beside the river, resembling a celestial scene, truly breathtaking. During the peak summer season, the area was bustling with tourists. Various fishing boats and vendors lined the riverside, while narrow paths were occupied by horse-drawn carriages filled with visitors. Vendors selling snacks populated the roadside and amidst the throngs. Children selling floral bracelets occasionally darted through the lively crowd, creating a vibrant atmosphere along the riverside. The guide they had found was a local, lacking in formal education but well acquainted with the terrain and all the scenic spots, capable of bringing them closer to the great mountain. The guide first procured a small boat, and after negotiating a price, Chen Zhi and his companions boarded the swaying vessel, heading towards the colossal Buddha. Standing on the boat, Chen Zhi gazed at the great stone Buddha across the river. Truthfully, even after witnessing so many wonders, he was momentarily awestruck by this magnificent mountain statue. The great Buddha, with its hands resting upon its knees, sits in solemn dignity, its head aligned with the mountains, and its feet firmly planted upon the great river. The sheer magnitude of this statue is such that even the soles of its feet could accommodate over 100 individuals. Flanking the great Buddha on either side of the river's cliff are 2 towering stone guardians, each standing at over 20 meters tall, together forming a triad of 1 Buddha and 2 heavenly kings. Alongside these celestial beings are hundreds, if not thousands, of additional stone sculptures, collectively creating an immense assemblage of Buddhist artistry. From a distance across the river, these divine figures appear as though they have descended from the heavens, evoking an indescribable sense of sanctity and reverence. Are you familiar with the legend surrounding our great Buddha? This statue is indeed quite miraculous. The small tour guide, undeterred, continued to speak animatedly aboard the vessel. Our great Buddha is renowned throughout the world. Throughout history, numerous emperors have come to pay their respects. Furthermore, this Buddha is deeply concerned for all living beings. In times of great suffering, it is said that he has closed his eyes and shed tears. Huh, you really know how to spin a tale, said the portly Wei, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Did the rain fall when the Buddha wept? Was it tears streaming down from his eyes? You concoct such stories to attract tourists. Oh, I wouldn't dare say that, the guide exclaimed, quickly shaking his head. With a respectful bow to the great Buddha, he spoke in his distinctive Sichuan accent. This majestic statue was constructed during the Tang Dynasty, upon the emperor's decree. It was not built for tourism, but rather to pacify the turbulent waters of the river below, where shipwrecks were a frequent occurrence. Often 9 out of 10 vessels would sink. The court commissioned this great Buddha to calm the waters, and curiously, after its completion, there were no more shipwrecks. The currents became gentle, all thanks to the Buddha's benevolence. Bah, such nonsense, Wei scoffed dismissively. You have an overly favorable view of historical emperors. They hardly cared whether you sank or not. Constructing a Buddha here surely served ulterior motives, not the common folk. But regardless of the emperor's intentions, this Buddha remains ever compassionate, the guide replied with a cheerful smile. Historical records indicate that this great stone Buddha truly did shed tears in ancient times. During the late Song dynasty, the nation was plagued by epidemics and famine. and amidst chaos, many perished from hunger. The great Buddha, filled with compassion, wept, and his tears fell into the Min River, witnessed by many. The emperor, alarmed, dispatched numerous individuals to wipe the Buddha's tears, using thousands of silk cloths, yet they could not erase the traces of his sorrow. How truly wrathful and disdainful. It sounds as if it were real, Pang Wei scoffed, nonchalantly pulling out a cigarette. Back then, there were no recordings. Feel free to fabricate whatever you wish. True. There were no recordings then, but we do have them now, the tour guide immediately countered. Since the year of the dragon in 2000, our nation has accomplished several remarkable feats for the benefit of its people, such as joining the World Trade Organization and successfully bidding for the Olympics, events that are worthy of being inscribed in history. It was from that moment that the visage of our great Buddha began to radiate divine light, and there are indeed records of it. Is it truly so miraculous? Radiating divine light. Pang Wei, taking out a pair of binoculars, peered ahead and beheld the grand statue of the Buddha majestically standing above the water. A harmonious embodiment of nature, evoking a profound sense of the sacred. Just then, a dazzling beam of light flashed, momentarily blinding, casting a golden glow over everything around. Oh, you are indeed destined to witness the Buddha's radiance. We were just speaking of it, and lo, it appears. The guide, standing at the bow of the boat, gazed forward to see a halo forming above the colossal statue, as the newly risen sun illuminated a vibrant ring of colors approximately 300 meters in diameter, red, infrared, and violet hues fluctuating in intensity, casting the towering stone Buddha in a light that made it seem as though the Buddha himself had manifested. Did you see that? I was not exaggerating. This is the Buddha's radiance. It seldom appears throughout the year, so you are indeed fortunate. The guide beamed with pride, while tourists on nearby boats clamored to catch a glimpse, some even kneeling at the bow, their faces radiating devotion. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Pang Wei felt somewhat bewildered. He was a man whose bravado belied a fragile interior, particularly when it came to his reverence for the Buddha. Orange, what is this situation? Is this truly the Buddha's radiance? Chen Zhi stood at the bow, squinting at the towering stone Buddha. Noting the overly bright coloration of the light, it was reflective and evidently emanated from precious metals and high-grade crystals. This suggests that the mountain harbors a significant quantity of precious metals and carbon crystals, an astonishing abundance. After making this observation, Chen Zhi turned to Pang Wei and remarked, "To put it simply, what you are witnessing is not the Buddha's radiance, but rather your most cherished gold and gems." Chapter 192. The peculiar ancient prison. The blinding radiance of the Buddha quickly faded, yet the immense stone figure remained steadfast by the riverbank. Chen Zhi and his companions continued their journey in the small boat, as this was merely a reconnaissance mission. Mina's golden hair was too conspicuous, so Chen Zhi had left her at the inn. The others traveled lightly, without any weapons or gear, moving with remarkable ease, and soon they arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching the foot of the great Buddha, everyone was taken aback. If the scene they had witnessed earlier in the county town was bustling and prosperous, then the area at the Buddha's feet could only be described as overcrowded and impassable. Surrounding the grand Buddha is a flowing river, backed by towering mountains. Majestically seated in the heart of the landscape, with its hands resting upon its knees, the feet of the Buddha rest by the riverbank, where a solitary stone path is crowded with a multitude of tourists. In the sweltering summer heat, the scene is dominated by women wielding floral parasols and donning ethereal skirts, mingling with the pungent scent of perfumes. The air is punctuated by the cries of children and the shouts of vendors, a cacophony that overwhelms the senses. Is this place not enigmatic? Pang Wei chuckles at the bustling spectacle before him. Orange, it's merely a thought. But if I were a demigod hiding in such a location, what purpose would it serve? I might as well launch a tour group. With the ruckus here, even the dead could be stirred from their slumber. The elderly guide pointed towards the mountain behind the Buddha and continued, "The nursing home lies just beyond this mountain. During the day, it tends to be quite lively, but that's the nature of a tourist attraction. The fame of this mountain is solely due to the grand Buddha. Let us ascend and take a look." No sooner had the guide finished speaking than a tour guide approached with tickets in hand, grumbling. Tickets are quite the challenge to procure these days, being peak tourist season. I had to pull quite a few strings and pay a little extra. Do ensure to reimburse me when you return. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions followed the guide towards the cloud ladder leading to the Buddha, the only access point to admire this colossal figure, which towers high above the mountains. The sheer scale of the Buddha necessitates that visitors ascend along the narrow cliffs on either side, where a series of ladders have been constructed. Tourists formed a single-file line, climbing steadily upward. The ensuing scene was one of chaos. Chen Zhi's group, along with the throngs of visitors, ascended the precarious ladders, which were exceedingly narrow and steep. The din was unbearable, with adults shouting and children wailing, while others incessantly raised their phones to capture the moment. Yet, Ding Ning displayed unbridled joy, reveling in his first travel experience, adorned with a pale yellow cap and eagerly snapping photos. As they ascended higher, the magnificent visage of the Buddha became increasingly discernible. Its countenance exuded an air of regal serenity, distinctly embodying the Buddhist artistry of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The entire figure is hewn from a single massive stone. Nestled within the summit of Suqing Mountain, its original hues long faded by the elements. However, the Buddha's eyes, cast downward, reveal dark pupils, and its lips curl into a serene smile, emanating a sense of sacred solemnity. Could this grand Buddha weep or close its eyes? Pang Wei found himself incredulously gazing into the eyes of the statue, which, though sharply defined and seemingly wide open, bore no signs of being capable of closing. Throughout the ascent, the guide continued to chatter incessantly, regaling them with tales of local customs and legends surrounding the Buddha, though the narratives often seemed disjointed and nonsensical, likely fabricated on the spot. As the tour guide prattled on incessantly, Ding Ning suddenly dashed ahead. With remarkable agility, he scaled the cliff, pointing towards a narrow crevice and inquiring of the guide. Startled by Ding Ning's audacity, the guide followed his finger's direction and peered inside, discovering a series of diminutive caverns surrounded by rusted iron railings. The weathered appearance suggested they had stood for many years, resembling tiny prisons. "Oh, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it," exclaimed Pang Wei, leaning in for a closer look before turning to the guide. "I share the same curiosity. What purpose does this place serve?" The guide, clearly flustered, scrutinized the prison-like enclosures before hesitantly responding. Those were likely used in ancient times for imprisoning offenders. Probably those who showed disrespect towards Buddhism. Who are you trying to fool?" Pang Wei chuckled, directing his gaze at the young guide. "Do you really believe such a minuscule space could confine prisoners? What kind of criminal would be locked away on a sheer cliff, crammed into such a confined area?" "Well, those must have committed severe crimes," the guide stammered. "After all, disrespecting the Buddha warrants strict punishment." Clearly struggling to maintain his narrative, the guide turned to Ding Ning, admonishing him not to jump around, as these were ancient relics, thousands of years old, and any mischief could incur a fine. He then shifted the topic and continued walking, prompting the others to follow suit. However, Chen Zhi observed that the surfaces of these tiny prisons were exceedingly steep, some even exceeding a 90-degree angle, and their dimensions were so limited that a person inside would hardly have room to lie down. If someone were forcibly confined within, they would likely meet a grim fate. Suspended in midair, an execution more brutal than beheading. "Hey, could you shield me for a moment? I want to snap a couple of photos," Chen Zhi whispered to Pang Wei. Understanding the request, Pang Wei promptly positioned himself to obscure Chen Zhi's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi adeptly navigated the ladder and leapt into the crevice across the cliff. Although those tiny prisons appeared deceptively close, their actual distance was considerable. They were visible from the ladder, but utterly unreachable. As Chen Zhi approached the small enclosures, an overwhelming and chilling aura enveloped him. This atmosphere was foreign and feral, unmistakably not of human origin. It felt akin to that of an alternative being, its wrathful energy lingering even after centuries of torment, palpable in the air. Quickly, Chen Zhi retrieved his phone, activated the high-definition camera, and adjusted the settings to the highest pixel count, swiftly capturing images of the railings surrounding those diminutive prisons. Though the railings had long succumbed to the corrosion of rust, Chen Zhi could still distinctly perceive a layer of inferior stone coating upon their surface. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous peculiar engravings adorning the railings, etched with mysterious symbols. In Chapter 193, The Half-God Under House Arrest, Chen Zhi and his companions followed the tour guide, traversing the mountains via a cloud ladder, amidst a cacophony of voices and a bustling atmosphere. The scent of women's perfume was intoxicating, almost hallucinatory, and by the time they descended the mountain, they were drenched in sweat. Chen Zhi instructed Lao Jindo to negotiate with the management committee of the mountain to see if they could remain there that evening for a thorough examination of the colossal stone Buddha. However, their request was met with a firm refusal from the committee. The rules of Shuqing Mountain were strict. Visitors were welcomed during the day, but they must vacate the premises by nightfall, with no exceptions allowed. Despite Lao Jindo's attempts to leverage connections and offer bribes, the committee's response remained unwavering. Absolutely not. Ultimately, Chen Zhi and his companions had no choice but to return by boat, marking the route in their minds, plotting to devise a means to stealthily return after dark. Upon their return to the inn, it was midday, the sun still shining brightly. Lao Jindo received a call, informing him that all the weapons would arrive via land the following day. They merely needed to wait. During this time, the blissfully unaware Ding Ning was overjoyed. For Shuqing County was bustling with an abundance of shops and amenities, creating a lively atmosphere. The inn was well equipped with entertainment facilities, and the backyard boasted a naturally carved hot spring, resembling a lavish boutique hotel. Ding Ning had always been fond of the stunning Ji Ying, and now with the addition of the alluring blonde, Ms. Mina, his youthful heart was set ablaze. He dashed about in exhilaration, taking photos at every turn to share on social media, even insisting that Pang Wei like his posts, much to the latter's chagrin, wishing he could bind Ding Ning and send him to appease the half-god. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi remained in the inn, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the surrounding energy. Since entering Shuqing County, the aura of the ghost blade had dissipated. He sought a quiet room, meticulously reviewing the high-definition photographs he had just taken. His phone, a custom device, boasted a camera with superior resolution surpassing even the most advanced digital cameras of the present day. As he magnified the images of the prison-like railings, he scrutinized the weathered patterns, searching for the traces of the mysterious symbols. The iron railings were severely rusted, coated with layers of corrosion, rendering most of the inscribed text indecipherable. Chen Zhi had no choice but to carefully transcribe these characters onto a blank sheet of paper, gradually reconstructing them, only to discover that they formed a lengthy, repetitive incantation akin to a punitive decree. The principal message conveyed was, brutal offspring of the gods, with a divine brush. Beguile the masses, painting gods and demons to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, later suppressed beneath the weight of the mountain deity. Yet, unrepentant, they escaped their confinement and continued their malevolent deeds. Thus, by heavenly decree, I shall imprison them once more, slay their progeny, flay their skin, and display their corpses upon the riverbank, warning all deities and shamans to remain vigilant against further chaos, lest they suffer a similar fate. At that moment, Pang Wei approached, observing Chen Zhi's writing with curiosity. "What are you writing?" he inquired. "What does it mean? It sounds rather fascistic." "This appears to be a punitive incantation," Chen Zhi replied. "The nature of divine texts is devoid of adjectives or any embellishment. Even in curses, the meaning is articulated plainly. It seems that the monumental effort expended during the Tang dynasty to construct this great Buddha was indeed warranted. Moreover, the cliffs surrounding the Buddha contained areas resembling small prisons, which had indeed held certain entities, though not humans or living beings, but rather skin corpses. Are you suggesting," Pang Wei pondered aloud, "that the construction of this great Buddha was intended to intimidate malevolent beings?" It seems I was not mistaken. The emperor was certainly not benevolent." Chen Zhi continued. "According to this phrase, the so-called brutal offspring of the gods must be a demigod, wielding a divine brush. Could it be that this is the very brush of Ma Liang we have been searching for? All along, our little brother Ma Liang was not using this brush to assist farmers, but rather to commit misdeeds. What a childhood disillusionment. The disparity between fairy tales and reality is vast, yet they are not entirely disconnected." Chen Zhi smiled at Pang Wei. "Have you ever imagined possessing a divine brush? One that could bring anything you draw to life? Transforming a dragon into a dragon, a phoenix into a phoenix, anything you create would be imbued with vitality. Even if you drew a mountain of gold, it would manifest. Would you still choose to paint a windmill? Wow, that's quite a lofty proposition. To be honest, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it," Pang Wei exclaimed, rolling his eyes upward. After a lengthy contemplation, he dreamily remarked, "Why would I waste my creativity on a mere windmill? I would first draw a cartload of gold. No, gold is too mundane. I want to paint two stunning beauties. No, wait, an entire room full of beauties, all with long hair and voluptuous figures, even more alluring than Mina. I also want to depict a cow to help me earn money. And wait. Pang Wei suddenly came to a realization. Why bother with money and beauties? I might as well paint an army to fight for me, conquer the world, and let me savor the taste of being an emperor. At that moment, what is not mine? Indeed, do you understand now? Chen Zhi smiled as he looked at Fat Wei. Human desires are insatiable, devoid of boundaries that can be fulfilled. To breathe life into what is depicted, to manifest whatever is drawn. What does this signify? One could assert that whoever possesses such power is akin to a creator. If one has attained the status of a deity, then what need is there for desire? How could such a formidable demigod exist in this world? If such a being truly exists, what could it possibly fear? Fat Wei nodded silently in agreement. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued, therefore, if I am not mistaken, this demigod is immensely powerful, powerful enough to rival the gods themselves, which is why it remains here, subdued by the mountain stone Buddha. Much like the legendary nine-tailed fox of yore, buried beneath the vast divine tomb. Do not forget, such a grand prison is a privilege reserved for deities. If such an extraordinary demigod truly exists, then why has not a single legend been left behind? We cannot even grasp a shadow of its existence. Fat Wei, perplexed, inquired. Moreover, since he is so formidable, why would he simply remain imprisoned here? Could he not just draw a door on the wall and escape? Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded. This kind of power must have its limitations. In other words, that divine brush cannot conjure anything and everything, and this demigod is not invincible. After saying this, he glanced at the weathered divine inscriptions on the iron bars. At the very least, he had not managed to overcome the entity that bound him. Chapter 194, The Confined Demigod, Part 2. But who has confined him? And where is this confinement? Is he truly pressed beneath the mountain? Fat Wei expressed disbelief. There are countless legends from ancient times about such matters. Deities subdued demons and imprisoned them beneath mountains. For instance, Sun Wukong was trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, and Bai Suzhen was confined under the Leifeng Pagoda. Even that Lu Hua imprisoned demons beneath mountains. Aren't these all just nonsense? When the Leifeng Pagoda collapsed, where was Bai Suzhen? When the Leifeng Pagoda fell, the nation was in turmoil, and there were no professionals to investigate. Chen Zhi replied calmly. And do not forget, there is indeed a subterranean palace beneath the Leifeng Pagoda. Ah, this Suqing mountain is a prison, housing a demigod, while the great Buddha serves to intimidate this demigod, Fat Wei muttered, flipping through those photographs with a perplexed expression. According to the divine inscriptions, those small prisons contain the descendants of this demigod, and they have been flayed and left to suffer in the sun. How cruel! Since such drastic measures have been taken, having exterminated the descendants, why not simply eliminate the demigod altogether? Why go through such trouble? I have pondered this question as well, Chen Zhi said, looking at Fat Wei. From what we understand of history, the only reason to imprison a deity without slaying it is that it cannot be killed. Like the legendary nine-tailed fox of yore. It was not a lack of desire to slay her, but rather her overwhelming strength that rendered such an act impossible. Thus, she was confined within the sacred tomb of Mount Tai, left to wither away slowly. I surmise this demigod is in a similar predicament. Goodness, is she truly that formidable? Pang Wei mused, casting a glance out the window. The balcony presented a breathtaking view of the Min River, resembling a beautiful painting. The great Buddha emerged through the mist on the water's surface, as if seated in a realm of divinity, exuding an air of sanctity. Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Orange, I must share something with you, Pang Wei said, retrieving his phone and scrolling through some photos. I just heard from the guide that, according to local records, this grand Buddha shed tears during the late Song dynasty. I found it rather exaggerated. Yet I decided to investigate online, and lo and behold, I uncovered some intriguing information. After speaking, Pang Wei handed his phone to Chen Zhi, revealing several images of ancient documents on the screen. This is what I found online, originating from the local library in Shuqing County. These antiquated images are excerpts from the historical records of the region. Let me explain what these records entail. The so-called local chronicles are preserved accounts by local officials. They are not considered official history, but rather reflections of the everyday lives of the common people. Typically, they are kept by the clerks of the local government and are not submitted to the imperial court. Although they are not classified as official history, they hold significant authenticity, as they are derived from the first-hand experiences of the populace. These pages of local chronicles were preserved as important documents, likely due to the subsequent wars that rendered them forgotten in the court, as the emperor had no time to attend to such matters. In my search through these records, Guess what I discovered? Indeed, there exists a relevant account from the Song dynasty. It describes a time when a devastating plague swept across the central plains, claiming countless lives and leaving corpses strewn about. In that very moment, the Buddha suddenly wept, and his tears flowed into the river, nearly causing it to overflow. The people were utterly terrified. However, after that incident, the plague mysteriously began to subside, and the Buddha gradually opened his eyes. Subsequently, a significant event transpired, one that you have been investigating. Are you referring to the decree to cease slaughter? Chen Zhi inquired. Precisely, Pang Wei affirmed, gesturing to the screen. Although the chronicles do not provide extensive details, they clearly document that following the Buddha's tears, the plague was eradicated, and the decree to cease slaughter was proclaimed. From that moment onward, the Mongol massacres ceased. Is that so? Chen Zhi pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. I have always found it curious that this Buddha was constructed during the Tang dynasty, implying that this demigod has been imprisoned here since that time. Furthermore, the design and rust of the iron railings suggest they date from the late Song period. In the Song dynasty, this demigod, capable of transforming ink into reality, managed to escape from his confinement through some means. However, upon returning to the mortal realm, he must have committed a grave transgression, resulting in his re-imprisonment in the mountains at the end of the Song era. The charges against him were so severe that his descendants were flayed and displayed by the riverbanks, with their remains hanging in the small prisons flanking the great Buddha. The pressing question remains, what heinous crime did this demigod commit to warrant such a harsh punishment? It must surely relate to the infamous brothel, as Pang Wei speculated. Let me analyze this for you. The brothel flourished during the Song dynasty, and it was during this period that the demigod transgressed. He likely amassed too much wealth, inciting envy, which ultimately led to his downfall. Eventually, he must have found a way to escape once more, as the brothel re-emerged during the Qing dynasty. But could the mere act of hoarding gold and silver justify the confinement of such a formidable demigod? Moreover, the brutal punishment inflicted upon his descendants raises questions of cruelty. Who, indeed, held such power to imprison this mighty demigod and execute his offspring in such a savage manner? By the end of the Song dynasty, all deities had fallen. The list of deities had become mere myth, and the Jiang family had vanished from sight. Who possessed the capability to seal such a powerful demigod and enact such a horrific fate upon his lineage? At this juncture, Chen Zhi could not help but close his eyes, and before him appeared a figure in white, devoid of a face. For reasons unknown, this white-clad figure swayed before him, leaving his mind in a state of turmoil. After a moment, Chen Zhi reopened his eyes, stating, "We must visit the great Buddha tonight. There should still be much to uncover." Just as Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were conversing, the doors suddenly swung open, and old Jindo rushed in, exclaiming, "Chen Wei, I bring good news. I just slipped 2,000 yuan to the old boatman here, and he has agreed to take us tonight. After midnight, he will secretly ferry us to the river to see the great Buddha. However, he warned that we can only view it from the water. We must not approach the shore, lest we anger the deities and be unable to return." Chapter 195. The memory of old fisherman Old Jindo found a local fisherman in his 60s. This fisherman was not an ordinary individual. When this area was still a fishing village, he was the leader of the fishermen and served as the village head, affectionately known as Old Fisherman. As tourism began to thrive, the villagers recognized the lucrative benefits it brought, far surpassing the earnings from fishing and requiring significantly less effort. Fishing boats gradually transformed into vessels catering to tourists. Over time, the fishing community naturally disbanded, yet Old Fisherman's status remained high, consistently securing the most profitable jobs. During the day, Lao Jindo discreetly handed 2,000 yuan to Lao Yudo, coaxing him persistently until the old man reluctantly agreed to guide them on a night excursion along the river. Having lived in this river for decades, Lao Yudo was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and stone, and even the river patrols would show him a modicum of respect, allowing him to circumvent the usual rules. His boat was modestly sized, accommodating 6 or 7 individuals. This journey was merely a preliminary exploration. Hence Chen Zhi chose not to bring Mina along, and Ding Ning was left at home to sleep. Only Lao Jindo, Pang Wei, and Ji Ying accompanied Chen Zhi, with the 4 of them traveling light. As their fishing boat glided into the water, a veil of mist enveloped them, rendering their forms indistinct amidst the vast river. Lao Yudo was an adept navigator, and the small vessel sped swiftly through the waters, soon reaching the river's center. Yet, he remained vigilant, frequently turning to admonish Chen Zhi and the others. Make sure you do not make a sound. If we are discovered, it could spell trouble. As they reached the midpoint of their journey, Lao Yudo even hunched down to paddle, intently scanning their surroundings, fearful of any misstep. His cautious demeanor suggested that some beast lurked on the opposite bank, an exaggeration that bordered on alarming. As they neared the opposite shore, Lao Yudo gradually ceased paddling and whispered to Chen Zhi and the others, "We are almost there. It's quite close now. You youngsters should just observe from here. The boat must not touch the shore. Make do with viewing the great Buddha from the surface of the river. Why are you so anxious, old man? It's late at night, and the fog is thick. Can there really be river patrols out here? Even if we were caught, wouldn't it just amount to a fine?" Lao Jindo stepped forward, offering Lao Yudo a cigarette with a grin. "Oh, I am not afraid of those patrols. They do not intimidate me," Lao Yudo replied, taking the cigarette with a proud expression. "Those boys grew up along the river. I know each and every one of them. By rights, I am their elder. If I were to give them a light tap on the back of their heads, they wouldn't dare misbehave in my presence. Then why the excessive caution? You're acting like a thief." Pang Wei expressed his dissatisfaction with Lao Yudo's tense demeanor. "Come on, old man, you're of such an age. What is there to fear? I say we might as well go ashore and have a look. If you're not afraid of the patrols, what else is there to worry about? Are you afraid of ghosts on the mountain that might eat you? Going ashore is absolutely out of the question." Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Lao Yudo turned serious. "Let me tell you, this place is not like others. By day, you can do as you please. You could even make a ruckus and no one would mind. But at night, this mountain is not under our jurisdiction. It belongs to the people of the mountain." "People of the mountain? Are you referring to the villagers living up there?" Pang Wei asked, somewhat perplexed. "Didn't you just claim to be a local? Why are you afraid of those country folks? Besides, aren't the people up in the mountains and down here all part of Shuqing County? Certainly, it is not merely a trivial matter." The old fisherman, with a serious demeanor, raised his oar and pointed towards the darkness atop the mountain. Speaking with an air of mystery, for countless years, the people of Shuqing County have known a saying: "A river divides two lands. The mountain above and below are two worlds. The mountain above is governed. The mountain below is populated by the common folk. There can be no interaction, nor intermarriage." "Ah, dear elder brother, how can this be possible?" In astonishment, Lao Jindo responded, "Not long ago, we had a companion who ventured to live on the mountain, and the people there seemed quite ordinary. They were very amiable, even running a farmhouse with internet access." "Ah, what you describe bears no resemblance to the true mountain folk." Old Yu shook his head and chuckled. "Those you speak of are merely recent arrivals to the mountain, pretending to be locals, constructing dwellings, and setting up farmhouses to lure you city dwellers for tourism and indulgence. Ask them, dare they reside halfway up the mountain? None of them would venture to the true summit. They wouldn't even dare step out of their village at midnight." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi discerned the underlying truth. He glanced at old Yu and inquired, "Elder, are you suggesting that despite the development of tourism, there remain many obstinate mountain dwellers who never engage with the outside world?" "Indeed." Old Yu lowered his voice, leaning in closer. "You city folk are unaware of such matters. Each region has its own customs. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Those mountain people are beyond anyone's control. Since the time of my great-grandfather, my family has been making a living along this river, yet my grandfather once told me that we are not true mountain people. We merely subsist by the river, living off fishing and the waters. The real mountain folk are those who receive salaries and eat the emperor's grain." The mention of salaries piqued Chen Zhi's interest. "Elder, could you elaborate on the history of the mountains? Any legends or hidden tales, particularly regarding those mountain dwellers and their salaries?" "I cannot say much more specifically," Old Yu replied, noticing Chen Zhi's curiosity. He shook his oar and anchored the boat in an inconspicuous spot before sitting on the deck, solemnly tapping his pipe. "This is a tale I have heard since my childhood from my grandfather. He told me that our dwelling place is uniquely blessed, living off the mountains and waters. While growing up, it didn't matter how one survived, but one must never offend the true mountain folk behind the great Buddha. They are ruthless individuals capable of unspeakable acts." Chapter 196. The Memories of Old Yu, Part 2. Old Yu tapped his pipe and began to softly recount the stories he had heard since childhood. "From my grandfather's time, our family has been at the helm of ferrying across this river. Generally, important merchants from afar would take our boat. My grandfather served as the fish head on this river long before the fall of the Qing dynasty. At that time, this place was merely a remote village. There were visitors who came to admire the great Buddha, but not nearly as many as there are today. The bandits, both land and water, were rampant, each village fiercely guarding its own territory. The inhabitants of the mountain and those of the valley never mingled. It was said that the mountain dwellers were proud, with every man possessing a certain martial prowess. They would descend to collect fish and rice, generously offering silver in return, yet their manner of speaking was often quite brusque. The valley folk would venture up the mountain to gather firewood, but none dared to approach the summit. It was rumored that a grand residence stood atop, reserved for the mountain folk. Anyone foolhardy enough to ascend would vanish within the mountains, and the authorities would not dare to intervene, leaving the common people too fearful to engage or discuss matrimonial alliances. During that period, tourism had not yet flourished. Most of the villagers relied on the fish from the river for sustenance. Occasionally, they would ferry people across the river, the majority of whom were tourists, merely seeking to gaze upon the great Buddha and touch its feet for a semblance of good fortune. However, according to my grandfather, he had a peculiar task. Every autumn, several individuals clad in long gowns would arrive to cross the river. These men, unmistakably prominent figures from the city, spoke with a distinct Beijing accent and exhibited a manner of speech that was markedly different. They consistently provided my grandfather with generous ferry fees, yet seldom engaged in conversation with him. Each year, they arrived with large trunks, only to leave with the trunks empty. How do you know they left with empty trunks? Chen Zhi inquired at this juncture. When old you reached this part of the tale, he chuckled with great confidence. I am not exaggerating. You underestimate us boatmen. Having rowed on this river for a lifetime, I can ascertain not only the weight of a few trunks, but even the weight of you gentlemen. We seasoned boatmen possess an innate scale in our eyes. Merely by standing on the deck and observing the buoyancy of the boat upon the water, we can discern the load within the trunks, whether they are heavy or merely empty. Those trunks my grandfather carried must have contained gold and silver, for they were certainly heavy. Yet upon their return, the trunks were devoid of any contents, which is why the boat felt lighter. Old man, you truly can spin a yarn. Pang Wei laughed aloud at this assertion. Perhaps they simply brought several trunks of large stones into the mountains, discarding them along the way. And even if they weren't stones, they could have been iron or tin. How can you be so certain they were filled with gold and silver? They might have been collecting their salaries. Let me tell you, you mountain folks certainly have a knack for storytelling, weaving tales with such vivid detail, he added with a smirk. Young man, you truly are mistaken. I do not speak in jest. Old Yu retorted, his face flushing from the teasing. Let me be honest. This was not merely my grandfather's conjecture, but something he witnessed firsthand. That year, as usual, my grandfather ferried these men across the river, when suddenly, a brawl erupted aboard the boat. A brawl? Was it over money? Chen Zhi immediately queried upon hearing this revelation. At that moment, the precise reason eluded my grandfather, who simply scratched his head in confusion. He recalled hearing those individuals proclaim that in these uncertain times, the emperor might abdicate at any moment, leaving no spare funds to pay their salaries. Moreover, it was evident that the treasurer had likely already fled the scene. Venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. Better, they suggested, to distribute the gold and silver among themselves and seek their own paths to survival. Then, with blatant audacity, those individuals brandished their firearms, gesturing menacingly. My grandfather distinctly noticed the yellow brocade peeking from their cuffs, a fabric reserved solely for the palace guards. In that instant, he comprehended their origins. The group shouted as they pried open wooden boxes, revealing a dazzling array of heavy silver ingots and golden nuggets. As they scrambled for the treasure, chaos erupted, and gunfire ensued. Terrified, my grandfather leaped from the boat into the river. Later, he heard several gunshots echoing across the water. Upon resurfacing, he discovered that the assailants had vanished, leaving the large wooden crates on the boat wide open and utterly empty. It seemed they had made off with the gold and silver. Is this true? Pang Wei chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Chen Zhi and old Jindo, as if to provoke old Yudo into a reaction. Such tales from the past are impossible to verify, for who can serve as a witness, right? Yet, I am aware that some elders prefer to embellish their stories, weaving grandiose accounts of their past exploits for the amusement of their grandchildren. We may listen to such accounts, but we must not take them to heart. Why do you never believe me? Old Yudo retorted. I speak no falsehood. He was clearly a man of robust demeanor, and having perhaps indulged in drink that evening, he was stirred by Fat Wei's taunts. He produced from his breast a gold pendant that shimmered brilliantly in the moonlight. Leaning forward, he presented the pendant to Chen Zhi and the others. "Behold this golden nugget. This is what my grandfather found aboard the ship all those years ago. It has been passed down to me through 3 generations and is not meant for the eyes of outsiders. But examine it closely. Does it not bear the hallmarks of the palace? The craftsmanship of this exterior is unmatched by any common artisan. Could my grandfather have fabricated such a tale?" Chen Zhi, illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinized the golden nugget, which was shaped like a winter melon and roughly the size of a broad bean. Such gold was typically crafted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, designed for the royal officials' salaries, such as those disbursed by the 6 gates. If this gold were indeed to be found here, it would confirm that imperial officers had once garrisoned the area, belonging to a secretive royal department. Turning the nugget over in the bright moonlight, Chen Zhi discerned a minuscule steel seal on its underside. The inscription was too small to decipher at first glance, prompting him to retrieve a magnifying glass from his pouch. Through the lens, the words became clear. Kinianjian. Chapter 197. The Astronomical Bureau. The Astronomical Bureau has historically been one of the most enigmatic departments within the Chinese imperial court. Primarily tasked with observing celestial phenomena, calculating seasonal changes, and formulating calendars. Throughout history, this institution has been home to many exceptional talents. The most renowned being Liu Bowen of the Ming Dynasty, who possessed profound knowledge of classical texts, an understanding of astronomy, and expertise in military strategy, enabling him to decipher celestial mysteries and assist the emperor in governing the realm. By the time of the Qing Dynasty, however, the principal officials of the Astronomical Bureau were predominantly foreign missionaries. In the 18th year of the Daoguang reign, the last official of the Astronomical Bureau, Bishop Bai Shuyuan, a Russian Orthodox missionary, unexpectedly passed away in the Southern Hall. Consequently, this most mysterious department of ancient Chinese history gradually faded from public consciousness. Presently, in the capital, the sites displaying intricate astronomical instruments may be dismissed by some as deceitful, yet these instruments are indeed genuine relics, once employed to measure celestial events, though the methods of measurement have largely been lost to time. According to various historical records and unofficial accounts, the Astronomical Bureau was of great significance. It housed ancient secrets and sacred texts that had been passed down through generations. Each new emperor, regardless of the fate of the previous dynasty, had to preserve the Astronomical Bureau, for it safeguarded ancient secrets crucial for maintaining their throne. "Fatty, you are the expert in this matter. Do you think this is authentic?" Chen Zhi inquired, handing the large gold nugget to Fat Wei. Upon receiving the nugget, Fat Wei immediately weighed it in his hand and examined its surface patina. "This piece is quite old. It is indeed pure, ancient gold. The mold used for casting is uniform, and the stamp is precise. This is undoubtedly genuine imperial gold. I have seen similar large gold nuggets produced by the Imperial Household Department during my time in Luoqi, primarily used for imperial salaries and allowances, typically bearing the department's stamp. However, this is the first time I have encountered a gold nugget originating from the Astronomical Bureau." After speaking, Fat Wei scrutinized the nugget under the moonlight, running his fingers over the exquisite stamp. At that moment, Old Yu began to comprehend, realizing he had fallen for Fat Wei's bait, and hurriedly retrieved his pendant, stuffing it back into his chest pocket. "Let us not dwell on this. These matters are not meant for your ears. Now that we are on the river, you should hasten to admire the great Buddha. Once you've finished, we can return swiftly. But let me warn you in advance. Keep your voices down and refrain from taking photographs. If we attract the attention of those mountain folk, I won't hesitate to leap into the river and leave you here. Hey, you old man, what are you so afraid of? This is a society governed by law. Who would dare to harm you?" Fat Wei quipped, leaning in with a playful grin to catch another glimpse of the gold pendant, only to be met with a fierce glare from Old Yu. At this moment, Chen Zhi stood on the deck of the boat, gazing ahead at the great stone Buddha, which was gradually merging with the night. In the vast darkness of the night, the immense stone Buddha stood silently, devoid of the lively scenes that had characterized the day. Its colossal form exuded a profound sense of weight, as though all of existence was pressed beneath its grandeur. This statue was indeed gargantuan. The enormous head, illuminated by the faint moonlight, appeared solemn and dignified, its visage imbued with a sacred serenity. The majestic stone body, bathed in lunar glow, revealed the scars of tempestuous weather over the ages. The Buddha's previously serene smile now seemed inexplicably menacing, invoking a sense of dread. At the cliffs flanking the colossal figure, Chen Zhi sensed a complex field of energy, trapped within for reasons unknown, akin to restless spirits lingering even after a millennium. He felt compelled to ascend and investigate. Turning to Lao Jindo, he whispered, "We still need this boatman's assistance. Have him bring the small vessel closer to shore. Please, find a way to negotiate with him." Hesitating for a moment, Lao Jindo clenched his teeth and steeled himself to approach Old Fish Head. The latter was entangled in a struggle with Fat Wei, gripping a golden pendant tightly to prevent any contact. Lao Jindo approached. "Old friend, let us discuss a business proposition." He patted Old Fish Head on the shoulder and pulled him aside. "You are the veteran here on the river. We could use your help." Leaning closer, Lao Jindo whispered his intentions of reaching the shore. "Oh no, that won't do." Old Fish Head's eyes widened in alarm. "Didn't we agree to merely observe from the water? Getting too close to the shore is out of the question. Don't be hasty. I'm merely proposing an idea. Money can be arranged," Lao Jindo said with a broad smile. "No, absolutely not. No amount of money will change my mind." Old Fish Head resolutely declined, yet his demeanor shifted upon noticing Lao Jindo produce a thick stack of renminbi. As Old Fish Head's eyes lit up at the sight of the red notes, Lao Jindo continued, "What do you say, my friend? Here's 10,000. Merely a deposit. Accept it." He pressed the money into Old Fish Head's pocket, adding, "Once we are safely ashore, I shall give you another 20,000. This should sustain your boat for half a year. We will merely take a brief stroll and return quietly. There will be no trouble." The allure of the currency was irresistible. Old Fish Head's resolve faltered as he gaped at the substantial sum. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, acquiescing to Lao Jindo's request. The small boat began its quiet journey toward the opposite shore, the river devoid of any other vessels. All illumination came from the far bank, while on the Buddha's side, only a flickering bulb provided light, leaving everything else shrouded in darkness. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei skillfully leapt ashore, with Jiying following closely behind. Chen Zhi instructed Lao Jindo to remain on the boat, accompanying Lao Yudo, to prevent the old man from suddenly abandoning them. Once the small boat reached the bank, it concealed itself in the shadows. Lao Yudo exhibited evident trepidation, incessantly murmuring for them to return at once, cautioning against encounters with the mountain dwellers, lest they face dire consequences. Ignoring his ramblings, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei swiftly vanished into the darkness. Despite it being the middle of the night in the deep mountains during this summer season, the heat was palpable. Yet, inexplicably, as Chen Zhi approached the foot of the great Buddha, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura of malice that raised the hairs on his neck. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, remnants of ancient energies still lingered in the air. Chen Zhi sensed a tumultuous anguish intermingling with the earth itself, as if a cataclysmic massacre had once transpired in this very place. Chapter 198. The massacre of a millennium ago. The purpose of Chen Zhi's expedition was the small prisons nestled within the cliffs flanking the great Buddha. Under the cover of night, with no one in sight, the cloud ladders suspended on the cliffs loomed eerily, twisting upwards like serpentine clouds, adding to the air of mystery. Utilizing the cloak of night, the three of them swiftly approached the cloud ladder, their movements remarkably agile. In mere moments, they ascended the ladder, extending their legs as they hurriedly climbed upward. They employed subtle force to muffle their steps, but the iron structure of the ladder inevitably creaked underfoot, resulting in faint sounds that Chen Zhi and Pang Wei could not fully suppress, aside from Jiying. With a series of creaking noises accompanying their ascent, they swiftly made their way up the mountain, once again arriving at the crevice of the cliff where the small prisons lay, visible during the day. The dampness of the night rendered the stones treacherously slippery, demanding utmost caution from Chen Zhi and his companions as they carefully maneuvered from the ladder into the gap, gripping the crevices of the cliff. With a leap, they landed before the small prisons. This experience differed significantly from their daytime encounter. At night, the energy here was at its most potent. Upon closer proximity to the prisons, Chen Zhi discerned that although the bars were composed of ordinary wrought iron, they were coated with a low-grade control stone, a substance lethal to divine beings. The moment their wounds made contact with these control stones, they would be overwhelmed with excruciating pain. If the accounts were to be believed, the demigod offspring, if skinned alive and then exposed to these stones, would endure a torment akin to being engulfed in flames, an agony beyond imagination. As Chen Zhi reached out to touch the iron bars, He was immediately repelled by the vengeful energy emanating from within the small prison. Chen Zhi hesitated, feeling the remnants of what had once been confined within. Perhaps, at that time, they had clutched the bars with both hands, howling in madness, pouring their boundless grief into the very soil as they endured savage tortures. Even after countless millennia, their sorrow remained imprinted in this earth. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi silently recited an incantation, releasing a torrent of energy to form a small shield resembling a glove around his arm. He then slowly extended his hand beyond the prison bars, delving deep into the soil. The instant his fingers made contact with the earth, a powerful obsession surged up through his fingertips. It was an overwhelming sorrow intertwined with profound hatred. Chen Zhi could distinctly sense that the origin of this obsession was not human. Its logic and thought processes were entirely primal, barbaric, and mercilessly bloodthirsty. It had gone mad in immense agony, harboring hatred for all existence, cursing every living being in the world, even loathing its own mother. To decipher this potent obsession, Chen Zhi closed his eyes and began to chant the heart entry incantation. As the energy from the incantation penetrated the obsession, an ancient image unfurled before his eyes like a weathered scroll. The scene was drenched in blood, shocking even someone as seasoned as Chen Zhi at the depths of his soul. It was a stormy night when a group of ancient warriors escorted beings resembling humans to this very place. These creatures bore human-like features, mostly clad in human garments. Some female beings adorned with hairstyles and jewelry, yet all were imprisoned in cages, howling like wild beasts and baring their sharp teeth. Their hands were pierced by control spikes, oozing blood as they struggled desperately, wailing in vain, unable to escape the grip of their confinement. Ultimately, they were forcibly crammed into these small prisons, one by one flayed alive, their corpses hanging from the iron bars, blood spilling from the cages, cascading down the stone walls, staining the great Buddha's body crimson. The vivid red blood seeped throughout the mountains, eventually converging into the river, resembling the great Buddha weeping tears of blood, tainting the waters. Amidst this gruesome spectacle, a figure clad in white consistently appeared before Chen Zhi. Clearly, this individual was the orchestrator of the massacre. Clad in white robes with a long beard and hair cascading over his shoulders, he commanded the warriors, ruthlessly slaughtering these divine beings and discarding their peeled skins into the river. Throughout the entire ordeal, the man in white remained composed, unperturbed by the heart-wrenching cries, standing firmly with his back to Chen Zhi, never once turning to face him. However, Chen Zhi was able to discern the figure before him with remarkable clarity. It was indeed the silhouette of the white-clad individual he had encountered in the corporeal Buddha's memories, the one who had counseled Genghis Khan to issue the decree to spare lives. Chuji, Chen Zhi murmured softly as he gazed at the figure. Yet, just as his voice escaped, the white-clad figure seemed to respond to his call. Slowly turning its head, the figure's white hair billowed, deep wrinkles etched around its eyes, and Chen Zhi could almost feel the chilling, merciless gaze directed at him. Just as he was on the verge of seeing the white-clad figure's face, a hurried shout pierced the air. "Patriarch, be careful." The vision before Chen Zhi dissipated like mist, as he was forcefully thrust aside by Ji Ying. Simultaneously, an arrow struck the very ground he had just touched. Damn it! Who was that? Pang Wei, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, quickly sprang to his feet, drawing a dagger from his pant leg. Chen Zhi also stood up and looked ahead. Before him, atop another sheer cliff, stood a dozen figures clad in blood-red garments, their color resembling blood under the moonlight. This group held archaic bows, their features indistinct in the darkness. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon Suqing Mountain and disturb the great Buddha's repose? A cold, authoritative voice resonated from across the chasm. Are they from the mountain? Chen Zhi pondered silently. Chapter 199. The inhabitants of the summit. After Ji Ying helped Chen Zhi to his feet, she swiftly darted forward, her silver threads already glinting from her sleeves. Chen Zhi coughed lightly behind her, signaling her to retreat, then waved his hand toward the figures on the cliff, stating, "This is a misunderstanding. We are merely visitors here, drawn by the beauty of the night, wishing to explore the mountain." Huh? Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could that possibly be? Do you think we believe you are here as mere tourists at this hour? Are you not aware of the rules of this mountain? No one is allowed to enter at night. A crisp female voice retorted from the opposing side. Following her words, a young girl emerged from the group, her movements agile and indicative of a life spent navigating cliffs. She leaped forward, nimbly bounding from the cliff to the ladder, then circled around before finally approaching Chen Zhi, who would come here in the dead of night. You are clearly thieves. Are you planning to chip off a piece of the great Buddha to sell for profit? Chen Zhi scrutinized the girl closely. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a bobbed haircut and donned in vivid red attire that made her resemble a blooming rose. Her eyes sparkled, and with a slender neck, she pouted, an elegantly crafted longbow slung across her back, exuding an air of spirited confidence. Goodness, am I seeing an ice archer? Pang Wei, upon spotting the youthful girl, immediately shed his earlier tension and stepped forward with a playful grin. Hey there, miss. No need to speak so harshly. Don't just label us as thieves. We have come here for tourism, specifically to behold the Grand Buddha of Shuqing Mountain. The throngs of people during the day nearly overwhelmed me. Fortunately, the moon tonight is splendid, prompting us to venture forth and discern the appearance of this great Buddha. Really? A girl, with a neck arched in curiosity, approached them, her lively eyes darting back and forth as she scrutinized Chen Zhi and Jiying, ultimately fixing her gaze on Pang Wei. Huh, just by looking at you, it's evident you are no good. You have the face of a grave robber. Be off with you. Otherwise, my uncles and aunts behind me will not be so courteous. After her bold declaration, she waved her hand behind her, revealing several men clad in red attire who began to shout boisterously, their voices robust and seemingly intent on approaching. Hey, I'm not addressing you personally, but how do you, young lady, possess such remarkable insight into faces? Why do I bear the visage of a grave digger? Pang Wei, struck at his vulnerable spot, instantly flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Zhi stepped forward, offering a gentle smile before inquiring, May I ask, young lady, your esteemed surname? It's of no consequence whether it's esteemed or not. I shan't disclose it. The girl rolled her eyes dramatically and continued, You ought to leave quickly. I warn you, my uncles and aunts have quite the temper, and should they catch you, you will certainly receive a thorough beating. I am indeed a visitor to this mountain, Chen Zhi responded with a smile. We have come to explore Shuqing Mountain. Might I inquire which path we should take to access the back mountain? Are you unable to afford the fare, or what? The girl burst into laughter at Chen Zhi's words. What difficulty is there in ascending the mountain? There are numerous travel agencies below, any of which can guide you up the mountain. Tourists flock here daily. The mountain is teeming with guides. Why do you even need to ask me? I refer to the summit. Chen Zhi pointed upward, his expression remaining amiable. I have heard that there exists a private area there, generally inaccessible to outsiders. Humph. The girl responded with another laugh. Have you been misled by those down the mountain? Did they tell you we are simply mountain folk? That we reside in grand mansions and are descendants of ancient officials? They even speak of a mysterious, vanished retirement home atop the mountain, claiming it harbors treasures and beautiful maidens, and that many wealthy figures have been lured there. Oh, we have indeed heard some rumors, Chen Zhi admitted, surprised by the girl's forthrightness, nodding slightly. Alas, you city folk are so easily deceived. The girl chuckled. Those tales are mere fabrications spun by the people below to amuse you. As tourism has surged in recent years, they believe the grandeur of the Buddha has become tiresome. So they concoct these stories to draw people in. Ultimately, they wish for you to stay in those farmhouses up the mountain, where the food is exorbitantly priced, and a night's stay exceeds that of city hotels, all reliant on these deceptive tales to attract visitors. What mysterious vanishing nursing home could there possibly be? My home is perched atop the mountain, and that so-called nursing home is merely a dilapidated structure built long ago, resembling an ancient temple, which was later struck by lightning and reduced to ruins. If you truly wish to see it, come find me in the village tomorrow. I won't charge you as a guide. Just provide a little money for tea and meals. Really? Upon hearing this, Pang Wei's eyes widened as he stared at the girl. I say, miss, you must keep your word. We will indeed seek you out tomorrow. Also, you should leave a way to contact you. Otherwise, in this desolate mountain, I might end up shouting for you all day. What desolate mountain are you talking about? There's no such thing anymore. Every inch has been excavated by you city dwellers. The girl seemed quite displeased with Pang Wei, giving him a fierce glare before turning back to Chen Zhi. You can simply come up to the mountaintop tomorrow. My village is right there. My name is Ingzi, and I will take you to see the ruins. We shall see if there is any treasure to be found. Will they agree? Chen Zhi tentatively pointed towards the people on the cliff across, looking at Ingzi. What is there to disagree about? Ingzi found Chen Zhi's words amusing. Do you really think my uncles and aunts are fearsome mountain folk? Let me tell you, those are just tales concocted by the folks down the mountain. They are the ones who are crafty, always trying to shortchange us when we descend to collect fish and rice. They fabricate stories about us to frighten tourists, so they can pocket all the travel money themselves. It's absurd. Why should they profit while we cannot? Very well, it's settled then. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. Tomorrow, we shall seek you at the mountaintop. Chapter 200. The Inhabitants of the Mountain Summit. Part 2. Ingzi, why are you still chattering with them? At that moment, the individuals clad in red garments shouted from behind. Their voices were booming and assertive. Even standing on the edge of the cliff, Chen Zhi could sense their growing hostility and vigilance. You all should leave. We want to find you today. Upon hearing this, Ingzi turned and waved at the people behind her, then softly said to Chen Zhi, if you truly wish to visit the mountain, come find me in the village tomorrow. Don't linger here at night. Most of the villagers are patrol members of the mountain. We receive government funds each year to protect the cultural relics here. If you stay too long, we might face repercussions. Fat Wei hesitated, still somewhat incredulous, and couldn't he help but ask, Miss, if we go to the mountaintop tomorrow, will you really let us in? Please don't leave us out in the cold. Rest assured, we are not like you city folks, who often fail to keep your promises. Ingzi laughed. Just bring more money tomorrow. The rice and flour on the mountain are expensive, and we have to purchase them as well. We cannot host you for free. All right then. Thank you. Fat Wei respectfully clasped his hands toward Ingzi, who offered no further words. With a graceful leap, she ascended the ladder, swiftly returning to the group clad in red garments. It seemed she conveyed some information to them, likely reporting the situation here. As anticipated, those figures did not approach again, yet they remained on the opposite side, seemingly urging Chen Zhi and his companions to depart. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, Chen Zhi promptly instructed everyone to descend the ladder. The small boat rested at the riverbank, and Old Yu, already spooked by the voices emanating from the mountain, was utterly terrified. Had it not been for Old Jindo's firm grip, Old Yu would have surely leapt into the river in a panic. Once Chen Zhi and the others boarded the vessel, Old Yu hastily began rowing, propelling the boat into the water. You young rascals are quite stubborn, he remarked, steering the boat to the center of the river while nervously glancing back at the imposing dark figure, as if anticipating an imminent threat. I warned you repeatedly not to provoke those mountain dwellers. Why did you dare to speak with them? You are fortunate to have returned alive. Come on, old man. Just give it a rest. Fat Wei retorted dismissively. Those people on the mountain are not as you described them. You painted them as fearsome, like monstrous demons. Yet in reality, they are reasonable folks, just ordinary people. They are not frightening at all. We intend to seek them out again tomorrow. What? You plan to seek them out again? Old Yu exclaimed, nearly dropping the oar into the river in his alarm. You mustn't go. What if you lose your lives? Those individuals are not to be trifled with. I even suspect they are man-eating fiends. What fiends? Your fiends look quite appealing, I must say. They are merely adorable little girls. I believe you, old codger, are deliberately concocting this tale to milk us for more money before we cross the river. Fat Wei was now thoroughly convinced that Old Yu was trying to swindle them, insisting to Old Jindo that they need not pay the exorbitant fee of 20,000 when they returned. I did not deceive you, Old Yu protested, his urgency causing his beard to bristle. Those mountain people are truly not to be trifled with. Whether you give me money or not is inconsequential. But please do not venture forth into danger. Sir, could you provide a concrete instance of why those people on the mountain are so fearsome? Chen Zhi inquired calmly from the boat. This is not mere hearsay. Have you witnessed any atrocious acts committed by them? Old Yu pondered for a moment, hesitating before replying. In terms of actual encounters, I have not had one, but I did witness something significant. At this, he scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, then lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. It was about 20 years ago. I was quite robust back then. Our village experienced a peculiar incident. In that village, there once lived a young girl who, for reasons unknown, became entangled with a lad from the mountains. Subsequently, she eloped with him, ascending the mountain, and her fate remained uncertain. Naturally, her family was incensed, and, accompanied by relatives and friends bearing lanterns and torches, they set out to search for her. As the village chief, I felt compelled to join their quest. We encircled the village atop the mountain and commenced our shouts and accusations at the entrance, demanding an explanation for the abduction of our girl. We insisted that if she were alive, we must see her. If she were deceased, we demanded to see her remains. To our astonishment, after a prolonged outcry, not a soul emerged from the village. Eventually, the girl herself stumbled out, weeping. When questioned, she lamented that her in-laws had cast her out, deeming her a source of trouble, and she claimed that her husband was doomed. At that time, during the early days of reform and opening up, the nation was emphasizing the rule of law. We presumed the girl was merely speaking out of embarrassment. And without further thought, we escorted her down the mountain, planning to confront her in-laws at dawn. Yet, come morning, a young man's corpse drifted down the river, resting upon a bamboo raft, accompanied by all the belongings she had left behind on the mountain. It was as she had foretold. Those mountain dwellers were capable of committing heinous acts even against their own flesh and blood. One might speculate that the young man had ventured down to seek her, only to meet with unforeseen calamity, which did not necessarily implicate his kin in her demise. Chen Zhi remarked. "Ah, I haven't finished yet." Old Yu interjected, his expression transforming to one of sheer horror. Shortly after this incident, the entire family of that girl perished one fateful night, having succumbed to rat poison, their bodies foaming at the mouth, appearing to have taken their own lives. However, we understood the truth. They had offended the mountain folk, who avenged themselves by exterminating the entire household. Henceforth, we harbored a deep-seated fear of those from the mountains, believing them to be formidable adversaries, and vowed never to venture to the summit, correct? Chen Zhi pressed further. Indeed, Old Yu affirmed as he maneuvered the boat to the shore. Children, heed my words. You must remember this. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security just because the valley has transformed. The mountaintop remains their domain. Over the years, there has been no word of the mountain folk inviting outsiders to their village. Do not be deceived by their enticements. Should you find yourselves lured to the summit, your very lives may be forfeit there. Chapter 201. Ascending the summit. Thus, Old Yu droned on until he finally reached the shore. After dispatching him, Chen Zhi and his companions slipped back to their lodging under the cover of night. It was now well past 2 in the morning, and the entire inn was shrouded in darkness. Ding Ning, having spent the day in a frenzy, was already fast asleep in her room, while Mina awaited Chen Zhi and the others in the courtyard. "Chen, how did it go? Any discoveries?" Upon the return of Chen Zhi, Mina's joy was palpable, and in a hushed tone, she inquired about their findings. Today's discoveries were indeed significant. It appeared they had located the desired place. Chen Zhi smiled at Mina, suggesting that she accompany them to the mountain the following day. If all went smoothly, she might soon reunite with her cherished pupil, as it was the dead of night. Excessive noise could disturb the other guests, prompting everyone to disperse and rest for approximately 3 to 4 hours. The next morning, Lao Jindo arrived to knock on the door, informing Chen Zhi that the weapons had been successfully delivered, accompanied by a dozen capable associates. As the weapons were brought into the inn, Chen Zhi tactfully found an excuse to send Ding Ning outside, subsequently organizing the arms and equipment with Pang Wei in their quarters. Due to the densely populated nature of their operational locale, they were not equipped with submachine guns. However, each individual was armed with at least 2 handguns loaded with tranquilizer rounds. Knives and other gear were secured in sheaths strapped to their backs. Once everything was meticulously arranged, they each hefted their satchels, preparing for departure. Initially, it was not their intention to include Ding Ning in the expedition, as unforeseen events on the mountain could jeopardize his safety, and having a child on such a mission could be cumbersome. However, after careful consideration, Chen Zhi ultimately decided to bring Ding Ning along, recognizing the mountain's insatiable nature. Without Ding Ning, the entrance might not yield its secrets. Unbeknownst to Ding Ning, he was simply aware that after visiting the Great Buddha yesterday, they would embark on the ascent of Shuqing Mountain today. Having thoroughly prepared, he had heard tales of the mountain's breathtaking vistas and the charming countryside inns, renowned for their authentic local delicacies and entertaining acrobatic performances. After deliberating the route and other arrangements, Lao Jindo sought out the old fisherman from the previous day, escorting Chen Zhi and his companions to the shoreline. Throughout the journey, the old fisherman incessantly advised against their ascent, but his words fell on deaf ears, as the group had grown weary of his warnings. Once the boat reached the shore, they circumvented the Great Buddha and took an alternative path leading to the back mountains. The throng of travelers was overwhelming, with various tour groups merging into a dense crowd that filled the mountain. From a distance, one could see a sea of heads bobbing among the trees, the vibrant hats of tourists outnumbering the wildflowers. The guide, wielding a megaphone, shouted hoarsely, recounting local legends. while the crush of people made it impossible to discern which guide belonged to which group. Chen Zhi and his companions maintained a low profile, quietly following the larger group on their ascent. Upon reaching the mountain's midsection, they encountered numerous rural inns, with many proprietors eagerly welcoming guests at the entrances. It was evident that the guides had procured considerable commissions from these innkeepers, diligently leading their tour groups into their establishments. Chen Zhi cast a glance at the rural houses, which were indeed adorned with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, creating a delightful ambience. However, the price list displayed at the entrance was quite shocking. Chen Zhi's team halted at this point. They chose not to follow the other tourists, but instead veered away from the farmhouses and headed directly up the mountain. A subtle path meandered into the depths of the mountain, clearly indicating the ascent. "Let us go," Chen Zhi whispered after surveying the surroundings. Instantly, the entire team quickened their pace, swiftly making their way up the trail. Ding Ning, however, felt a wave of disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to explore the farmhouses, only to realize that Chen Zhi and the others were headed in a different direction, his small face displaying discontent. "Brother Xiaozhi, why aren't we going the same way as the others?" Ding Ning huffed, struggling to keep up with the team's increased speed. "Oh, what do those folks know?" Pang Wei immediately wrapped an arm around Ding Ning's shoulders and leaned in close, whispering, "Kid, let me tell you, those country bumpkins have been duped by the tour guides. The real treasure lies at the mountain's peak, where not only is the food delectable, but there are also beautiful young ladies." "Really?" Ding Ning's face lit up with anticipation at these words. "Absolutely. Your big brother Wei would never deceive you. Come on, let us go," Pang Wei coaxed, pulling Ding Ning up the mountain. As they traversed the narrow path, the surroundings began to transform significantly. The hustle and bustle of people diminished, and an enveloping silence prevailed. Eventually, the once winding and rugged trail had become a straight path leading upward, and it seemed that at some point, all traces of humanity had vanished. Suqing Mountain was indeed an intriguing locale. Despite its modest height, a stark contrast existed between the mountain's summit and its base. The trees atop the mountain were dense and flourishing, their sturdy trunks and closely knit branches obscuring the outside world entirely. After a considerable journey along this path, Chen Zhi and his companions finally reached the mountain's peak. In the distance, they spotted a village nestled beneath the side of the peak. "Here we are," Chen Zhi declared upon seeing the village, pausing to secure a circle of air around Lao Jindo's wrist. He leaned closer to Lao Jindo's ear and spoke in a lowered tone. "Uncle Jin, remember this place. If we encounter danger later, do not concern yourself with others. Just make sure you understand." Lao Jindo regarded Chen Zhi with a solemn nod. Chen Zhi then raised his binoculars to survey the village ahead. It was a sizable compound, with each household enclosed by tall courtyard walls. A notable feature of the village was a fence made of wrought iron encircling its perimeter, a tall barrier seemingly designed to fend off outside threats. Chen Zhi scrutinized the iron fence, which appeared quite ancient, covered in rust yet adorned with a faint silver sheen, a sign of the precious stone known as Control Stone. Chapter 202. The village on the summit. After ensuring that the surroundings posed no unusual threat, Chen Zhi and his companions cautiously approached the village. From a distance, the settlement appeared eerily desolate, devoid of any palpable aura, akin to a forsaken hamlet, starkly contrasting with the bustling tourist destination nearby. Just as they were about to emerge from the forest, an arrow suddenly descended from the trees, embedding itself deeply into the earth at their feet. "Did you truly come?" A voice chimed with a playful lilt, accompanied by a peal of laughter. From ahead, a vibrant figure, cloaked in crimson, flitted through the branches. And Ingzi gracefully descended from the tree, landing directly before Chen Zhi. She retained the same attire from the previous day, a bow slung across her back, her bright eyes sparkling, and her petite lips set in a slight pout. She embodied the quintessential girl raised in the mountains, her face free of any artifice. Dressed in a vivid red garment woven from coarse fabric, with a silver necklace adorning her fair neck. "Miss, we truly have come. As we agreed yesterday, please do not leave us outside," Pang Wei exclaimed, his interest in young girls evident as he approached Ingzi with a playful grin. Ingzi offered him a reluctant smile, then glanced at the newcomers, Ding Ning and Mina. Noticing Mina's striking golden hair, she could not help but exclaim, "Oh, there are foreigners too. How delightful. We have never had outsiders in our village before. Come with me. I have already brewed tea at home. And lunch will be ready shortly, certainly no less splendid than those inns down the mountain." With a charming smile, Ingzi waved enthusiastically at everyone, leading the way with a light-hearted skip. Wonderful, let us go? Ding Ning was the most excited, dashing ahead and bouncing joyfully in Ingzi's wake as they entered the village. Chen Zhi, however, remained still. He exchanged a glance with Ji Ying, conveying through lip movements. Did you hear that sound when she was in the tree? It was very faint, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ji Ying replied softly, her expression grave as she cast a complex look at Ingzi ahead. Be cautious. Chief, her weight is too light. Chen Zhi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and the group followed Ingzi into the village. Upon reaching the iron railings that bordered the outer wall, Ingzi effortlessly leapt inside, seemingly unperturbed by the metal barriers. Chen Zhi gently touched the iron bars, feeling their icy coldness. Indeed, the rusted railings were coated with a layer of control stone. Though the village appeared desolate from the outside, once inside, it revealed a scene brimming with life. The population may have been sparse, yet each face wore a smile. Chen Zhi recognized the men from the previous day, armed with bows, along with numerous women and children. Upon encountering Chen Zhi and his companions, the archer's demeanor had softened considerably compared to the previous day. Perhaps Ingzi had already engaged in conversation with them, as their attitude was now remarkably amicable. Throughout their journey, Ingzi conversed with them, revealing to Chen Zhi that she was an orphan from the village, having grown up on the kindness of various families, who had treated her with great warmth. As Chen Zhi's team entered Ingzi's ancestral home, women from neighboring households arrived, carrying chickens and ducks to prepare for cooking. Children from the village gathered outside, eagerly peering in at the newcomers, including a golden-haired girl named Mina. Through subsequent discussions, Chen Zhi gleaned insights into the village, known as Hongding Village, likely named for the villager's penchant for wearing red garments. A wildflower on the mountain produced a vibrant red dye, and the villagers crafted their own clothing, hand-spinning and dyeing the fabric. These mountain dwellers were indeed isolated from those living below. Due to their lack of interaction with outsiders, the government extended special privileges to them, allowing this elevated region to be entirely self-governed, free from external taxation or obligations to cooperate with national tourism plans. They were permitted to establish a patrol team, receiving annual stipends from the government. Consequently, the economy of Hongding Village had stagnated, preserving many aspects of its antiquated charm. How could I be mistaken? Ingzi remarked, serving tea to Chen Zhi and his companions from bowls as large as small basins. Those from the valley who label us as monsters are simply deceiving you. We, the inhabitants of the mountaintop, are no different from them. Indeed, I must say, the people here are far more attractive than those from the valley, Fat Wei interjected, grinning in a flattering manner. As Fat Wei engaged in conversation with Ingzi, Chen Zhi took the opportunity to explore the interior of her home. Ingzi's abode was a venerable stone house, distinct from the typical stone cottages found in the mountains. This structure was meticulously constructed, with the stones finely polished, resembling bricks, and featuring an intricate design reminiscent of Kyoto's architectural elegance. Based on its style, it was likely built before the Yuan dynasty, echoing the aesthetics of military barracks from the Song dynasty. Subtle stone niches adorned the windows and sills, which Chen Zhi recognized as remnants of ancient military engineering, akin to the Great Wall, allowing for the placement of firearms and small cannons to fend off attackers. The furnishings within Ingzi's home were simple, consisting of wooden cabinets with copper fittings, and the decor, including the tea table, was tastefully arranged. Notably, the bed was positioned against the wall, reflecting the traditional customs of the Manchu people, despite the home's location in Sichuan. Observing the amiable exchange between Fat Wei and Ingzi, Chen Zhi seized the opportunity to step into the yard outside. The courtyard teemed with people. Children dashed about energetically. Although the mountain dwellers were not particularly expressive, their smiles radiated warmth as they busily washed rice and prepared chickens for Chen Zhi and the others' lunch. Silently, Chen Zhi wandered to the back of the yard, where he noticed a disarray of various items strewn about. His attention was drawn to the pig pen, where numerous wooden stakes lay haphazardly on the ground, their forms so damaged that they were unrecognizable, covered in debris. Chen Zhi leaped into the pig pen and reached out to touch the stakes, discovering they were made from northern timber, marked with many regular indentations and remnants of handles that had long since fallen off. These stakes were evidently used by martial artists in military camps for practicing their skills. After taking in this scene, Chen Zhi turned his gaze back toward the men and women in the courtyard. The vivid red garments worn by people of all ages were striking, as if stained by blood. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and at that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the basement in Egypt. Hey, you from the city, why aren't you eating? What are you doing standing there? Just as Chen Zhi was examining the village's items in the backyard, a clear voice suddenly rang out behind him. Turning around, he discovered that Ingzi had approached without him noticing, a cheerful smile lighting up her face. Nothing much. Just taking a casual look. Chen Zhi replied with a light chuckle. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Ingzi's feet and inquired, "How come your footsteps are so light? I didn't hear you approach at all." Ingzi laughed in response, casting a playful gaze over Chen Zhi. "Is it my steps that are light? I think it's your steps that are too heavy." As she giggled, she took a couple of graceful steps forward and approached Chen Zhi with a lightness akin to the breeze. "Look at you all. Since climbing the mountain, the sound of your footsteps has been like that of horse hooves. Even the two girls walk heavily. You city folks are quite amusing." After finishing her words, Ingzi took Chen Zhi by the arm and led him toward the front courtyard. "Come on, let us go." They started serving food. "And you are the only one missing." Chen Zhi, hearing this, chose not to say much and silently followed Ingzi into the front courtyard. Upon arrival, he saw that the yard was already filled with villagers. They were accustomed to dining outdoors, and the rustic wooden tables were laden with an abundance of hearty farmhouse dishes, meats, vegetables, and rice wine, filling the air with tantalizing aromas that instantly awakened their appetites. The village children spun joyfully on the ground, and smiles of happiness adorned everyone's faces, creating a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. In the center of the yard, Pang Wei had already seated himself at the dining table with Ding Ning. Spotting Chen Zhi's arrival, Pang Wei immediately called out, "Hey, I was wondering where you went. We've been waiting for you to eat. With all this delicious food, you should be more enthusiastic. I'm starving. Come and sit down." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, he focused his gaze and discovered that Mina was also seated at the table, surrounded by villagers. Only Jiying stood alone at the doorway, her body angled, her icy eyes fixed on the gathering in the courtyard. After casually eating a bit, Chen Zhi sought an excuse to leave the table and strolled over to Jiying's side. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Do you sense anything amiss with these people?" "Something seems off," Jiying replied, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to them. "They appear to lack guile. Their expressions do not seem feigned. They have been congregating here without any particularly suspicious behavior. Yet, their footsteps are unusually light, suggesting their weight is significantly less than that of an average person." "Indeed." Chen Zhi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiying cast another glance at the villagers and continued, "However, assessing by sound alone is unreliable. To truly ascertain their nature, we require another method. It would be ideal if we could observe their footprints on soft ground. Then let us devise a plan to truly investigate," Chen Zhi declared, casting a meaningful glance at the rotund Wei at the table. Wei, a man of many schemes, immediately grasped Chen Zhi's intent despite his current indulgence in food and boasting. He feigned a sudden urge to relieve himself, rising from the table and discreetly following Chen Zhi outside. The two swiftly made their way to the kitchen, unnoticed amidst the din of excitement in the courtyard. Jiying stood at the doorway, vigilantly watching the movements of everyone inside. After a short while, Chen Zhi and Wei emerged from the kitchen, a bag of flour in hand, procured from Ingzi's backyard storage, tightly sealed to preserve its freshness. Chen Zhi signaled to Wei, who unsheathed a knife from his waist and sliced a small hole in the bag. Chen Zhi then took the bag and began to evenly sprinkle the flour across the courtyard. Their unusual actions quickly garnered the attention of the others in the courtyard, including Ingzi, who approached them, perplexed by their behavior and questioning what they were doing. Seeing the villagers gather, Wei seized the moment. Lifting the bag of flour and tossing its contents into the air, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the flour like snowflakes, blanketing the courtyard in a white layer. The villagers, who held food in high regard, were momentarily stunned by the sight. "What are you doing? Are you wasting food?" Ingzi was the first to approach, her brow furrowed as she confronted Wei and Chen Zhi. "Oh, it's nothing serious. This child insisted on seeing what mountain flour looked like, and we had no choice but to bring a bag, only for it to spill unexpectedly. We will compensate for it. We are at a loss." As the flimsy justification concocted by Pang Wei surprisingly failed to raise any suspicions among the villagers, they chattered amongst themselves for a moment before returning to their seats. In an attempt to bury the incident, Pang Wei symbolically kicked Ding Ning. "I certainly did not. Why should I be blamed for your inexplicable misdeeds? When did I ever say I wanted to see the flower?" Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Ding Ning immediately voiced his dissent. But Fat Wei hastily covered his mouth and chuckled at the villagers, saying, "I apologize, everyone, for the inconvenience. My little brother is not feeling well today and forgot to take his medication." Despite the blatant absurdity of the situation, the villagers remained oblivious, continuing their meal and laughter. Though reluctant, Ingzi eventually insisted that Fat Wei compensate for the flour, and thus the matter was put to rest. Meanwhile, the entire courtyard floor was blanketed in white flour, with the villagers' footprints imprinted all over, now scattered chaotically across the ground. Chen Zhi observed that the footprints were shallow, some even lacking discernible outlines, reminiscent of marks left by papier-mâché figures. Estimating based on standard human body weight ratios, he deduced that the internal organs, bones, and fat volumes of these individuals were akin to those of normal humans, yet their density was remarkably low, with weights only half that of an average person. At that moment, as Chen Zhi looked up at these seemingly unthinking individuals, they appeared to him as mere marionettes. Chapter 204, The Unknowing Replacements, Part 2. As clarity began to dawn upon the situation, Chen Zhi refrained from further commentary and quietly returned to the table, engaging in casual conversation with everyone, relishing this moment of tranquility. Ingzi was particularly intrigued by Chen Zhi and his companions from beyond the mountains, her curiosity about the outside world manifesting in a flurry of questions. Fat Wei delighted in chatting with the young girl, boasting about his prowess in the city, regaling her with numerous amusing anecdotes that elicited her delightful laughter. "Ingzi, does your village have an ancestral hall for worshipping ancestors?" Chen Zhi casually inquired while everyone was enjoying their meal. "Of course we do," Ingzi replied, setting down her chopsticks and gazing at Chen Zhi with her clear eyes. "Our Hongding village has a rich history passed down through many generations. Our ancestral hall houses many of our forebears. Would you like to visit? If you're interested, I can take you there after the meal." "Oh dear, we are mere outsiders. Would it be appropriate for us to visit your ancestral hall?" Fat Wei, surprised by Ingzi's enthusiastic agreement, winked at Chen Zhi before continuing, "Even if you consent, what about the other villagers? We certainly do not wish to be shot at like porcupines." "Not at all. Our ancestral hall is not a place of shame," Ingzi retorted, then turned to the other villagers at the table. "Uncles and brothers, don't you agree?" Yes. If you wish to see it, then go ahead. What is there to fear?" The villagers readily affirmed without a hint of hesitation. Upon finishing their meal, Ingzi spoke brightly. "I will take you to the ruins you wish to see, which are conveniently located next to the ancestral hall. We can visit them together shortly. After all, isn't that why you came here? I wonder what is so captivating about them. It's merely the remnants of a dilapidated temple. Do you know what deity was once worshipped there?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Not really," Ingzi replied, shaking her head as she served herself some dishes. "The elders in the village say that this temple was once dedicated to an ancient god. Then, one night, there was a sudden thunderclap, and the temple collapsed. It caused quite a stir at the time. Many people from the valley rushed up, shouting about a mysterious villa that had vanished, and many went missing. It's quite amusing, really. If there were truly a mysterious villa on this mountain, why would we endure suffering in this village?" After Ingzi spoke, the villagers erupted into laughter, their smiles radiating with a pure innocence, untouched by the harshness of the world. Observing their naive and sunny faces, a profound feeling enveloped Chen Zhi's heart. Sometimes, the world requires a semblance of falsehood. Lies can conceal many regrets. The truth, however, can be the most merciless of realities. If the villagers remained oblivious to the truth, perhaps they would continue to live in bliss, just as their ancestors did. Amidst the laughter, Chen Zhi and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Once they had finished, Ingzi joined the other village women in the backyard to wash the dishes. She instructed Chen Zhi and the others to sit for a while, promising to lead them to the ruins atop the mountain once the dishes were cleaned. The women in the courtyard chattered like sparrows, and Ingzi busily fetched water from the well, diligently cleansing the dishes. The glistening droplets splashed onto her fresh, short hair, rendering her quite adorable. Pang Wei leaned against the window, observing Ingzi's youthful figure with a hint of regret. "Oh dear, Orange, this girl is too pitiable. Living here without kin, surrounded by these paper figures, neither human nor ghost. Perhaps we should take her with us when we leave. Bring her back to the Fate Hall to help us make bracelets. How can you be so sure those people are paper figures?" Chen Zhi chuckled, glancing at Pang Wei. "Did you notice those footprints?" "Huh, footprints? I could tell at a glance they weren't normal people. Pang Wei scoffed dismissively. In this day and age, there are con artists everywhere, and fools have become exceedingly rare. Anyone who could be as foolish as the villagers here is certainly not human. They must be fake. Perhaps not just the people are artificial, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing at Ingzi. I suspect that everything in Hongding village has long since transformed into a scene from a painting over a century ago. As Chen Zhi and his companions engaged in conversation, Ingzi had already tidied up the dishes in the backyard and cheerfully walked in. Let us go while there is still light. The earlier we leave, the sooner we shall return. After speaking, Ingzi casually tucked her hair behind her ears at the mirror, appearing quite playful. She then took down the bow and arrows from the wall, waved her hand at Chen Zhi and the others, and exclaimed, "Let us go." Chen Zhi's team followed Ingzi as she ventured toward the rear of the village. The ruins were not far from this settlement. Upon entering the woods behind the village, they immediately encountered a vast clearing. The ground was devoid of any vegetation, not even a single blade of grass. And in the center of the clearing lay a substantial ruin. The area was littered with broken bricks and tiles, covered in moss and bird droppings. Yet it was still possible to discern the former grandeur of this structure amidst the crumbling walls. This was no ordinary building. It had been constructed according to professional architectural blueprints. Ancient Chinese vernacular architecture typically followed a similar pattern, with most residential homes adhering to a fixed layout. When a family desired to build a house, craftsmen would offer them standard designs to choose from, without any elaborate customization. Even government buildings exhibited uniformity. Yet there were exceptional structures that could be built from plans drawn by the Royal Construction Bureau, such as the Palace of Chess or the Summer Resort by Westlake. From the architectural style and materials of the edifice before them, it was evident that all the building materials were imported, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. Each stone brick bore traces of yellow official mortar, and among the rubble were numerous round roof tiles, all reminiscent of the imperial style of the Song dynasty. Come, let me take you to see the ancestral hall. Ingzi pointed ahead. Next to the ruins stood a modest temple, which must be the ancestral shrine she had mentioned. With a light-hearted demeanor, Ingzi swiftly made her way towards the temple, stepping inside with a single leap, followed closely by Chen Zhi and the others. The moment Chen Zhi entered the shrine, he felt it was time to conclude this charade. Chapter 205, The Unknowing Substitute, Part 3. The ancestral hall in Hongding village featured a spacious interior, divided into two layers. The offering table within the hall was adorned with incense burners and numerous spirit tablets. Chen Zhi observed that everything here was distinctly different from an ordinary shrine. All the spirit tablets and tables were characterized by sharp lines and uniformity, with the interior layout being square and orderly. Most importantly, all the names on the spirit tablets belonged to officials and commoners alike. Silently, Chen Zhi approached the offering table in the sacrificial hall and lifted one of the spirit tablets to examine it. Hey, Chen Zhi. The stout Wei behind him quickly hushed him, casting a furtive glance towards Ingzi. To casually handle the spirit tablets of someone's ancestors in front of their descendants was highly disrespectful. Wei feared that they would soon be pierced like a hedgehog by the villagers of Hongding. However, when Wei turned around, he noticed that Ingzi stood there, seemingly perplexed, observing Chen Zhi without voicing any objection to his actions. Thus, Chen Zhi meticulously examined all the spirit tablets on the table before turning to Ingzi. Ingzi, you mentioned that these individuals are the ancestors of your village. Do you know what they did? Upon hearing this, Ingzi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she gradually replied, "They must have been farmers like us. I have never seen these people. My parents passed away when I was very young, and it was the villagers who raised me. They told me that the shrine enshrines the ancestors of the village, and we come to pay respects during festivals. Beyond that, I am not well informed." Is that so? Chen Zhi observed Ingzi's clear eyes and chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned and walked around the long sacrificial table, heading straight to the back of the ancestral hall, which was hidden from view, a dilapidated area. The back hall was strewn with decaying wooden planks, beneath which lay many old drapes that appeared to have aged significantly. A gentle touch caused the drapes to disintegrate into dust. The wooden planks were all splintered. After searching for a while, Chen Zhi eventually unearthed some rusted weapons beneath the planks. These weapons were of Qing dynasty design, each bearing the steel seal of the Qing military, haphazardly scattered beneath the wood. It seemed there was something else concealed beneath the planks. Chen Zhi carelessly pushed aside the debris on top, revealing what appeared to be a deep hole. He reached into the crevice and felt a smooth, large wooden board. which bore several unevenly carved characters. As his fingers brushed against those characters, all speculations crystallized. Ingzi, do you not wish to know what the movies in the city are truly like? Allow me to narrate a story from a film to you. Chen Zhi stood up from the ground, slowly approached Ingzi, found a place to sit, and gazed into her eyes. What on earth are you trying to say? Why are you being so cryptic? Ingzi, sensing Chen Zhi's unusual demeanor, cast an anxious glance towards him and Pang Wei. Orange, don't, Pang Wei, having sensed Chen Zhi's intentions, quickly approached to quietly intervene. Did we not agree to keep certain things unsaid for now? We can tell her slowly once we take her back, allowing her time to process. But can we truly conceal the truth forever? Chen Zhi turned to Pang Wei, asserting, the most fundamental right of every living being is to know who they are. What are you all trying to communicate? Why does it sound so frightening? Ingzi was clearly alarmed by Chen Zhi's demeanor and turned to leave. They are not your uncles, and they can never provide you with the truth. Chen Zhi replied calmly. Yet, I can offer you the truth. The question is, do you wish to hear it? Ingzi's gaze flickered as she glanced between Chen Zhi and the others surrounding her. Aside from Pang Wei, there were also Mina and Jiying, while Ding Ning and Lao Jindo remained in the village. At this moment, Ingzi could distinctly sense that the individuals before her were not merely tourists. I am about to recount a foreign film, Chen Zhi declared, gazing steadily at Ingzi. In this cinematic narrative, numerous zombies populate the story, and the female protagonist perceives herself as an ordinary human, persistently battling against the undead. However, she ultimately discovers that she is merely a clone created by humanity, one among many, a mere puppet. I have never watched such foreign nonsense, Ingzi exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as they darted anxiously. What do you mean by all this? Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on Ingzi. Some individuals appear indistinguishable from humans, yet they are not human. Even throughout their lives, from birth to death, they remain unaware that they are mere puppets fashioned by others. Are you implying that I am a false being? Ingzi's eyes bore into Chen Zhi's, her emotions surging forth as they reddened, her forehead veins bulging, and her cheeks flushed with indignation. You deceiver, are you attempting to trick me? I have long heard that city dwellers are full of lies. If I were a false being, how could the uncles and aunts in the village treat me with such kindness? Who would feed a puppet with their own grain? It is not that they care for you. Rather, their controllers compel them to show you kindness, Chen Zhi asserted, his eyes resolute as he spoke softly. They possess no subjective consciousness. Everything they do is preordained by others. The village you call Hongding Village is not real at all. Every inhabitant, including yourself, is a puppet created by someone else. You are speaking nonsense, Ingzi shouted in fury, rising to face Chen Zhi and the others. You outsiders love to lie. Our Hongding village has stood atop this mountain for so many years, and our ancestors' ancestral hall remains here. The tablets bear the names of our forebears. How could they suddenly all be false? The figures on those tablets are not your ancestors, Chen Zhi replied firmly. They are officers stationed here to guard the mountains. And that village is not named Hongding Village. It was originally the Imperial Guard camp granted by the Qingtian Bureau. After finishing his statement, Chen Zhi returned to the pile of dilapidated wooden planks, pulling out a board from beneath the debris. It revealed a wooden plaque covered in dust. Yet the red paint still prominently displayed the words, Imperially Granted, Mountain Guard Military Camp. Chapter 206, The Unknowing Substitute, Part 4. You are speaking nonsense. Ingzi, on the brink of mental collapse, sank to the ground and burst into tears. Seeing this, Pang Wei hurried over to comfort her, continually soothing the frightened Ingzi. Chen Zhi stood up and waved his hand, prompting Mina and Jiying to begin searching throughout the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall had long been neglected, and apart from an ancient plaque, they discovered numerous artifacts from the late Qing dynasty on the surrounding tables. These items suggested that this place was once a military camp directly dispatched by the Qing court, reminiscent of a clandestine force, complete with imperial records and royal calligraphy. Alongside an array of Qing weaponry, Chen Zhi unearthed a substantial earthen pit beneath some broken wooden planks, which appeared to be unfathomably deep. Within, they unearthed numerous corpses of ancient Qing soldiers, stacked atop one another in alarming quantities. The moisture had long since evaporated, leaving them as desiccated remains, with some reduced to mere skeletons. Had Chen Zhi and his companions not arrived, these Qing corpses would have remained interred, forever denied the light of day. The sheer number of bodies was staggering. Mina, profoundly shaken by the sight before her, turned to Chen Zhi and inquired, Chen, The evidence here is so apparent. How could no one have discovered this for so many years? Even if the villagers of Hongding were indifferent, what of outsiders? Have we truly been the first to come here all these years? This mountaintop is not difficult to find. There's nothing astonishing about it, Chen Zhi replied, casting a glance at the densely packed remains. The location is indeed not hard to locate, but that does not imply that anyone can perceive it. What humanity perceives is limited to what the naked eye can see, yet what is visible often lacks completeness. Are you suggesting that this place was originally concealed? Mina asked, half comprehending, prompting Chen Zhi to elaborate. What else do you suppose? Chen Zhi raised his gaze to meet hers, smiling slightly. Do you think a mere terrifying legend could keep everyone at bay? The preservation of this site until now is not mere coincidence. Hongding Village serves merely as a facade. Outsiders can see the village, but not its interior. Our presence here is due to the manipulator who has permitted our entry. The manipulator? Mina glanced around, her voice tinged with unease. Are you implying that since we arrived at this mountaintop, we have been under constant surveillance? Precisely, Chen Zhi affirmed, nodding with a smile. This manipulator covets Ding Ning's sustenance, but they are no fool. They open the hidden barrier to let us in. Next, they will devise a means to lure us into their trap. While Chen Zhi conversed with Mina, Jiying discovered an extraordinary corpse within the deep pit. Though it had also become a desiccated body, it was evidently distinct from the others. Clad in deep blue satin, it bore a square embroidered patch on its chest. Chen Zhi quickly recognized it as the attire of a civil official from the Qing dynasty, characterized by a square patch known as abuji adorning the ceremonial robes of Qing officials. The insignia is further categorized into civil and military officials. The first-rank civil official is represented by a crane, the second rank by a golden pheasant, and the third rank by a peacock. The insignia on this official's robe is indeed that of a peacock, adorned with a necklace of red coral and agate, indicative of a third-rank civil official from the Qing dynasty. The body of this mummified corpse is grotesquely contorted, as if it had been slain in the throes of flight. Its face is so distorted that its features are unrecognizable, and the atrophied muscles convey a sense of terror and agony, suggesting a confrontation with a profound fear in life. Nonetheless, this official is hunched over, desperately clutching a box, a testament to his unwavering intent to protect it even in his final moments. Upon witnessing this, Chen Zhi swiftly drew the dagger concealed within his pant leg, silently uttering an incantation of offense, and approached to forcibly extract the box from the corpse's grasp. The moment the box was liberated, the mummified body crumbled into a heap, gradually transforming into ash. Chen Zhi then scrutinized the box, which was crafted from pure brass, its edges inlaid with gold and adorned with intricate carvings of turquoise and precious stones. The craftsmanship was exceedingly exquisite, yet the style was not that of the Manchus, but rather reminiscent of the period preceding the Song dynasty. The copper lock on the box had long since disintegrated. With a gentle pry, it fell away. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a small seal carved from white jade, inscribed with the words, Qin Tianjin Guardian, External Vice Minister. Chen Zhi retrieved the official seal and tapped the bottom of the box, producing a hollow sound, thereby confirming the presence of a false bottom. After removing the false bottom, he uncovered a hidden compartment containing a pure yellow satin pouch, sealed with wax. Gently unwrapping the yellow satin, he found within a scroll of white silk, meticulously rolled, resembling a white jade rod. Unfurling the scroll revealed several lines of elegantly styled ancient Qin characters, which read, "The Chong clan, descendants of ancient deities. Their divine title long forgotten, yet possessing extraordinary powers to manipulate the heavens and earth, causing chaos among mortals. The Emperor of Tang thus beseeched the celestial deities to entrap them beneath this mountain. Yet, they showed no remorse, clandestinely opening gold mines and using their divine might to deceive others, amassing wealth to communicate with foreign tribes, resulting in the Mongols ravaging the Central Plains, igniting the flames of war. They employed puppets to beguile the sovereign, their descendants infiltrating the realm, wreaking havoc upon life, their sins immeasurable. Now, I, acting upon heavenly decree, shall flay their descendants and display their remains above the great river, re-establishing order at the mountain's base. However, this divine lineage is cunning, adept at feigning innocence. We, the descendants of Huaxia, must guard against them through generations, as all royal dynasties bear this responsibility, lest the malevolence arise anew and bring ruin to Huaxia. Signed, Changchunzi, Qiu Chuji. What does this inscription mean? Mina inquired, utterly bewildered by the classical text, pointing at the characters on the satin. This is a missive from Qiu Chuji to posterity, Chen Zhi softly replied, his gaze fixed upon the white silk scroll. The essence of these words conveys that indeed, a descendant of an ancient deity is imprisoned within this mountain. Although their divine title has faded, their might remains formidable, requiring the formidable stone Buddha of the mountain to keep them subdued. However, it later commanded its descendants to seek vengeance, leading the Mongols into the realm, where they perpetrated a massacre against the Han people. Consequently, it was subdued once more and buried beneath the mountain, while its progeny were flayed and hung by the riverbank. Throughout the ages, irrespective of who ascended to the throne, they were obliged to guard this divine progeny. Should it escape, chaos would ensue. Yet, were not those tasked with its watch, the Qing soldiers, already deceased? At this, Mina widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chen Zhi. Indeed, Chen Zhi affirmed, turning to Mina. By the twilight of the Qing dynasty, this demigod had already escaped from the mountainside, annihilating the guardians of the mountain and replacing them with creations of its own design, propagating through generations and birthing the Red Roof Village. The villagers' crimson garments were not merely a vestige of tradition, but bore witness to the demigod's anguish, as it beheld its descendants flayed and hanging, bloodied by the river's edge, a testament to its hatred. Chapter 207. The visitor Chen Zhi gently rolled up the white brocade scroll, placing it once more into a yellow silk pouch and tucking it into his bosom. Upon turning, he observed Yingzi, who had been on the brink of despair. Now calmed by Pang Wei's gentle persuasion, her tears ceased. Though she could not fully grasp the entirety of Chen Zhi's words, she understood them to a considerable extent. Pang Wei prompted her to scrutinize her footprints against those of others, and upon noticing the distinct shallowness of her own, she finally conceded to Chen Zhi's assertions, realizing the grave issues that plagued her village, herself included. Yet, this reality was difficult to accept. Yingzi's worldview and beliefs, cultivated since childhood, crumbled before her. Stripped of her spiritual anchor, she appeared as though bereft of her very soul, gazing vacantly at her surroundings, rendered speechless. Chen, this matter is truly astounding, Mina remarked, observing Yingzi before her. A village birthed from art can exist so tangibly in this world, thriving and procreating for over a century without discovery. And what of the mountain patrols? Do you recall what the scroll stated? Chen Zhi replied, his tone measured. Each ruling power must shoulder this responsibility. We believe these matters concluded, but in the eyes of the authorities, they persist. Unbeknownst to them, since the late Qing era, this village tasked with guarding the malevolent deity has silently been supplanted. Those who have proliferated here are not the descendants of military officials, but rather beings born from art. It appears these creations are remarkably akin to humanity. Truly, a marvel, Mina exclaimed, her admiration palpable. They possess appearance, emotion, and even the capacity for reproduction, like us. Indeed, do not forget that a wife possesses the ability to bear children. Chen Zhi turned to Mina and remarked, the individuals depicted in these paintings are mere puppets to the manipulator behind them. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of their own emotions. Their thoughts and feelings tend to be rather simplistic, and they cannot contravene the primary consciousness of the manipulator. Much like the cells within the manipulator's own body, utilized and discarded at will. From what I currently comprehend, the hidden puppeteer appears to possess a unique ability, allowing them to instantaneously inhabit these puppets. The children born of puppets remain puppets. Yet, offspring conceived when the manipulator inhabits a puppet differ significantly. They are known as demigods. Mina, upon hearing this, found it somewhat difficult to accept. Are you suggesting that during a certain period, the entity we were with was, in fact, this very demigod? She inhabited the body of his wife and bore that child without any of us realizing it, correct? Precisely, Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile. Strictly speaking, this demigod, trapped beneath the mountain, is the true wife. Yet, this demigod's husband is far from ordinary. Enough of this banter about demigods and husbands. Let us focus on formulating our next steps, Pang Wei interjected, having helped Yingzi to her feet once more. Suddenly recalling Ding Ning, he added, oh, I must mention that old Jean and Ding Ning are still in the village. I have been quite concerned. Ding Ning can be rather foolish. We should return before he finds himself in trouble. We need not return. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Rest assured, Uncle Jean and Ding Ning are safe. What we must do now is locate the entrance to the Golden Cavern. Golden Cavern? What are you speaking of? Ingzi, having just regained her composure, wiped her tears and responded, I have lived here for many years. There is not a single inch of this place that I do not know. To be fair, no outsiders have visited. They merely speak of a supposed nursing home here, which holds some truth. However, to claim there exists a golden cavern here is utterly false. The golden cavern is indeed the nursing home. It has always existed in another realm, manifesting when needed and vanishing in times of peril. We simply cannot see the entrance. If we wish to enter, we must have the master open the door for us. Getting someone to open the door for us may prove challenging, Pang Wei chuckled, glancing at Chen Zhi. The real question is, where is the door? I shall go knock. Chen Zhi fell silent for a moment before turning to Ingzi. Ingzi, I require your assistance in this matter. Reflect carefully, having lived here for so long. Is there any place that has made you feel particularly uneasy? For instance, areas where the air seems to shift unexpectedly. Such locales could very well be the entrance to another dimension. No, truly not. Under Chen Zhi's persistent questioning, Ingzi began to feel a bit flustered. Since my childhood, I have witnessed one forest after another, followed by this ancestral hall and the ruins outside. There is nothing left. Otherwise, we could return to the village and inform my uncles and aunts, so we could discuss what to do. The puppet lacks independent consciousness. Returning would only invite danger. Chen Zhi spoke softly. However, if you can assist us in locating the entrance to the treasure trove, I may be able to aid you in return. Although I cannot grant you true life, I can facilitate a meeting with your creator. Perhaps then, you will discover the significance of your existence. Alas, Orange, cease speaking to the young lady in such a manner. Can she comprehend your lofty language? Pang Wei shot Chen Zhi a fierce glare before turning to Ingzi with a smile. Listen, Ingzi, do not overthink it. Just lead us to that place. And in the future, I will take you to the city, where there are countless delights awaiting you. You can indulge in whatever your heart desires. Moreover, what is wrong with being lighter? The women in the city spend lavishly on weight loss, yet cannot achieve your lightness. As a girl, isn't it normal to bear children? Rest assured, I shall take care of you in the future. After Pang Wei's words, his round, chubby face flushed, lost in his own thoughts. But, I truly do not know where the entrance is, Ingzi said, her anxiety rising. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. I recall a time in my childhood when I played with the village children among the ruins. They tricked me onto a broken wall, and then they all ran away. In my panic, I fell to the ground. I landed head first, fearing I would sustain a head injury, but the ground was surprisingly soft. When I looked down, I found the bricks had turned soft, like cotton, and there was an old woman's face smiling at me from the earth. Upon returning to the village, the locals claimed it was the spirit of the Earth Mother manifesting. Yet, since that day, whenever we ventured there, we never encountered the old woman's face again. Do you still remember where that broken wall is? Chen Zhi inquired. Yes, I remember. Ingzi nodded. Very well, Chen Zhi replied, glancing at Pang Wei beside him. Let us proceed. We shall knock on the door. Chapter 208. The Visitor, Part 2. The ruins outside remained unchanged. As they stepped upon the crumbling walls, they ventured into the heart of the desolation. Ingzi led them to a sturdy broken wall, which appeared to be part of a city gate. It was constructed of neatly arranged large stones, each exhibiting an ancient quality, adorned with distinct carvings of beasts at their corners. This is the place. Ingzi pointed at the broken wall. I fell from here. Pang Wei was the first to approach, leaning against the wall for a prolonged inspection, then reaching out to touch it. How exquisite. This is the Song Dynasty's clay brick, reserved for the affluent. Each piece is unique. Yet, is this truly the door? Shall I knock? Upon concluding his words, Pang Wei raised his hand, then turned to Chen Zhi with a playful smile, saying, We are but mere mortals without business cards. I suggest it would be best for you, esteemed clan leader Chen, to knock personally. It matters not who knocks on the door, but rather whether we possess something of interest to our host. After speaking, Chen Zhi drew a dagger, made a small incision on his palm, and approached the wall. Let us proceed. We shall behold the splendor of the legendary Den of Indulgence. The moment Chen Zhi's hand made contact with the broken wall, the previously radiant sky transformed abruptly into a shroud of mist and rain, enveloping the air in a dense fog that obscured all visibility, rendering direction indistinguishable. Before the ruins, the mist began to swirl, revealing a grand edifice in its depths. It was a magnificent structure infused with the essence of Han architecture. Its exterior walls constructed of massive stone blocks, reminiscent of the opulence favored by the nobility of the late Song dynasty, grandiose as a palace. Surrounding this grand residence was a wide Western-style avenue, where several luxurious vehicles were parked, exuding a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics. Flanking the road stood 2 rows of guards brandishing long halberds. These sentinels, devoid of martial vigor, were adorned in sumptuous, sheer garments, their faces heavily powdered. Resembling actors on a stage, standing perfectly still. What a marvel! Pang Wei exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of this spectacle. His eyes wide as he pointed toward the imposing mansion. How did such a grand house materialize out of nowhere? Could it be true that the master within the mountains has taken an interest in us? Indeed, Chen Zhi replied with a chuckle. We have brought forth that which they have long desired. He cast a discerning glance at the palace, adjusted the sheath of his sword on his back, and remarked, Since our esteemed host has graciously opened the door to welcome us, how could we possibly refuse? Let us venture forth and discover what the fabled den of indulgence truly holds. The group began to stride toward the magnificent mansion. As they traversed the wide avenue, Ji Ying remained closely by Chen Zhi's side, ensuring his safety, while Yingzi and Mina took up the rear of the procession. After advancing a short distance, the palace, though shrouded in mist from afar, appeared remarkably tangible as they approached. Indeed, it was an extraordinarily lavish Chinese courtyard, adorned with intricate beams and painted pillars, distinctly reflecting the ancient charm of the Song era. The main gate of the courtyard was forged from pure copper, with the surrounding door frames embellished with gold and jade. Each tile and eave meticulously crafted. This must be the den of indulgence. Pang Wei could not restrain himself from muttering, Goodness, they are indeed wealthy. I simply must chip off a piece of that tile before we depart. With that, Pang Wei stepped forward and knocked firmly on the door, the sound resonating loudly in the deep mountains. However, they stood at the entrance for an extended period, with not a whisper emanating from within. The guards on either side remained impassive, neither opening the door nor uttering a word, resembling mere puppets. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these sentinels were alive, breathing, their faces adorned with a thick layer of powder, lips painted with vermilion, and draped in pristine white silk robes embroidered with vibrant floral designs. In conjunction with the opulent estate, they appeared as if they were exquisite works of art. In the twilight of the Song dynasty, beauty lay in subtlety, and opulence was the essence. The most esteemed style was one that harmonized elegance with extravagance. Chen Zhi gazed at the scene before him and murmured, Alas! Such authentic Han architectural splendor has vanished in modernity. Mina softly inquired, Is this the other realm you spoke of, Chen? So, we have indeed traversed into another space, where everything diverges completely from our world, correct? The other realm, too, is tangible, devoid of illogical elements. Yet here, Chen's gaze fixated on the tightly shut door. Since this half-divine being possessed the ability to conjure the heavens and the earth, anything might manifest. They continued to wait, oblivious to the passage of time. With Fat Wei on the verge of scaling the wall, the guards on either side appeared oblivious to their presence, standing motionless, neither approaching to inquire about their identities nor intervening. Just as Fat Wei was about to use a hefty axe to pry open the door, a sudden creak echoed through the air. Next, the brass door slowly swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in white silk, his face delicately powdered. Stepping forth from behind the door, the old man's movements were remarkably graceful, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, as he floated toward Chen Zhi. In his hand, he held a pristine piece of white wall and politely bowed to Chen Zhi. Old Master Yuan, at your service. I am but a year old, summoned by my master to welcome the esteemed Chief Jiang. Might I inquire where the gift for my master lies? The old man inquired, bowing low and awaiting Chen Zhi's response. All present were taken aback. It was evident that this old man was not human. Yet, upon opening the door, he so brazenly demanded a gift, without a hint of subtlety, as if it were a prerequisite for entry. What kind of absurd custom is this? Is there no fundamental etiquette? Upon receiving a guest, one demands a gift? How brazen! Fat Wei retorted at the old man. Yet the one who identified himself as Yuan remained bowed, unwavering. Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi. Orange, what shall we do now? I have indeed brought a gift. Chen Zhi smiled faintly. Take me to meet your master. I shall personally present a gift to him. Chapter 209. Forgetting the mortal realm upon hearing Chen Zhi's response. The old man bent his body and remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he slowly straightened his back, turning the white jade in his hand toward Chen Zhi, and respectfully stated, "In that case, please allow the esteemed guest to enter my humble abode." As the old man's words fell, the grand door behind him emitted a thunderous sound, reverberating through the air and swinging wide open. With the door slowly parting, a tempest of wind surged forth, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, revealing the enchanting scenery within the estate to Chen Zhi and his companions. Behind the colossal door stood an immense stone screen, soaring dozens of feet high, crafted entirely from glimmering crystal. Adorned with gold and precious gems, it bore 3 resplendent characters: "Forget the mortal realm." The elder, who introduced himself as Yuan, gestured for Chen Zhi and his party to enter, leading the way into the majestic dwelling. Upon crossing the threshold, they immediately noticed that the stone bricks of the estate were embedded with jade, each exquisitely engraved with intricate patterns and bordered with radiant gold, exuding an extraordinary opulence. From the moment they entered, every corner of the estate revealed sights that were rare in the world, compelling them to pause and admire. Each blade of grass and every tree was a treasure beyond compare. As they progressed, Chen Zhi and his companions beheld a towering tree that sparkled with translucence, appearing as if crafted from glass. The tree's veins pulsed with life, continuously flowing with ethereal light that cast a splendid mist. Surrounding the tree was a fence of white jade, while the ground beneath it was strewn with cat's eyes and pearls, each of which possessed immense value. This magnificent tree was known as the Dragon King tree. Yuan, noticing that Chen Zhi and his companions lingered beneath the tree, began to recount its origins. It is said that this tree was transformed from the illusion of the underwater dragon palace, purchased at great expense by a nobleman and later gifted to my master, who cherishes it dearly and has placed it here to welcome guests. My master is exceedingly hospitable, entertaining the esteemed from all corners of the world, yet every visitor must present a precious gift in return. It is the way of courtesy. As Yuan spoke leisurely, his words were adorned with an ancient elegance, reminiscent of a performer on stage, leaving his audience somewhat bewildered. Chen Zhi and his companions remained silent, absorbing the wonders around them, while the portly Wei quietly approached Chen Zhi and whispered into his ear, "I say, Orange, did you hear that? They expect gifts from us. Do you have any idea what we should offer? We are empty-handed at the moment. Are you really considering sending Ding Ning as a gift to his master?" "Don't be absurd," Chen Zhi replied with a furrowed brow. "Speak less and observe more. Just follow his lead." After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal everyone to draw closer together, remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. The sprawling estate revealed courtyards that were closely nestled against one another. Under the guidance of Yuan, Chen Zhi and his companions traversed one threshold after another, each courtyard adorned with an array of exquisite treasures. Each artifact within was nothing short of ethereal, and it was at this moment that they began to notice several maidens and guards. The guards stood like statues of jade, their faces adorned with makeup, brandishing long halberds, motionless in their vigil. Meanwhile, the maidens flitted about the courtyards, clad in gossamer garments, gracefully balancing white jade trays laden with fine wines and delicacies. Their forms were extraordinarily light, akin to celestial beings, and though strikingly beautiful, most bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The unattractive maidservants elicited unintentional laughter from the esteemed guests. The elderly man gestured with his hand, causing the maidens to float aside, allowing him to bow slightly and speak. "These are merely the coarse servants, unworthy of your attention. Once we enter the main residence, you shall behold the exquisite creations of my master. Should any of the offerings pique your interest, esteemed guests, feel free to indulge and alleviate your travel fatigue." "What do you mean by indulge at our own discretion?" Fat Wei, having caught the subtleties of the statement, immediately pressed for clarification. Just as he posed his question, Yuan had already led them to the door of the inner chamber. The room was vast, featuring intricately carved wooden windows draped with azure silk, from which faint strains of music wafted. Shadows danced upon the windows, hinting at a multitude of revelers. Above the grand hall, a large plaque inscribed with the characters Chong Er hung prominently. Is this a realm of endless pleasure? Such variety. Chen Zhi smirked as he watched the elderly man push open the grand door. The moment they stepped into the room, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by an intoxicating aroma that enveloped them. Inside, the room sparkled with jewels and vibrant figures, dazzling to the eye. while the melodies were enchanting enough to enthrall one's spirit. The spacious chamber was filled with numerous individuals, predominantly men of various ages, each flushed and clutching wine glasses. Their expressions blissfully inebriated, staggering as they moved. Surrounding them were many youthful maidens, each around 16 or 17 years of age, in the bloom of youth, their beauty captivating. Any one of them could easily be deemed a paragon of grace. Their attire was strikingly provocative, most adorned in sheer traditional garments, their heads crowned with glistening jewels, swaying seductively, while some donned alluring outfits that left little to the imagination, igniting fervent thoughts in onlookers. Goodness, is this not a paradise for men? Your master is exceedingly gracious. Pang Wei felt his nose bleed at the sight of the enchanting maidens before him, at a loss for words. At that moment, the elderly gentleman known as Yuan smiled and bowed, saying, "These are merely servants, rather coarse and simple-minded. Esteemed guests, feel free to summon them for tea and refreshments. When the music begins, you shall behold the songstresses of my household, the exquisite creations of our master. Should any catch your eye, please do not hesitate to take your pick. There is no need for formality. Our master entertains many guests, so I kindly ask you to wait here for a while. I shall inform him and return shortly." But what does that truly mean? Pang Wei could no longer contain his swirling thoughts. "Old man, could you please refrain from speaking in riddles? Most cannot endure such ambiguity. What do you mean by taking your pick?" I sense something sinister in those words. With a chuckle, Yuan replied, "Dear guests, there is no need for restraint. From here, the 10 residences are all designated for your enjoyment. However, our master has many visitors, so I must request that you remain here a little longer. The food, drink, and entertainers are all at your disposal. Consider it a token of respect. I take my leave now." Chapter 210, Boundless Romance, but what does that truly mean? Please clarify before you depart. Just as Pang Wei was about to inquire further, Yuan bowed slightly and retreated into the crowd, quickly vanishing without a trace. What does that old man take us for? Do we appear to be base creatures? Pang Wei muttered, glancing nervously at the alluringly dressed young women, nearly drooling. These maidens weaved through the throngs of guests, balancing various exquisite wines and fruits. The selection of wines was abundant, with champagne and red wine aplenty. Some maidens even carried exotic beverages. The fruits and delicacies laid out were a feast for the eyes, each piece succulent and plump, unattainable in the outside world, filling the residence with an aromatic allure, coupled with the enchanting young women flitting about the room. Their frivolous manners and captivating laughter left the men in a state of delightful confusion, stumbling around and chasing after the beautiful maidens. As Chen Zhi and his companions pondered where to take refuge, celestial music suddenly filled the room, followed by a gentle pink mist that began to waft through the center of the hall. Upon seeing this mist, the expressions of all the men in the room turned fervent, as if possessed by madness. They began to cheer and leap with glee, their greedy gazes fixated on the pink haze. As the mist gradually dissipated, a group of women appeared, each holding a jade flute, clad in elegant white silk garments. Their makeup understated yet graceful. They sat amidst the mist like ethereal fairies, and as their instruments began to play, an exquisite and melodious flute sound resonated throughout the hall. The notes floated serenely, enchanting all present as if they had been transported to a realm of divine beauty, the music lingering in the air for days, embodying the very essence of grace. Behind these women, a resplendent full moon suddenly ascended, its luminous glow akin to a jade plate, gently illuminating the room with an ethereal radiance. Accompanied by the 24 women clad in white, each holding a jade flute, it unfolded like an exquisite ancient painting before the audience, evoking the sensation of being within the moon palace. Amidst the elegant and refined melodies, Chen Zhi felt his heart settle into tranquility, as if the urgency of the world dissipated, casting aside all worries. The pursuits that once seemed vital now appeared meaningless, leaving only the present moment as the most exquisite time on earth. The night of the moon over the 24 bridges is truly breathtaking, Chen Zhi murmured, turning to take a seat. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of grand chairs had been arranged behind, crafted from redwood with soft leather backs, invitingly plush, adorned with gold inlays, and flanked by fragrant teacups that made one reluctant to rise. The music in the hall grew increasingly enchanting, culminating in swirling clouds from which emerged a woman clad in flowing ancient attire. Her beauty was beyond the capacity of words to capture, her skin as fair as snow, eyes bright as the moon, hair cascading like flowing clouds, dressed in delicate hues of pink and white, her waist slender, teeth pearly. A smile that could topple cities with its allure. Amidst the mist, she swayed gracefully, her flowing sleeves dancing under the moonlight, embodying the enchanting essence of Chang'e beneath the celestial sphere. "Is this a painted Chang'e?" Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, turning to Chen Zhi in admiration. "Today has truly opened my eyes. This is incomparably beautiful. I could never have imagined such a stunning woman exists in this world. It seems trading Ding Ning for this ticket was worthwhile. What constitutes true artistry?" Chen Zhi mused, observing the vibrant scene before him with a gentle smile. To depict what already exists is mere imitation. To create that which has never been seen is true artistry. Capturing beauty that does not exist in this realm and transforming dreams into reality is surely the highest aspiration of every artist. As they conversed, the ethereal Chang'e had completed her dance. With a charming smile to the audience, she gracefully extended her alabaster arm, slowly shedding her long gown before leaping into the embrace of a middle-aged man. He immediately succumbed to a foolish grin, disregarding those around him as he shamelessly caressed her, leaving her face smeared, yet she did not resist, maintaining her enchanting smile, radiating an otherworldly beauty. In the moments that followed, amidst the pink haze in the center of the hall, legendary beauties appeared, including the dancing Zhao Fian on a golden platter, the porcelain-skinned Yang Yuhuan, the distinguished sisters of the Qiao family, and even contemporary starlets, all embodying the unattainable ideals of beauty that resided within the dreams of the onlookers. The beautiful dancers first performed a captivating dance, only to be ruthlessly seized by a group of men who, devoid of any sense of shame, carried them into the inner chambers. Surrounding this room were numerous cabinets, draped with delicate beaded curtains. Within, the decor was extravagantly lavish. The unparalleled beauties indulged with these men in the cabinets, yielding to every whim of their guests. Some inebriated patrons, unable to capture the stunning dancers on stage, would, in their drunken stupor, overpower nearby young maidens, tearing their garments apart in public view. Each instance would elicit a chorus of laughter from the surrounding guests. Yet the maidens offered no resistance. Once the men had satisfied their desires, they continued to serve tea and wine to the patrons as if nothing had occurred. It became evident what the old man had meant. Pang Wei, eyes fixated on a beauty strikingly resembling Bing Bing, watched her dance on stage, saliva pooling at his feet as he excitedly turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "That one over there, orange, what did Confucius say? Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Since the host is so welcoming, should we not partake in the festivities? That Bing Bing up there seems delightful." Before he could finish, his words faltered as he noticed Chen Zhi's grave expression, his lips moving slowly as he silently recited an incantation. During that moment, Chen Zhi had conjured countless intricate grids using the fierce spell, enveloping all those walking about. He had brought flour from Hongding village and used the currents of the spell to disperse the fine powder. The currents were remarkably delicate, instinctively seeking the density of the human body. When encountering individuals of higher density, the flour would scatter, but it would adhere to those of lesser density. Soon, Chen Zhi observed that a multitude of women had flour clinging to their feet, including the exquisite dancers. In contrast, the men remained unblemished, their appearances debauched and their emotions heightened, yet their inner vitality was feeble, already depleted and weary. Chapter 2:11. A world of indulgence. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly chaotic, with men unable to control themselves beneath their fragrant silk robes. Having cast aside their hypocritical faades, reveling in the fleeting pleasures of the flesh, "Let us depart," Chen Zhi declared, retracting all the currents, causing the flour in the air to cascade to the ground. He chose not to gaze upon the ever-shifting, enchanting scene before him, signaling to the others as he proceeded directly toward the exit. "Is that all? This feels rather abrupt," Pang Wei protested, his eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to Chen Zhi, he added, "It would be quite rude to leave just like this. Did that old man not say we should sit and wait? We could simply remain here, no worries. I am a revolutionary successor of impeccable lineage, undeniably composed and steadfast in my resolve. I merely observe, never indulging. Moreover, what does it matter where one waits?" With a whimsical remark, Fat Wei's gaze remained enamored with the stage, where another enchanting beauty emerged, a prominent Uyghur star, resplendent and vibrant. her beauty surpassing even that of her predecessors. Could you not aspire to greater heights? Chen Zhi turned with a smile to Fat Wei. Did you not hear that, old man? There are 10 courtyards here, each distinct from the other. Perhaps there exists something even more exquisite ahead. Let us proceed. Enough. I am a man of simple contentment. Even this is sufficient for my satisfaction. Should the beauty surpass this, I fear I might lose all restraint and become a beast. Fat Wei reluctantly allowed himself to be pulled away by Chen Zhi, glancing back longingly at the scene he was leaving behind. Human desires, the allure of indulgence, and the temptations of gambling and greed. These are mere trifles that ensnare one's senses. Let us venture forth. This treasure trove has historically drawn countless affluent merchants, and surely there are myriad delights yet to be discovered. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi hastened to lead Fat Wei outside, with Mina and the others following closely behind. The youthful maidens nearby seemed reluctant to let Chen Zhi and Fat Wei depart, waving their delicate arms in an attempt to embrace them. However, as Chen Zhi's fierce aura emitted a warning, the girls hesitated and gradually retreated. Once they exited the chamber, they swiftly arrived at another courtyard, a refreshing oasis. Fat Wei, having regained some composure, still felt a lingering attachment to the previous room, while Mina and Jiying, being women, exhibited little nostalgia for the spectacle they had witnessed. In the center of the courtyard lay a straight pathway leading directly to the entrance of another grand house. Its doors firmly shut, guarded by 2 rows of sentinels. The old man named Yuan had vanished from sight. Shall we just enter like this? Is it not rather inappropriate? Mina, still shaken by the earlier events, found her emotions in turmoil as she beheld such extraordinary sights for the first time. Did not the old man instruct us to wait here? Is it right to intrude upon their domain? Should we not await his return? Fat Wei echoed, casting anxious glances behind him. He shall not return. He awaits our entrance, Chen Zhi declared, disregarding their concerns and striding forward. His pace was brisk, an aura surrounding him like armor, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the grand entrance. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door. With a resounding bang, the door swung wide, releasing a fragrant bouquet of wine. The expansive room was filled with barrels of exquisite liquor, adorned with an array of seating and tables bearing goblets and dishes crafted from gold and jade, overflowing with sumptuous feasts, surpassing even the opulence of a royal banquet. At the table sat a multitude of men and women, ravenously indulging in the exquisite delicacies and fine wines before them. The variety of culinary delights was astonishing. Rare delicacies such as phoenix marrow and dragon liver, unparalleled treasures unseen in the mortal realm. A mere glance at these dishes evoked insatiable cravings, an irresistible urge to partake in their sumptuousness. Chen Zhi released a flow of energy, forming an elliptical barrier that enveloped everyone within, effectively isolating the tantalizing aromas of the feast outside. They lined up closely behind Chen Zhi, hastily traversing the room. And as they passed by the tables of Epicureans, they beheld individuals whose pupils had dilated, entranced like zombies, unable to resist the allure of the food and drink. In the subsequent rooms, they encountered pleasures beyond the wildest imaginings of the earthly realm, each chamber filled with offerings that could ensnare any soul. Were it not for Chen Zhi's barrier, they might have succumbed to the deep-rooted temptations and mingled with the greedy throngs. Upon reaching the doorway of the final room, Chen Zhi abruptly halted, sensing an extraordinary essence emanating from within. This room, though less opulent than the others, bore an ancient quality. The brick walls were adorned with decaying fungi, each mark a testament to the passage of time. A gigantic vine, as thick as an arm, enveloped the entire space, creating an atmosphere where time itself seemed to stand still. Clearly inscribed on the plaque above the entrance were 2 ancient characters: no regrets. As Chen Zhi pushed open the rusted door, his heart quivered at the sight before him. The hall was strikingly modern, filled with vibrant gaming machines, and at the center lay several large card tables, where dealers clad in black stood poised, resembling a contemporary casino. The lavish decor dazzled the senses, and the attendants bearing platters were more beautiful than any seen in the previous chambers, their offerings exquisite delicacies. Yet, the gazes of all present were not fixed upon the food or the enchanting attendants. Rather, they were riveted upon the gaming tables. The tables themselves were peculiar, with chips engraved not with monetary values, but with strange symbols. Upon entering, Chen Zhi recognized many of the gamblers, prominent businessmen featured in economic journals, whose faces, usually unflappable, now bore expressions of anxiety, their eyes glued to the chips, as if attempting to shatter them with sheer will. No one noticed Chen Zhi and his companions as they stepped into the room, but as they did, the door behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud. In the next moment, everyone in the team, including Chen Zhi, found their minds overtaken by an elusive voice. All your wishes shall be fulfilled here. Chapter 212. The greatest temptation. As the grand doors closed, Chen Zhi's barrier dissipated, and the room erupted into a cacophony of voices, none paying heed to their arrival. The atmosphere within was remarkably relaxed, devoid of any sense of danger. Chen Zhi ventured forth, utilizing a stream of radioactive air to probe ahead, only to discover that this estate marked the end. There was no exit beyond. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Zhi noted the vastness of the room, significantly larger than the previous ones. There were no clocks or any indicators of time, as if the occupants had entirely forgotten its passage. A peculiar current of air swirled within, imparting an inexplicable sense of fulfillment, as though every regret and every lost moment in the world could find solace here. After taking a few steps forward, Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon the largest gaming table ahead, which bore a grand compass adorned with a myriad of colorful inscriptions. The individuals gathered around this table were utterly frenetic, obsessively tossing dice, their eyes fixated on the rolling cubes as they sought to land upon their desired squares, as if the treasures within those squares represented the most invaluable possessions in existence. Pushing his way into the crowd, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of the magnificent compass. Crafted entirely of pure gold, its surface sheathed in a delicate film, revealing its age. The compass was divided into numerous segments, each meticulously engraved with various inscriptions, denoting 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and 10 years. These numbers fluctuated between positive and negative, some indicating growth, while others signified loss. In one diminutive segment, the words eternal youth were inscribed. The men and women present had shed all semblance of decorum from the real world, their demeanor transforming into one of insatiable greed and avarice as they frantically purchased chips, only to cast the dice upon the compass. Yet, the majority of the dice invariably rolled into the largest segment, which read 0. A few unfortunate souls found their dice landing in the negative segments, leading to their anguished cries, prompting them to procure more chips. Conversely, those fortunate enough to roll into the positive segments erupted in wild excitement, as if possessed. Chen Zhi observed a table situated before the compass, where numerous individuals sat, pressing their fingerprints and issuing various types of tickets, spending money as if it were flowing water. Strangely, the compass possessed an undeniable allure. The appearances of these individuals transformed in accordance with the fate of the dice, at times youthful, at others aged, particularly the women, whose transformations were strikingly pronounced. Amidst this extraordinary metamorphosis, all succumbed to madness. Even an elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles, could revert to the age of 25, yearning to gamble once more, to return to her youthful days, and then to covet eternal life. Thus, the gambling continued in an endless cycle, these gamblers perpetually unsatisfied, forever reluctant to part from the compass, even as they approached ruin, still willing to gamble extravagantly for another chance to roll the dice. Chen Zhi departed from the gaming table, glancing around at the various tables, each adorned with unique items and stakes. At the farthest recess of the room, a staircase led to an immense table that clearly commanded a higher status than the others. Upon this table lay merely 2 cards, while behind it stood a large azure gauze tent, with a dealer clad in black gracefully smiling at all who approached. Despite the cacophony that pervaded the room, few dared to approach this table. Occasionally, a patron would be drawn to the enigmatic contents of the tent, only to inquire about the price of the chips, shaking their heads in dismay before departing. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixated on the azure gauze tent, an inexplicable allure drawing him closer, as though it harbored something he had long wrestled with. "Esteemed guest, might you be interested?" A familiar voice resonated beside him. Turning swiftly, Chen Zhi discovered that the elder known as Yuan had, unbeknownst to him, positioned himself at his side. "When did you return?" For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt a flicker of aversion toward the elder Yuan. "Did you not go to relay a message? When may I meet your master? Please remain patient." "Dear guest, my master is currently attending to many visitors. I kindly ask you to wait a moment," Yuan replied, suddenly extending his arms to entwine Chen Zhi's, leading him forward. His embrace was light and insubstantial, inciting no desire to break free. "What do you intend?" As they approached the gaming table, An inexplicable wave of trepidation washed over Chen Zhi, directed towards the dark tent. Do not be alarmed, esteemed guest. I am merely here to serve you. Yuan's voice floated gently. This chamber is reserved for the highest nobility. Ordinary individuals are barred entry. Those who accompany you are the CRME de la CRME of society, and their presence here is voluntary, for within lies the promise of extraordinary treasures unattainable elsewhere. Upon concluding his words, Yuan gestured towards a youthful gentleman standing beside the grand compass. The young man, with a rosy complexion and seemingly no more than 20 years of age, sported a hair bun reminiscent of ancient times, fervently casting dice before the compass. This compass, known as the Wheel of Years, possesses the power to extend or diminish human lifespan, the elder remarked with a gleeful grin. And that young gentleman is none other than the illustrious poet Song Ci from the late Ming dynasty. In his youth, he was both gifted and wealthy. Gambling away centuries of youthfulness. What fortune! Even now, he remains alive, eternally youthful. Can one truly gamble for centuries of life? Chen Zhi mused with a smile, then turned back, his eyes still locked onto the foreboding black drapery. And what exactly is at stake on this table? This is the table of no regrets, designed to amend the grievances of your life. It can rectify all that you have lamented, the elder explained, pointing to the two cards on the table. You may select one, and then compete against the dealer. Should the dealer prevail, your chips will be forfeited. However, if you triumph, the treasures within the tent shall be yours to claim. What indeed lies within that tent? Chen Zhi pressed on with his inquiry. Oh, the treasures within this tent are known only to you, esteemed guest, the old man responded with a smile, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. That is a regret you can never amend in reality. Upon uttering these words, Yuan had already assisted Chen Zhi to the gaming table. The dealer, clad in black, regarded Chen Zhi with a respectful smile, inquiring, might you wish to test your fortune, esteemed guest? Please provide your chips. Our chips are available for single purchase, each valued at 80 million taels of silver. You may pay with currency or gold of equivalent worth. 80 million taels of silver, Chen Zhi chuckled. Your master certainly possesses grand ambitions. With such a sum, does he not fear the heat of his own wealth? After making this remark, he turned to leave, but Yuan halted him. Esteemed guest, please take a moment to see if there is something within that black tent that you desire. As Yuan's ethereal voice faded, Chen Zhi's gaze instinctively gravitated towards the dark drapery. Unbeknownst to him, the black veil began to transform, becoming translucent. Behind the tent, a silhouette emerged, an emaciated figure, seemingly that of a young woman. A gentle breeze lifted a corner of the black fabric, revealing half of her face. A chill coursed through Chen Zhi as recognition struck him. It was the familiar visage of Qin Yang. Chapter 213. Qin Yang within the tent within the confines of the veil. Qin Yang appeared terribly haggard, her frail form unchanged. Her complexion was pallid, and her eyes were swollen and red. She was adorned in the vivid red bridal gown she wore during her betrothal to the underworld. Identical to the moment she was cast into Fengdu Ghost City, her expression a portrait of panic and fear. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you wish to place a bet? The black-clad dealer politely repeated his question to Chen Zhi. Aye. Chen Zhi found himself hesitating, his previously resolute spirit wavering. His eyes were fixed intently on Qin Yang within the drapery, and the demons of his heart became uncontainable. Chen Zhi understood the nature of his inner turmoil. He had long endeavored to forget, but could never erase the memory of how he had wrongfully sent the innocent Qin Yang into the underworld. With his own hands, he had affixed the black gold shackles to her delicate ankles, and her lonely, despairing gaze by the banks of the river of oblivion haunted him still. Despite his repeated admonitions to himself, do not dwell on it. Do not feel guilt. Do not regret. He recognized these were futile acts of weakness. Yet, deep within his soul, he remained unable to escape the profound guilt he bore for Qin Yang. From that moment onward, his heart had irrevocably remained in the underworld, replaced by the heart of the Lord of Hades. Esteemed guest, if you are inclined, I can offer you a chip. You may try your fortune, Yuan, who had been intently observing Chen Zhi, bent forward, presenting him with a jade token that held a dazzling golden chip. Chen Zhi's heart stirred. A potent sense of reckless hope seized his mind. Despite the awareness that everything before him was but an illusion, he found himself inexplicably drawn to seize the chip, cast it upon the table, and reveal the card. Perhaps, with a 50-50 chance, he could amend the deep-seated regrets that haunted him. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you wish to place a bet? The courteous dealer clad in black inquired, her hands resting upon 2 cards. Should you cast your chip onto the table, you may unveil the cards. You may select a card first. If you win, the treasures within the tent are yours to claim. Should you lose, the chip will belong to me. Dear guest, place your wager. Beside him, Yuan's eyes twinkled with delight as she encouraged him. The chip is a gift from the master. Even in defeat, you stand to lose nothing. Yet, Chen Zhi remained rooted in place, his fists clenched, his gaze reddening as he turned to Yuan. Where do the items within the tent come from? He demanded, his voice taut with tension. You need not concern yourself with the origins of the treasures. Rest assured, everything within the tent is genuine. And the chip is indeed a gift from the master. You need not feel burdened. Please, do place your bet. Yuan continued to persuade him, offering the chip before him, awaiting Chen Zhi's decisive action. I bet. I want to place a wager. At some point, Pang Wei had unexpectedly appeared by Chen Zhi's side. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the ominous black tent, as if he had glimpsed something within. I wager. If I win, they shall be released, Pang Wei declared, seizing the chip and casting it onto the table. Pang Wei, what are you doing? Chen Zhi exclaimed, rushing to grasp Pang Wei's shoulder, reclaiming the chip before the dealer could take it away. Pang Wei, I don't care what you have seen. Don't be foolish. None of it is real. Dear guest, that is indeed a jest. Yuan interjected with a smile. Everything here is genuine. For millennia, the master's abode has always fulfilled the unique desires of esteemed guests. These treasures cannot be purchased in the mortal realm, regardless of the cost, such as the master's prowess. Here, should you win, the treasures behind the curtain shall be yours, ensuring that you shall never again harbor regrets. Yuan's voice was ethereal and enticing, seemingly reaching into the hearts of those who listened, igniting a burning desire within them. Chen Zhi, release me. I wish to gamble. Pang Wei, in a sudden surge of fervor, shook off Chen Zhi's grip. Chen Zhi, let me gamble. What if I lose? I am but a solitary soul. At worst, I shall pay with my life. But our brothers are inside. Ting Ting and the others are also trapped. If we miss this chance, it may never return. As Pang Wei spoke, his gaze remained transfixed on the black curtain, his lips trembling as he uttered, If I win, they will be able to return. I am certain of my victory. The deceased shall never rise again. Chen Zhi seized Fat Wei by the collar and bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully, momentarily shaking Fat Wei's mind into clarity. At that moment, Chen Zhi turned his icy gaze towards the elder, who called himself Yuan, veins bulging on his forehead, his internal energy boiling as if on the verge of eruption. Your master is woefully arrogant, he declared. A mere demigod believes it can defy death. Let us not forget, it is but a confined demigod, a prisoner. As Chen Zhi finished his proclamation, a surge of energy erupted from within him, solidifying the air around them, the sheer force threatening to rend everything asunder. Yuan dared not utter another word. He hastily cradled the white jade and retreated into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. The chip he had just relinquished clattered to the ground, spinning momentarily before coming to a standstill. Chen Zhi picked up the chip, observing its reverse, which was inscribed with numerous divine characters, a contract. The essence of its content was clear. Had Chen Zhi utilized this chip, he would have exchanged everything he possessed to the chip's master. A rudimentary deception. With a slight exertion, Chen Zhi transformed the chip into ashes with a flick of his fingers. He cast another glance at the black curtain, now devoid of presence. Qin Yang had vanished, and Fat Wei's companions seemed to have disappeared as well. Yet, the black-clad dealer remained, smiling serenely as he awaited the next patron. Chapter 214. Survivors around them. A throng of people continued to bustle excitedly at the card tables, exuberantly calling out their bets, their emotions soaring as if they could seize the world. Where are the others? Chen Zhi inquired of the recently awakened Fat Wei. I wasn't paying attention. Fat Wei stammered, beginning to grasp the situation, sweat beading on his brow as he scanned the area, unable to locate their team. Chen Zhi surveyed the crowd and finally spotted Ji Ying standing silently before a gaming table, her gaze somewhat dazed, fixated on the surface before her. What could possibly hold her attention? As Ji Ying remained transfixed by the objects on the table, Chen Zhi approached swiftly from behind, following her line of sight. Before him lay a massive water vat, its crystalline liquid bubbling with vibrant hues, each bubble shimmering with various images. Within these bubbles were figures, landscapes, and artifacts. Though the majority contained memories of individuals from the past, Chen Zhi observed as some winners placed their hands upon the vat, projecting their pasts into the water. The dealer would then pierce the bubbles with a long golden needle, causing the memories contained within to dissipate, leaving the individuals feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They say that here, one can erase their past actions, allowing former mistakes to vanish into oblivion. Ji Ying raised her hand to point at the colorful bubbles in the glass tank, her expression a tapestry of confusion and despondency. The truth is, a person's past cannot simply evaporate. Standing beside Ji Ying, Chen Zhi gazed indifferently at the dancing bubbles and calmly stated, "Regardless of what you have done, be it right or wrong, these experiences are integral to your life. They have shaped the person you are today. If one has committed sins and seeks to erase them stealthily, that is but a folly, for what has been done is irrevocable. No matter how much you wish to avoid it, those actions remain eternally present. Must those transgressions remain unforgiven?" Ji Ying turned to Chen Zhi, her eyes glistening with a yearning for compassion and solace. "There is no obligation to seek forgiveness." Chen Zhi evaded her gaze, observing the phantasmagorical bubbles. "Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. No one possesses the authority to absolve another, for often we are ignorant of whether our deeds are just or unjust. The Supreme Creator, capable of discerning right from wrong, is but a figment of our imagination. Hey, brother, come here for a moment." Just as Ji Ying was about to articulate more, a faint voice drifted from a nearby corner, its timbre delicate and ethereal, reaching Chen Zhi's ears. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Zhi glanced sideways and noticed an unnoticed dark corner within the throng of people, where a figure seemed to huddle, beckoning them from the shadows. Chen Zhi surveyed the vicinity and realized that no one had acknowledged that spot. The presence of the individual was minimal, and their voice was exceedingly faint. Chen Zhi and Ji Ying approached the corner, and as they ventured into it, the surrounding darkness quickly enveloped them, truly an inconspicuous dead end, easily overlooked. Once assured of their privacy, Chen Zhi activated the flashlight on his phone, illuminating the space to reveal a disheveled man seated in the corner. His hair was unkempt, resembling that of a beggar, his tie askew, and his eyes were sunken, reflecting a state of extreme malnourishment. "Hey, brother, do you have something to eat? Please. I haven't had anything for a long time." The man's voice was faint, as if he were on the brink of collapse, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Chen Zhi, extending a grimy hand towards him. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi inquired, glancing at the filthy man, swiftly employing a mystical technique to assess the man's weight. He discovered it to be quite normal. However, his physical condition was gravely frail, likely due to prolonged neglect of nourishment. "Let us not dwell on that, brother. Just give me something to eat. I am truly on the verge of starvation." The man implored pitifully, his hands clasped together in supplication, bowing repeatedly before Chen Zhi. Seeing this, Chen Zhi said nothing more, directly retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits and a half-full water bottle from his treasure pouch, and handed them over. "Eat." The man's eyes gleamed with hunger upon seeing the food. He snatched it eagerly, devouring the sustenance as if he were a famished refugee. Meanwhile, Pang Wei had already returned with Mina and Yingzi from various card tables. Mina had been engrossed at one table, captivated by the elusive luxury items. Had Pang Wei not intervened, she would have stubbornly remained there. When Pang Wei spotted the man in the corner, he was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "I must ask, my friend, how did you end up in such dire straits? This place is brimming with food and drink, yet you appear as if you've been starved." The man resembled a refugee from Africa, and Pang Wei found it quite amusing. "Ah, brother, I'm fortunate to have preserved my life." Upon hearing Pang Wei's jest, the man raked his darkened fingers through his disheveled hair, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, adjusted his clothing, and rose from the corner. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting gold-framed glasses, suggesting he had once been a man of refinement. Despite his unruly hair, he wore an expensive suit and adorned himself with fine accessories, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual. After consuming some food, the man regained a semblance of strength and, with a sorrowful expression, warned Chen Zhi and the others, "You must not consume anything from this place, nor should you engage with the women here. Otherwise, you will find yourselves in a similar plight, losing everything and being dragged away like cattle." "What? Is the food not self-serve for guests? Is there a fee?" Pang Wei suddenly recalled the room filled with stunning beauties, sending shivers down his spine. "Indeed," the middle-aged man replied, his face filled with dread. "Brother, Do you truly believe there is such a thing as a free lunch? If you indulge in their offerings and enjoy their women, you cannot simply walk away without consequence. Everything comes at a price. Moreover, the costs are exorbitant, and once they have drained you dry, you will become mere prey in their hands. Chapter 215. Jia Dinga, this middle-aged man, named Jia Dinga, was a leisurely artist in the real world, often providing critiques of celebrity calligraphy and paintings, authenticating antiques, and masquerading as an expert to navigate the affluent circles for his livelihood, earning himself the moniker of fake professor. However, this faux professor was not genuinely wealthy. His primary sustenance derived from lavish patrons. Recently, his most significant patron had received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to a banquet at Shuqing Mountain, with wording that was both ambiguous and enticing. The patron, a well-respected businessman in the area, harbored doubts about the unexpected invitation and sought Jia Dinga's counsel on whether he should attend. Jaden Ku is inherently a person driven by avarice, aware that such a setting would undoubtedly attract numerous affluent individuals. Thus, he persuaded his wealthy patron to accompany him to Shuqing Mountain. Like everyone else, upon entering the mountain, Jaden was captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the estate. The opulence within the manor was awe-inspiring, adorned with treasures that seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals. However, the affluent patron, seasoned by experience, remained unmoved by the allure of indulgence and sensed an unsettling atmosphere, insisting on leaving. Yet, Jaden, reluctant to depart, implored the patron to linger a while longer. It was then that the old man, referred to as Yuan, guided them to a place unlike any previous estates. This was not merely a realm of carnal pleasures. The stakes at the gambling tables were unattainable by monetary means. The wealthier one becomes, the more one fears death, for with death comes the dissolution of all worldly riches. Upon encountering the life compass, the affluent patron became utterly enamored. In pursuit of eternal life, he frantically purchased chips to gamble, yet he found himself in a continuous cycle of loss, perpetually brushing past immortality. Such is the human condition. The more one loses, the more one yearns to win. The deeper the losses, the harder it becomes to let go. Ultimately, in a fit of madness, the wealthy patron signed over all his assets, leaving himself destitute. During this period, the patron had descended into complete insanity. Even when Jaden called his name, he seemed oblivious to his own identity. Gradually, Jaden discerned that all who visited this place had forgotten their names. Thus, he witnessed as the patron relinquished his final chip and was quietly dragged away. Hiding in the shadows, Jaden dared not make a sound, following the figures until he discovered a dark passageway behind the house. The patron, calling out in desperation, was taken into that darkness and fell silent. Jaden swiftly covered his mouth and retreated. Being a clever individual, he immediately grasped that this place was far from a paradise. It was a den of voracious greed, consuming its victims without a trace. Fortunately, he was not a wealthy man himself, merely a follower who had infiltrated the gathering, and his name was not on the invitation. Allowing him to avoid attention, he lingered for an extended period, forced into dire straits, even resorting to consuming his own waste. Yet he dared not partake of the food or water offered here. Had he not seen Chen Zhi and others arrive, he surmised he would not have lasted much longer. "How long have you been here?" Chen Zhi inquired after listening to Jaden's account, observing the multitude that had been taken away. "I can no longer recall the exact number of days," Jaden replied weakly, "but every day, someone is dragged out, never to return. For a while, no newcomers had arrived. You are the first group I have seen. Why should we trust you?" Pang Wei, harboring a deep-seated disdain for individuals like Jaden, glared at him and asked, "Everyone here has lost their sanity, acting like complete lunatics. Why is it only you who has awakened? I see you as nothing but a deceiver. Alas, in my current state, what more could I possibly deceive you about?" Jaden weakly waved his hand and replied, "To speak the truth, I am but a destitute wretch, devoid of savings. My sustenance has always relied on my silver tongue. The artful words I weave are mere fabrications. Yet, having navigated through society for such an extended period, I have learned to read the subtle cues of those around me. Each day, individuals come forth bearing trays, offering small tokens said to be available for free. Little do they know, these tokens bear names inscribed upon them. Accepting these so-called free tokens equates to selling one's very identity. In recent days, I have witnessed countless souls stripped of their names, dragged into that sinister black passage, akin to swine being led to slaughter. Thus, during this time, Regardless of how those tray bearers have urged me, I have resolutely refused to part with my name. Gradually, they grew weary of my defiance and ceased their attention upon me, allowing me to survive. After Jaden Ke spoke, he cast a fearful glance towards Chen Zhi. I implore you, regardless of the temptations encountered here, never relinquish your name. It is only with a name that one can escape this place. Having a name grants the freedom to depart. How modest a requirement it is. Pang Wei glanced around with a smile before casting a sidelong look at Jaden Ke. Pray tell, Professor Jaden, where might this black passage be? I failed to notice it during my earlier round. Do not suggest that my eyesight is poor. I just circled the area and saw nothing. That place does not manifest at all times. Thus, most individuals cannot locate it. Jaden Ke, in his extreme weakness, uttered these words and soon found himself devoid of strength. After a brief pause, he continued, in a while, some tray bearers will emerge, inquiring if you desire free tokens. Surely, there will be those who, blinded by their losses, will accept their tokens and sell their names. Once those individuals have lost everything, they will be dragged away. And at that moment, we need only follow them to discover that black passage. After Jaden Ke finished speaking, it appeared as though he had expended all his energy, retreating to a corner to rest his eyes. At that moment, Jiying silently approached Chen Zhi and whispered, Chief, I have observed the ground. There are not many traces of him. He must have remained here all along. Can we truly place our trust in him? Upon hearing this, Pang Wei turned to look at Chen Zhi, seemingly awaiting his decision. Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon Jaden Ke in the corner, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity before finally speaking. Let us proceed as he suggests. Chapter 216, Selling one's name for a time thereafter. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, much like Jaden Ke, concealed themselves in that dark corner, quietly observing the individuals within the room as the atmosphere bubbled with excitement. Each person was animated, their expressions shifting with the fortunes of the games, at times lamenting and cursing, and at others laughing and leaping, resembling a frenzy of madness. The individual known as Song Ci, a figure from the Ming dynasty, stood perpetually beside the compass, resembling a living advertisement as he incessantly extolled the wonders of this place, praising the homeowner as if he were a deity of immense power, urging everyone to squander their riches in pursuit of eternal life. After some time, a group of beautiful maidens emerged, each carrying wooden trays laden with glimmering golden tokens. These tokens were quite small, likely suitable for wagering on minor games, and the maidens wore sweet, inviting smiles, seemingly targeting those who were financially strained yet unwilling to relent. A middle-aged, overweight woman, having already squandered considerable wealth at the longevity compass, caught Chen Zhi's attention as she transformed from youthful beauty to a decrepit figure, only to revert back to her initial 40s. Clearly dissatisfied, she stood by the gaming table, incessantly tapping the surface with her fingers, yearning for another token. When the maidens presented the tray before her, she hesitated momentarily but ultimately grasped the pen from one maiden's hand, inscribing her name on a 2-inch strip of white paper, before seizing a token and casting it onto the table. Yet again, she faced defeat, watching in despair as the dealer callously claimed her token. While the smiling maiden's expression abruptly shifted, the maiden folded the paper containing the name and tucked it into her pocket, signaling to the nearby guards. Instantly, several guards rushed over, their faces adorned with makeup, yet now emanating a fierce demeanor. They efficiently dragged the middle-aged woman away from the gaming table, silencing her cries before she could utter a word. The surrounding crowd, lost in a daze, remained oblivious to the removal, quickly returning their focus to the gaming table. Chen Zhi and the others observed as the woman was gradually pulled into the shadows by the guards. Let's go, Chen Zhi whispered, hastily following. Hearing this, the stout Wei grabbed Professor Jia from the corner as one would a chick, urging him to lead the way. Startled, Professor Jia scrambled after them, and soon everyone dashed into the darkness. Chen Zhi and his companions moved swiftly, yet the guards were even swifter. Despite their best efforts, they could barely keep pace. Thus, they ventured deeper into the inky corners, initially able to see the woman being dragged, her body struggling against her captors, but eventually, they could only glimpse her pale legs kicking in vain. The dark passageway abruptly elongated and narrowed, transforming into a corridor, as if they had entered another realm. Chen Zhi and the others raced forward, the woman ahead becoming a diminishing white, increasingly blurred. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a tightness at his feet as though he had tripped over something. losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. At the moment his body made contact with the ground, Chen Zhi was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable dizziness, as if his entire brain had been struck heavily. He hurriedly summoned the flow of energy to shield his head, exerting every ounce of strength to rise from the ground. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he found himself enveloped in utter darkness. Nothing was visible to his eyes. In a state of urgency, Chen Zhi activated the flashlight on his mobile device, which, in theory, should cast a beam of light to illuminate his surroundings. However, for reasons unknown, the flashlight emitted no light whatsoever. The darkness here was profound and impenetrable, instilling a sense of inexplicable fear deep within. "Fatty," Chen Zhi called out to the portly Wei behind him, only to realize that there was no response, just an eerie silence. All those who had been following him moments ago had seemingly evaporated into thin air, vanishing without a trace. "Wei, Jiying," Chen Zhi called out again. But after receiving no reply, he ceased his cries. He understood that Wei, with his keen hearing, would surely respond if he were still present. The absence of any reaction could only indicate two possibilities. Either they had taken a different path and were now in another realm, or they were no longer alive. Gazing into the boundless darkness before him, Chen Zhi endeavored to control his emotions, striving to keep his mind from succumbing to the shadows. Once his heartbeat steadied, he lowered his center of gravity and began to cautiously navigate through the dark. It soon became apparent that he was in an exceedingly narrow cavern. The walls he touched were damp to the feel. Gradually, he began to encounter objects beneath his feet, soft, reminiscent of human bodies. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhi slowly crouched down, extending his hands to explore the obstructions. Indeed, they were human corpses, most of which had grown cold and rigid. Some bore distinct traces of blood and decayed flesh, yet there was no foul odor. A few bodies, when touched, felt like glue, sticky, and had long since transformed into waxen remains, evidently having perished centuries ago. In this half-crouched position, he crawled forward, meticulously identifying the ground beneath him. Crawling was a prudent course of action to avoid danger in complete darkness. However, as he reached the center of the cavern, he suddenly encountered a very familiar corpse. It was soft to the touch, still retaining a hint of warmth, and gripped in its hand was a long knife. This body was too recognizable. Even without seeing her face, Chen Zhi could ascertain with absolute certainty that it was Jiying. His hands trembled involuntarily as he stepped back, gasping for breath before approaching with caution. Indeed, it was the lifeless form of Jiying. Her long hair remained smooth, yet her flesh was marred by numerous precise knife wounds, her throat brutally slashed. But what had sealed her fate was the binding spell that ensnared her, Chen Zhi's own fierce incantation. Chen Zhi was acutely aware of his incantations. His formidable fiery curse, combined with the thunderous spell, had the power to bind spirits. The flesh of Jiying was scorched and charred. How could this be? Chen Zhi's mind was momentarily engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a figure embraced him from behind, unmistakably a woman's form, coiling around him like a slippery serpent. Her damp lips brushed against Chen Zhi's ear as she whispered softly, "I know what you desire." Chapter 2:17. Beneath the great mountains surrounded by utter darkness, the woman clung tightly to Chen Zhi. Her strength was formidable, her body seemingly boneless, as her moist, sticky form enveloped him snugly. Strangely, Chen Zhi found his energy flow stifled, rendering his spells useless, and he could not break free. At that moment, his mind spiraled into a state of dizziness, his neural pathways pulsating painfully, while the woman spoke in an oddly melodic tone, half laughing, half crying. "I know what you wish to do. You want to kill her, don't you? Hypocritical humans, always proclaiming that we deities are heartless, yet the coldest of all is the human heart." Her laughter pierced through the air, nearly causing Chen Zhi's head to explode. He felt as though his entire being was weightless, as if a mere breeze could lift him away. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Chen Zhi felt a jolt, as if his body were being shaken. A familiar voice reached his ears. Chen Zhi, wake up." It was Pang Wei's voice. Slowly, Chen Zhi opened his eyes, his gaze landing upon Pang Wei's large, round face, almost touching his own. "Chen Zhi, do you possess an extraordinary capacity for courage? How could you sleep in such a perilous place?" Chen Zhi glanced around and noticed everyone was present. Mina, Ingzi, the recently rescued Jaden Ku, and, of course, Jiying. His limbs regained mobility, Yet his mind remained in a tumultuous haze, throbbing painfully. Supporting himself against the ground, he managed to stand. What just transpired? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? I have no idea, Pang Wei replied. We were following you when suddenly everything around us vanished, and we felt ourselves plummeting. It was as though we had fallen into an unfathomable abyss, yet upon hitting the ground, we were unscathed. But you, upon entering this place, fainted immediately. It frightened me. I thought that fellow had struck you from behind. Pang Wei gestured toward Jaden Ku, who, alarmed, waved his hands in protest. Not me. How could it be? I had no tools in hand, and besides, I can barely escape myself, let alone strike anyone. Chen Zhi ignored him, rubbing his temples as he surveyed the surroundings. This appeared to be a cavern nestled within the mountains, the interior exceedingly narrow, with the damp walls resembling the tactile sensation he had just dreamt of. Before us lies an expanse of darkness, within which faintly, it appears as if something rests upon the ground, reminiscent of a human corpse. Upon our arrival here, the guards who had dragged the woman have vanished. Fat Wei spoke, stating, at that moment, you had already fainted. To protect you, we dared not pursue any further. By now, they are likely long gone. And the nature of this place remains a mystery. What are those scattered forms ahead? Chen Zhi inquired, subsequently illuminating the darkness with the flashlight on his phone. The flashlight, specially crafted for him by a madman, radiated brilliance, possessing remarkable penetration and visibility. As Chen Zhi directed the light into the abyss, it became evident that the ground was indeed strewn with corpses. These bodies were arranged haphazardly, an astonishing number of them. Most were incomplete mummies, clad in ancient attire, some garments traceable to eras predating the Song dynasty. Each corpse was adorned with gold and silver, bedecked in gemstones, suggesting they had once been individuals of considerable wealth and stature. This must reveal the true visage behind the opulent den, Chen Zhi remarked, raising the flashlight to examine the surroundings. The light revealed damp traces of water, and the fissures in the rock appeared perilously wide, as though they might collapse at any moment. We are beneath Su Qing Mountain, having reached the heart of the great mountain. After expressing this, Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei. You must possess a compass, right? See if it proves useful here. I do have one, Fat Wei replied, retrieving a brass compass from his bag of treasures. The needle within remained remarkably steady, pointing accurately. Chen Zhi then said, Fatty, this location is the very center of the mountain, isolated from the outside world. Though we are within the mountain, the orientation here should align with that of the outside. Much like your experiences in the ancient tomb. Can you devise a method to lead us to the main burial chamber? Facing Chen Zhi's inquiry, Fat Wei contemplated briefly before responding. Locating a tomb should pose no challenge. Do not forget, I am a bona fide tomb raider. However, he hesitated, then continued. This place is not an ancient tomb. Did you not mention that the artistically inclined demigod remains alive? This is not merely a grave, but rather a dwelling. The master residing within is very much alive. You do not understand. The confinement of a demigod is akin to that of a tomb. Chen Zhi retorted, casting a glance into the depths of darkness. Have you forgotten? The nine-tailed celestial fox also perished in captivity when it was imprisoned within the vast divine tomb. It was still very much alive. The powers of such divine creatures are formidable, not easily extinguished. When they cannot be killed, they are left to languish in confinement, gradually depleting their lifespans. Thus, I surmise that the structure beneath this mountain resembles that of an ancient tomb. Here lies the divine tomb. Yet the master of this tomb still breathes. If you uncover the main chamber, you shall discover the whereabouts of the enigmatic Xunbi Maliang. I shall endeavor to see for myself. Once I locate the main chamber, I am most curious to behold the visage of this Xunbi Maliang. With that, Pang Wei boldly thrust his compass forward, commencing his quest for direction within the cavern. Navigating through the deep mountains proved to be far less facile than one might envision. Even though Pang Wei was a seasoned veteran in this domain, he took considerable time to calculate his bearings. After making a wide circle with the compass, it ultimately pointed towards a heap of corpses before him. According to ancient burial customs, one must not retrace their steps. Judging by the orientation here, there should be a passage ahead leading directly to the heart of the tomb. If we proceed along this pile of bodies, we should surely uncover the main burial path. Chapter 218. The feast table. Jia Dunga, having recently consumed some sustenance and water, had regained a modicum of strength, enabling him to lag behind the group. Pang Wei, leading the way with his compass, frequently turned back to caution everyone to remain vigilant of the corpses beneath their feet and to maintain utmost alertness, ensuring none fell behind. Thus, this small team continued onward, traversing over the scattered remains upon the ground. The ground was littered with numerous corpses, primarily of ancient dry remains in the forefront. However, as they advanced, the bodies appeared increasingly fresh. By the time they reached the end, Chen Zhi observed several renowned figures from the last century, as well as some contemporary missing tycoons. Each corpse bore severe burns, as if scalded by boiling water. Some were so charred that their flesh had disintegrated, teeming with writhing maggots. A common feature among these corpses was the gaping chests, with hearts entirely vanished. "Chen, what on earth is the matter with these corpses? They are utterly grotesque," Mina remarked, furrowing her brow as she gazed down at the remains. "Moreover, why are their hearts missing? What else could it be? Devoured by ghosts?" Pang Wei chuckled as he illuminated the path ahead. "I presume this is your first encounter with such phenomena, Mina? It seems you are quite unfamiliar with our Chinese ghost culture. Our ghosts possess rather discerning tastes, shunning the mundane. Unlike your Western vampires, who eagerly drink human blood and flaunt their fangs like bats, our Chinese spirits prefer the delicacies of human hearts, especially those of young, beautiful women with exquisite figures. We, with our tough skin and resilient flesh, are of little concern. Yet, for an international beauty such as yourself, dear Mina, your fortunes may be grim. As we walk, a ghost might suddenly emerge, and who knows, it could very well extract your heart. What would you do then?" Upon finishing his jest, Pang Wei turned to cast the light upon his face, making a horror-stricken expression towards Mina. "Enough of your nonsense. It is pure drivel," Chen interjected. "There are no such things as ghosts in this world." Mina shot Pang Wei a fierce glare before redirecting her gaze to the gruesome sight of the corpses scattered about. Utterly repulsed, "These are not mere fabrications." Chen Zhi, who followed closely behind, suddenly spoke in a somber tone. "Throughout history, various texts have recounted similar accounts. The legendary specters and demons possess a common trait. They have an insatiable appetite for human flesh. It is said that human meat is not only delectable, but also imbued with a unique spirituality that surpasses that of other beings, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. Consequently, certain ordinary demons prefer to consume humans whole, devouring their limbs and fat alike. However, many ancient tomes and unofficial histories record that some primordial deities and demons were initially quite selective about their sustenance, much like the gastronomes of modern society. They feasted solely on human hearts, and before indulging, they meticulously stripped away the hair of their victims. The ancients believed that the heart is the wellspring of all power, and by consuming it, they would absorb the entirety of the creature's energy, rendering it utterly extinct, with all its strength accruing to the consumer. Thus, in the ballads of old battlefields, victors often consumed the vanquished, a macabre symbol of triumph. Could these legends possibly hold any truth? Mina felt increasingly nauseated by the tales, ultimately covering her mouth and averting her gaze from the grotesque corpses strewn about. In contrast, Chen Zhi did not shy away from the horrifying sight. Despite some corpses being grotesquely disfigured, they evoked memories of when Jiang Zia had possessed him in the netherworld, extracting the heart of the deity of death and forcing it into his own mouth. The chilling sensation of that heart still lingered in his throat, refusing to dissipate. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions followed the portly way, winding their way through the desolate terrain until they reached the end of the gruesome display. There, they beheld a freshly mutilated corpse, the very middle-aged, plump woman who had been dragged away moments prior. She retained the visage she bore at the moment of her death, her face contorted in sheer terror, evidently having suffered immense agony before her demise. Surrounding her were several large cauldrons emitting steam, positioned over a hearth. She was grotesquely suspended above the flames, her clothing torn away, her skin scalded and marred, resembling a pig doused in boiling water. Her chest was a ghastly mass of blood and flesh, punctuated by a gaping wound the size of a bowl, from which her heart had been excised. My heavens! Mina could hardly bear to gaze upon the horrific scene. Turning to Chen Zhi with indignation, "Chen, this place is nothing short of a den of demons. We cannot leave the child here. We must retrieve the child and eliminate that fiend, ensuring she cannot continue her reign of terror. Enough! Enough! Oh, valiant superwoman! Could we lower our voices a notch?" Wei interjected, gesturing ahead. In the depths of the darkness, a flickering light appeared, accompanied by a multitude of strange shadows. The area ahead resembled a vast sepulchral passage, its destination unknown. They truly found the place. I must tell you, after casting a cautious glance around, Pang Wei lowered his voice to a mere whisper. Grave robbing is distinct from mere theft, although we traverse through the subterranean realms. Facing the likes of zombies and giant rice dumplings, we encounter no living souls. Ultimately, we are merely trespassing into the unknown. However, the scenario here is starkly different. For the tomb's master is alive. We are now intruding upon a living tomb, and should we be discovered, dire consequences await us. I will lead you through, and should we encounter danger, we must adapt swiftly. But remember, absolutely no gunfire. We must remain silent. Otherwise, we risk being trapped within these confines. Understood? Rest assured. Venturing into unfamiliar territories and acquiring what we seek is my forte, and I possess ample experience. Just refrain from complicating matters. Mina, in a hushed tone, opened a small pouch from her waist, retrieving a pair of azure gloves. These gloves, resembling serpentine skin, were adorned with scales that shimmered in bluish light, complete with suction cups, likely crafted from advanced fibrous material. Once she donned the gloves, she produced a small dagger from her pant leg, clenching it between her teeth before leaping forward into the tomb passage. Pang Wei was taken aback by Mina's audacity, her sudden leap leaving him no time to ponder, and he hurriedly followed. The others, witnessing this, quickly trailed behind. As they proceeded, Jaden Ku was nearly paralyzed by fear, uttering not a word, his legs trembling as he followed along. Mina's movements were indeed swift. After a few agile jumps, she reached a corner of the tomb passage. Before them lay a broad, straight tomb corridor, illuminated by numerous bronze wall sconces, their flames having burned for an unknown duration. Flanking the passage stood 2 rows of guards wielding long halberds. Unlike the painted and perfumed sentinels above, these warriors donned heavy armor, their halberds gleaming ominously. The wear on their armor indicated they had stood vigil here for many years. Do not proceed. Pang Wei dared not raise his voice, gesturing desperately to Mina to refrain from rushing ahead. Yet, Mina remained undeterred, her form darting forward like a swift arrow down the passageway. Chapter 219. The Sentinel Needle. Upon witnessing Mina's bold advance, Chen Zhi felt a jolt of alarm. Ahead in the corridor stood approximately a dozen guards, all clad in armor and brandishing halberds, their formidable presence exuding an air of danger. However, the true peril lay at the end of the corridor, where a stone slab partition connected to an exceedingly fine metal wire, which suspended a small metallic sphere in midair. The wire was so delicate it was nearly invisible, and the orb, no larger than an egg, was hardly conspicuous. Yet, Chen Zhi recognized the significance of that metallic sphere. It was a treacherous device known as the Sentinel Needle. This needle was an intricately designed mechanism, undoubtedly linked to a stone slab door behind it. The stone door is mobile, easily opened with a mere push. However, the moment any sound or disturbance arises indoors, the metallic sphere immediately perceives it and emits a deafening noise, more sensitive than modern surveillance systems. Upon detecting an intruder, the guardian needle within the sphere releases a multitude of highly toxic golden needles, dispersing in a 360-degree arc, akin to a rain of needles, transforming everyone in the vicinity into a veritable hive of bees. Thus, standing guard beside the needle must be individuals of extraordinary courage. Once the metallic sphere sounds its alarm, all will be aware that this location is under siege, prompting them to seal the stone door instantly, while the rear entrance will also be swiftly barred, effectively trapping the intruder within, a situation wherein even deities could not escape. Such stone doors were frequently employed in the fortifications of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, particularly within the residences of nobles, becoming nearly indispensable. Yet, the artisans skilled in this craft were exceedingly rare, leading to its gradual disappearance after the late Han dynasty. Nevertheless, the design blueprints of this guardian needle remain meticulously documented within the Jiang family's library, and similar mechanisms can still be found in significant locations within the Wanqing of Shiqi. Chen Zhi was taken aback as he witnessed Mina leap into action. She had undoubtedly never encountered such a guardian needle before, and her reckless advance could easily trigger the mechanism, leaving them with no escape route. Don't go. Fat Wei's warning was left unspoken as Mina soared through the air. Upon landing on the corridor, instead of touching down with her feet, she executed a graceful flip, adhering to the rock wall like an octopus. At that moment, Everyone observed the blue gloves on her hands, pulsating with electric energy. The suction cups made contact with the rock surface, expanding significantly to create a firm bond with the stone wall. Mina moved with astonishing lightness, akin to a spider, swiftly navigating the summit of the rock, making no sound, and not even displacing a speck of dust. She climbed rapidly along the wall, directly towards the stone door ahead. Watching Mina's movements above, the others felt their tension mount, for the guards below were perilously close. A single misstep could awaken their suspicion. Yet, Chen Zhi focused intently on the metallic sphere. Mina, being a Westerner, could not possibly have encountered the design of such ancient Chinese mechanisms, so any sound she made would inevitably trigger the metallic sphere, leading to their doom. At that moment, Mina deftly crawled to the top of the metallic sphere, one gloved hand securing her weight against the ceiling while her leg dangled down, skillfully hooking the metal wire and pulling upwards, causing the metallic sphere to ascend. In that instant, Chen Zhi's heart leaped to his throat. Directly touching the metallic sphere would undoubtedly activate the mechanism, unleashing the golden needles, and Mina would be the first to be turned into a hive of bees. However, just as the golden orb took flight, Mina swiftly caught it with a deft maneuver resembling a deep-sea dive. Subsequently, the blue hue of her gloves transformed into a striking red, and a multitude of net-like lasers erupted from the gloves, piercing through the metallic sphere, which instantly shattered and became inoperative. Once the metallic sphere was neutralized, Mina's gloves reverted to a vibrant yellow, and her arm muscles swelled dramatically, with veins visibly protruding. With a nimble somersault, Mina leapt down, targeting a nearby guard with a powerful punch. Chen Zhi had experienced the ferocity of Mina's fists firsthand. Her strength was formidable, rivaling that of a professional boxer, and the yellow gloves appeared to amplify her striking power. The guard was sent flying, colliding with several others, as the gloves, now charged with high-voltage electricity, coursed through the guard's metallic armor. As the guards tumbled together, they were struck by the intense current, causing their bodies to convulse uncontrollably, eventually rendering them motionless. "Oh my, this blonde girl is quite formidable," exclaimed Pang Wei, who, witnessing Mina's prowess, sprang into action, drawing his massive broadsword to assist her. However, before he could reach her, several other guards surged toward Mina. These guards, displaying remarkable agility, recognized the damage inflicted upon the metallic orb and swiftly raised their long spears. Charging at Mina, they skillfully maneuvered to avoid Mina's hands, using their polearms to corner her and immobilize her arms. Although Mina attempted to retaliate, the guards executed their moves with astonishing speed, each one a master in their own right, and before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself restrained. "This is untenable. Their strength is overwhelming. Chen, help me," Mina cried out in desperation, struggling in vain. At that critical moment, a guard raised his spear, aiming to thrust it into Mina's abdomen. Just as the attack was about to land, a loud thud resonated as the guard was kicked away, his head striking the rocky wall, leaving him motionless. Mina looked up to find Jiying standing there, her expression calm, her long blade still sheathed. With a single hand, she grasped a guard, lifting him effortlessly overhead before tossing him aside as one would a mere chick. The remaining guards, realizing they were up against a formidable opponent, released Mina and hastily retreated towards the stone door. Yet, before they could escape for even a second, Jiying seized them and hurled them against the rocky wall. The corridor fell silent in an instant. Jiying then cast a cold glance at Mina and remarked indifferently, "Do not engage in such reckless actions again. Do not place the clan leader in peril." Chapter 220. The flourishing within the mountains. At this moment, Mina leaned against the rocky wall, her arms grazed by the guard's spears. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Jiying, nodding slightly without uttering a word. "Oh my goodness, Mina dear, you truly are fearless," Pang Wei exclaimed as he approached, brandishing his broadsword. "How could you dare to confront them head-on? What if something had gone awry? That was perilously close. Had it not been for someone else's intervention, you might not have even had the opportunity to regret it. In truth, I have frequently ventured into such places and possess a profound understanding of these mechanisms," Mina declared, producing a battered metallic sphere from her pocket. "I am confident in my ability to dismantle their traps, and my gloves augment my striking power. I can easily handle these few guards. However, I did not anticipate their strength to be over 34 times that of an ordinary human. Where have you encountered such a metallic sphere mechanism?" Chen Zhi inquired, taking the sphere from Mina's hands. He observed that the surface was shattered into fragments, revealing a multitude of needle slots within, the toxic needles having been entirely obliterated by lasers. Mechanisms around the world are largely similar. Do not forget, I am the leader of the extreme thieves. Mina glanced at Chen Zhi, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Do not underestimate me, Chen. I have visited the tombs of pharaohs in Egypt and Central Asia numerous times and have encountered such types of traps, which are fundamentally alike. I have personally dismantled many such guardians, but I never expected the guards here to be so formidable, almost inhuman. After her statement, she cast a sidelong glance at Jiying, clearly feeling somewhat aggrieved. They are not human, Chen Zhi remarked to Mina. The situation in China differs markedly from that in any other nation. The history of Huaxia is profoundly ancient, and many events have transpired here, resulting in exceptionally intricate human thought. Never underestimate the beings here. In the future, always consult with me before taking action. We cannot afford to be reckless again. Understood. I apologize. Mina lowered her head and then glanced at Chen Zhi once more. In fact, I had already surveyed the area above and can assure you there are no cameras here. That demigod should still be unaware of our intrusion, granting us a distinct advantage. If that demigod wishes to monitor us, cameras are unnecessary, Chen Zhi responded, taking a few steps forward to gently push against a stone slab. The slab was a double-sided mechanism, and with a light nudge, it effortlessly swung open with a creak. As the stone slab parted, everyone stood in astonishment. To their surprise, behind the slab lay a resplendent corridor, adorned with pure golden decorative panels intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. Numerous Western-style oil paintings adorned the walls, while Roman statues graced the floor, including many unique pieces long lost to the international community. Everything before them exuded unparalleled opulence, steeped in European style. Goodness, who would have thought that beneath this mountain lies such an international marvel? The stout Wei exclaimed in amazement. The living standards of this demigod are remarkably elevated. I cannot abide their capitalistic tendencies. I reckon even their toilets are gilded. Truly, their lifestyle is excessively decadent, making our efforts seem futile. Only those fortunate enough to enjoy gilded toilets can truly appreciate them. Chen Zhi chuckled, surmising that this demigod must indeed be a collector. Let us proceed. Let us venture to behold the illustrious treasures of the renowned master of the gold carving cave. However, let us remain silent and refrain from touching anything. After Chen Zhi's words, he was the first to step inside, and the moment he crossed the threshold, he sensed a palpable metallic tang in the air, reminiscent of blood. As they proceeded further, they encountered an array of opulent decorative artifacts, statues of pure gold, precious antiques, exquisite jade carvings, and esteemed calligraphy and paintings. Each piece, worthy of the highest accolades, seemed unparalleled in the world, surpassing any collection housed in museums. Upon seeing these relics, Pang Wei was rendered immobile, and had it not been for Chen Zhi's restraint, he might have surreptitiously pocketed a few items. Continuing onward, they observed numerous chambers flanking the corridor, each adorned with lavish furniture and unimaginable treasures. In these rooms lounged exceptionally beautiful individuals, both Asian with golden skin and European with fair complexion, whose golden hair and azure eyes resembled marble sculptures. Dressed in sumptuous garments, they engaged in lively conversation and graceful dance amidst delicate drapes, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Chen Zhi also noted the walls adorned with remarkable human skin thankas, depicting revered monks and martial arts masters, all legendary figures. These skins were preserved exquisitely, displayed like masterpieces upon the walls. Ultimately, they entered a grand chamber, devoid of any guards, its entrance framed by an exquisite European white wooden door inlaid with pure gold filigree. The heavy wooden door stood ajar, seemingly inviting someone to enter. As Chen Zhi placed his hand on the doorknob and gently pushed, the room burst into brilliant light, shimmering with golden hues and vibrant glass, dazzling to behold. This expansive chamber was permeated with the rich scent of oil paints. Large easels were scattered throughout, with palettes of vividly colored oils and brushes left in disarray, as if the artist had just stepped away mid-creation. The walls were adorned with grand oil paintings, while many depicted humanity, others captured fantastical creatures and idyllic landscapes, each image seemingly alive and utterly captivating. The beauty of these paintings was so profound that even the rough-hewn Pang Wei could not resist their allure, gravitating toward them. All present were entranced by the artistry, and Chen Zhi approached, scrutinizing each piece. The dimensions of these oil paintings were monumental, lifelike representations, executed in a hyper-realistic style, where every detail was rendered with exquisite precision. The birds in flight, the fish in water, and especially the figures portrayed were all nothing short of divine, ethereal in their beauty. One glance beckoned the viewer to immerse themselves within the artwork, in the realm of reality. It would be a daunting task to find an artist with such extraordinary talent, as if crafted by the very hand of God. Indeed, these are the creations of my master. My master is a laid-back individual who often enjoys creating small paintings. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated within the room, startling everyone present, who quickly turned to ascertain the source of the sound. In the corner of the room, an elderly man named Yuan appeared seemingly out of nowhere, holding a jade tablet, and respectfully bowed to Chen Zhi and the others, saying, "I apologize for the delay, esteemed guests. My master awaits you, please follow me." Chapter 221. The master of the gold carving cave. The sudden emergence of Yuan startled everyone. The walls of the room were adorned with doors, reminiscent of a classical European palace, leaving one to ponder how the old man had silently slipped in. "I say, old man, are you trying to frighten us to death?" Fat Wei remarked, dismissing any pretense. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. Just what is your master planning? Stop with the mysterious antics. To be frank, this display is of no use to us. I've witnessed far more bizarre scenarios. Where is your master? Do away with the theatrics and lead us there swiftly. Esteemed guests, please do not be angered. I have come solely to escort you, Yuan replied, bowing again. I apologize for the wait. My master is in the inner hall awaiting your arrival. With that, Yuan disregarded Fat Wei and turned toward a door behind him, pushing it open and stepping outside. Fat Wei glanced back at Chen Zhi, who nodded in response, prompting Fat Wei to follow suit. A group of individuals trailed the old man outside, and it was at this moment that Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming stench of blood assailing his senses, a scent so potent it nearly overwhelmed all others, foul and frigid. From this point onward, Ji Ying remained steadfastly beside Chen Zhi, her hand firmly gripping the hilt of her sword, her expression grave. Before them lay a resplendent corridor, a stark contrast between the opulence of its adornments and the menacing aroma of blood, as if all the treasures glimmered with a sanguine glow. However, ordinary folk like Fat Wei, Mina, and Ingzi seemed oblivious to the ominous atmosphere, irresistibly drawn to the extraordinary treasures surrounding them, as if enchanted by their allure. Hey, Orange, Fat Wei whispered, trailing behind Chen Zhi. What do you think a demigod looks like? I bet she must be stunning, being a descendant of the divine. Honestly, aside from Qin Yang, I have yet to encounter another demigod. At the mention of Qin Yang, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore Fat Wei, who continued unabated. Say, once we meet her, what should we call her? Since she has given birth, ought we to refer to her as sister-in-law? Heh, you might as well try that and see if she agrees. Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile, turning to Mina. Does the child have an official name? In Chinese or English? The child has yet to receive an official name, Mina replied, for the infant passed away shortly after birth, leading to complications with the registration and an inability to secure an identity. After bringing him to Egypt, we have consistently sought to restore his American citizenship, but his tender age has rendered this impossible. Consequently, he remains unnamed, referred to only by his nickname. However, there was an occasion when the child's mother informed us that she had chosen a name for him, Little Stone. Yet, before she could formalize his registration, unfortunate events transpired. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi nodded slightly and whispered in Mina's ear, when we encounter the demigod, please refrain from mentioning that name. Why? Mina asked, her expression one of confusion, just as she was about to inquire further. Suddenly, she noticed a figure named Yuan pushing open a grand door ahead, followed by a dazzling array of radiant lights that momentarily blinded them. Yuan stood at the entrance, respectfully gesturing to Chen Zhi and the others. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the main hall of my master's abode. This is the celestial paradise, the finest realm of existence, where time flows gracefully. As Yuan's words faded, a delightful melody floated from within the chamber, the luminous lights captivating everyone's gaze. Inside the room, a multitude of elegantly formed men and women adorned with wigs and jeweled masks danced gracefully to the music, transforming the grand ballroom into a magnificent masquerade. Upon entering the hall, Chen Zhi and his companions beheld the opulent marble flooring, polished to perfection and embedded with gold, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors. The crystal chandeliers above hung in splendid arrays, casting a brilliant glow, while cascading pearl curtains adorned with shimmering diamonds created an atmosphere of unimaginable luxury, far surpassing even the most resplendent of palaces. The masked revelers spun and twirled across the dance floor, their laughter ringing melodiously, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Behind the swirling figures, a throne of pure gold, extravagantly embellished, was occupied by an elderly lady with flowing white hair and a visage marked by age. Her skin hung loosely from her chin, adorned with a colorful glass crown. She wore an opulent silk robe, its sleeves brimming with countless pearls and agates. Her gnarled hands resembled those of an aged bird, bedecked with an array of colorful gemstone rings. The elderly lady's eyes were evidently clouded, her energy waning as she languidly reclined on the throne, gazing down at the dancing figures without noticing Chen Zhi and his companion's entrance. Observing this, Yuan made his way through the throng of dancers to report to the elderly lady. Pang Wei, eyeing the lady on the throne, smirked and leaned toward Chen Zhi to whisper, "I hope you're not suggesting that this is the demigod capable of bringing paintings to life. This is a far cry from the legendary brush of Ma Yang, and besides, she is clearly from a different generation. She is simply an old woman." Chen Zhi glanced at the elderly woman above, then turned to Fat Wei and said, "Do not forget, she has been imprisoned here since the Tang dynasty. Her age must be exceedingly ancient, at least 2,000 years. "Oh my goodness," Fat Wei replied, pouting and shaking his head. "My brother's fate is truly unfortunate. Thankfully, he is no longer with us. If he were alive to witness this scene, I fear he would wilt away from the shock. Perhaps it is better that he has passed on." At that moment, the old man named Yuan had approached the throne and leaned down to whisper a few words into the elderly woman's ear. After he finished speaking, the woman languidly lifted her hand, adorned with numerous rings, without displaying any discernible reaction. The music abruptly ceased, and all the attendees in the hall withdrew to the sides, leaving only Chen Zhi and a few others standing there. Then, the elderly woman languidly sat up, her wrinkled hand pointing towards Chen Zhi below. Are you a descendant of Jiangshang?" Chapter 222. The Master of the Gold Carving Cave, Part 2. The woman's face, lined with wrinkles, was coated in white powder, her eyes adorned with dark eyeliner and her lips of vivid crimson. Her glass crown was embellished with an array of gemstones, resting atop her weathered visage. A golden phoenix adorned her forehead, draped with strings of diamond beads that jingled softly with her movements, creating a cacophony that, when paired with her heavily made-up face, gave her an almost demonic appearance. Are you a descendant of Jiangshang?" As she pointed towards Chen Zhi with her gem-encrusted fingers, her voice was raspy and dry, akin to parched sand scraping against her throat, evoking discomfort in those who heard it. Chen Zhi remained silent for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Yes. Do you bring me any gifts?" The elderly woman continued to inquire, her voice still hoarse. "None," Chen Zhi replied succinctly. "Oh." The elderly woman seemed to misunderstand his response. Her murky eyes shifted as she slowly asked, "Then what brings you to me?" "I come in search of a child," Chen Zhi stated plainly. "He is a child born of you, an immortal? A child of mine, an immortal?" "Oh." The elderly woman rasped in acknowledgement, then gradually turned her head, leaning her aged body against the chair as she began to ponder. After a considerable time of contemplation, just as everyone thought she might doze off, she finally managed to squeeze out a phrase from her lips. "Do I have another child with humanity? I do not recall." The hall was enveloped in profound silence. The previously dancing men and women stood on either side, not daring to utter a sound, yet they shared discreet chuckles, all eyes converging on Chen Zhi. The mortal was called. He was an Asian thief, and after his demise, the child was taken to Egypt. "Do you not remember?" Chen Zhi spoke calmly. "Oh, is that so?" "Perhaps so," the elderly lady said slowly, then closed her eyes and leaned back against the chair. The delicate adornments on her head swayed and obscured her face, prompting her to delve into her thoughts once more. While the others speculated about her musings, a sudden snoring sound broke the silence. "Goodness, she has fallen asleep," exclaimed the portly Wei, who had been standing at the back, unable to contain himself any longer. "I mean, dear grandmother, could you speak a bit faster? What exactly do you mean? Please offer us some clarity. Besides, do you not have children of your own? Can't you remember? If you truly cannot recall, shall I assist you in finding them? You may rest." Wei's loud remarks seemed to jolt the elderly woman awake. She slowly leaned forward, brushing aside the string of beads that obstructed her view, scrutinizing the two before her, Chen Zhi and Wei. This time, she appeared to grasp their intent. You wish to take someone away from here, do you not? Indeed, that is precisely our intention. Wei, having reached his limit of patience with the old woman, stated succinctly. There is a chubby little boy, about 2 years old, quite adorable. Could you check if you have this child? If so, allow us to take him back. And you may continue your dance without interruption. That is the situation. Am I mistaken? After finishing, Wei glanced back at Chen Zhi, seeking his approval. Chen Zhi had remained silent, intently observing the elderly woman and the aura surrounding her, as well as everything in her vicinity. Those who come to me have sold their names. If you wish to take someone away, you must look among those names to see if he is there. The elderly woman replied languidly, slowly raising her ring-adorned hand to wave. At that moment, a group of maidens clad in sheer garments emerged, unveiling a grand silk curtain. Behind it stood a massive slab of white jade, its surface appearing to be coated with pure silver, shimmering brilliantly. The silver slab was covered with numerous 2-inch-long slips of paper, identical to those seen in casinos, each inscribed with a person's name. Seeing this, Jia Dong'e trembled at the back and murmured, I witnessed those names being written on there, and then the individuals were dragged away. Without a name, they lost their lives. We must not lose our names. It is far too perilous. Chen Zhi shot a glance at Jia Dong'e, signaling him to remain silent, then quickly scanned the silver board adorned with names. It is merely a 2-year-old child who does not yet possess an official name. Chen Zhi addressed the elderly woman. Could you inform me which name belongs to him? After all, he is your child, and you hold the right to name him. Oh, the name of my child, you ask? I do not recall. This elderly lady has evidently lost all interest, speaking at a pace that is alarmingly slow. Just as Chen Zhi was about to utter another word, he noticed that the lady had once again reclined in her chair, her beaded chains obscuring her face entirely, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Oh dear, my semi-divine grandmother, your temperament is indeed formidable. Pang Wei had reached his boiling point. Whom do you expect us to ask for your child's name? How are we to know what your child is called? Well, let us ponder a bit longer. No rush, the elderly lady interjected, raising her ring-laden hand. In an instant, the crowd that had previously dispersed surged back into the dance floor, the cacophony of music erupting once more. Those donned in wigs and masks twirled gracefully, plunging the scene into utter chaos. This lady is truly extraordinary. Pang Wei was incensed to the point of nearly exploding. Amidst the clamor, he shouted to Chen Zhi. This is utterly unconventional, Orange. What shall we do? However, Pang Wei fell silent as he noticed that Chen Zhi had closed his eyes, his lips moving in a fervent recitation of incantations. When Chen Zhi opened his eyes once more, everything in the hall was enveloped by his energy flow. He bit his tongue, and a surge of blood welled forth, which he expelled forcefully, shattering the moment. In an instant, the dance floor erupted, marble pillars and the ground fracturing into fragments, sending everyone sprawling to the floor, rolling in disarray as debris rained down from the ceiling and the music ceased. My apologies for interrupting your ball, Chen Zhi proclaimed, rising slowly into the air within the protective bubble of his barrier. The surrounding energy crackled with the sounds of wind and thunder spells. Chen Zhi pointed at the golden throne and declared, Reveal yourself. Cease hiding behind this puppet. Chapter 223, The Master of the Golden Cave, Part 3. Chen Zhi's barrier shone in the sky like the blazing sun, the electric sparks of the wind-thunder spell darting like fiery serpents. The individuals on the dance floor were seized by terror, scattering in all directions and shattering the magnificent decorations, plunging the scene into chaos. Protect the master. Quickly, safeguard our lord. The elder named Yuan hurriedly rushed to the throne, calling out to the guards. A throng of guards wielding long halberds charged towards Pang Wei and his companions from all directions. However, before they could draw near, Ji Ying's sword passed, wielding her long knife with a deft sweep, sending the fierce guards flying with ease. At that moment, the elderly lady seated on the throne was thoroughly enraged. Leaning against her jewel-encrusted golden seat, she pointed at Chen Zhi in the air, shouting furiously, Impudent wretch! I am a descendant of the ancient true gods and the mistress of this realm. You dare to disrespect me? I shall rip out your heart and cast your liver aside, flay your skin and sink your corpse. Her fury was palpable, her frail body trembling violently, as her withered hands flailed in the air, as if she longed to seize Chen Zhi and tear him apart. Chen Zhi gazed at her with indifference, akin to observing a pitiable creature, alive yet unaware of its own identity. How tragic. The elderly woman continued to hurl profanities with increasing vulgarity, yet she unleashed no magical prowess, merely resorting to incessant cursing. In her fury, her robe slipped from her shoulders, and her glass tiara shattered upon the ground, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, her visage and neck flushed with rage, resembling a common harpy. At that moment, a long arrow suddenly pierced the air, transfixing the old woman through her forehead, pinning her firmly to the throne. She stared with sunken eyes, her body shuddering in defiance before falling completely still. What a spectacle for the Chen clan leader. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Ding Ning, who had been silently trailing behind, approached with her bow slung over her shoulder. Ding Ning strode directly to the throne, effortlessly lifting the ornate elderly woman and casting her aside as one would discard an object, before taking her place upon the throne and raising her gaze towards Chen Zhi. What a jest! This is merely a crude work from my youth, far too antiquated and lacking in eloquence to grace the halls of refinement. I had long contemplated discarding it. What? Shall the performance not continue? Chen Zhi slowly descended from the air, his feet touching the ground. You performed splendidly along the way. Surely, you lightened your own weight? You donned the guise of a figure from a painting, while compelling the painted figure to assume your form. Truly masterful. Such trivial skills could hardly deceive the eyes of the Chen clan leader. My apologies, Ding Ning remarked, her demeanor now devoid of youthful innocence. She placed her bow at her feet, one leg confidently curled upon the throne, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering with starlight as she regarded Chen Zhi, exuding the air of a noble demigod. Chen clan leader, you have traveled great distances to bring that sour meat to my village. Such generosity. How could I refuse you? Shortly, I shall have someone bring that delicacy inside. However, it appears I must disappoint you. Chen Zhi replied, his gaze fixed upon Ding Ning. From the moment I entered that red-roofed village, I was aware of the barriers surrounding your village. Regrettably, such a barrier is far too simplistic in the presence of our Jiang clan. I have already bound the airflow to our kin, and upon our arrival here, my currents directly returned Ding Ning to the mountain's base. It seems that delicacy shall remain beyond your reach. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ding Ning's expression shifted, her eyes darkening with evident fury. She furrowed her brows as she glared at Chen Zhi, her gaze icy, but she soon regained her composure. Very well. I shall forego that sour meat. After all, I am far too old to cling to such carnal desires. There is no need to continue this folly. Perhaps it is time for me to depart. After speaking, Ding Ning turned to Mina. Do you still often visit the grave? Oh yes. Mina, momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift, could only nod in bewilderment. The ashes are interred in my family's cemetery, and we honor them every year. Then that is good, Ding Ning replied, her eyes lowering, a trace of melancholy crossing her face. The people of Huaxiao place great importance on the honor bestowed upon the deceased. Although one may no longer be present, it is customary to pay respects annually, burning yellow paper in their memory. Humanity is the most solitary of creatures, and even in death, there remains a desire for companionship. Mina, unsure of how to respond, merely nodded. After Ding Ning spoke, she turned her gaze back to Chen Zhi, stating, now it is time to discuss our matters. As the leader of the Jiang clan, what brings you here from afar? The sudden shift in Ding Ning's demeanor left the others somewhat bewildered, particularly Pang Wei, whose fragile emotional world had taken another blow. The little girl he had supported earlier, the tearful and endearing maiden he wished to nurture further, now sat regally upon the golden throne, exuding an aura that demanded respect, transforming into the sovereign of this place. This transformation rendered him speechless once more. As I mentioned earlier, we are here for the child, Chen Zhi replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Ding Ning. Oh, Ding Ning smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. May I inquire, Leader Chen, what do you intend to do with my child? We wish to take him back and raise him, Mina interjected, urgency in her voice. I grew up alongside him, but he is no longer with us. I promised my father I would care for this child. How amusing, Ding Ning remarked, her lips curling into a slight smirk, as if she had just heard the grandest joke. I am the child's biological mother. To request a mother for her own child, only to raise him elsewhere. Does this align with your moral code? Mina found herself at a loss for words, speechless. Answer me, Jiang clan leader. Ding Ning continued, leaning forward, her gaze penetrating as she looked down at Chen Zhi. What do you truly desire with my child? I need him, Chen Zhi replied, holding Ding Ning's gaze. I am planning something significant, and I require the child's abilities. One day, I will need him to join my ranks. Understood, Ingzi replied, tilting her head slightly. A playful glint in her eyes as she regarded Chen Zhi. However, why should I assist you? My ancestors were once ancient deities, stripped of their divinity by your forebear, Jiang Shang. Since that moment, I have lost everything. You do remember this, do you not? Like Bai Qian, I am a descendant of the old gods and an adversary of your Jiang clan. Chapter 224, The Sovereign of the Gold Carving Cave, Part 4. You do remember this, do you not? Like Bai Qian, I am a descendant of the old gods and an adversary of your Jiang clan. As this declaration left Ingzi's lips, Jiying suddenly emerged from behind Chen Zhi. She drew her long blade, its cold, gray steel glinting ominously, radiating a murderous aura that seemed to freeze all in its proximity. Ingzi clearly regarded Jiying with trepidation. She swiftly rose, reaching for a nearby bough, her arm shimmering as it transformed into armor. Ah, the red-banded warriors of Shiqi. I have heard much about you, Jiying remarked. Chen Zhi called out to Jiying, prompting her to glance back at him before stepping aside. And what are your thoughts? Shall we forever confine the child in this illusory realm? To ensure he, like you, never sees the light of day, you must comprehend that the child does not belong here. Chen Zhi gazed at Ingzi, and after a moment of silence, continued. I owe a debt to his father, a debt I must repay. Furthermore, while in Egypt, I promised the child's mother that I would take him away. Huh. The one you encountered in Egypt was not his mother. She was merely a figment of my imagination, rendered in ink and water, hardly worthy of mention. Ingzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance, gazing down at Chen Zhi with pride. But I am the child's true mother. I bestowed upon that puppet my noble bloodline to bring forth this child, the patriarch of the Jiang clan. If you desire to take my child, what will you offer in exchange? As she spoke, Ingzi leaned forward, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi. In days of your ancestor Jiang Shang stripped my forebears of their divine titles. Though I am a descendant of noble ancient deities, I remain eternally imprisoned here, unable to rise again. If you seek my bloodline, can you restore my ancestors' divine titles and elevate me to a rightful deity? As she uttered these words, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes, sharp as a blade. I apologize, but I am currently unable to bestow divine ordination. This is a fact. Chen Zhi candidly replied, meeting her gaze. However, it is my understanding that your imprisonment here is not due to your ancestors' actions against you, but rather your resentment towards the Han people after your ancestors' defeat. Despite your descendants wreaking havoc and slaughtering innocents, you established a hidden treasure trove in the mountains to incite discord, amassing wealth to fund the Mongolian army. This led to the invasion of the Central Plains, resulting in the near annihilation of the Han people and committing heinous crimes. Were it not for Qiu Chuji persuading Genghis Khan to issue a decree against slaughter, the Han people might have long since faced extinction. Am I mistaken, Ochong clan? Upon hearing this name, Ingzi shuddered, averting her eyes from Chen Zhi's gaze, seemingly retreating in fear to her throne. Do not address me in such a manner. That name is far too ancient. Please do not utter it again. I have nearly forgotten it. Ingzi subsequently lowered her head, curling up like a child who had erred. Young patriarch of the Jiang clan, do not speak to me in such a tone. I am many years your senior. You are unaware of the events that transpired in that era, so refrain from passing judgment on that war. After my ancestors were stripped of their divine titles, I became as insignificant as the dust beneath one's feet, scorned by both gods and men, stripped of all glory. During that time, I indeed harbored much resentment and committed great sins. But those events are far behind us and need not be revisited. Nonetheless, I distinctly remember that I once understood humanity well and had loved them dearly, procreating and giving birth to offspring indistinguishable from humans. Yet, I never anticipated that when humanity slaughtered my descendants, they would show no mercy. They flayed their skins and hung their bloody remains by the riverside, their blood flowing into the waters, staining the river red. My children perished before my very eyes. Yet I found myself powerless to intervene. Gazing upon their lifeless bodies, my heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two, and I harbored a deep-seated loathing for humanity. What say you? The young chieftain of the Jiang clan remarked. The coldness of the human heart is unparalleled. This sentiment resonated with Chen Zhi, who stood beneath the throne and replied. Ying's body quivered slightly before she continued. From that moment on, I believed I would never bear children again, nor would I ever love humanity. Yet, later on, I encountered that audacious thief, that young man imbued with both stubbornness and sincerity. As she spoke, a faint nostalgia tinged Ying's voice. Is that what you meant? Mina, standing below, could no longer contain herself and interjected. I recall how you came to know him. He had undertaken a mission in China, sustained injuries, and vanished for an extended period. We all presumed he had perished, yet he returned unscathed, accompanied by a wife. At that time, I sensed something extraordinary about her, but eventually, she became quite ordinary. Was that the authentic you back then? Indeed, Ying softly murmured from the center of the throne. He was truly obstinate in those days. It has been so long since I have encountered a human like that, stubborn yet earnest, genuinely fascinating. In your contemporary vernacular, one might describe him as adorably tenacious. Her voice, unhurried, seemed to be lost in reverie. Back then, I still possessed the guise of a puppet, wandering these mountains day after day. Then, one day, he drifted in from the riverbank, his body drenched in blood, crimson staining him entirely. When the moonlight bathed him, I could still perceive the stubbornness in his gaze fixed upon me. I reached my hand into the river to pull him ashore. He implored me, claiming he had been shot and begged for my assistance, promising he would repay me. Subsequently, I brought him back to the village, tending to his wounds and administering medicine. During that time, he cherished the village and held affection for me, declaring that I was the purest person he had ever encountered and proposed to take me away, offering me a glimpse of the splendor of humanity through marriage. I wished to refuse, yet he stubbornly insisted, willing to remain here and wait indefinitely. I did not reveal my true identity to him. The human soul is invariably fragile, and once wounded, it shatters. That obstinate and earnest countenance would cease to exist. Thus, I transformed my appearance, depicting my former visage on a paper effigy, infusing it with my life essence, and accompanied him. I hoped that should this child come into being, it would never return, but instead share in the human experience alongside him. Yet, the vile nature of humanity resurfaced, as you took this child to distant lands. Lost him. Chapter 225. The Master of the Golden Cavern, v. Yet, it was not his fault. By that time, he was already gone. The child had been abducted by the acolytes of the Egyptian gods. Mina hastily said beneath the throne. Moreover, after the incident, we exerted every effort to search for him. However, by the time we located those acolytes, the child had already been rescued. Thus, we eventually found our way here. Mina's voice caught Yingzi's attention. Rising once more from her throne, Yingzi, with her vibrant and spirited eyes, gazed intently at Mina, subsequently revealing a faint smile. Are you the child's godmother? I recall that in your Western religions, a godmother holds a sacred role. If I permit you to take the child, will you cherish him as your own? Certainly, Mina replied, taken aback by Yingzi's sudden inquiry. Though surprised, she responded resolutely. I have grown up alongside him, and since his demise, I have felt immense guilt. I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing this child. Furthermore, it is not just me. Mina glanced at Chen Zhi beside her. Chen and I will work together to raise this child, rest assured. Chen Zhi quietly listened to Mina's words, his eyes fixated on Yingzi upon the throne, his lips sealed in silence. Oh, the promises of humanity are often heartfelt, yet frequently prove to be inconsequential, Yingzi murmured, lowering her gaze. Indeed, I have grown too old. My lifespan has reached the limits of a demigod. I fear I shall soon perish in this place that confines me, my divine tomb. I can no longer nurture this child. He deserves to thrive in a more vibrant world, not remain in this living grave. Upon my demise, my power will gradually be transferred to the child, for he is my sole descendant. At that moment, Yingzi abruptly leaned forward, her eyes piercing into Chen Zhi's as if they were daggers aimed at his own. Chief of the Jiang clan, I do not require you to restore my ancestral divine title, nor do I need you to enshrine me as a deity. I only ask for a vow, sworn with your noble divine blood, that you will devote everything to ensure this child becomes a true god. Will you take this oath? I swear. Chen Zhi stepped forward, pricking the tip of his middle finger and, akin to an ancient oath-taking ritual, inscribed a cross upon his left chest. Then, he raised 3 fingers to the heavens. I, Chen Zhi, chief of the Jiang clan, swear by my divine blood that if this child belongs to me, I shall exhaust all my efforts to transform him into a deity, bestow him a divine title, grant him a rightful place among the gods. From this day forth, this child shall have no connection to your bloodline. Agreed. We, the descendants of the gods, hold promises in the highest regard. Oaths sworn in divine blood are unbreakable. No one has dared to violate them from ancient times to the present, Ingzi concluded, biting her fingertip and marking a cross on her own chest, then raising 3 fingers toward the sky. From henceforth, this child belongs to you. I shall have no further ties with him. Remember your promise. The patriarch of the Jiang clan, after Ingzi finished speaking, gestured beside her, and a gust of wind swept through the silver board covered in names, causing all the paper strips inscribed with names to flutter down. In the end, only one strip remained on the board, bearing the name Yu Chengshi. This is his name, and now I bestow it upon you. He shall no longer have descendants of the Chong clan. Remove his name strip and take him away, please. Mina, filled with excitement, replied, rest assured, we will care for this child well. I will do everything in my power to nurture him. After saying this, Mina quickly moved forward to take down the paper strip. Do not go, Chen Zhi suddenly exclaimed sharply, shaking his head gently as he stood there. Mina, bewildered and unsure of her misstep, took a step back and turned to Chen Zhi. Of course, Ingzi smiled. This is my vow with the patriarch of the Jiang clan. It requires the patriarch himself to retrieve the child's name. I appreciate your efforts. After speaking, Ingzi looked at Chen Zhi, pointing towards the name strip on the board. However, she noticed that Chen Zhi's face bore no signs of excitement. His cold eyes gazed at her, unmoving. What is the matter, patriarch of the Jiang clan? Is this not the purpose of your visit? Ingzi asked Chen Zhi again from her throne. Since I have bestowed this child upon you, you should personally retrieve that paper strip. Yet, Chen Zhi remained still, unyielding. Time ticked by, the air grew so cold it seemed to threaten freezing, and the standoff persisted for quite some time. Finally, Chen Zhi smiled slightly and said, then please, do take it down for me. What did you say? Ingzi rose abruptly from her throne, seemingly infuriated. She pointed at Chen Zhi, reprimanding, I bestow my child upon you, yet you are unwilling to retrieve his name yourself. How dare you utter such disrespectful words and humiliate me? Does your vow hold any significance? I would like to ask you, does your vow hold any significance? Chen Zhi replied indifferently. Are you incapable of removing that paper strip for me? After saying this, Chen Zhi waved his hand, and a colossal barrier swiftly enveloped the ground, completely shielding him and his companions. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a bolt of energy struck Jiading, shattering his body and scattering flesh and blood like paper fragments across the ground. If you wish to take someone out of here, you must first remove the name. Who established this game's rules? You have led this paper figure to masquerade as a real person, continuously instilling this concept in me, merely to deceive me into removing this paper strip with my own hands. Stop trying to fool me. With the Chong clan, it appears you still do not comprehend. No matter how much the false may resemble the real, it will never transform into reality. You, like those puppets, still fail to comprehend your own identity. You are merely a prisoner. After Chen Zhi spoke, he channeled the energy into his right hand and waved it into the air, revealing the true nature of that slip of paper. Chapter 226. The prisoner. As the energy in Chen Zhi's hand surged forth like a soaring dragon, everything around them shattered in an instant. The once resplendent European palace exploded, its luxurious decorations and sculptures of pure gold and jade, along with the exquisitely formed men and women, were reduced to mere fragments, entirely obliterated. The space they inhabited, under Chen Zhi's howling incantation, was turned upside down, unveiling its true visage. In truth, they found themselves within a profoundly dark cavern, nestled at the heart of a great mountain. The cave was exceedingly damp and shrouded in darkness, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating its depths. The frost-covered rock walls were coated in a transparent, viscous slime, while countless black insects crawled in the corners, near the decaying hearts infested with maggots, a truly repulsive sight. On either side of the rock walls hung thick chains made of controlling stone, each as thick as a human arm, densely leading toward the center of the cave. The youthful and playful figure, who had just been seated upon a throne of pure gold, was now shackled by these chains. At this moment, she revealed her true form, an imprisoned demigod, Yu Chengshi. Yu Chengshi's visage was grotesque, marred by the dirt of the mountain accumulated over the years, covering her body and skin. Her garments had long been reduced to ashes, leaving much of her skin exposed, aged and sagging, resembling a corpse on the brink of disintegration. Her hair was tangled like wild grass, infested with maggots, and her hands were tightly bound by handcuffs, rendering her unable to escape. Chen Zhi scrutinized the handcuffs binding Yu Chengshi. They were forged from high-grade controlling stone, glimmering in the darkness. The inner sides of the cuffs were lined with slender needles of controlling stone, piercing her wrists. Yu Chengshi had evidently struggled against her bonds. The wounds on her wrists, torn countless times, were encrusted with blackened blood, yet fresh blood continued to ooze forth. Her ribs, humerus, and leg bones were all pierced and restrained by the controlling stone chains. Any movement brought her excruciating pain. Fury burned in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Zhi, resembling a monstrous creature that had crawled forth from the earth, instilling fear in all who beheld her. At that moment, Yu Chengshi roared like a beast, shaking the very mountain itself. Chen Zhi could sense the unparalleled strength contained within her roar, yet it remained unspent. She began to struggle desperately, the wounds on her body tearing open once more, blood gushing forth. But the controlling stone handcuffs were formidable. The more she fought, the tighter they constricted. Meanwhile, a series of ethereal lights emanated from the chains binding the control stones, piercing directly into the body of Yu Chengshi, striking her like a surge of high voltage. Upon encountering these lights, Yu Chengshi trembled violently, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, and began to scream in agony, ceasing any further attempts to struggle. Chen Zhi glanced upward, noticing that the piece of paper inscribed with names had now transformed into an ancient yellow parchment adorned with intricate spells. This talisman was remarkably old, its incantations penned in blood, firmly affixed to the top of the controlling chains. With each desperate struggle Yu Chengshi made, the talisman emitted countless beams of light, lashing against her body like a whip. Thus it was, Chen Zhi waved his hand, condensing the surrounding barriers into bubbles, levitating everyone into the air. If my suspicions are correct, that talisman must have been inscribed by Qiu Chejai, intended to bind you here. Once I unveil that talisman, you shall escape from this confinement. And with your formidable powers, it would be a simple task to plunge the central plains back into chaos, would it not? Hee hee. Yu Chengshi glared at Chen Zhi with venomous eyes. Mortals are truly foolish. With a mere ploy, they can abandon humanity and descend into the path of darkness. This was true for Song Huaizong, and for Genghis Khan as well. What now? The illegitimate son of the Jiang clan. Do you not wish to release me and invite me into your ranks? Trust me, you will find me indispensable. Unnecessary, Chen Zhi replied with a slight smile. Do you truly believe I would place my faith in a malevolent entity buried beneath a mountain for over a millennium? Such a pity, Yu Chengshi. Alas for your once great divine powers, but your time has come to an irrevocable end. The world shall forget you, and even your progeny shall not remember you. A sudden roar escaped Yu Chengshi, her voice resonating with a coarse masculinity, deafening in its intensity. Illegitimate son of Jiang, what right do you have to judge me? Jiang Shang, you have dishonored my ancestors, inciting humanity to slaughter my descendants. This enmity shall not go unavenged. Once I escape this prison, I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, and drain the marrow from your bones, slaughtering all in the western Qi royal city. It appears you have no chance left, Chen Zhi retorted coldly. Jiang Shang, the one you seek vengeance against, is already dead, and Qiu Chejai, who imprisoned you here, has also passed on. Before his departure, he inscribed a warning for future generations to never show you mercy. It seems both Qiu Chejai and Jiang Shang share a similar disdain for you. After speaking, Chen Zhi produced a piece of white silk paper from his pocket, upon which were inscribed the words penned by Qiu Chejai himself, Yu Chengshi, descendant of the ancient gods. Yet this deity's offspring is cunning, adept at feigning innocence. We, the descendants of Huaxia, regardless of the shifting tides of dynasty, must guard against you through the ages. Each royal lineage bears this responsibility. Negligence will allow malevolent entities to emerge, leading to the ruin of Huaxia. Long Chunzi, Qiu Chejai. Chen Zhi held the white silk paper before Yu Chengshi, stating, during the late Qing era, you annihilated all the Qing soldiers guarding you, and at that time, you must have seen this handwritten note left by Qiu Chejai. Yet, you chose not to destroy it. Surely, you found it perplexing, wondering what message lay concealed within such verbose script. Now I shall tell you. These intricate characters are meticulously assembled according to a particular rule. On the surface, they appear to be Chinese characters, yet when unified, they form a divine script. This divine script consists of but a single word, kill. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Yu Chang's eyes, filled with resentment, widened in fury. She ceased her cries and, gritting her teeth, declared vehemently, cursed Jiang Zia, as the divine son. You dare betray your own divine blood and commit the atrocity of slaughtering gods. The Jiang clan is already extinguished. This is your retribution. Ha ha ha. Kazuji, retribution. Ha ha ha. This is the question I wish to pose to you. Suspended in midair, Chen Zhi brandished the white silk before Yuchong, stating, "The divine script has existed since ancient times, and those who can comprehend it are exceedingly rare. Among the demigods of today, only a handful can read the divine script. Even you cannot decipher it. Kazuji, as a mere mortal, how could he possibly understand the divine script? Yuchong, you have witnessed Kazuji with your own eyes. Tell me, what manner of person is he?" Chapter 227, The Prisoner, Part 2. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, Yuchong burst into a sinister laugh, her mouth splitting wide to reveal her yellowed, sharp teeth. In the pitch-black cavern, her visage was more terrifying than that of a demon. "The illegitimate son of the Jiang clan, it seems you remain utterly ignorant. Truly, you are nothing more than an illegitimate child. Your ancestors have divulged nothing to you, for you reek of humanity's stench." Hee 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 woo woo. Yuchong's maniacal laughter morphed into weeping. "Pity me, Yuchong, who has borne the noble bloodline of the true gods since antiquity, merely because I lost that war. I was stripped of my divine title by the traitor Jiangshang. Alas, woo, where is the way of heaven?" After uttering these words, Yuchong struggled fiercely, allowing blood to seep from her wounds as her eyes, filled with sorrow, gazed upon Chen Zhi. "I care not for that old man Jiangshang. What do you, a lowly illegitimate child, signify? Should I manage to break free from these chains, I shall once again slaughter Yuhan people to avenge my descendants' cruel fate. Hee 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 hee. To think you would have me reveal who Kazuji is. Hee 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 hee. It shall forever be impossible." Yuchong then laughed piercingly, seemingly having lost her sanity, as the spiritual light from the talisman coursed through the chains binding her. Yuchong's body trembled uncontrollably, yet she continued to laugh maniacally, her shrill voice instilling dread. "For over 1,000 years, you have yet to contemplate repentance. I shall take your child away, while you shall remain here to rest eternally." Chen Zhi gently covered his mouth with the white silk, biting his tongue to silently recite the incantation to slay gods. The silk began to quiver as if infused with boundless power. Chen Zhi lifted the silk and lightly flicked it downward. It floated gracefully, landing upon Yuchong's face. Instantly, Yuchong's body convulsed as if struck by lightning, erupting into frantic howls. Blood gushed from her wounds, yet soon, her mouth was entirely sealed by a beam of spiritual light, rendering her incapable of uttering another sound. In that moment, Chang's limbs were enveloped entirely by a radiant light. Her body curled into a ball, resembling a fleshy sphere that rolled into the corner and became motionless. Regardless of who this Chujin might be, Chen Zhi had long since lost any compassion for her. He gazed coldly at the curled-up figure in the corner, declaring that henceforth, the world would know no more of the Golden Cavern. "Chun, look over there," Mina suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the dark corner. All eyes followed her gesture. And within the shadows, amidst the decaying hearts, a pale child's face emerged. The child was wrapped in a translucent membrane, their small face tinged with a faint green hue, and their eyes darkened, trapped in a state of unconsciousness. "That is the child, Chun. That is the one. Quickly, save him," Mina cried out, fervently shaking Chen Zhi's shoulder. With a gentle flick of his finger, a stream of energy surged forth from the air, entwining the child, lifting him into the air, and safely depositing him into Mina's waiting hands. Overjoyed, Mina hurriedly removed the thin membranes clinging to the child, which resembled sticky mucus that had obstructed his breathing. Once she cleared the mucus from the child's nostrils, he suddenly gasped for air, his eyes fluttering open. And with a pitiful twist of his small face, he burst into a feeble cry. Yet his voice was faint and hoarse, clearly lacking strength. The child appeared malnourished and dehydrated. Mina, with urgency etched on her face, declared, "Chun, we must leave at once. This child needs immediate rescue." "Understood." Chen Zhi nodded slightly before casting one last glance at the corner where Chong had become a mere ball of flesh, softly uttering, "Fear not, my vow remains unaltered. This child shall one day become a great deity." With that, Chen Zhi waved his arm, channeling the energy within him, and the entire bubble of the barrier began to ascend rapidly. A hum resonated in their ears, a consequence of the swift descent. They had previously been unaware of the depth of the pit, which was estimated to exceed 1,000 meters. The bubble acted like a super elevator, soaring upward for quite some time before finally reaching the surface. As they emerged from the opening, Everyone felt dizzy from the rapid ascent. Mina doubled over and began to vomit, while the child in her arms squirmed uncomfortably. They realized they were situated within the ruins behind Red Roof Village, where a large hole led deep into the mountain, right beside the crumbling wall through which they had entered. Above them, the sky was painted with blue and white clouds. They had finally returned to the surface. "Seal the entrance," Chen Zhi commanded, gazing down at the black abyss below. "Yes," Ding Ning responded, moving aside to find a massive, formidable rock. It seemed as though even a bulldozer would struggle to push it, yet with incredible strength, Ding Ning rolled the stone to the cave entrance, sealing it tightly. Mina observed the entire process, rendered speechless by her astonishment. At that moment, the child's breathing became rapid, his small face flushed with a deep crimson. Having been trapped in darkness for an extended period, the air outside seemed to discomfort him immensely. Mina hastily retrieved her water flask from her satchel and brought it to the child's lips. The little one pouted, beginning to sip the refreshing water, appearing both aggrieved and adorable. What a charming child! How could one treat their own offspring in such a manner? Is this what they call a demigod? Such heartlessness, Mina remarked. It is not that she does not love her child, Chen Zhi replied softly, but her way of loving differs fundamentally from that of humans. By the way, Chen, Mina lifted her gaze toward Chen Zhi. Was her relationship with him genuine? I recall she was deeply enamored with her husband. Could it be that this female demigod has been deceitful all along? Perhaps it is true. Chen Zhi smiled as he gazed at the child. It is conceivable that she harbors genuine feelings, yet that does not absolve her of her malevolence. A demigod confined beneath a mountain for over a millennium has long grasped that, in the face of life and death, human emotions are utterly trivial. Moreover, for one of her kind, blessed with longevity, human affection is but a fleeting phenomenon. Chapter 228. The mark of the ghost blade. After sealing the cave entrance, Chen Zhi and his companions swiftly descended the mountain. The once thriving village of Red Roof was now deserted, with remnants scattered around, substances that resembled blood and ink evaporating rapidly into the air, destined to vanish entirely from existence. However, the remnants of the Qintian Supervisory Army were likely to be discovered soon, and this site would likely become a new attraction. Once they reached the base of the mountain, they returned to their lodging in Shuqing Mountain, where Lao Jindo and Ding Ning awaited them, having already descended. From the moment they entered the woods outside Red Roof Village, Chen Zhi had sensed the barriers surrounding the village. He tethered the airflow to Lao Jindo's wrist, advising him to take Ding Ning back to this spot immediately after their departure, for the bubble of the barrier would assist them in their descent. The velocity of that elastic barrier was astonishing. Lao Jindo and Ding Ning were propelled swiftly within the bubble, unable to be hindered by anyone. In fact, at that time, the villagers of Red Roof were oblivious to their escape. Upon successfully reaching the base of the mountain, Lao Jindo anxiously awaited at the entrance of the lodging. When he finally spotted Chen Zhi and the others, a broad smile broke across his face. "Chen Zhi, you have returned. I was terribly worried." After speaking, he turned to regard the child in Mina's arms. "Is this the child? Finally rescued?" "Indeed, Uncle Jean," Chen Zhi replied swiftly. "Please contact the local hospital. This child requires urgent medical attention." Upon hearing this, Lao Jindo hurried off to call for an ambulance, and when it arrived, everyone helped transport the child to the local hospital. Fortunately, the child's condition appears remarkably optimistic. The doctors in the emergency room indicated that the child likely experienced a severe fright during this period, compounded by malnutrition and dehydration, leading to a temporary state of unconsciousness. However, there is certainly no threat to life, and the child is currently receiving urgent treatment in the emergency room. After enduring these tribulations, Chen Zhi and his companions finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Lao Jindo instructed Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Jiying to return home to rest while he and Mina remained at the hospital, accompanied by a few associates to ensure there would be no issues. Thus, the trio returned to their lodging, where they found Ding Ning awaiting them alone in the room. Ding Ning had been terrified on the way back. It was his first experience riding the barrier bubble, and at such a swift pace, he remained perplexed by the nature of the airflow and the barrier bubble itself, feeling utterly bewildered as he was transported down the mountain. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's return, Ding Ning immediately pouted. "Xiao Zhi, Pang Zi, you are truly inconsiderate. Weren't you supposed to take me on this trip? Why did Grandpa Jean bring me down halfway? Are you afraid I would spend money there? You didn't even bring me along for the good food." "You ungrateful little rascal," Pang Wei retorted, approaching Ding Ning and playfully ruffling his hair. Did you really think the place above was paradise? You should have been left there to be fed to the wolves, just to learn what that experience feels like. Feed the wolves? With all this meat? Ding Ning blushed slightly as he continued. By the way, where is that missing Zhi? She said she would return to the city with us, but why didn't she come down with you? Can you not mention her? Pang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of fury, his expression darkening ominously. Let me tell you, if you bring her up again, I'll send you out to be fed to the demigods. What do you mean by that? Why are you so angry? And no, please. Ding Ning, genuinely frightened at this point, turned and retreated into the room, no longer daring to complain, while Pang Wei sulked on the sofa. Damn it, you little brat. Just be content. Do you know how I have lived my life? I wonder if I offended the old man under the moon in my past life. Every time I get tied to a red thread, it leads to nothing but chaos, either death or something bizarre. If this continues, I might truly develop psychological trauma. Pang Wei lamented, lost in his grievances, while Chen Zhi chose to ignore him, busily organizing his equipment and placing it in his room. At that moment, he froze. On his bed lay a leaf, a vibrant green one, precisely halved down the middle, the cut remarkably neat, as if crafted by nature itself. He has arrived, Chen Zhi thought to himself, turning to gaze out the window. Outside, everything appeared serene. The trees in the courtyard were lush, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The sun was gradually setting, casting a warm glow across the yard. In this tranquil and harmonious scene, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the unique, chilling aura emanating from the ghost blade. Old Jindo called again, informing Chen Zhi that the doctor had declared the child out of danger, now requiring a period of rest. Therefore, they could not leave this place for a few days, and should treat their stay as a holiday. After expressing his fatigue, Pang Wei retreated to his room. Chen Zhi, covered in dirt, felt the need for a painful hot bath. The accommodations were splendid, featuring a large wooden tub that promised comfort. He turned on the hot water and submerged himself within. Although the ascent had taken merely a day, it had been exceedingly strenuous, and the thick, sticky black mud on his body dispersed in the water. Chen Zhi closed his eyes, allowing the weariness to gradually dissipate in the warmth. For reasons unknown, whenever he shut his eyes, the vision he had encountered on the mountain would materialize in his mind. He had vividly touched Ji Ying's lifeless body, feeling the sharp cuts and fierce scars upon her skin. Chen Zhi pondered whether this was a form of premonition, an instinctive aversion to the actions he was about to undertake. Could it be that I have wronged her? He mused silently, recalling distinctly the moment he had invoked the spell to grasp Ji Ying's hand in the library, witnessing all that transpired in her mind. He was acutely aware of his thoughts, resolutely determined in a decision that seemed infallible, recalling the words of the ghostly blade. Ji Ying is one of the dark faction. Assist me in eliminating her. Do not hesitate. Chief, are you there? At that moment, Ji Ying suddenly knocked on the door. Yes, Chen Zhi softly replied. I am bathing. Is there something you need? Oh, then I shall wait outside. Ji Ying responded gently. The situation outside remains uncertain, and with nightfall, I shall ensure your safety. After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhi quietly inquired. Ji Ying, I have a question for you. Please, Chief, Ji Ying answered calmly from outside. When we were in the gold carving cave, you mentioned that one could see past mistakes in that water bubble. What did you see? Can you share it with me? Ji Ying fell silent for a while before softly responding. I'm sorry, Chief. I cannot. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhi asked, if one day I uncover your mistake, would you then harm me? No, Ji Ying replied softly, her voice tinged with sadness. If you truly knew, I fear you would never love me again. Yet if anyone seeks to harm you, no matter who they are, I will send them straight to hell. Later that night, old Jindo returned, informing Chen Zhi that Mina was currently in the hospital caring for the child. The child had sustained damage to 30% of the skin and was in a state of agitation, crying out for his mother upon waking. In the child's nasal passages, ears, and lungs, there resided a transparent liquid, seemingly a unique bodily fluid akin to that of insects. Once it entered the child's body, it provided essential nourishment for survival. Perhaps this was the ultimate manifestation of a mother's love. The doctor assured that the child would soon regain health, but addressing the child's psychological issues would require a prolonged period of guidance for gradual recovery. Presently, the child's false mother had perished in Egypt, leaving Mina as the sole family member, a situation that would unfold over time. After several days of arduous travel, everyone was utterly exhausted, except for Ding Ning, while the others, particularly Fat Wei, bore the weight of emotional scars. Their lodging was an old-fashioned residence, featuring a central living room encircled by bedrooms. During dinner, Lao Jindo instructed the owner to place the meal in the living room, where they casually consumed some food before retiring early for the night. Chen Zhi, however, remained in the living room, leaning against the sofa by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The living room boasted a large floor-to-ceiling window, through which the courtyard was vividly visible. In the yard, the grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the moon ascended quietly, casting its silvery light upon the earth. "Chief, are you not going in to rest?" At that moment, Ji Ying emerged, still clad in her pristine white shirt, her long knife held in her left hand. Her hair, recently washed, cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisite face, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled polished jade. "I wish to sit alone for a while," Chen Zhi replied, his gaze lingering on Ji Ying. He intended to say more, but ultimately succumbed to silence, slowly closing his eyes. "You should go to sleep," she urged. After a brief glance at Chen Zhi, she sheathed her long knife, offered a respectful bow, and returned to her room. As the night deepened, Ding Ning soon returned, bringing with him an assortment of delectable treats, appearing dusty and disheveled, like a little monkey, before retreating to his room to sleep. The inn gradually fell silent. The lights extinguished, leaving only the moon, resembling a jade plate, to cast a watery glow across the sky. With eyes closed, Chen Zhi attentively listened to the whispers of the wind, discernible only by the rustling of leaves, devoid of any other sound. Yet, he was acutely aware that the ghost blade was present in the courtyard, sensing the murderous intent simmering within. It was midsummer, and the night outside remained sweltering, with a gentle breeze weaving through the leaves, rendering the entire courtyard tranquil as water. Suddenly, a familiar aura pierced through the stillness of the yard, rife with a palpable sense of lethality and unwavering conviction. Chen Zhi sprang up, looking out through the window, and beheld a figure standing atop a stone in the courtyard. A long knife drawn, its blade cold as ice, glimmering ominously in the moonlight. That figure, illuminated by the silvery glow, appeared as a specter. It was the ghost blade. Chen Zhi's heart tightened as he swiftly pushed open the small window beside him, launching himself from the room into the yard. At that moment, he beheld another figure soaring from within the house, gracefully landing a few steps away on the opposite side of the artificial hill. The figure, with flowing long hair, was none other than Ji Ying. Clutching a long sword, Ji Ying stood resolutely, her gaze fixed upon the ghostly blade atop the hill. Slowly, she unsheathed the sword, its gleaming edge poised in the air. "Ji Ling, I know you have been searching for me. Come forth," Ji Ying declared, and suddenly she leapt into the air, her sword raised high. The ghostly blade, observing her movements, swiftly crossed its own blade to meet Ji Ying's. With a resounding clash reminiscent of gold and jade colliding, the two blades met, scattering ethereal sparks that obscured the moonlight, while the chilling winds howled around them. Chen Zhi had previously heard tales of Ji Ying's long sword. Known as Shitian, legends spoke of its ferocity, forged by ancient deities, a true artifact of antiquity that had severed the heads of many gods, instilling fear in both divine and demonic beings. Eventually, it came into the possession of the people of Shiqi, where King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong, wielded it to slay numerous rebellious lords, passing down through generations until it was gifted to Ji Ying by the old chieftain. Now, Chen Zhi witnessed the sword's might firsthand. The cold, gray Shitian descended like a celestial weapon, its sweeping arc conjuring swirling winds and emanating a fierce aura, equally matched against the divine blade, the killing Ju, wielded by the ghostly blade. In the subsequent moments, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their blades flashing through the air like shooting stars, intertwined in a dance of shadows. Yet Chen Zhi could not discern the details of their fierce battle. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel that the ghostly blade possessed a distinct advantage in speed. Chapter 230. The pursuit of Ji Ying the Great Warrior. The aerial confrontation between the two did not endure for long. Aside from the resonant clashing of blades akin to gold and jade, a profound silence enveloped them, as both combatants moved with blinding speed, their strikes swift as lightning. However, in comparison, the ghostly blade's velocity was decidedly superior. Its movements were so rapid that it often vanished from sight, resembling an incorporeal shadow, a significant advantage in aerial combat. Ultimately, the ghostly blade managed to strike Ji Ying, sending her plummeting to the ground. Just as she prepared to leap once more, the ghostly blade shouted to Chen Zhi from above, "Take action." Upon hearing this command, Ji Ying visibly trembled, casting a disbelieving glance back at Chen Zhi. Her eyes filled with confusion. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Ji Ying shimmered with ethereal light, intricate patterns of fierce incantations materializing, swiftly transforming into swirling chains of energy that ensnared her tightly within their grasp. As Ji Ying attempted to leap away, it became an impossibility. Her feet were firmly affixed to the ground, rendering her immobile. She turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Chen Zhi, her complexion as pale as death. "Chief, I am sorry." Chen Zhi looked at Ji Ying and waved his hand. The fiery chains on the ground soared into the air, resembling countless tentacles that bound Ji Ying tightly. She was abruptly lifted into the air, her dagger clattering to the ground. In the luminous moonlight, Chen Zhi's fiery aura resembled a transparent rope, exuding a faint blue luminescence in the night sky, firmly ensnaring Ji Ying's arms. Ji Ying concentrated all her energy into her right arm, straining to free one hand. Yet, the energy immediately constricted tighter, completely shackling her left arm. Suspended in midair with one arm, she was rendered utterly motionless. "Chief, what are you doing?" Ji Ying gazed at Chen Zhi in astonishment, her voice quivering slightly, revealing her intense agitation. "Have you lost your mind? Why assist this traitor? Are you clinging to the bond between you two? He is a traitor, like Ji Yang. He has already allied himself with the Dark Department. Do you comprehend your actions? Emotions have obliterated your reason. What compels me to act thus is not emotion or reason, but what I have perceived within your mind." Chen Zhi replied as he slowly approached Ji Ying, his gaze fixed upon her sorrowful visage illuminated by the moonlight. "Ji Ying, when I grasped your hand back then, I infused a spell into your being. At that moment, you were most defenseless, and I glimpsed the secrets you have long concealed deep within." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ji Ying's agitation subsided, her complexion gradually turning pale, her lips trembling slightly. Chen Zhi continued to observe her face, stating, "Within your mind, I discerned a concealed memory. On a fateful night, you stealthily approached behind the throne, activated a mechanism, and entered that clandestine space accessible only to the leader. Step by step, you ventured into the darkness, witnessing the prints left by your feet, until finally, you beheld the back door of the Shi royal city. You are aware that the enchanted disc on the door serves as the key to opening the back entrance, the sole passage for the Dark Department to enter the Shi royal city. You also know you possess the ability to unlock it. At that moment, your gaze fell upon that grand disc, and you extended your hand towards it. I have not erred, have I, Ji Ying the warrior?" Listening to Chen Zhi's revelations, Ji Ying's lips turned a shade of blue, her body trembling slightly, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued, "From that instant, your memories began to blur. I could not discern what transpired thereafter. However, I can vividly sense that within your mind lies a fragment of hidden memory, tightly wrapped, as you dread my knowledge of it. In your resistance, my spell could not penetrate that barrier. Yet, if my conjecture is correct, it was on that night that you opened the back door of the Shi royal city, leaving your handprint upon the enchanted disc. I am not mistaken, am I?" After Chen Zhi concluded his words, he fixated his gaze upon Ji Ying, eagerly awaiting her reaction. In his mind, he had envisioned countless scenarios regarding Ji Ying's expression at this moment. He had considered that she might fervently defend herself, or perhaps adamantly deny the accusations. He even imagined that she could suddenly erupt into maniacal laughter. However, what Chen Zhi did not anticipate was Ji Ying's stunned silence. Her eyes remained wide, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation, until, at last, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such a sight of Ji Ying. He had never fathomed that this ostensibly resilient woman would succumb to such sorrowful tears. Her nose and cheeks flushed a deep red. Her face contorted in pain as she bit her lip, while tears fell relentlessly, marring her once exquisite visage. "Do you feel wronged?" Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at Ji Ying. "If you truly feel unjustly treated, then explain yourself. I permit you to elucidate, for my heart's curse shall not err. I yearn to understand what transpired." Yet, Ji Ying remained unresponsive, continuing her silent weeping. "Speak. Just provide me with a reasonable explanation, and I shall release you." Chen Zhi's impatience began to surface. Once more, Ji Ying remained silent. Her lips quivered, her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Strands of her hair clung to her tear-streaked face. lending her an air of profound desolation. At last, she gazed at Chen Zhi through tear-filled eyes, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "Why do you trust Ji Ling when he has never provided you with an explanation?" After posing this question, she bit her lip fiercely, drawing blood from her crimson mouth. Despair filled her eyes as she continued, "In the end, Ji Ling remains your most trusted brother, while I am but a mere warrior in your eyes, am I not? Even when I risk my life alongside you, you shall never perceive my sincerity. Perhaps I am the fool," Chen Zhi replied, looking at Ji Ying. "But I can only believe what my eyes perceive. I cannot allow emotions to dictate my decisions, for a single erroneous judgment could lead to the demise of many. My father has caused the deaths of countless individuals. I am unworthy of making another mistake. And what if I were the traitor? What would you do to me?" Chen Zhi? Ji Ying suddenly averted her gaze, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears. "Are you prepared to kill me, Chief Chen?" Chapter 231. The Pursuit of Ji Ying, the Great Warrior, Part 2. Chen Zhi did not respond to Ji Ying's question immediately. He approached her, placing his hand upon her cheek. Ji Ying's silken hair slipped through his fingers, and crystalline tears fell onto his palm. Chen Zhi searched her eyes, as if seeking to uncover her innermost thoughts. "Ji Ying, why do you always draw near to me? What is your true intention? Why do you presume that I must have ulterior motives?" Ji Ying suddenly became fervently agitated, her tears splattering onto Chen Zhi's hand as her throat trembled, her voice quaking to the point of near incoherence. "Am I, a person like myself, not entitled to possess emotions? Chen Zhi, I have never concealed anything from you. What I have revealed is my genuine heart, yet you have never placed your trust in me. Very well." Chen Zhi gazed into Ji Ying's eyes, gently caressing her tear-streaked cheeks, and leaned closer to her ear, softly uttering, "I need not believe you, nor will I judge you. I shall take you back to the royal city of Shiqi. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, I will not be the one to take your life." "Chieftain," Gui Dao suddenly leaped forth from behind. "Shall we execute her now?" "No." Chen Zhi turned to Gui Dao, commanding, "Take her back and hand her over to the leader for disposition." "Understood," Gui Dao replied, retracting his long blade. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. Suspended in midair, Ji Ying suddenly concentrated all her energy into her freed right hand, and the long knife that had fallen to the ground soared up, performing a dazzling spin before landing in Ji Ying's grasp. "Ah!" Ji Ying cried out, her voice filled with a piercing intensity and determination. She positioned the long knife horizontally, aiming it at the joint of her left arm, and struck down decisively. In that fleeting moment, her shoulder was severed, and her arm dangled limply, breaking free from Chen Zhi's barrier. Simultaneously, Ji Ying propelled herself toward Gui Dao like a bullet, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The suddenness of this occurrence left everyone momentarily stunned. Ji Ying's expression was one of intense agitation. The veins on her forehead bulged, her eyes bloodshot. And with her long knife raised, she directed it at Gui Dao's face, declaring, "Traitor." As Ji Ying's voice rang out, her blade descended, too close for evasion. Yet, remarkably, her strike missed as Gui Dao, like a ghost, slipped beneath the blade in less than a fraction of a second, leaping aside. After dodging, Gui Dao felt the strain of his inner energy. He gasped for breath, a gash on his forehead bleeding profusely, staining his eyes and brows crimson. How swift! After missing, Ji Ying lifted her long knife again. Dragging her injured arm, she advanced toward Gui Dao. Blood flowed freely from her wounds, soaking the ground beneath her. Yet she gritted her teeth in determination. The ghostly figure is indeed as elusive as its name suggests. This is what Jiang taught you, to possess such exquisite martial skills. Yet your heart is so fragile. Ji Ying approached Gui Dao step by step, her pale lips trembling, her body swaying perilously. "Your master has betrayed you, leaving you in disarray, and you wish to follow him? Coward! Ji Ling, where is your conviction? You are unworthy of being a warrior." After uttering these words, Ji Ying gritted her teeth, bracing herself to raise the long knife once more, charging at Gui Dao. He did not confront her. Instead, he leapt back, soaring high into the air, effortlessly evading her assault. At that very moment, as Gui Dao ascended, several metallic wires suddenly shot forth from the shadows, piercing through his body with a series of punctuating sounds. Thud, thud, thud. With a swift whoosh, 5 blue-belted warriors suddenly descended from the sky. They tightened the metallic wires in their grasp, forcefully yanking him down from the air and encircling the ghost blade, confining him tightly within their grasp. The wires pierced through the ghost blade's body, blood rapidly soaking his form, rendering his upper body akin to a blood-soaked gourd. Letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the ghost blade flipped his wrist, causing the long knife in his hand to spiral upward, slicing through the surrounding wires like a streak of ethereal light. He swiftly grasped the other end of the wires and, with a powerful flick, hurled the opposing blue-belted warriors into the air. Before they could descend, the ghost blade leapt upwards like a shadow, his speed undiminished despite his grievous wounds, poised to vanish. Suddenly, a meteor-like force struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground. The one who had brought him down was the Asso warrior, whose long knife was already poised against the ghost blade's neck upon landing. His voice was icy as he proclaimed, "Ji Ling, I am commanded by the leader to escort you back to the Western Qi royal city. Should you resist now, I will slay you without hesitation." Upon hearing these words, the ghost blade ceased his struggles, drenched in blood, and calmly sheathed his long knife, awaiting the inevitable. The blue-belted warriors leapt forward, reapplying the metallic wires to bind the ghost blade once more. This time, they activated buttons on their arms, sending a high-voltage current coursing through the wires, striking the injured ghost blade's body with brutal force. Instantly, he trembled violently, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth like a fountain. His face turned pale, his teeth clenched in silence. The tribe leader, taken aback, observed as Asso politely bowed to Chen Zhi. He then glanced at Ji Ling, drenched in blood, and examined the scorched marks on the ground before finally turning his gaze to Chen Zhi, as if comprehending the entirety of the situation, yet he uttered not a word. "According to the leader's orders, I am to escort Ji Ling back," said Asso. "And what then?" Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, looking at Asso. "According to the organization's regulations, a traitorous warrior is to be executed. Are you taking him back to his death?" "This is the leader's command. I am merely following orders. As for Ji Ling's fate, I have no authority to question it," Asso replied, bowing once more to Chen Zhi. He then turned to the blue-belted warriors, signaling them to proceed. "Let us go." The blue-belted warriors tightened the wires, preparing to take the ghost blade away. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Pang Wei suddenly burst forth from the bushes, wielding his control stone cleaver, and swung it down at the metallic wires, the formidable power of the advanced control stone proving invincible, severing the wires in an instant. Pang Wei then shouted, "Run!" Chapter 232. The power of Asso. As soon as Pang Wei's voice echoed, a blue-belted warrior seized him, while the others immediately turned to capture the ghost blade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the ghost blade found sufficient opportunity to act. In the moment when the metallic wire snapped, the figure of ghost blade flickered in the darkness and vanished. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. As all present were rendered speechless, Ghost Blade's movements were so rapid that it seemed as if he had instantly dissolved into the air. The blue ribbon warriors were poised to pursue, yet also gestured for them to return. "Haha, I have released him. Don't follow me into certain death," he declared. "I am not part of your organization, nor do I care for your nonsensical rules. Do as you please, whether to kill or to maim." Fat Wei struggled valiantly in the grip of the blue ribbon warriors, cursing incessantly, "Damn it! I have fought and bled for you. You dare to kill me on a whim? Truly a pack of ingrates. Come on, take me back to your organization. Do as you wish. If I so much as blink, it will be on your conscience." His voice rose in fervor, yet Asso remained unmoved. Asso stood quietly in the courtyard, gradually closing his eyes. He embraced his long knife, entering a meditative state in a peculiar posture. Chen Zhi sensed Asso's human aura slowly dissipating, giving way to a divine radiance that began to emanate from him. This aura expanded with increasing grandeur, causing the very earth to tremble slightly, while the surrounding winds grew sharp and frenzied, whipping through the air in a tempestuous dance. Suddenly, Asso opened his eyes, now entirely blood-red, strikingly formidable. His face was rapidly adorned with a myriad of intricate runes that spread down his arms, enveloping them entirely. Asso tore open his garments to reveal his robust shoulders and placed a hand upon the ground. The dark runes swiftly transmitted to the earth, forming a circle that began to magnify infinitely, radiating outward like a scanning map. At that moment, it seemed Asso sensed something, leaping upward like a bullet into the air, his body spinning at an incomprehensible speed as he shot off into the distance. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, Asso returned, his arms covered in dense, dark incantations. Clutching a figure, Ghost Blade, At this juncture, Ghost Blade was utterly exhausted, his chest riddled with wounds, blood oozing profusely as he hung his head in silence. This was the first time Chen Zhi witnessed the might of Aso the warrior. He had heard tales of the elder generation of Red Ribbon warriors, battle-hardened and fiercely powerful, who stood as the pinnacle of human martial prowess compared to the younger generation like Ghost Blade and Ji Yang. Chen Zhi had previously encountered Ji Yang's formidable strength, and now Aso, equally impressive, proved to be extraordinary. Clan leader, I have brought Ji Ling back, Aso said, his gaze lowered to Chen Zhi. He then glanced at Pang Wei, adding, I apologize for disturbing the clan leader's rest at such an hour. I leave this matter for you to handle. After Asawa finished speaking, he nodded at the blue-clad warrior beside him, who released the Pang Wei from his grasp. Asawa then turned to Ji Ying and stated, The chief has issued a command. You must return with us immediately. Yes, Ji Ying replied, bowing her head. Asawa waved his hand, and the blue-clad warriors raised their bloodied ghost blades, disappearing into the darkness alongside him. Curse you all, don't run away. Take me back to keep the blades company. Pang Wei shouted hoarsely from behind, I fear not death. If I am to die, let us perish together. Yet the warriors paid him no heed as they departed, leaving only Ji Ying standing in the courtyard. At this moment, Ji Ying was clearly suffering from severe blood loss. She supported her drooping left arm, her face pale as she gazed at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, in turn, felt a profound silence envelop him. Ji Ying's arm had been grievously injured. The pain was evident on her ashen face, drenched in sweat. Capturing her now would be the simplest task in the world. Ji Ying, have you betrayed us? Chen Zhi asked softly, looking into her eyes. Ji Ying, upon hearing his question, regarded him with indifference for a long moment before resolutely declaring, I am a warrior of the Ji clan. Even if the heavens crumble, I shall never betray the Western Qi. After speaking, Ji Ying grasped the control stone ring that Chen Zhi had given her, tearing it off and casting it into the grass before supporting her injured arm and gradually vanishing into the shadows. Pang Wei's furious shouts roused everyone. Lao Jindo stumbled out in a panic. What has happened? What is going on? Mina had already leapt from the house, observing Chen Zhi's pale face and Ji Ying's departing figure, utterly bewildered. Chen, what has happened? Are you hurt? Don't frighten me, Mina exclaimed, gripping Chen Zhi's shoulder and shaking him incessantly. Why did Ji Ying leave? What transpired? It's nothing, Chen Zhi replied quietly, walking to the edge of the foliage to retrieve the control stone ring. I fear she shall never return. The following morning, Ding Ning yawned as he emerged from his room, entirely unaware of the events from the previous night, despite Pang Wei's cries resembling a slaughtered pig. However, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Pang Wei and Chen Zhi had not slept all night, their faces shadowed with gloom, and Ji Ying was still missing. Brother Zhi, where is Sister Ji Ying? Ding Ning began to inquire, but Lao Jindo waved him off, signaling him not to disturb Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi's phone rang. It was a call from Bao Ping, which Chen Zhi had been anticipating since the previous evening. Hello, came Bao Ping's calm voice. Have you resolved the situation on your end? It is resolved, Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. The child has been located and is currently in the hospital. There is no risk to his life. Once he recovers, we can return. Leave Uncle Jean there. Come back, Bao Ping instructed. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood. Chen Zhi responded softly, hesitated for a moment, and then inquired. The ghost blade has been captured and, according to the organization's rules, regardless of whether he is indeed the traitor, he has committed the crime of defection. The laws of the organization are stringent, and defection is unforgivable. He will be immediately sentenced to death upon his return. What do you intend to do with him? Is there any possibility for leniency? After a brief silence, Bao Ping replied gently, let us discuss this in person. It is unsafe to talk over the phone. With that, Bao Ping ended the call. Chen Zhi let out a deep sigh of relief and turned to look at the red-eyed Pang Wei, reassuring him, do not worry. The blade will not meet its end just yet. Chapter 233, Blood Talisman Camp. Due to this unforeseen incident, Chen Zhi and his companions could no longer remain in Suqing City. Since the child required further medical treatment in the hospital, Lao Jindo and Mina decided to stay behind, along with a few others, tasked with ensuring the child's safe return once he recovered. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei escorted Ding Ning back to the city, concerned for the safety of the ghost blade. Both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were quite anxious throughout the journey. They spoke little and took a flight back urgently that very day. As soon as their plane landed, They spotted the organization's vehicle waiting for them outside the airport. Upon their arrival, Lang Tu stepped out of the car. Clan leader, the chief has sent me to fetch you. Please come with me, Lang Tu stated, glancing at Pang Wei. The chief said it is only necessary for you to go alone. Chen Zhi nodded slightly and turned to Pang Wei, saying, Fatty, you should return for now. Do not worry, all will be well. I will be back shortly. Understood, Pang Wei replied solemnly. I will await your news. Chen Zhi then boarded the vehicle, which sped away from the airport with Lang Tu seated beside him. For some reason, this journey felt unusually long. During the ride, Lang Tu informed Chen Zhi that the organization had been engaged in numerous external activities lately, with the chief frequently summoning outsiders for confidential discussions. Many unfamiliar faces had arrived. Although they appeared to be mere humans, they seemed extraordinary in some way. Their meetings with the chief were shrouded in mystery, and the chief was most concerned with Chen Zhi's return. Bao Ping had personally instructed Lang Tu to bring Chen Zhi back to the organization immediately upon his arrival. As they conversed, the organization's vehicle drove into a secluded courtyard surrounded by mountains. Chen Zhi and Lang Tu traversed a tunnel, entering the royal city of Shiqi. Here, Lang Tu could not accompany him further. The one to guide Chen Zhi from this point would be the Lantern Boy. However, unlike the last time, this time he was greeted by the formidable warrior, Aso. Greetings, clan leader, Aso said, his demeanor remaining humble. The chief has instructed me to wait for you here. He has requested that I take you directly to the holding cell, where the traitorous warrior, Ji Ling, is currently being tried. The holding cell? Upon hearing Aso's words, Chen Zhi felt a slight tightening in his chest. He was aware that the holding cell within the royal city of Shiqi was a dark and foreboding place. The Wang city of Shiqi possesses its own prison, yet it evokes a sense of dread far surpassing that of any external confinement. Historically, it has served as a site for the execution of criminals. Since ancient times, enemies and demigods captured from the outside world have been interrogated within its walls. It is said that the prison houses ancient instruments of torture, far more brutal than the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Cruel beyond the moral threshold of modern society, rendering the imagination powerless to conceive their severity. What has become of the ghost blade? Chen Zhi inquired anxiously of Aso. Forgive me, but I am unable to elaborate, Aso replied, inclining slightly and gesturing for the clan leader to follow him. After uttering his words, Aso turned and began to lead the way forward. Chen Zhi trailed behind him, traversing a path within Wang City that he had never before explored. They walked a considerable distance, twisting through numerous turns until they finally reached a place devoid of illumination. While many areas of Wang City lay in ruins, this particular location seemed distinct, resembling a forgotten corner. Everything around was damp, with moss overtaking the stone slabs in the corners, casting an air of gloom akin to a cellar sealed for millennia. Throughout their journey, Aso remained silent, hastening forward to guide Chen Zhi. The long sword at his waist swayed rhythmically with his movement. Chen Zhi recalled that when Aso was rescued, he bore no weapons. The true divine blades were exceedingly rare, not obtainable merely through wealth, as most were passed down through generations of warriors. Thus, Aso had been wielding a rather ordinary long sword. Yet Chen Zhi vividly remembered how Aso had struck down the ghost blade with this very weapon, a feat that had instilled terror in all who witnessed it. Their destination was a particularly shadowy corner. Upon the pitch-black doorway, numerous talismans were affixed, and the iron gate, largely corroded, stood as a testament to time. Behind the barred entrance lay a multitude of sharpened stone spears, each glistening with lethal precision. Clan leader, please enter. The chief awaits you inside, Aso announced, then took his position at the entrance, remaining motionless. Chen Zhi stepped alone into the darkness, observing rows of ancient iron gates lining both sides of the corridor, their origins lost to time. Each gate was enveloped in a web of sharpened stone blades, their tips still gleaming with menace, layer upon layer entwined. In those shadowy corners stood warriors, their faces obscured by peculiar masks, utterly still, resembling stone sculptures. This was Chen Zhi's first encounter with the prison cells. He had previously heard that this was the darkest region of Shiqi, a place even warriors preferred to avoid. Yet, within this very site resided the most clandestine unit of Shiqi, known as the Blood Talisman Camp. This camp was a secret force directly under the command of the leader, its origins traceable back to the Zhou dynasty. They were accountable solely to successive leaders, bypassing both the Ji clan Elder Council and the Jiang clan's Grand Law Temple. obeying only the leader's commands. They wielded the authority to monitor and apprehend any individual within Wang's city and had clandestinely executed numerous warriors who had erred. Though they bear no color, their skills are unfathomable. Upon the ascension of their new leader, they swore a blood oath, thereafter donning masks to conceal their identities and erase their former selves. Should their leader perish, they would all choose self-immolation over survival. Thus, every blood-sealed warrior remains unwaveringly loyal to the leader. This direct allegiance significantly mitigates the risks of internal turmoil within the West Qi, serving as one of the vital conditions that have sustained the organization for millennia. Chen Zhi ventured forth, traversing a considerable distance until a glimmer of light pierced the darkness ahead. At the end of the passage, a door, slightly taller than a man, emerged. Without hesitation, Chen Zhi stooped and entered. The illumination within was dim, resembling an ancient dungeon, with small oil lamps flickering along the walls. Surrounding him were an array of grim instruments of torture, their purposes obscured, yet each gleamed with a faint metallic sheen, exuding an aura of malevolence that instilled a chilling dread. In the center of the room stood a wooden torture rack, where Gui Dao was bound. His bare torso was marred with blood and scars, his head hung low, hair matted with blood and sweat, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 234. The duty of the red-belted warriors. Have you arrived? Baoping's voice suddenly resonated from a shadowy corner. Following the sound, Chen Zhi looked ahead to find a tea table in the darkness, where Baoping sat, lightly flicking the ash from his cigarette, flanked by several blue-belted warriors. Master Leopard. Chen Zhi hurried over, casting a glance at the bloodied and unconscious Gui Dao, and exclaimed, "Have you tortured him?" "That is of little consequence," Baoping replied softly, his tone ethereal, distinctly different from his usual demeanor. According to the laws of the West Qi royal city that have endured for millennia, a treacherous warrior is not permitted entry into the royal city. This is the only place he is allowed. After uttering these words, Baoping gestured to the blue-belted warriors standing behind him. They bowed respectfully to Chen Zhi before turning to exit the cell. Gui Dao's actions are not without reason. "I believe we should show leniency," Chen Zhi suggested. Baoping regarded Chen Zhi with a complex expression in his eyes. "As the leader, I must be resolute in matters of reward and punishment. Since time immemorial, the warriors of West Qi have been governed by the Ji clan's leaders, while the Jiang clan's patriarch has remained uninvolved. What say you, clan leader Chen? Do you wish to alter this tradition?" Though Baoping's words were light, they left Chen Zhi at a loss for a response. Indeed, the management of warriors within the West Qi royal city has historically been stringent. Any act of treachery is met with unyielding punishment. Betraying warriors, once captured, are immediately stripped of their titles and lineage, cast into cells to await execution, forever barred from stepping foot within the royal city. Even if the leader seeks to grant clemency, the Elder Council would enforce the clan's laws and execute them forthwith. After all, for a warrior, loyalty is the most paramount virtue. At this moment, Baoping's gaze was heavy as it settled upon the gallows where Gui Dao was suspended. The veins on his forehead bulged, clearly indicating his profound fury, not merely due to Gui Dao's act of betrayal, but rather an overwhelming frustration born of insurmountable pressure. Observing the unconscious Gui Dao, Baoping gently addressed Chen Zhi. "In truth, you need not worry about Gui Dao's fate, for he is a man unafraid of death. From the moment he embarked upon this path, he was aware of the inevitable conclusion. What truly matters now is what thoughts occupy his mind." After speaking, Baoping turned his gaze towards the darkness flanking the gallows and commanded, "Revive him." Suddenly, two masked warriors emerged from the shadows, akin to those Chen Zhi had previously encountered, both belonging to the blood symbol camp. One seized Gui Dao by the hair, while the other raised a basin filled with icy salt water, mercilessly splashing it upon Gui Dao's bloodied and bruised body. The stinging salt water ignited excruciating pain in his wounds, jolting Gui Dao awake with a pained scream. His eyelids were swollen like steamed buns, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he found himself staring at Chen Zhi. Momentarily taken aback, he then turned to Baoping, but remained silent. "Jiling, I ask you, are you still a warrior of Shiqi?" Baoping's gaze pierced through Gui Dao, his calm tone laced with a hint of sharpness. "Yes," Gui Dao replied without hesitation. "Even if I am reduced to ashes, I shall remain loyal to Shiqi until death." "Very well." Baoping's eyes turned icy as he regarded Gui Dao. "As a warrior, under no circumstances may you leave the royal city of Shiqi without permission, otherwise, It is treason, punishable by death. Do you understand this? I understand. Gui Dao responded fearlessly. Please bestow upon me the death penalty. Do you seek death? Bao Ping's hand trembled slightly as he placed the cigarette upon the coffee table and stood up. Jiling, I pose a question. Do you know what you did wrong? I should not have doubted warrior Jiying and conspired to slay her without authorization, Gui Dao replied, breathing heavily, blood trickling down from his forehead. Yet his expression remained unyielding. I asked what you did wrong. Bao Ping reiterated the inquiry. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Gui Dao fell into a brief silence. To protect the leader's safety, I intended to lure out the traitor Jiying and orchestrate her assassination outside, thereby executing my own judgment against the Red Warrior. I did not inquire about your reasoning. Bao Ping's gaze remained fixed upon Gui Dao, the veins on his forehead bulging. Jiling, listen closely. I ask again. What did you do wrong? Gui Dao pondered for a moment and fell silent, perhaps having exhausted his answers. Very well, allow me to elucidate. Bao Ping leaned closer to Gui Dao, his tone serious. Jiling, you left the royal city of Shiqi without my consent. From that moment on, you forsook me. You have no objection to this, do you? No, Gui Dao replied, his eyes cast down, his body motionless. At this moment, Bao Ping continued, stating that throughout history, there have only been 5 red belt warriors, who serve as the strongest support for the leader and the spiritual leaders of all warriors. Every warrior looks up to the red belt, and countless great warriors have exhausted their lives for the honor of this position. Thus, if a red warrior were to betray, the organization would immediately fall into disarray, which, in a certain sense, also reflects the leader's incompetence. Since your departure, I have sent all the red warriors after you. During that time, the Wang city of Shiqi was left vulnerable. A sudden change could have led to instant collapse, placing me in the most precarious position. Do you understand? After Bao Ping finished speaking, his gray eyes turned seriously towards Ghost Blade, now tinged with a blood-red hue. Blade, this world is cruel, yet I have never shied away from it. However, I never anticipated that in my most critical moment, you would be the one to leave my side. Bao Ping's voice grew slightly agitated as he leaned in to whisper softly in Ghost Blade's ear, "You are not a competent red warrior." Upon hearing this, Ghost Blade shuddered violently, as if the weight of those words inflicted more pain than a high-voltage current. Beads of sweat mixed with blood trickled down his forehead. This time, I was indeed somewhat thoughtless and acted rashly. Please bestow upon me the death I deserve, Ghost Blade pleaded. Bao Ping, however, did not respond. Instead, he appeared profoundly fatigued. Release him, Bao Ping instructed the blood symbol warrior beside him, and you all may leave. Following Bao Ping's command, the blood symbol warrior stepped forward to untie Ghost Blade, then saluted Bao Ping and Chen Zhi before turning to exit. The room was left with only Bao Ping, Chen Zhi, and the blood-soaked Ghost Blade. Chapter 235. The despondency of Ghost Blade. You claim to have acted thoughtlessly and rashly, yet those are not the true sentiments. Bao Ping altered his tone, a weariness emanating from his gray eyes. Blade, the real reason behind your actions is your disappointment in me, is it not? Ghost Blade, who had been clenching his teeth, suddenly faltered, unable to respond directly to Bao Ping's inquiry, instead lowering his gaze to the ground. Bao Ping then asserted confidently, from that moment on, you ceased to believe in me. Bao Ping took a seat, resting his arms on his knees, his head bowed, revealing a hint of loneliness in his deep gray eyes. When you reported that Jiying was a traitor, I did not believe you and commanded you not to speak of it again. Jiying is the old leader's daughter, and such news could incite rebellion. From that moment, you began to lose faith in me, believing I no longer trusted you, which led you to seek out Chen Zhi. Lord Leopard, please do not think that way. Blade only wished to protect your safety, which is why he acted as he did. Chen Zhi quickly interjected, witnessing Bao Ping speak in such a tone for the first time, evoking a sense of compassion. It was astonishing to realize that even those deep gray eyes could harbor moments of vulnerability. Yet, Bao Ping remained forlornly seated, his gaze cast downward upon the ground. Chen Zhi, do you recall how you carried me, grievously wounded, step by step from the fox den? I remember. Chen Zhi replied, an indescribable emotion welling up within him. In truth, I have never forgotten. Bao Ping continued, if it had not been for you that fateful day, I would have long since perished. You saved my life, though you may not realize it. From my youth until now, the Ghost Blade has rescued me countless times, much like you did, at a loss for words. Chen Zhi had never witnessed Bao Ping in such a state, a poignant feeling coalesced in their hearts. He glanced at the ghost blade beside him, who, though his expression remained unchanged, radiated a palpable agitation. Bao Ping proceeded, "That year, when the old chieftain acknowledged me as his adopted son, I was merely 13. The ghost blade was assigned to my side shortly thereafter. Together, we traversed many places, growing up side by side. I watched him transform from a child into a warrior, gradually ascending to the rank of red belt. The ghost blade has stood by me through life and death, never hesitating to shield me from danger. Had he wished me harm, I would have met my end countless times over. Yet, when he departed from the city of Shiqi, my trust in him wavered. Chen Zhi, do you understand? In that moment, I made the unfathomable decision to execute them both." "Bao Yi, please, no more," Chen Zhi interjected sharply, turning his gaze towards the ghost blade, who trembled, his lips quivering, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Nevertheless, Bao Ping pressed on, "Perhaps this is my heartlessness. I have borne an excessively heavy burden since childhood, and the throne bequeathed to me by my adoptive father is a weight too immense to bear, suffocating me. Yet, a man must not retreat, for we have no path to backtrack. I have pondered why the ghost blade chose to leave. I once felt rage. However, I gradually came to understand that he was disappointed in me. Over the long years, the scars he bore for my sake are innumerable, and in a moment of crisis, I cast him aside. You need not berate yourself. This was not solely your decision," Chen Zhi consoled. "At that time, you acted out of necessity, and I concurred. Moreover, you had stated that such actions were to be taken only in dire circumstances." "In dire circumstances, which implies there was still a possibility," Bao Ping interjected. "Yet, the ghost blade, from his teenage years, never contemplated such a possibility. He never imagined that one day I would wish to end his life." Bao Ping's voice grew increasingly subdued, eventually becoming hoarse. He lapsed into silence for an extended period before finally whispering, "Ghostblade, I am sorry." An eerie stillness enveloped the room, as if time itself had ceased. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of sorrow blossomed in Chen Zhi's heart. An ache stirred within him as he gazed at Ghostblade, noticing the subtle tremor in his throat and the glimmer of tears in his eyes. A profound silence enveloped the group, each individual lost in their own emotions. Suddenly, Bao Ping rose, his demeanor restored to calmness as he turned his attention to Chen Zhi and Ghostblade. "Today, I have gathered both of you here to reveal a matter, a secret that should not involve a third party. Furthermore, I wish to make a solemn promise. From this day forth, I shall place my complete trust in you. Even if, at some point, one of you were to aim a gun at my head, my trust would remain unshaken. This is my vow." With a serious gaze fixed upon Ghostblade and Chen Zhi, Bao Ping continued, "I must inform you that Ji Yang is the undercover agent I dispatched to the Dark Division. Be wary, for walls have ears." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi immediately unleashed a stream of energy from his fingertips, conjuring a thick barrier around them, impenetrable to sound. "Fear not. This room is entirely secure," Bao Ping reassured gently. "This secret should, in principle, be known only to Ji Yang and myself, as it is crucial for his safety. However, I now share with you that it was the old leader's dying wish for Ji Yang to infiltrate the Dark Division, to collaborate with us in its ultimate eradication. If we do not act swiftly, given the Dark Division's rapid growth, a single assault could spell the end for Shiqi. What then becomes of Ji Yang?" At the mention of Ji Yang, Ghostblade's emotions flared. "According to the traditions of the warriors, he has already attacked one of our own in the Red Belt. Even if he were to return, he would be stripped of his lineage, barred from the Elder Council, and forever deprived of his honor." "Indeed," Bao Ping replied, his voice somber. "Yet, it is only through such actions that one can credibly assert that Ji Yang has been driven to a desperate plight. Otherwise, no one would believe that the chief Red Belt warrior would so easily betray Shiqi. This, too, is the greatest sacrifice for a warrior. Has Ji Yang managed to gather any intelligence?" Chen Zhi inquired. "If I am not mistaken, the information you shared with me last time must have been relayed by him, correct?" "Yes. This is precisely why I summoned you both here." Bao Ping's tone became grave. "Ji Yang has been secretly transmitting information to me, but just 2 days ago, our communication abruptly ceased." Chapter 236. The uncertain fate of Ji Yang. Bao Ping then began recounting to Chen Zhi and Ghostblade the circumstances surrounding Ji Yang's mission. Driven by the old leader's mandate to infiltrate the Dark Division at any cost, and the events that ensued, he discovered the back entrance to the Shiqi royal city, which had been clandestinely opened. The old leader realized that a traitor must exist among the Red Belt warriors. However, the situation was dire. The organization had suffered severe losses in the war, having lost 2 Red Belt warriors, and with the return of Oswald, only 4 remained, unable to withstand the disintegration of morale any longer. All the members of the Dark Faction, upon Baoping's successful ascension, were willing to go to any lengths to infiltrate the shadows, even if it meant facing disgrace and dying far from home. After leaving the Western Qi, Jiang pondered various ways to approach the Dark Faction but had been unable to trace them, as the faction remained suspicious of the authenticity of his loyalty. However, after the incident in Wushan where he retrieved Yamo's arm, the Dark Faction finally reached out, inviting him to join their ranks. Despite his acceptance, the Dark Faction remained wary of him. As Baoping remarked, few would easily trust that the chief warrior Jiang could betray the Western Qi. Yet, as Jiang showcased his capabilities and accomplished numerous feats, he gradually earned their acceptance, eventually gaining insight into some of the faction's secrets. The Dark Faction also included several warriors, with a selection process likely akin to that of the organization. However, Jiang observed that many of their most skilled warriors had perished during the last invasion of the Western Qi royal city, indicating that they too had suffered significant losses. During this period, the Dark Faction not only absorbed a multitude of demigods, but also continued to select exceptional warriors from various regions, placing particular emphasis on recruiting talent from within their own ranks. As Jiang understood, the Dark Faction once had a unique passage within the organization that could disrupt the warriors' convictions. Yet, since Baoping's rise to power, their control over the Western Qi had become impermeable, preventing the Dark Faction from extending its influence into the royal city. Once warriors of the Dark Faction ascend, their progress accelerates swiftly, as those who reach a certain level can undergo a special ritual of baptism. This process, referred to as demonization, transforms warriors into cold-blooded beings, significantly amplifying their strength, akin to that of a magical beast. Many who are dedicated to martial arts and demigods have been lured by this power, ultimately choosing to join the Dark Faction. From Jiang's observations, the Dark Faction currently boasts 5 warriors who are comparable to the organization's elite red-banded warriors. Among them, 4 have reached the pinnacle of demonization, while one is regarded as the Dark Faction's most formidable warrior, rumored to possess exceptional prowess, though Jiang has never encountered him. The leader, Yamo, is seldom seen and appears to be deep within the Changbai Mountains, presumably orchestrating some grand scheme. Within the Dark Faction, Jiang maintains cautious contact with the outside world, conveying intelligence verbally and inscribing it onto a piece of enchanted paper. This paper is visible only to Baoping. Others merely perceive it as scrap, and the text vanishes within minutes, rendering any potential leaks impossible. Jiang consistently deposits this letter at a specific location, unwavering and unyielding, regardless of the weather. However, the day before, Jiang failed to deliver the intelligence. He had vanished. Is there a possibility of unforeseen circumstances causing a delay? Chen Zhi inquired, recognizing that many events are unpredictable, and perhaps he would soon send word. Impossible, Baoping asserted firmly. According to our agreement, regardless of the situation, he must deliver the letter on time. If he cannot write, he must leave a sign. Otherwise, it signifies that he has encountered an unforeseen event. Baoping remarked in a somber tone. Moreover, I am well aware of Ji Yang's temperament. He is exceptionally meticulous in his endeavors, leaving no room for oversight. The possibility of such an incident occurring is virtually non-existent. Furthermore, I visited that location again today, yet I failed to uncover any correspondence he might have left behind. Are you suggesting that Ji Yang has indeed met with misfortune? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed. Baoping nodded, confirming the gravity of the situation. Understood. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhi stated, we must remain discreet and suppress this information. We cannot disclose this matter to anyone apart from the 3 of us. If our slightest movement is detected by the Dark Faction, it would unequivocally reveal Ji Yang's undercover identity, and they would certainly eliminate him. Precisely. Baoping concurred. I share your sentiments. Moreover, Chen Zhi continued, our next course of action is to seek information regarding Ji Yang. I shall personally embark on a quest for clues, striving to rescue him. It may not be that simple. Baoping gently shook his head. Even though Ji Yang has been with the Dark Faction for an extended period, he remains oblivious to their stronghold's location. The entrance to Changbai Mountain is sealed. As I mentioned, Yamo is not easily dealt with. We must ascertain whether Jiying is affiliated with the dark faction, Gui Dao interjected. If she is, we might uncover leads through her. It cannot be her. Bao Ping's tone was resolute. If Jiying were truly part of the dark faction, how could she possibly allow you to return alive? The dark faction would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ensure your demise outside. There could be no better chance than this. Then what of the memories she has concealed in her mind? Chen Zhi queried. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bao Ping offered a subtle smile. That is a question you must pose to her yourself. Some secrets she may choose to withhold from you do not necessarily require her to conceal them from me. Furthermore, this is a personal matter that need not involve us. Why did Jiying venture to that backdoor space in the dead of night? Chen Zhi pressed on. I witnessed her approach the array, extending her hand towards it. That is a misconception, Bao Ping replied. You observed her reaching for the array, yet you did not see her manipulate it. It is akin to witnessing one person raise a knife to another and presuming they intend to kill. However, the knife never falls. This is a cognitive misunderstanding. There is a process, yet no outcome. Then who, pray tell, surreptitiously opened that grand door? Chen Zhi queried, perplexed. I have seen the memories of the blade. He is certainly not the one who opened the door. If only the Ji clan's red-banded warriors possess the ability to operate that door, who might this individual be? This is where it becomes intriguing, Bao Ping remarked, smiling at Chen Zhi. We have consistently approached problems with rationality, accustomed to analyzing every possibility through a logical lens, solely believing in that which our eyes perceive. However, I have come to realize that perhaps what the eyes perceive is not comprehensive. There may exist an individual who, to us, appears transparent, yet possesses the ability to unlock doors and move stealthily within the royal court as though it were an uninhabited realm, remaining unseen by our gaze. Chapter 237. Farewell, Jiying. A transparent person, you say? Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi pondered momentarily before responding. Are you suggesting the use of an invisibility spell? If anyone were to wield such a spell, it would not be deemed a remarkable ability. My great sorcerer can detect the deepest fluctuations of the human heart. Spells of this caliber cannot evade his perception. Gaining entry into the Western Qi royal city is simply impossible. What I refer to as transparency transcends mere physical invisibility, Bao Ping clarified. This form of transparency emanates from within, enabling this person to see us while remaining imperceptible in our eyes. No one can take note of him. Yet he could stealthily approach my throne and unlock that door. Is that truly feasible? Chen Zhi shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps this is merely a hypothesis. After Bao Ping concluded, he turned his gaze towards Gui Dao, stating, From this moment forth, do not doubt Jiying. She shall not doubt you either. I will not resort to executing my 2 red belt warriors for the sake of this hypothetical, transparent individual. What of the knife? Chen Zhi inquired of Bao Ping. The leaders of Western Qi have historically imposed the strictest penalties for treason. Any traitorous warrior must not be pardoned for any reason and must be executed immediately. If you allow the knife to live, have you considered how to deal with those elders? You have acknowledged that this is the doing of the leaders of Western Qi. With a calm smile, Bao Ping returned to his seat. But I am not one of the historical leaders, nor do I intend to emulate them. After speaking, he picked up the half-smoked cigarette from the table and relit it. Go see Jiying. She is gravely injured. Speak with her and resolve the misunderstandings between you. I shall remain here tonight and have a proper conversation with the knife, Bao Ping added, placing the cigarette between his lips. Gui Dao approached and sat beside him. Chen Zhi nodded, then turned and exited the room. Upon leaving, a blood symbol warrior escorted Chen Zhi outward. This marked Chen Zhi's first close encounter with the aura of a blood symbol warrior, which differed significantly from that of ordinary warriors. The warriors outside, whether blue belt, red belt, or those without color, emanated a human aura, while the blood symbol warriors exuded an essence steeped in blood and death, devoid of emotion or thought. This invoked a sense of unfathomable depth and coldness. Outside, Asawa had long departed, leaving the old lantern bearer waiting. Take me to the place where Jiying is receiving treatment, Chen Zhi commanded softly. The lantern bearer, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully and turned to lead Chen Zhi. This time, they did not traverse a wide road. Instead, they followed a winding, rugged path that proved challenging, taking a considerable time before finally reaching the Western Qi royal city. Under the guidance of the lantern bearer, Chen Zhi arrived at the warriors' exclusive lounge. It consisted of rows of simple, unadorned rooms, devoid of any embellishments, with only black stone bricks accompanying the straight lines, reflecting the unpretentious and valiant lifestyle of the samurai. Ji Ying's quarters were situated at the far end of the corridor, presumably due to her status as a red belt warrior. Her room was notably spacious, occupying a private space. After the lantern-bearer knocked on the door for Chen Zhi, he stood aside. The door was unlocked and slightly ajar. Chen Zhi pushed the door open and entered, discovering indeed that the room was vast, containing several suites, yet lacking in furniture and decorations, save for an array of daggers and weapons. On the floor of one room lay a clean bamboo mat, where Ji Ying sat alone, her body wrapped in bandages and draped in a robe. Her severed arm had been reattached, with dark red stains visible on the bandages at the wound. "Chief, you have arrived." Ji Ying acknowledged Chen Zhi's presence without lifting her gaze, remaining poised, her eyes staring vacantly at the wall before her, her expression remarkably calm. "Are you here to inquire about something? Please, look for yourself." Upon finishing her statement, she extended her right hand. Observing her hand resting on the mat, Chen Zhi felt a profound sense of awkwardness. Yet, Ji Ying's aura had dissipated entirely, showing no resistance to the hardened spell. "You may articulate your thoughts. I do not necessarily have to delve into your memories," Chen Zhi remarked. "Go ahead," Ji Ying softly replied. "I once feared you would discover these matters, but now, I am no longer afraid." Chen Zhi chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that any additional words would be insincere. He sat beside Ji Ying, placing his hand over hers. And in that instant, the hardened spell surged through the currents of her being, probing the secret that had long been concealed within her mind. Suddenly, an infinite expanse of crimson light manifested, revealing an astonishing scene before Chen Zhi. As he closed his eyes, his heart began to race vehemently. At that moment, Ji Ying appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age. She smiled radiantly, as vibrant as a peony in bloom. Yet, during that time, she had not made any breakthroughs in her physical training. The former chief, her father, expressed profound disappointment in her. He conveyed to Ji Ying that for a warrior, mastery of physical skills was a lifelong honor. However, with her innate capabilities, ascending to the rank of a red belt was utterly unattainable. For the daughter of the chief to remain a non-red belt warrior was the greatest disgrace he could bear. Ultimately, the old chief made a harsh yet pragmatic decision, sending Ji Ying to the blood symbol camp to become a blood symbol warrior. The ensuing events were brutal. Chen Zhi had never imagined that a human blood symbol warrior could exhibit such cruelty. During a mission to dismantle an alien stronghold, he witnessed Ji Ying wield her longsword, piercing through the bodies of countless alien infants, discarding them into the flames, while the anguished alien mothers screamed in despair nearby. Yet, the blood symbol warriors remained unmoved. As if devoid of any compassion, Ji Ying, adorned with a mask, stood among them, numbly severing the throats of the wailing women. At that moment, her heart had grown as icy as that of a devil. It was from this time that she earned the title of the Lady of the Underworld, and concurrently, she experienced a significant advancement in her martial prowess, ultimately achieving a profound breakthrough, a meteoric rise to greatness. She ascended to the rank of a red belt. However, for the young Ji Ying, human emotions, particularly love, were an utter void. Her only emotional encounter was when Chen Zhi took her to the back mountains to witness the withered trees blooming. His visage at that time became etched in her memory for eternity. Chapter 238. The Inner Turmoil of Ji Ying at that time. Chen Zhi appeared to Ji Ying as a being from an entirely different realm. Having grown up in the West Qi Plaza, she had become accustomed to the cold, formidable presence of her father and Ji Yang, men who dictated everything through strength and had never known the concept of fear. For a long period, Ji Ying found herself engulfed in profound confusion. As a warrior, she was inherently strong-willed, yet inexplicably, she was plagued by a nightmare. The souls of those she had slain haunted her dreams. In her slumber, the apparitions multiplied, becoming an overwhelming throng until they were innumerable, yet curiously, their numbers never diminished. And every night they would appear with unwavering punctuality. These figures in her dreams spoke not a word, their eyes a dull gray, their bodies rigid, devoid of expression, standing before her like the undead, all within a dreamscape drenched in crimson, resembling a hell stained by blood. The indescribable, voiceless terror seemed to chronicle the sins Ji Ying had committed. She once confided in her father about this torment, but the elder leader reacted with intense fury, rebuking her loudly, declaring it a sign of weakness and a disgrace to a warrior, insisting she never mention it again, nor speak of it to anyone else. From that moment forth, Ji Ying sealed her lips on the matter and continued to embody the fierce red belt warrior. As the title of the Lady of the Underworld grew increasingly renowned, Ji Ying gradually discerned that many warriors regarded her with profound reverence, not out of respect for her lineage as the leader's daughter, but from a genuine, deep-seated fear. She had truly transformed into a formidable force, yet the blood-red stain remained within her heart, akin to the crimson band around her wrist. In time, Ji Ying began to sense a change within herself, as if she were succumbing to an illness. Her heart grew increasingly frigid, sometimes afflicted by palpitations, and she found herself plagued by insomnia, too fearful to surrender to sleep. It felt as though another self within her whispered, "It is terrifying, truly terrifying." Ji Ying believed her life would perpetually remain in this state, forever unaware of the root cause of her ailment, until eventually, Chen Zhi appeared. She had previously heard of Chen Zhi, known as the last scion of the Jiang lineage, yet he was merely a bastard, a maternal heir. A novel concept within the confines of the West Qi royal city. Before Chen Zhi's emergence within the organization, the warriors harbored profound disdain towards his ascension as the patriarch of the Jiang clan, even scoffing at the notion. They argued that Chen Zhi had been raised in the outside world, lacking formal training and mastery of even the most elementary spells, coupled with an impure bloodline, rendering him incomparable to the formidable heir, Jiangli. Thus, when Ji Ying first encountered Chen Zhi, she regarded him with utter contempt, pridefully believing that this young clan leader of the Jiang would be ill-suited to endure the harshness of the Western Qi royal city and would soon be ousted. However, as time passed, this seemingly weak clan leader began to carve a place in her heart. Chen Zhi was unlike any man Ji Ying had previously met. At that time, he possessed no knowledge of spells or martial arts, yet he exuded an authenticity that was palpable. He listened intently, embracing the flaws and vulnerabilities of others. During their conversations, Ji Ying felt a warmth she had never experienced before, a soothing sensation that embraced her fears and weaknesses. On one occasion, when Ji Ying hesitantly confided her ailment to Chen Zhi, he led her to the back mountain, and, utilizing a spell he had recently learned, he revitalized a desolate tree, causing a profusion of blossoms to bloom before her eyes. He reassured her that after death, all would perish. There were no soul bindings or karmic debts to fear. So, do not be afraid. In that moment, Ji Ying felt enveloped in warmth, a warmth that understood her frailties and forgave her fears. It was then she realized that such sentiments existed in the world, instilling hope within her. People often presume that women seek much from love, yet it is often as simple as this. From that moment, Ji Ying developed deeper feelings for Chen Zhi. Though she was not adept at feigning modesty or expressing her affections, she could only convey her feelings in simple words. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory, especially after Chen Zhi's gentleness towards her waned, particularly following the incident in the underworld where he slaughtered Pang Wei's cousin. The tenderness in his gaze had vanished, replaced by a wariness akin to that directed at others. Consequently, Ji Ying buried her horrifying memories, refraining from revealing them to Chen Zhi, for her greatest fear was his discovery of her bloody past. The heart-binding spell continued to weave through Ji Ying's being, as her memories as a blood-symbol warrior replayed in her mind like a gruesome film, each scene more harrowing than the last. Chen Zhi, unwilling to endure the sight of such brutality any longer, hastily released Ji Ying's hand and lowered his head. "When did you leave the blood symbol camp?" he inquired. 2 years ago, Ji Ying replied softly. "The same year I was promoted to the red belt, which coincided with your entry into the organization." Chen Zhi fell silent, not out of a lack of compassion or understanding of a warrior's duty, but rather due to the profound tremors ignited within him by the ghastly images he had just witnessed. "What were you intending to do behind the throne?" he continued. "What did you wish to accomplish?" "It was not I who ventured there of my own accord. Rather, it was another who guided me." Ji Ying gazed ahead, her expression one of confusion as she responded. "My instincts were remarkably acute. That night, I sensed the presence of an individual entering the royal court, their movements swift and ghost-like. Consequently, I made my way to the royal court, entering that realm and trailing behind them." "Did you see who it was?" Chen Zhi immediately inquired, turning to Ji Ying. "No," Ji Ying gently shook her head. "Their movements were too rapid to discern any form. I only beheld their footprints. When I hurried after them, I observed that they had left their handprint upon the law disc at the grand entrance. Did you reach out at that moment? Chen Zhi asked. Yes, Jiying nodded slightly. I sought to identify them, yet the handprint bore no fingerprints. I understand. Chen Zhi sighed softly, then looked at Jiying. I apologize for misunderstanding you. You honor me with your words, Jiying responded, her heart stirred by Chen Zhi's sentiments. She sought to withdraw her hand, but he held onto it firmly. The warmth of his palm seeped into Jiying's skin, causing her body to tremble slightly, rendering her unable to resist. Jiying, Chen Zhi said gently, still gripping her hand, I am truly sorry. He bowed his head, his tone heavy yet laced with tenderness. I know you feel wronged. Yet I suspect you can relate. At times, we find ourselves powerless against fate. Our destinies are akin to the whims of nature, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, and have long since forgotten what fear entails. To avoid missteps, I have refrained from placing my trust in others for quite some time. I believe I have lost sight of who I once was. Forgive me for doubting you. Yet, emotions such as these are a luxury for individuals like us. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi retrieved a control stone ring from his bosom and gently placed it in Jiying's hand. Keep this. May it protect you in the future. Chapter 239. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. After Chen Zhi departed the chamber, he visited the Grand Witch, advising vigilance regarding the movements within the West Qi royal city and caution against outsiders infiltrating. The Grand Witch replied that he had ensnared the city within a web of curses, a net 100 times denser than that of a spider's, ensuring that not even an invisible mosquito could penetrate. He further assured Chen Zhi that Jiying's arm had been treated with spiritual medicine, and he was diligently monitoring her condition through witchcraft, assuring that no issues would arise. Upon leaving West Qi royal city, Chen Zhi returned directly to the Fate Hall. Upon encountering Fat Wei, he promptly informed him of the Ghost Blade situation, ensuring his peace of mind. However, he chose to remain silent regarding Jiyang. Fat Wei, relieved to learn that the Ghost Blade was out of danger, finally felt at ease. He inquired about Jiying, albeit in a somewhat perfunctory manner. Since the events in the underworld had unfolded, he had never spoken to Jiying directly. Although the bloody incident had been ordered by the former leader, it was Jiying who had executed it. Nevertheless, her resolute actions at that time had ultimately saved their entire team, an undeniable fact. Fat Wei is a perceptive individual. Although a faint pallor still lingers on his countenance, he comprehends that the situation cannot be blamed on Jiying. Moreover, with the old chief no longer present, Fat Wei finds his grievances lacking a channel for release. In the ensuing days, life continued in a manner as unremarkable as before, yet Chen Zhi remained particularly vigilant, employing various means to glean information regarding Jiyang and the clandestine organization. However, as Bao Ping aptly noted, any misstep now could provoke unnecessary alarm. It is conceivable that the organization has yet to ascertain Jiyang's feigned loyalty, but should they discover that their ranks are searching for him, the outcome would be inevitable. Sealing Jiyang's fate, all matters transpired quietly amidst the tranquil days, akin to the surface of a calm sea concealing tumultuous waves beneath. During this time, Ding Ning found himself exceedingly occupied. His mother fell gravely ill, the suddenness of her condition leaving him in despair. The hospital's diagnosis revealed leukemia. For Ding Ning, still in the bloom of youth, this was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. He sought Chen Zhi's assistance more than once, pleading with him to utilize the spirit stones to save his mother from this terminal affliction, offering any price for such aid. Yet, Chen Zhi remained remarkably indifferent, as if he had foreseen this outcome, steadfastly refusing to lend Ding Ning any spirit stones. This response left Ding Ning feeling enraged and helpless, teetering on the brink of despair. In the interim, Fat Wei spoke on Ding Ning's behalf, arguing that though spirit stones are precious, they can also save lives. He recounted instances where Chen Zhi had previously lent spirit stones to those who could afford them, suggesting that aiding Ding Ning should not be a significant burden. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi's stance remained resolute. He admonished them never to harbor hopes regarding spirit stones, asserting that while they could slightly alter a person's aura, they were incapable of saving lives. As time progressed, Ding Ning endured profound suffering, devoid of other family support, relying solely on his own resilience. It seemed as though he had matured considerably in a short span, traversing between hospitals, seeking remedies and ancestral secrets reputed to hold miraculous powers. Yet, leukemia is ultimately an incurable ailment. Observing his mother's gradual decline, Fat Wei emerged as Ding Ning's primary emotional anchor. Each day, Fat Wei would drive Ding Ning around, scouring various cities for renowned physicians, yet the outcomes remained disappointing. One evening, fatigued, they returned to their abode, Destiny Hall. Ding Ning had lost over 20 pounds during this ordeal. His complexion was pale, and his eyes appeared sunken, evoking deep sympathy. Orange, I ask you one last time. Can you save Ding Ning's mother? Fat Wei entered with a frown, raising his voice at Chen Zhi. No. Chen Zhi shook his head with unwavering determination. I have stated this more than once. Spirit stones cannot save lives, and the cycle of life and death is immutable. Who says it cannot be changed? Pointed at a brown spiritual stone within the glass cabinet, and said, when you were inputting that glimmering airflow chart, I caught a glimpse and realized that this rather unremarkable stone is indeed a remarkable treasure. It is the most potent among all the spiritual stones here, possessing the ability to extend one's lifespan. It is called the Earth Vein Spiritual Stone. Why not lend it to Ding Ning's mother temporarily? It could grant her a few extra years of life, which would be a significant accumulation of your good karma. No way. Chen Zhi resolutely shook his head, erupted. Why are you being so stingy? Are you just like those greedy merchants, unwilling to act without profit? Do you think Ding Ning is short on funds? If it's just about money, I can give you some. It's not about the money at all. Chen Zhi's anger flared at those words. Do you understand the power of a mid-level spiritual stone? How long are you going to cling to this matter? Let me say it again. Do not covet the spiritual stone. What about my mother? Ding Ning suddenly burst into tears. Since yesterday, she hasn't been able to take her medicine, and the doctor has asked me to prepare for the worst. Can't you do something to save her? Ding Ning's distress made Chen Zhi uncomfortable. He stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Haven't you always wanted to know what the human world is like? This is it. Humans are short-lived creatures, and to live is to face joy and sorrow. We must confront life and death. Human mortality is inevitable. When death truly arrives, no one can alter it. Can you stop with the pretty words? Interjected angrily. I never imagined you would be this kind of person at a critical moment. Who wouldn't be anxious if a loved one is in trouble? Standing there, unbothered, while someone else faces such a grave situation. You've truly disappointed me. Then began to unleash a torrent of curses, but no matter how he raged, Chen Zhi chose to ignore him, turning away and descending the staircase, leaving behind the sound of Ding Ning's desperate sobs. To avoid further entanglement with them, Chen Zhi remained on the second floor, not descending until nightfall. Around 2 a.m, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Zhi, unable to sleep, felt a sudden tremor within the air currents in his body. Instantly alert, he opened his eyes, knowing someone was below, prying open the glass cabinet containing the spiritual stones. Chapter 240. The breaking point. The sensation of the intrusion was exceedingly subtle. Through the barrier on the glass cabinet, Chen Zhi sensed the rapid beating of the intruder's heart as they stealthily extracted the Earth Vein Spiritual Stone. A profound sorrow surged within him as he recognized the thief. It was the very scenario he had dreaded most had finally come to pass. A few minutes later, Chen Zhi emerged from the room and descended the stairs with measured steps. The first floor was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint moonlight. There, he saw that Fat Wei had pried open the glass cabinet, and the precious earth spirit stones within were conspicuously absent. I have created an entrance in my barrier specifically for you to steal my spirit stones? Chen Zhi remarked coldly as he continued his descent. Enough with the sarcasm. Fat Wei retorted loudly, his face flushed with indignation. Regardless, I have taken what I desired. Whether you label it theft or robbery, I fear not your harsh words. After all, I am a grave robber, with little reputation to uphold. Ding Ning has already fled with the spirit stones. I have merely delayed you. Do not entertain thoughts of pursuing him. I will not chase after him, Chen Zhi replied quietly, fixing his cold gaze upon Fat Wei. You will soon understand the gravity of your actions. What can be done? Save someone, perhaps. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Fat Wei's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of panic. He stood rooted to the spot, his gaze wavering. What impact could such a small stone possibly have? Besides, your chart indicated that the Earth Spirit Stone could extend one's lifespan, did it not? Are you still deceiving me? Chen Zhi's icy eyes bore into Fat Wei, his gaze sharp as a dagger. This was the first time Chen Zhi had spoken to Fat Wei in such a tone. In truth, he had long harbored these thoughts. Fat Wei, this is not your first attempt to take spirit stones from me, is it? Fat Wei's countenance paled, his lips turning a ghastly shade of purple, his robust form trembling as if he might collapse. Chen Zhi approached slowly, exuding an aura as frigid as the depths of hell. Since that incident in the underworld, you have never forgotten. In fact, you returned to the Destiny Hall with this very intention, did you not? Chen Zhi's voice trembled slightly as he continued. Throughout this time, you have harbored intentions to seize those spirit stones, yet you hesitated, and I refrained from exposing you, hoping you would reconsider. Yet here we are. Orange, do not misinterpret my intentions. Fat Wei, now visibly shaken, struggled to explain. You know what kind of person I am. I never meant to harm you. I swear I had no such thoughts. I genuinely need those spirit stones. For what purpose? Chen Zhi's eyes narrowed, keen and piercing as he scrutinized Fat Wei. Do you truly understand the essence of spirit stones? They are not within your control. This is nothing but greed, a yearning for the spirit stones, an obsession. What treachery are you plotting behind my back? Do not presume I am unaware. Orange, Fat Wei stammered, his lips quivering. I know you do not trust me now, and you must think of me as a scoundrel, a mere spy. I indeed contemplated the notion of acquiring spirit stones, yet I harbor my own burdens. You see, many around me have perished, and their demise is a consequence of my existence. This is not a trivial matter that can be easily forgotten. It weighs heavily upon my heart. However, there exists a way to bring them back to life. Enough. Such delusions are not worth my ear. The ashen mist reappeared in Chen Zhi's eyes. Fat Wei, have you endured so much yet remain oblivious? Some are destined to depart, and their deaths are immutable. Ding Ning's mother, your cousin, and those 2 brothers of yours. Do not cling to naivety. The dead do not return to life. I advise you to cease this folly. As he spoke, Chen Zhi's aura sharpened, his visage darkened ominously, as if all memories had been reignited, plunging them once more into the depths of the netherworld. The chilling atmosphere was suffocating, paralyzing Fat Wei under Chen Zhi's oppressive presence. After a lengthy silence, Fat Wei finally spoke. Indeed, you are entirely correct. I can no longer hide the truth from you. During my time away from Changbai Mountain, my existence felt more agonizing than death itself. The dark faction did reach out to me, yet I disregarded those wretched souls. I am not deluded. Trust me, I would never harm you, dear friend. At that moment, Chen Zhi's eyes were entirely obscured by the gray fog. He interrupted Fat Wei with an icy, fearsome voice. I have warned you countless times, yet you remained indifferent. Now I declare, I am no longer the same. I often find myself losing control. My heart hardens with each passing day. Perhaps there will come a time when I can no longer govern my own actions. Therefore, this is my final warning. Do not touch my spirit stones. All right, Orange, you have indeed changed, Fat Wei stammered, his voice trembling. In this life, I possess no other skill than this remaining sense of loyalty. I have traversed through fire and peril for that wretched organization, risking my life countless times. Have I ever uttered a complaint? Yet, what is my outcome? It is my cousin who lies in the underworld. I owe him a life, and I must bring him back, even if it demands everything. Enough. Chen Zhi suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Fat Wei in an instant. His hands gripped Fat Wei's shoulders like iron claws, tears shimmering in his eyes. Fatty, cease your words. I implore you, do not compel me to take your life. Fat Wei, startled by Chen Zhi's demeanor, hastily retreated, his face pale as he gazed at Chen Zhi. After a protracted silence, he finally spoke. Forgive me. I have always been selfish. I am but a grave robber, lacking the noble mission you possess. Orange, take care of yourself. Farewell. With one last glance at Chen Zhi, Fat Wei turned and departed from the Hall of Destiny. Chapter 241. The Power of the Spirit Stone. Since that night, Fat Wei had not returned. Leaving Chen Zhi alone in the Hall of Destiny, he firmly locked the door of the Fate Hall and drew the heavy curtains, ensuring that sunlight could not penetrate within. He was reluctant to venture outside or engage in any form of communication with others. During this period, the power of the Spirit Stone finally manifested. On the very day Ding Ning retrieved the Earth Vein Spirit Stone, his mother awakened. She was remarkably alert, and all her ailments mysteriously vanished, astonishing the doctors and nurses at the hospital, who believed a miracle had occurred. However, his mother became exceedingly agitated, attempting to escape in her hospital gown. Impervious to anyone's attempts to restrain her, incessantly shouting that she was hot. Ultimately, they were forced to tie her to the bed. Yet, in the dead of night, Ding Ning's mother broke free from her bonds and leapt out of the window, running barefoot into the street, frantically shouting. Tragically, she was struck and killed by a passing vehicle, the very car belonging to the old leader who had been assisting them. In the aftermath of this event, Ding Ning appeared to mature overnight. He seemed to grasp the concept of cause and effect, as well as the truth of Chen Zhi's words that everything comes at a cost. Ding Ning returned the Earth Vein Spirit Stone to Chen Zhi, and together they laid his mother to rest. He bore no resentment towards anyone, including Pang Wei, and told Chen Zhi that from that moment on, he would no longer force any matters in his life, nor would he seek what was not meant for him. For there is no such thing as unwarranted good fortune in this world. During this time, Bao Ping made several phone calls to Chen Zhi, inquiring about Pang Wei. Chen Zhi refrained from disclosing the intricacies behind Pang Wei's departure, merely stating that they had encountered some minor disagreements, and he had since left. On the other end of the line, Bao Ping chuckled, asserting that Pang Wei's issues were trivial and that he would handle them. Mina returned from Suqing Mountain with the child, who had suffered no significant harm. After a period of recuperation, the child had fully recovered. However, upon regaining consciousness, he began to wail incessantly for his mother, crying every night without respite. Fortunately, the child recognized Mina, and under her soothing presence, his emotional state gradually improved. Yet, he still cried in his sleep, pouting his little lips, evoking a sense of deep pity. Local doctors advised that such a young child, having experienced severe fright, could easily develop psychological issues and recommended consulting a specialist for gradual guidance. Upon learning of the child's return, Bao Ping took it very seriously, dispatching Asuo and a team of warriors to accompany Chen Zhi to the airport to retrieve Mina, subsequently bringing them directly back to the retreat pavilion. The exterior of the retreat pavilion was heavily guarded, and upon their entrance, the first action Chen Zhi took was to seal the child's fingers with yellow talisman paper, creating a permanent barrier that completely contained the child's abilities. During this process, the child began to cry once more, and Mina was deeply concerned about the potential harm this might cause him. However, Chen Zhi informed her that sealing the child's extraordinary artistic abilities would allow him to grow up as an ordinary child, which was the only way for him to live safely. The sheer power of this gift was unparalleled, surpassing all demigods known to Chen Zhi. Once the child's abilities became known, all factions, including the demigods themselves, would vie for him, plunging the child into genuine peril. The true identity of Chen was long forgotten by history. No one recalled that such a demigod had once existed. Therefore, Chen Zhi urged Mina to keep this matter strictly confidential, ensuring that the child's true identity remained undisclosed. At merely 2 years of age, the child had already begun to grasp certain realities. He had just lost his mother, was transported to a desert, rescued, and subsequently taken to a dark cave. His psyche had already endured significant trauma, leaving him in a constant state of insecurity. To prevent any psychological deviation that might affect his future personality, Bao Ping invested heavily in hiring 2 renowned foreign psychologists for counseling. During this period, Mina chose to remain in the city with the child, awaiting his full recovery. Mina was immensely pleased with this decision. Although the European thieves had returned to their previous roles, and there were numerous affairs awaiting her attention, she was steadfast in her desire to remain by Chen Zhi's side. After Fat Wei's departure, Chen Zhi had been in a poor emotional state, often isolating himself in the Fate Hall and avoiding interactions with others. In contrast, Mina frequented the Fate Hall daily, engaging Chen Zhi in discussions about the child or external matters, always seeking excuses to linger. Gradually, Chen Zhi began to grow accustomed to Mina, the blonde woman who was distinctly different from typical Western women, possessing many traits characteristic of Eastern women. Despite her golden locks and voluptuous figure, which sometimes revealed a fierce demeanor, Mina's inner self was remarkably sensitive, innocent, and romantic, reminiscent of a young woman's spirit. Whenever Chen Zhi beheld her, he felt a momentary escape from his worries. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. Before long, Bao Ping called, informing Chen Zhi that he had located Fat Wei. Bao Ping intended to speak with him directly. If they could reach an understanding, Fat Wei would become one of their own, and the past would be forgiven. However, if negotiations failed, Chen Zhi was advised to forget about him. Fat Wei had been found in Fujian, at a place known as Funga Lake, where 2 cities converged. His original plan was to stay in Guiqing village for a few days, where his tall tower stood, along with memories of life shared with his deranged brother. Despite their silence since emerging from the underworld, Fat Wei still harbored concern for them, especially the man with the Qilin tattoo. At that moment, Fat Wei could no longer discern his life or death in the mirror. He had long anticipated finding them, but was equally fearful of hearing news of their demise. When Fat Wei was escorted by a group of warriors to a small pavilion by the Funga Lake, he saw Bao Ping sitting there, sipping tea, accompanied by the Aso warrior whom they had rescued from the underworld. Upon seeing Bao Ping, Fat Wei hesitated for a moment, remembering the words Bao Ping once spoke to him upon entering the retreat pavilion. Do not betray my trust, for the consequences will be beyond your endurance. Chapter 242. A secret conversation by the lake. Since Bao Ping assumed the role of the organization's leader, Fat Wei had seldom encountered him. He understood that Bao Ping's identity had transformed, becoming busier and more significant, yet this bore no relevance to him. Following the events in the underworld, Fat Wei had no desire to ingratiate himself with the organization. However, he never anticipated that Bao Ping would personally seek out someone as inconsequential as himself, or perhaps to address the affairs of such a trivial individual. I have come specifically to find you, to have a conversation. Bao Ping smiled as he waved at Fat Wei, inviting him to sit on the stone bench opposite. This small pavilion, nestled by the lakeside, should have been bustling with tourists during the peak season, yet it was eerily deserted, as if the area had been reserved exclusively for them. This is my father's property. Established here, Bao Ping casually leaned back in his chair, offering a cigarette to Fat Wei before lighting one for himself. In those days, my father always dreamed of retiring in the south. He claimed the north was too cold and disheartening. Thus, he acquired this place, which indeed is a lovely location. The property values here have risen significantly, yet the stretch along the riverside remains the private estate of the Bao family, untouched by development. I often think that perhaps in my old age, I might come to dwell here. What is your purpose in summoning me here? Fat Wei inquired, accepting the cigarette but not revealing any fear. He ignited it with his lighter and glanced towards the lake. This desolate place is devoid of any soul. If you were to eliminate me here and cast my body into the lake, I doubt anyone would notice. That is indeed a clever plan. Bao Ping chuckled as he gazed at the scenery on the lake. I might consider it. However, the jest did little to lighten the atmosphere. The air grew tense, and Fat Wei felt an unmistakable signal of danger. He had always regarded Bao Ping with apprehension, sensing an aura of death even when he smiled. Speak plainly. Fat Wei inhaled deeply twice and then extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Surely, Orange has conveyed everything to you. I confess to those deeds. Yet I did not ally with the Dark Division, nor did I divulge any information to them. Besides, I am merely a grave digger, incapable of recognizing even basic English. What could the Dark Division possibly want from me? After saying this, Fat Wei let out a self-deprecating laugh, attempting to display a demeanor unperturbed by the specter of death. Chen Zhi did not mention your matters to me, Bao Ping softly remarked. In fact, he has been striving to shield you. Whenever I inquired, he consistently evaded the topic, tirelessly working to protect you. Oh, Pang Wei gently acknowledged, lowering his head and refraining from further conversation. At that moment, Bao Ping continued, however, my purpose in seeking you today is not to discuss this matter. Rather, I wish to pose a question. What is it that you truly desire? Bao Ping's inquiry caused Pang Wei to tremble slightly, as he turned his head to avoid Bao Ping's piercing gray gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally muttered, it's nothing. I merely feel a sense of injustice. Injustice? Bao Ping responded with a faint smile. Your statement is rather vague. It lacks clarity. If I were to articulate your feelings, I would say you harbor an unrelenting resentment within you. Am I correct? Pang Wei listened intently to Bao Ping's words, yet his gaze remained fixed on the ground, offering no verbal response. Indeed, you have carried this hatred for a long time, Bao Ping continued, his voice as ethereal as the wind. I am aware of your past. Since your departure from Changbai Mountain, you have been in search of your companions. I know who you encountered and where you went. Pang Wei remained motionless, absorbing Bao Ping's words. Although he offered no reply, his inner turmoil was evident, as the veins on his forehead gradually became pronounced. At that moment, Bao Ping quietly stated, regardless of what that child of Fengdu proclaimed to you, I can unequivocally assure you that the dead can never be resurrected. With a gentle flick of his cigarette butt, Bao Ping's deep gray eyes scrutinized him. You have long been consumed by hatred. You have dedicated yourself to the organization, yet your kin perished at the hands of its warriors. You feel betrayed, which fuels your loathing for the organization and the former leader. Yet now that the old leader has passed, you find yourself uncertain of whom to direct your ire, correct? Yes, Pang Wei retorted candidly, still tilting his head, avoiding Bao Ping's gaze. That simplifies matters. Bao Ping smiled warmly at Pang Wei. Since you have acknowledged your hatred, Allow me to ask, how do you intend to exact your revenge? The gentle breeze by the lakeside caressed them as Bao Ping gazed at Pang Wei, whose expression was grim, his brows tightly knitted, remaining silent. After a moment of shared silence, Bao Ping pressed on. It appears you have yet to clarify your thoughts. Let me assist you. The former leader is deceased. You cannot kill a man who is already dead. The orders were executed by the warrior Jiang. Given your capabilities, do you truly believe you can slay my red warrior? I, Pang Wei, am not one to engage in futile disputes. This matter has nothing to do with Jiang. He resolutely replied, still averting his gaze. Moreover, the old leader is dead. With death comes the dissolution of debts and grievances. I have no desire for vengeance at present. My sole wish is to bring my cousin back to life, to restore my brothers. I know there are those in this world who have been resurrected. If you did not comprehend my previous words, allow me to reiterate. Bao Ping's countenance bore a certain gravity, his tone imbued with a weight that commanded respect without anger. Regardless of what the demigod who claims to be the new lord of the underworld has imparted to you, let me unequivocally state once more that the dead cannot be resurrected. Never shall they return. Yet here we stand, witnessing the presence of one who appears to have returned from the grave, do we not? After Fat Wei spoke, he raised his gaze towards the Aso warrior beside Bao Ping. This brother, known as Aso, was indeed resurrected by that figure, Yamo, within the realm of the netherworld. Was he not? He had already perished, and yet his age remains unchanged. In truth, this is precisely the case. The netherworld has eternally been the domain of the deceased, where the king of hell merely needs to utter a word to restore life. Was it not so in the tales of old? Fat Wei's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope as he spoke. Is this also what Yamo conveyed to you? Bao Ping replied with a smile, shaking his head. I truly did not anticipate that you would place your faith in such fabrications. The reason the Aso warrior has not perished is that he exists within an extreme spatial condition. His body and fat are preserved in a state akin to cryogenic suspension. In a sense, his lifespan has been extended, much like a body that has undergone freezing. This is not resurrection. The Aso warrior has never truly died. If Yamo claims to possess the power to bring the dead back to life, I can assert with certainty that one day I shall take his life, and we shall see if he can resurrect himself. Wait, I do not speak solely of Aso. Fat Wei murmured once more, though he seemed to regret his words, turning his head away, unwilling to continue the conversation. Bao Ping did not press further. He lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before continuing. You are inherently a perceptive individual, yet your current entanglement in this foolish deception stems from your desires. Your yearning for these individuals to return is overpowering. We often presume that deception requires intricate schemes, yet it merely necessitates an understanding of a person's desires to ensnare even the wisest. You have laid your desires bare before Yamo. Fat Wei listened in silence, his eyelids drooping, neither refuting nor expressing dissent. At that moment, Bao Ping gazed at him for an extended period, eventually exhaling a ring of smoke as he slowly articulated. I have located your two brothers. Chapter 243, Confidential Discourse by the Lake, Part 2. What? Fat Wei exclaimed, standing abruptly, his eyes fixed intently on Bao Ping. You have found them? What has become of them? Is my brother, the one surnamed Zhang, still alive? Your brother surnamed Zhang. Bao Ping hesitated slightly at this juncture, lowering his gaze to flick the ash from his cigarette, then smiling as he looked at Fat Wei. Your friend of the Zhang surname possesses a rather intricate background. It is not as simple as you might believe. His family has historical ties to certain organizations, replete with both alliances and grievances, yet those are matters of the past. Now, we are all friends, and we will assist him with his matters. But I cannot divulge anything further at this moment. What I can share is that they are all still alive. I must also mention another brother of yours, who remains among the living, though his mental state is rather precarious, ensnared in his own delusions. Within these fantasies, you both relive the days of yore. He is currently undergoing treatment, yet he is surrounded by many intricate relationships, some of which are quite formidable, making it challenging for us to intervene. That is reassuring. As long as he is alive, that is what matters. Pang Wei let out a deep sigh of relief and then took a seat. Lord Leopard, allow me to share something with you as well. That fellow, Yamo, did indeed reach out to me. But he has neither met with me nor invited me to their abode. He merely informed me that as the new god of the underworld, he possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. If I could procure some orange spirit stones, I could exchange them for lives, thereby ensuring my cousin and Ting Ting could be revived. I do not believe the son of the underworld god would require spirit stones, Bao Ping remarked with a smile. Let us not forget that we have brought back many spirit stones from the ghost city of Yingdu. Over the countless years, those stones have proven to be of no use in his possession. Not everyone can wield such divine artifacts. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, only Jiang Shang has been capable of employing such treasures. Then why would he deceive me? Pang Wei said with a hint of exasperation. I am not a demigod. They do not genuinely seek spirit stones. Could it be that they are captivated by my charm? What he desires is you, my friend. Bao Ping replied with a calm smile. He seeks to loosen your grip as a crucial component. Do not underestimate your significance. Everything comprises a whole, including a nation, a group, an organization such as Chen Zhi's team. Should he manage to extract you, our chain will be severed. Your absence could potentially lead to Chen Zhi's emotional unraveling, which would subsequently destabilize the organization. Really? Pang Wei gazed at Bao Ping incredulously. Do I hold such importance? Indeed, Bao Ping nodded with a smile. Though he suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor, maintaining clandestine contact with the dark faction is a grave matter. Yet, Chen Zhi has kept this from you. Do you comprehend the weight of such a transgression for a clan leader? Upon hearing this, Pang Wei felt a pang of discomfort and fell silent. At that moment, Bao Ping fixed him with a stern gaze and said gravely, at any given moment, when one wishes to act, sacrifices are often unavoidable. You have endured much and should understand this. Moreover, we all bear the burden of sacrifice. It is not only your cousin who remains in the underworld. Bao Ping's expression grew solemn at this juncture. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, now, having discussed so much, let us get to the crux of the matter. I need you to make a choice. After speaking, Bao Ping nodded to Asuo, who retrieved a handgun from behind and placed it upon the table. What do you intend to do? Pang Wei immediately tensed at the sight of the firearm resting on the table. Are you trying to push me towards suicide? I refuse to comply. Let me make it clear. I am not one of your organization's warriors. I possess no sense of honor associated with seppuku. Fear not, for I am merely presenting you with a choice, Bao Ping said, smiling at Fat Wei. Do you wish to cling to your thirst for vengeance? Or would you prefer to relinquish this hatred? I favor straightforward resolutions, and the dilemma before you is quite simple. You mourn your deceased loved ones. Yet the dead cannot be resurrected. Of course, you may choose revenge, but the old leader is no longer here. I am the new head of the organization, and as his adopted son, I shall bear this grudge in accordance with our Chinese tradition of filial duty. If you desire vengeance now, then draw your weapon and shoot me. As Bao Ping spoke, he calmly rotated the pistol on the table, presenting the handle towards Fat Wei. Do you take me for a fool? Fat Wei scoffed, glancing at Asuo beside him. If I truly dare to shoot you, wouldn't that old brother here slice me into pieces immediately? You are mistaken, Bao Ping replied with a smile. A warrior does not defy the orders of his leader. Even in death, they do not disobey. Turning to Asuo, Bao Ping commanded, if he attempts to shoot me, do not hinder him. Allow him to leave. Understood. Asuo nodded calmly, his expression indifferent as he regarded Fat Wei, his gaze inscrutable. This is sufficient. If you seek revenge, then take the gun. Bao Ping maintained a relaxed demeanor, still holding his cigarette, gazing steadily at Fat Wei, his expression unruffled. You think I wouldn't dare? Fat Wei was visibly agitated. You believe I lack the courage? He grasped the pistol from the table, aiming it at Bao Ping, the cold metal sending a shiver through him. His body trembled slightly. I do not doubt your courage, Bao Ping responded calmly, facing the gun's muzzle. I merely ask you to make a choice, since you are so intent on revenge. Your enemy stands before you. What are you hesitating for? No, Fat Wei seemed overwhelmed by the frigid weight of the pistol, ultimately lowering it. However, he was reluctant to appear cowardly, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, remaining seated defiantly. This matter does not concern you. I cannot kill you. Then whose concern is it? Bao Ping suddenly spoke with gravity, his gray eyes piercing like daggers into Fat Wei. The so-called enemy is right before you. I shall ask you one final time. Do you seek vengeance? With gritted teeth, Fat Wei's veins throbbed, his eyes turning bloodshot. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately pushed the pistol away. I cannot bring myself to do it. Very well. This shall be your final decision. Once you relinquish this obsession, do not speak of it again. Bao Ping regarded Fat Wei with a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, I shall present you with another choice, Mr. Wang. Are you willing to join the organization? Chapter 244. Resolving the heart's dilemma. Fat Wei returned to the Fate Hall 2 days later, and upon seeing him back, Chen Zhi finally felt the weight on his heart lift. From the moment Chen Zhi learned from Bao Ping about the whereabouts of Pang Wei, he had been engulfed in worry. He understood Bao Ping's modus operandi, which rarely entertained leaving loose ends. Yet, when Pang Wei returned, it was as if nothing had transpired. He entered, carelessly tossing his luggage onto the floor before darting upstairs to inspect his belongings. What on earth happened to the several bags of instant noodles in my room? Orange, confess, did you pilfer them while wooing your lady friend? You cannot hide your affair with that blonde. Pang Wei's raucous voice echoed through the house, calling out to Chen Zhi. You're back? He bellowed with unrefined exuberance. Chen Zhi stepped into Pang Wei's domain, glaring at him intently. Did Bao Yi give you any trouble? What? Could he possibly trouble me? Who do you think I am? Let me tell you, despite Bao Ping's usual bluster, he has no authority over me, Pang Wei retorted nonchalantly. I was curious about why he dashed all the way to the south. Turns out, he went there to recruit. He spun me a tale filled with sweet nothings about employee benefits and asked me to join the organization. Who do you think I am? I'm the last of the treasure hunters. I wouldn't easily acquiesce to him. Yet, he flattered me, claiming I was a rare talent, a once-in-a-millennium find. Asserting that without me, the organization could not even commence. In the end, I reluctantly agreed. You joined the organization? Chen Zhi inquired urgently. What is your status? Of course, it's a formal position, Pang Wei replied, puffing with pride as he produced a black badge from his pocket and waved it before Chen Zhi. I must say, Orange, you truly lack consideration. You should have informed me of such a fortuitous opportunity sooner. Who knew working for the organization could be so lucrative? Moreover, my health and longevity are fully covered. Should any fool dare to assassinate me, the organization would pursue them to the ends of the earth. Truly, it's a blessing to be sheltered under a great tree. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together in excitement. You hold the identity of a black-clad operative, Chen Zhi remarked, observing the badge. Currently, you are merely a junior operative, but should you achieve merit, you can have the badge emblazoned upon your arm. Welcome, my friend. From this moment onward, you are genuinely one of us. On the very day Pang Wei returned, Ding Ning visited the Destiny Hall. Following the death of his mother, he resided alone in their former home. Ding Ning did not seek accountability from anyone nor placed blame. His former supervisor appreciated this attitude and, feeling indebted to Ding Ning, offered to cover all his educational expenses. However, Ding Ning outright declined such favorable terms, having come to understand that one should not covet what does not rightfully belong to them, for all things come at a price. Upon seeing Ding Ning's arrival, Pang Wei felt a pang of discomfort, drawing him into the hall to offer tea and water, then taking a seat beside him. Ah, my dear brother, it was indeed a grave error on Pang Ji's part. I must confess, I failed to consider the implications at that moment. I was unaware of the sinister nature of the spirit stone, which ultimately brought harm to your mother. This incident cannot be attributed to you. With lowered eyes and dark circles that spoke of sorrow, Ding Ning lamented. I was the one who pleaded with you, weeping for your assistance with the spirit stone. All of this is my own doing. I have brought about my mother's demise. Had I not been so insistent on altering fate with the spirit stone, she might still be alive today. Even without the spirit stone, your mother would not have survived until next month, Chen Zhi interjected solemnly, as he approached and seated himself before Ding Ning. What do you mean? Ding Ning inquired, astonished by Chen's words. Even if my mother was diagnosed with leukemia, she could have endured for at least a year. She could not endure, Chen Zhi replied gravely, then turned his gaze toward Pang Wei. Do you recall what I once told you? The power of the spirit stone is immense and unpredictable. It is not something an ordinary person can withstand. You used to question why I did not employ spirit stones to rectify injustices. Allow me to clarify. The backlash from spirit stones is formidable. The stronger the spirit stone, the more unpredictable its effects. At present, I can only utilize low-grade spirit stones, which exert minimal influence on one's aura. However, mid-grade and higher spirit stones must be handled with extreme caution, as they possess significant positive effects on a person's aura, yet the backlash can be devastating. In essence, for every benefit received, the cost may be multiplied tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Such a price far exceeds the capacity of the human body to bear. What about the spirit stones you used for Haoing Jun? Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I must remind you, Orange, he is my only remaining cousin. Rest assured, the spirit stones I employed were solely low-grade, Chen Zhi assured him. Their effects are weak but entirely safe. I can easily manage that balance. If your cousin wishes to advance in his acting career, it ultimately relies on his own efforts, with my assistance merely enhancing his fortune. Ah, I see now. You nearly frightened me. Pang Wei replied, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. Are you saying that mid-grade and higher spirit stones have side effects? But the so-called lucky stone you used on Ding Ning's mother, wasn't that a high-grade spirit stone? How could you dare to use it? That is indeed the crux of the matter, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze heavy as he turned to Ding Ning. Ding Ning, do you remember how we first met? I do. Ding Ning nodded. The real Ding Ning was bullied by bad classmates and jumped into the river. You rescued him and placed my soul into his body. In truth, this body does not belong to me. Indeed, Chen Zhi affirmed seriously. From that moment onward, the aura within your body was compromised, signifying that your life should have concluded at that time. Now, you exist as a mere tenant within a body that has already met its end. At that moment, I discerned the aura of your mother, which was exceedingly faint. Her life expectancy would not exceed 6 months. Ding Ning widened his eyes in disbelief at Chen Zhi's words. Chen Zhi continued, stating that your mother had been nearing death since that time, and to have lasted until this month was already a remarkable feat. This implies that you were aware of this matter back then. Thus, you lent the lucky spirit stone to Ding Ning's mother, allowing her and her son to enjoy their final months together? Indeed, Chen Zhi replied with a smile directed at Ding Ning. Life is ephemeral, and when death truly arrives, it is beyond alteration. Many individuals strive for wealth and glory in this world, oblivious to how much time they have left. In truth, once life is lost, all these riches cannot be taken along. Therefore, living joyfully within the confines of a finite existence is the greatest happiness. As long as you cherish your body and live the life you desire in the future, I believe your mother in heaven will find solace. Ding Ning's tears flowed instantly as he covered his face with his hands, nodding vigorously, feeling no more regrets. Chapter 245, Returning to Normalcy after Pang Wei returned. The Fate Hall quickly became lively once more. Pang Wei was a man who calculated time in terms of money and would not allow the Fate Hall to remain closed any longer. It was imperative to resume operations immediately. According to Pang Wei's own boasts, he secured a favorable deal from Lord Bao upon agreeing to join the organization. Now that he possessed capital, he aimed to purchase a substantial amount of premium crystal stones and had enlisted renowned jewelry designers and feng shui consultants. Dreaming of transforming the Fate Hall's bracelets into a major brand and introducing them to the international market. Following his mother's passing, Ding Ning had untangled the knots in his heart and was now planning to have Pang Wei assist him in selling the old house. Intending to move into the Fate Hall to live with everyone, Chen Zhi allowed him to temporarily occupy Qin Yang's former room, adding to the bustling atmosphere of the Fate Hall. Together, Pang Wei and Ding Ning brought the energy of 8 women, spending their time watching leagues and shouting excitedly, creating a ruckus from dawn till dusk, and frequently visiting Lu Xiaoang's hot pot restaurant for a meal. Under Pang Wei's gentle persuasion, Ding Ning's academic performance plummeted, yet he was immensely happy every single day. During this time, Mina became a regular at the Fate Hall, seemingly forgetting her thieving team back in Europe. Aside from caring for her child daily, she found various excuses to frequent the place. With her inherently outgoing Western demeanor and attractive figure, she embraced the summer season by wearing revealing outfits each time she visited the Fate Hall, showcasing her curvaceous form in low-cut tank tops and alluring mini-skirts. Mina, during her frequent visits to the Fate Hall, seldom acknowledges others, instead choosing to lean against Chen Zhi as they peruse documents together. At times, she leans casually on his shoulder, her golden tresses cascading down, while her long legs sway playfully, leaving a tantalizing glimpse of her petite figure that makes Pang Wei nearly lose his composure. Each time Pang Wei experiences a mix of envy and resentment, he reminds Ding Ning to study diligently and strive for excellence, assuring him that he must become the protagonist of his own story. Otherwise, he would forever miss out on the attention of the ladies. Yet, in Chen Zhi's mind, a weighty concern lingers, the mysterious disappearance of the samurai Ji Yang. This dignified chief warrior has vanished without a trace, remaining elusive during this period and failing to make contact with Bao Ping. Chen Zhi is keenly aware that Gui Dao must be deeply anxious, but everyone is hesitant to act rashly. Both Bao Ping and Chen Zhi have been discreetly seeking information through secure channels, yet their efforts have yielded no results, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Over a month has passed, and Chen Zhi has reached the most pessimistic conclusion. it is highly likely that this esteemed red band warrior has been clandestinely eliminated by the dark faction. One morning, before dawn's light had graced the sky, while Pang Wei was still lost in slumber, a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell pierced the silence. Rushing downstairs, he found old Jean Do standing at the entrance. "Old Jean, why aren't you out for your morning stroll in the park? What brings you here so early? Can't a man get some sleep?" Pang Wei grumbled as he opened the door, stifling yawns. "Enough of the chatter. Get up and come with me. Lord Leopard is waiting for you at the retreat pavilion." Old Jean Do replied with palpable urgency. "Really?" Pang Wei expressed his surprise. "So early? The sun hasn't even risen yet." "Old Jean, you ought to persuade him a bit. Our leader is working himself to the bone. He can't always be preoccupied with serving humanity. He needs to take care of his health too. Stop rambling and let us move." Old Jean Do interrupted, waving Chen Zhi over. "By the way, the results of that examination have come in, but they differ somewhat from our expectations. Leopard received the report early this morning and is currently waiting for you at the retreat pavilion." "What examination are you referring to?" Pang Wei asked, his impatience evident. "Quit being so cryptic. When we meet the leader, I need to know what to say. What is this report about?" Old Jean Do glared at Pang Wei. "It's about that old skin you brought back." "What?" Pang Wei's eyes widened in realization, recalling the incident from a month prior during his conversation with Bao Ping. Half a month ago, by the shores of Fengge Lake in Fujian, Pang Wei had confided in Bao Ping about his clandestine contacts with the dark faction, who had promised the possibility of resurrecting the dead. However, their operations were shrouded in secrecy. He had never been directly contacted, only receiving calls from different numbers, all untraceable. Recently, he had received a peculiar package. The parcel bore neither the sender's name nor address, yet it was enveloped in a thick layer of protective plastic. Upon slicing through the packaging, Pang Wei uncovered a solemn and antiquated wooden box, seamlessly crafted without any locks or visible joints, a solid piece of wood. This posed no challenge for Pang Wei. He gently tapped the box with his knife and swiftly located the hidden seam. Inserting the blade into the crevice, the box immediately splintered, splitting apart like a gourd. However, within the box lay not precious jewels, but a piece of skin, no larger than a fingernail, accompanied by a yellowed note inscribed with 7 words in a haphazard script, "The flesh of resurrection." At that moment, Pang Wei was oblivious to the true nature of this skin, which appeared old, yellowed, and hardened, reminiscent of calluses on a laborer's hands. He found himself fiddling with the aged skin during his idle moments, but one fateful night, while inebriated, he carelessly placed it over a lighter, inadvertently igniting it. The skin was swiftly reduced to ashes, causing Pang Wei a pang of regret, fearing he had irreparably destroyed it. Yet, come the following morning, a miracle unfolded. The piece of skin remained perfectly intact, now gleaming with a new radiance, as if reborn. From that moment forward, Pang Wei began to entertain the possibility of resurrection. If this skin could regenerate, perhaps the deceased could indeed be brought back to life. Pang Wei surmised that this ancient skin had been sent by Yamo, who claimed to be the son of Fengdu, signifying that this new king of hell possessed genuine powers of revival. Over a month prior, Pang Wei had entrusted the skin to Bao Ping, who dispatched it to a laboratory for examination. At the time, everyone assumed it might merely be a piece of skin imbued with some incantation or a physiological trick, unaware of the profound implications it would soon unveil. However, as the experts endeavored to uncover the true identity of the skin, the revelation left them utterly astonished. Chapter 246. The old skin. They journeyed to the secluded pavilion in an old, bumpy vehicle, as the hour was still early and dawn had yet to break, resulting in an almost deserted road. The driver, the same stuttering young man they had encountered previously, was now well aware of Chen Zhi and his companion's identities and dared not speak carelessly. The vehicle sped along, and before the first light of day, they arrived at the secluded pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Zhi observed numerous figures clad in black, guarding the premises, most of whom were akin to Pang Wei. Displaying great enthusiasm, Pang Wei greeted them warmly, as though he had found his comrades. Subsequently, the old driver led them upstairs and back into the dimly lit study. There, Chen Zhi finally encountered the ghost blade, who stood beside Bao Ping, his facial wounds nearly healed. This time, Jiying was also present, her arm still wrapped in bandages, indicating she had not yet fully recuperated. Jiying's expression was frigid, reminiscent of the first time Chen Zhi laid eyes on her, devoid of warmth and imposing in her silence. Although she was aware of Chen Zhi's presence, she did not lift her gaze to acknowledge him. You have arrived. Please. Take a seat. Bao Ping gestured warmly, inviting everyone to settle around the tea table. A true tea aficionado, Bao Ping always had an entire set of tea utensils on his table, complete with cups, a teapot, and teapots, filling the dim room with the fragrance of exquisite tea. Such an early hour. I appreciate your efforts. Let us enjoy some hot tea, Bao Ping said with a smile. Oh, no need for that. No matter how arduous our journey, it cannot compare to your endeavors, Fat Wei replied with a greasy grin. By the way, I heard the results of that skin examination have come in. What is the story behind it? Why the inexplicable tension? Fat Wei spoke as if he were the center of attention in the room. The results are in. Bao Ping set down his teacup, smiling as he addressed the group. The analysis reveals that this piece of skin indeed belongs to a human, and furthermore, to an ancient human from 1,000 years ago. What? Fat Wei exclaimed in surprise. Human skin? That cannot be. After uttering this, Fat Wei glanced at Chen Zhi and then at Lao Jindo. As for other things, I might entertain possibilities. But when it comes to the dead, I have encountered more than the living. During my days of tomb raiding, I nearly spent nights in coffins with the deceased. If a corpse is to be preserved well, there are but a few methods, using spices, mercury, or swallowing pearls. Regardless of the method, they all serve the same purpose, infusing the body with preservatives. Once any corpse is removed from these preservatives, whether a noble or a commoner, it will swiftly decay. It is impossible for just a piece of skin to remain intact and even regenerate, unless there truly exists someone capable of resurrecting the dead. With a hint of hesitation, Fat Wei glanced at Bao Ping and whispered, unless, of course, there truly is someone who can bring the dead back to life. Haha, Bao Ping chuckled, then retrieved a transparent glass box from beneath the tea table. Inside lay the very piece of old skin that Fat Wei had mentioned. Whether it is a case of resurrection, I cannot say. However, this piece of skin is undeniably not from a corpse. It was indeed taken from a living person. After saying this, Bao Ping held the skin aloft, illuminating it with a flashlight. Under the beam, the old skin appeared remarkably translucent, with intricate patterns visibly intertwined. This is a remarkably fresh piece of human skin, Bao Ping continued. Experts have confirmed that this skin has been detached from a human body for no more than a year, indicating it was likely excised from a living individual before being sent to you. Moreover, the tissue on this skin is not a product of contemporary natural conditions. Its residuals and physiological structure resemble that of ancient humans from a millennium ago. Could it possibly be a demigod? Chen Zhi inquired. We know that some demigods have exceedingly long lifespans. They may live for 1,000, 2,000 years, or even longer. Bao Ping gently shook his head in response, stating, demigods are indeed quite unique and easily identifiable. This piece of skin unequivocally belongs to a human, devoid of any divine biological components. Therefore, its owner was indeed born a millennium ago and, for some reason, has managed to survive until now. Does that not imply immortality? Fat Wei asked, astonished. Moreover, this skin can indeed. Bao Ping interjected with a smile. This skin possesses self-repairing capabilities and is remarkably resilient. In other words, its owner is exceedingly difficult to kill. After saying this, Bao Ping retrieved the skin from a transparent case and drew a dagger from his pant leg, slicing through the center of the skin. Instantly, the skin was severed, yet before the eyes of the onlookers, fine threads as delicate as hair began to emerge from the cut, gradually weaving back together. After several minutes, the skin returned to its original state. The art of resurrection, Chen Zhi observed intently, staring at the skin. Could it be that such defiance of natural law truly exists in this world? Right? Right? Fat Wei exclaimed, pointing at the skin. I'm not imagining things, am I? How could I have easily believed in this before? It's glaringly evident before us. This is resurrection. No, Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Human life is intricate. It is not merely a matter of the physical body. Even modern science may one day enable the reconstruction of the body, yet that does not equate to resurrection. Furthermore, he continued, casting a serious gaze upon the skin, when a person dies, they are truly dead. Even if the body is revived, the soul does not return. Can what emerges from this process truly be considered human? At this moment, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled something and looked up at Bao Ping. We should have numerous samples in our repository. Let us compare them with this skin to see if we can trace any clues about its owner through genetics, such as their ethnicity, nationality, gender, and age. We have already conducted that inquiry, and it was remarkably straightforward, Bao Ping replied with a smile. What? Chen Zhi and the others widened their eyes, turning to Bao Ping in unison. So soon? Indeed, Bao Ping affirmed with a smile. The genetics of this skin are quite renowned. When we compared it against our database, we effortlessly located matching information. The owner of this skin is of Mongolian descent and belongs to a royal lineage. The ancestors of this illustrious golden family are well known. He is none other than Genghis Khan, born as $11Tomb. Chapter 247, Old Pie, Part 2. Chen Zhi gazed thoughtfully at the piece of skin before him. The accuracy of modern testing is remarkable. If the owner of this skin is indeed a member of the Golden family, the implications would be nothing short of extraordinary. The Golden family refers to the Mongolian nobility, a term of reverence for the royal bloodline of Mongolia. According to Mongolian legends, the Mongolian people trace their lineage back to a matriarch named Alan, who bore 2 sons with her husband. After her husband's demise, she gave birth to 3 more sons. The first 2 sons, along with their relatives, questioned the origins of the latter 3. Alan claimed that these 3 sons were fathered by a divine being of yellow and white hues, thus proclaiming them as sons of heaven. From that point onward, the descendants of these 3 sons were regarded as the pure-blooded Mongolians, with Genghis Khan belonging to the Borjigin clan. Other notable clans include the Jurchen and the Taichi. All Khans of Mongolia descend from this lineage, thus earning the title of the Golden family. In reality, it was only after Genghis Khan's death that his direct descendants were referred to as the Golden family, qualifying them to inherit the thrones of various khanates. The emperors of the Yuan dynasty emerged from this lineage, regarded by the Mongolians as the purest and noblest bloodline. Following the unification of Mongolia, Genghis Khan established the Yuan dynasty, which was a formidable power, reigning over the largest territory in Chinese history. Throughout his life, Genghis Khan experienced immense wealth and grandeur, possessing all that a man could desire, conquering cities, taking the queens of enemy nations as concubines, and indulging in boundless riches and authority. His progeny flourished, and even to this day, approximately 30 million people worldwide are believed to be his descendants. The Mongolians continue to hold this bloodline in high esteem, convinced that one day they will reclaim dominion over the entire world. Chen Zhi returned the piece of skin to its transparent box and shook it lightly, raising his head to address everyone. If the owner of this skin is an ancient human from a millennium ago, may I propose a bold hypothesis? As he spoke, he turned to face the assembly. Based on the information we currently possess, all clues are connected to the order of cessation of killings. What we know of this order is derived from historical texts. It is the compassionate counsel of Qiu Chuji, urging Genghis Khan to exercise restraint in his slaughter. However, can we assume that the true order of cessation was so simplistic? I have long harbored doubts. Considering history, could a figure as egotistical, cruel, and bloodthirsty as Genghis Khan possibly abandon mass slaughter out of mere compassion? I find it improbable. Pang Wei chuckled. I have encountered several individuals who engage in such grim tasks. These people are ruthless and fear no retribution. Let me tell you, once a person is caught up in the frenzy of killing, there is nothing they fear. They become addicted, and it is impossible to make them stop. No wise words can intimidate them. In the end, it is the king of hell who must deal with them. Just as Pang Wei was expressing his thoughts with enthusiasm, he inadvertently caught Bao Ping's gaze, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Precisely, Chen Zhi continued, stating that the historically notorious Genghis Khan had transformed the massacre of the Han people into a form of amusement. Could it be that merely because of Qiu Chuji's benevolent remarks, he would consent to issue an edict to cease the slaughter? This seems rather incongruous with his character. I believe there may have been a clandestine agreement between them, one that compelled such a demon as Genghis Khan to abandon his bloodlust. It might be somewhat unkind to label him a demon, as Pang Wei interjected, expressing his discomfort. How can one say that? He was, after all, a man of great prowess. In contemporary television and cinema, Genghis Khan is often portrayed as a hero. This is indeed a laughable irony. As Bao Ping smiled at Pang Wei, saying, from what I have gleaned from primary sources, this Mongolian Khan appears far from the amiable figure of legend. The records of the Mongol Empire's carnage are unparalleled. Their preference was not merely for slaughter, but for the annihilation of entire lineages. During their numerous Western campaigns, they laid waste to cities that dared resist, resulting in the destruction of hundreds, with an estimated death toll of around 200 million across Central Asia and Eastern Europe. When the Mongolian forces occupied northern China, The central plains lay desolate, devoid of life, littered with bones, wells clogged with corpses, and not a drop of potable water to be found. Those few who managed to escape often perished from starvation, unable to locate food or clean water. On his return from the west, Genghis Khan famously remarked that the greatest pleasure in life was to annihilate one's enemies, seize their possessions, witness their kin weep, ride their horses, and violate their wives and daughters. Had it not been for Qiu Chuji's order to halt the killings, the Han people would have long since been extinguished. As history has unfolded, these animosities have gradually faded into obscurity. Present-day Han people astonishingly forgive this enmity, generously erecting monuments and statues in his honor, extolling his achievements. It often makes one ponder how convoluted human sentiment can be. By my mother's grave, how wicked he was! Fat Wei exclaimed indignantly. I had no idea of this before. Had I known, I would have suggested exhuming his grave solely based on this revelation. Perhaps we truly ought to consider unearthing his tomb. Chen Zhi nodded slightly, suggesting that, as I mentioned earlier, if the dating of this skin aligns, could I venture a bold hypothesis? This skin might very well belong to Genghis Khan himself. Are you implying that this was the transaction Qiu Chuji made with him? Bao Ping inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhi. Qiu Chuji exchanged promises of immortality with Temujin for an order to cease the killings, thereby sparing the Han from genocide. And has this Temujin not lived on since then? Still alive until this day? This is merely a daring conjecture, Chen Zhi replied softly. Yet the veracity of this hypothesis could only be substantiated by one action, to open Genghis Khan's coffin and ascertain whether his remains still reside within. The clues we seek may indeed present themselves, he concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Bao Ping. You mean to say we should excavate Genghis Khan's grave? Fat Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he chuckled, huh? Orange, do you think those old masters of tomb raiding merely idled their time away? Should you truly manage to uncover Genghis Khan's tomb, would it even be your prerogative to excavate it? Please elucidate, Chen Zhi inquired of Fat Wei. Oh, what I mean is that Genghis Khan, that crafty fellow, has concealed his burial site just like that damn Chow Chow. For over a millennium. No one has been able to locate it, Fat Wei lamented to the group. Consider this, it is the tomb of Genghis Khan. Even a fool knows the treasures that must lie therein. Legends speak of a great hoard left behind by Genghis Khan. Gold and jewels as vast as the ocean. All the finest spoils the Mongols seized from around the globe, hidden within. Alas, the only one who truly knows the whereabouts of such a grand treasure is a solitary mother camel. Are you referring to the Mongolian tradition of secret burials? I have heard whispers of it, Chen Zhi pondered. Secret burials are indeed a funerary custom among the Mongolian nobility. The Mongols do not hold a belief in the veneration of the physical body, due to the perpetual conflicts among their tribes and the multitude of enemies they amassed. They feared that their graves would be desecrated by foes, prompting them to conceal their resting places. The burial customs of the Mongols dictated that upon the death of a noble, they would be interred in the steppe without a grave marker. Afterward, a multitude of horses would trample the burial site until, when spring arrived and the new grass sprouted, the spot became indistinguishable from the surrounding land. According to the records of Yiziki from the late Yuan dynasty, to maintain secrecy during Genghis Khan's interment, not only were countless horses used to flatten the site, but also a lactating camel was slaughtered in sight of the mother camel, with the blood of the young camel poured upon the grave, causing the mother to lament. Subsequently, 1,000 cavalrymen were dispatched to guard the location. Only when the grass grew in the following spring, rendering the burial site indistinguishable, would the guards depart. Should descendants wish to pay homage to Genghis Khan, they would use the mother camel, which had witnessed the sacrifice, as a guide. If the mother camel lingered in one spot, lamenting, that would indicate the location of the tomb, allowing the descendants to conduct their rituals there. This method of secret burial was quite prevalent. Not only Genghis Khan, but the tombs of all the Mongol Yuan rulers remain undiscovered to this day. Even though it is known that treasures lie beneath the steppe, no one has been able to locate them. Truly, they are the most adept at guarding their graves. Indeed, Fat Wei concurred. That guiding mother camel has long since departed this world. Now, that place is merely a vast expanse of grassland. Where shall we seek Genghis Khan's mausoleum? Furthermore, if it were so easily found, those treasure hunters would have long since excavated it, leaving us no opportunity. Is that so? Lao Jindu interjected, unable to restrain himself. But what of the mausoleum of Genghis Khan on the Mongolian steppe? The mausoleum can only be considered a cenotaph for Genghis Khan, Chen Zhi replied softly. Within the silver coffin that is venerated upon the steppe lies the spiritual essence attached to Genghis Khan at the time of his passing, preserved within the mane of the white camel. According to historical records, when Genghis Khan passed away, a Mongolian physician placed the top mane of a white camel on his mouth and nose until his breathing ceased, signifying that his soul had attached to the white camel hair. This tuft of hair was then preserved in his burial site. In the 1950s, during the construction of the Genghis Khan mausoleum, this precious camel hair was discovered. However, regrettably, during the Cultural Revolution, all the saddles and bows in the burial site were destroyed, leaving no personal belongings that truly belonged to Genghis Khan. Right? Pang Wei remarked. Thus, seeking the path to Genghis Khan's tomb is utterly futile. We should consider alternative methods. Not necessarily. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Though Genghis Khan's burial was conducted in secrecy, it does not imply that he lacked a tomb. Rather, this tomb lies concealed beneath the vast grasslands, undiscoverable. How casually you speak. Do you have any idea how immense those grasslands are? Pang Wei chuckled, shaking his head vigorously. You must understand. That once vast expanse now straddles 2 countries. The boundless grasslands stretch so far that one cannot even see the end. It takes a considerable flight to traverse them. Furthermore, as for the whereabouts of Genghis Khan's burial site, there are countless legends. Some claim it lies on the grasslands, while others suggest it was transported across the seas by Marco Polo. With such elusive hints, how can we possibly locate his tomb? We would likely not even graze its periphery. Not necessarily. Chen Zhi smiled at Pang Wei. In my recollection, during the last visit of the president of Mongolia to China, a reporter from CCTV candidly inquired about Genghis Khan's mausoleum and humorously questioned the existence of the legendary treasures of Genghis Khan. The president of Mongolia replied that he must adhere to Genghis Khan's will, ensuring that his tomb remains unknown to the world. The precise location of Genghis Khan's mausoleum is not of consequence. What matters is that future generations do not forget this hero. This indicates that the local government possesses some insider knowledge, yet is reluctant to divulge it. I have always felt that even if the Mongolian nobility of that time favored secret burials, it is improbable that his direct descendants are completely oblivious to the general location. This is merely a ruse. And so what? Pang Wei suddenly found it amusing. Think about it. They are Mongolians, and Genghis Khan is their ancestor. Do you expect them to divulge the location to us so we can excavate their ancestral grave? Do you think they are foolish? They would sooner give us a good beating. Well, I might be able to assist with that. Bao Ping, who had been listening intently to their conversation, suddenly interjected. Although Mongolia is an independent nation, it remains a traditional country, with the Golden family's descendants flourishing and branching out. However, true power is still held within the direct lineage, and the legitimate Golden family retains significant influence within Mongolia. By coincidence, I have some acquaintance with a direct descendant of this family, an elder of considerable standing within the clan. Subsequently, I plan to engage him in conversation to explore whether we can uncover some historical information regarding the burial sites of Genghis Khan through their family records. Additionally, I wish to investigate the matter concerning the decree to cease killing. Can he be truthful about it? Pang Wei harbors a hint of skepticism. As I mentioned earlier, we intend to disturb the graves of their ancestors. What descendant would not resent us for that? Furthermore, if treasures truly exist, would they willingly share them with us? Oh, you need not concern yourself with that, Bao Ping chuckled. I have my own methods for handling such matters. He owes me a favor. If he can locate any valuable information, he will surely inform me. As for the treasure, that is merely a legend. We shouldn't take it too seriously. Very well, Pang Wei replied, observing the serious planning taking place around him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even if we ascertain the approximate location, what then? It is the vast Mongolian steppe. Are we truly going to dig there? The Mongolians pay no heed to feng shui, and a compass is utterly useless in such expanses. Where would I even begin to search for the entrance to a tomb? I can't just go around detonating explosives, can I? Finding the entrance would require something akin to X-ray vision. Indeed, that is a clever approach, Chen Zhi remarked, casting a glance at Pang Wei with a smile. Fear not. I shall provide you with a pair of eyes that can see through. X-ray vision? Are you jesting? Pang Wei was bewildered by Chen Zhi's words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by Bao Ping. What about that child? Bao Ping turned to Chen Zhi and asked. Chen Zhi nodded. He is doing quite well. I estimate that in a while, he will be fully recovered. I intend to have him reside abroad. allowing him to grow up like a normal child. This would undoubtedly be much safer than staying here. Moreover, several renowned demigods have gone into hiding recently. While things may appear calm on the surface, beneath it all, tumultuous waves are surging. We must act swiftly, ahead of the dark faction, to seek out the concealed demigods. If a confrontation with the dark faction is inevitable in the future, our current team remains rather weak. Do you have any relevant information? Bao Ping inquired. Not at the moment. Chen Zhi shook his head. However, locating the demigods is exceedingly challenging, and my identity does not afford me a strong sense of belonging among them. These demigods remain in a state of observation, weighing their options between me and the dark faction. Yet, unexpectedly, the child has inadvertently become the first demigod under my command, which is highly advantageous for me. Reflecting on my previous encounter with his father, perhaps this is fate. Bao Ping mused, contemplating for a moment before responding. If locating demigods proves too arduous, perhaps you should consider an alternative approach. Do not solely pursue the well-known demigods, as they are mostly hidden in remote and treacherous locations. Some demigods, after enduring the passage of time and the changes in the world, have merged with it. They may be concealed within the cities, hidden in the streets and alleys, appearing inconspicuous. However, once these demigods are discovered, they may be more amenable to communication with humans, and thus easier to recruit. I shall give it a try. Chen Zhi nodded slightly in response. Once the objective was established, the entire course became clear. Bao Ping would personally engage in negotiations with the illustrious gold family of Mongolia. Yet this endeavor was far from a simple task and would require some time. During this interval, Chen Zhi needed to seek out an object that could unveil the secrets of the earth, the so-called seeing eye as mentioned by Pang Wei. As he departed from the dim chamber, Chen Zhi cast a backward glance at Jiying, but her expression remained icy and unyielding, devoid of any acknowledgement. He approached her and softly inquired, "How is your arm?" "It is well. Thank you for your concern, clan leader," Jiying replied indifferently, her cold demeanor creating an unbridgeable chasm between them. "Take care of yourself." Chen Zhi intended to convey more, yet ultimately said nothing, turning to exit the chamber. Gui Dao accompanied them back as well. Thanks to Bao Ping's protection, he had narrowly escaped death this time. However, the organization's rules remained sacrosanct and inviolable. The Ji clan's elder council was incensed, temporarily stripping Gui Dao of his clan affiliation and mandating that he atone through merit, or else he would face execution. According to the organization's principle of sparing those who contribute, Gui Dao needed to achieve significant accomplishments outside before he could officially return to the Western Qi royal city. Until then, he would reside in the Hall of Destiny. Pang Wei, however, expressed immense excitement over Gui Dao's return, chattering incessantly along the way, "Hey, Orange, I have something to share. Now that the knife has returned, I've come to realize. These women are utterly unreliable. Either they turn into ghosts or become deities. I've no intention of marrying in this lifetime. Let the three of us brothers live together happily for eternity. Ugh, who wants to live with you forever? You better roll far away." Chen Zhi felt a wave of disgust wash over him at Pang Wei's words, then turned to Gui Dao, "Knife. Are you aware of what Jiying saw?" "I am," Gui Dao responded quietly. "I spoke with her. The shadow she witnessed moved with such swiftness that she mistook it for me, which is why she didn't speak up immediately. But in truth, my speed does not reach that level." "Faster than you?" Chen Zhi furrowed his brow. Could this transparent figure truly be a ghost? The vehicle proceeded into the community, where they soon spotted the doors of the Hall of Destiny already ajar. Pang Wei's cousin, Hao Ingjun, stood at the entrance with a woeful expression, awaiting their return. Upon seeing Hao Ingjun's mournful countenance, Pang Wei's irritation peaked, and he exited the vehicle, delivering a sharp reprimand. "What are you doing? Why wear such a sorrowful face in broad daylight? When did you return from Beijing? Why didn't you call me?" "I," Hao Ingjun, with a face flushed from holding back tears, replied pathetically, "Brother, something has happened. Someone is going to die." "What happened?" Pang Wei was immediately alarmed by Hao Ingjun's words. "Who's in trouble? Your mother?" "No, my second aunt," Hao Ingjun answered slowly. "It's my boss who is in trouble." "Oh dear." The imposing figure of Pang Wei nearly overwhelmed him. "Could you refrain from breathing so heavily while you speak? What on earth happened? Can you please articulate clearly?" Chen Zhi urged, suggesting they enter and discuss matters further. Hao Ingjun, with a woeful expression, followed inside, and, once seated, his companions inquired about his troubles. However, he hesitated, his reluctance nearly infuriating Pang Wei. Did you not go to Beijing for auditions? Were you not selected? Pang Wei inquired. None were successful, Hao Yingjun lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Not only did I fail, but they also said I wasted film, and even denied me a meal meant for extras. Ugh, you truly are a disappointment, Pang Wei exclaimed, exasperated, wanting to chastise him yet unsure of how to articulate it. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. With your lackluster acting skills, it's no surprise you were not chosen. Anyone with limbs would surpass you. What else with the tears? It's embarrassing, like a woman. That's not it, Hao Yingjun sobbed. Later, I joined a variety show as an extra, but then I got into trouble. How could one get into trouble merely by being an extra? Your brother will cover for you, Pang Wei said dismissively. I lost a cash voucher, and the production team reported it to the police, wanting to apprehend me. Hao Yingjun's face turned pale as he spoke. A cash voucher? You mean a cash bond? Which production team is so short-sighted as to let you handle money? Pang Wei found the situation amusing. Well, it's already lost. How much was it? I'll cover it. 10 million, Hao Yingjun stammered, clearly distressed and unable to articulate clearly. How much? Speak louder. Pang Wei was infuriated. Can you be any clearer? How many millions? 50 million, Hao Yingjun shouted under pressure. The boss sent me back to raise funds, or else I'd be taken to court. What? Pang Wei nearly toppled from his seat in shock. Listen, brother, you're not feverish, are you? That's 50 million. How on earth did you lose it? The figure Hao Yingjun disclosed left Pang Wei astounded, hardly believing his ears. Are you certain you're not sleepwalking? That 50 million isn't in one, is it? It really is 50 million, Hao Yingjun whimpered, feeling wronged as he recounted the events from his time in Beijing. Upon receiving notice from his agent, he had gone to Beijing for auditions, only to be eliminated in the first round as expected. Fortunately, an agent from the production team recognized him, having known his agent from before and retained him, introducing him to a renowned variety show as an extra. This show, titled Running Free, is currently very popular in the country, featuring a cast of prominent stars engaging in tasks and creating entertainment. After entering the production, Hao Yingjun found himself without any opportunity to appear on camera, relegated to minor roles and miscellaneous tasks. Although lacking in technical demands, the work was relatively easy and afforded him the chance to interact closely with the renowned stars, which left Hao Yingjun quite content with his position. However, an unforeseen incident transpired a week ago. That night, the entire crew was burning the midnight oil to shoot a program, exhausted and weary. Hao Yingjun was diligently assisting the team from the background. The funding for the New Year's program had just been approved, and their female supervisor had placed the cash check inside her bag, intending to visit the bank at dawn. Suddenly, she was called away due to an urgent matter. Before leaving, she instructed Hao Yingjun to keep a vigilant eye on her bag, mentioning the valuable items it contained. Yet, upon the accountant's return, she discovered that the check was missing. Upon hearing Hao Yingjun's account, Pang Wei sighed in relief. So that's how it is. They cannot accuse you of theft. They were merely suspicious of you. As long as you are innocent in your heart, what is there to worry about? But it's not trivial, Hao Yingjun lamented, tears welling in his eyes. When the check disappeared, our female supervisor was instantly bewildered. They demanded that I confess where I had hidden the check. Of course, I had not touched it. However, there was a surveillance camera at the door, capturing all entries and exits clearly. Throughout the night, I was the only person present in that room, as the accountant had only stepped out for a few minutes. So they claimed that the check could not have gone anywhere else but with me. Consequently, they reported it to the police, who soon arrived and took me to the station, where I spent the night answering numerous questions before being released. However, our female supervisor insisted that I return home to gather the money by any means necessary, lest I face imprisonment for the rest of my life. Goodness, isn't this an outright frame-up? Pang Wei exclaimed in indignation. That female supervisor seems deeply problematic. This situation is indeed suspicious, Chen Zhi, who had been quietly listening, interjected. If no one else entered the room, it is only natural for them to suspect you first. Were you absolutely certain that no one else entered the room during that time? I am certain, Hao Yingjun replied, meeting Chen Zhi's gaze. When the accountant returned with the check, she specifically asked me to keep an eye on her bag, assuring me she would be back shortly. But she was gone for only a few minutes, and no one else came in. Yet, upon her return, the check was gone. If I didn't know better, I might have doubted my own innocence. What did the police say? Pang Wei inquired. At the mention of the police, Hao Yingjun felt even more aggrieved. The police told me I was the prime suspect and urged me to confess promptly, given the substantial amount involved. What am I to do? I certainly do not wish to end up in prison. Even if the police decide not to pursue the matter, my reputation in the entertainment industry is tarnished, and my acting career lies in ruins. Alas, my talents have been squandered. Fate seems to conspire against the gifted. Hao Yingjuan's face was a portrait of despair, ready to weep anew. Enough of the tears, Pang Wei sighed, observing Hao Yingjuan's woeful demeanor. It is clear to me now, these people merely wish to find a scapegoat. 50 million is no trifling sum. I suspect that female supervisor is entangled in something dubious. Do not fret. In a couple of days, I shall accompany you. At worst, we can confront them. I will inquire about the situation, Chen Zhi interjected. Supervisors are merely employees. Their statements lack comprehensiveness. I know a few individuals involved in entertainment investments. I will have them reach out to the legal representative of that production team to ascertain the truth. Ah, splendid, Big Orange. Pang Wei exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise. I didn't realize you had such connections, even within the entertainment realm. Yet, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Hao Yingjun maintained his glum expression. Even if we ask, it is of little use. The core issue is that 50 million is missing. Without that money, I could jump into the Yellow River and still not cleanse my name. I might end up in prison, and my mother relies on you for support. Calm yourself. If it comes to that, Pang Wei said with sudden gravity. Turning to Hao Yingjun, rest assured, your brother will do whatever it takes to save you. If funds fall short, Shaoji can certainly find a way. We will procure that 50 million, so do not worry. Stop speaking so ominously. Chen Zhi chuckled at Pang Wei's words. Have you considered that a theft of such magnitude, once classified, would not easily allow for Hao Yingjuan's release? Moreover, such a substantial amount of cash must have a traceable circulation. Clues will surface, and it cannot simply vanish into thin air. Thus, while Hao Yingjun may appear to be the primary suspect, the police currently possess no evidence to justify an arrest. That female supervisor is merely attempting to intimidate him. However, as Chen Zhi pondered this, he recognized the situation was indeed peculiar. I should investigate further to uncover the truth. After their discussion, Pang Wei continued to console the shaken Hao Yingjun downstairs, while Chen Zhi ascended to the second floor to make several phone calls. Recently, Chen Zhi had befriended several businessmen, having assisted them with various issues, and had maintained contact. These individuals wielded significant influence within the domestic economic sphere, with some specializing in entertainment investments. Through their introductions, Chen Zhi swiftly located the legal representative of the variety show and communicated with him directly. The individual in charge is surnamed Zheng, with the given name Chao. He is not only the director and participant of this program, but also a well-known celebrity across the nation. Chapter 251, The Disappearance of a Large Sum of Money, Part 2. Zheng Chao's wife is an exceptionally famous actress in the country, having recently starred in a series of period dramas that garnered immense viewership. In the entertainment industry, and indeed nationwide, this couple is virtually a household name. However, what truly catapulted Zheng Chao into the limelight was the variety show titled Running Free. He serves both as the legal representative and a participant, leveraging his connections within the entertainment realm to invite various celebrity guests, engaging in playful pursuits and completing tasks within the event space. This format was remarkably novel at the time in the country, skyrocketing to popularity and becoming the most sought-after variety show. Upon receiving a call, Zheng Chao was exceedingly courteous on the other end, revealing himself to be a person of reason. He informed Chen Zhi that all the incidents described by Hao Yingjun were indeed true, and that the female supervisor in question was a relative of his, someone he could undoubtedly trust. Legally speaking, there was currently no evidence implicating him, and as long as Hao Yingjun did not confess, the police would be powerless to act against him. However, it was an undeniable fact that there had been no one else present in the room at that time, making Hao Yingjun the sole suspect. Furthermore, the amount of money involved was considerable within the entertainment industry. Good news rarely leaves the household, while bad news travels far and wide. This unsolved theft had already circulated within the industry, causing widespread anxiety among the cast and crew, with various rumors emerging, as the matter also affected their reputations. At this juncture, Zheng Chao sent a video from that time to Chen Zhi, urging him to examine it closely. He assured Chen Zhi that if Hao Yingjun could recover the money, he would ensure the female supervisor remained silent and would publicly state that she had made an error, thus preserving everyone's dignity and sparing Hao Yingjun any repercussions. After ending the call, Chen Zhi accessed the file sent via WeChat and proceeded downstairs to inform Pang Wei of the situation. Pang Wei first sent Hao Yingjun back to his room to rest before pulling Chen Zhi aside into the courtyard. Orange, allow me to confide in you. I cannot vouch for everything else, but I am certain of my cousin's character. Furthermore, whether he had the intent to steal this money or not, he certainly lacks the audacity. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. The essence of theft often lies in the temptation of wealth, yet given Hao Yingjun's disposition, such a possibility seems implausible. Just as they were conversing, Chen Zhi's WeChat notification chimed. Zheng Chao's video had arrived. He promptly opened the video, which clearly showed the camera positioned above the door, capturing the moment the female supervisor hurriedly entered. After seemingly receiving a phone call, she swiftly exited, while Hao Yingjun remained in the room the entire time, which spanned merely a few minutes. In essence, this video has become irrefutable evidence. The only individual present in the room, Hao Yingjun, is indeed the one who held that banknote. This raises a perplexing question. Pang Wei observed the footage, shaking his head in disbelief. If that is the case, I even begin to suspect that this fellow might have stealthily taken the banknote and hidden it somewhere. There can be no other possibility. If it wasn't taken by someone in the room, then it must be a ghostly apparition. Chen Zhi, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the screen. Moments ago, he had discerned a peculiar detail. During a few seconds in the middle of the video, the previously steady surveillance footage had suddenly jolted, accompanied by a low, ominous hum of electrical disturbance. This anomaly lasted only a few seconds before the image returned to normalcy. While fluctuations in camera signals are not uncommon, Chen Zhi scrutinized it repeatedly, sensing that the electrical disturbance seemed oddly intrusive, as if something obscure lurked within. There is an issue with this video, Chen Zhi asserted, pointing at the flickering electrical signal on the screen. Huh, what issue? Pang Wei exclaimed, his mouth agape as he meticulously rewatched the video from beginning to end, failing to identify any flaws. We need to go upstairs. I want to recreate this segment of the video, Chen Zhi declared, subsequently urging Pang Wei to accompany him to the second floor. Upon returning to the room, Chen Zhi imported the video from his mobile device directly into his computer. His computer housed specialized software for secondary rendering, originally intended for international police investigations of suspects. Later, Chen Zhi, for convenience and research, had procured a copy from a hacker. Utilizing the software, he slowed the video speed dramatically. Within the program, the electrical disturbance appeared to linger, and the entire video seemed to quiver momentarily, followed by what appeared to be a shadowy figure penetrating through the door. Although this phenomenon seemed to exist, it remained unclear. Chen Zhi then adjusted the speed to 1/100th of the original pace, freezing the image and rapidly magnifying and rendering it within the proprietary software. The software boasted formidable capabilities, recomposing all pixels and seeking all available analytical data to intelligently redraw the shadowy figure. During this process, both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei remained riveted to the screen, witnessing the gradual re-rendering of the shadow, which, when enlarged, revealed a ghastly visage before them. The face resembled that of a diminutive old man, who appeared to be crossing the threshold while glancing up at the camera. My goodness, what on earth is this? Pang Wei gasped in astonishment, staring at the screen. Is this software even reliable? Could it be malfunctioning? What is this ghastly entity? This software is powered by artificial intelligence. It reconstructs images based on its recognition, employing normal biological structures for rendering. Chen Zhi replied solemnly, still gazing at the screen. Although this image holds no legal significance, from our perspective, we can at least confirm one thing. Thus, it is certain that Hao Yingjun did not possess that cash promissory note during that period. This entity stealthily infiltrated the room and absconded with the note amounting to 50 million. What on earth could this be? Pang Wei pressed his eyes against the screen, squinting at the grotesque visage of the old man. Please don't tell me this is the landlord. As for the specifics, I am presently uncertain. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. The likeness is exceedingly indistinct, primarily rendered by computer intelligence. However, I can assert with conviction that this entity is certainly not of human origin. After scrutinizing the image, Chen Zhi turned to Pang Wei. It appears, my friend, that we must journey to Beijing and utilize the upcoming days to resolve this matter. Chapter 252, The Resplendent Star, Brother Chao, Part 1, the following day. Chen Zhi placed a call to Zheng Chao, indicating their intention to bring Hao Yingjun to Beijing for a discussion regarding the financial matter. A face-to-face meeting would allow them to negotiate and clarify any misunderstandings while also investigating the whereabouts of the substantial sum. Given the esteemed reputation of the intermediary, Zheng Chao held Chen Zhi in considerable trust and readily acquiesced to the proposal. From the tone of the conversation, it was evident that Zheng Chao had been troubled by the financial issue. Thus, he welcomed Chen Zhi's request and extended an invitation for them to visit the filming location. The new variety show was already in production, situated in a city near Beijing, Tiangang City, home to the largest planetarium in the nation, serving as the backdrop for their program. The distance was not great, and they could easily reach it by plane that very day. Upon learning of their return to the filming crew, Hao Yingjun became noticeably anxious, his countenance reflecting trepidation, seemingly particularly fearful of the female supervisor. Pang Wei offered words of reassurance, vowing to vindicate him this time. While the financial aspect was significant, the accusation of theft could not be borne. Gui Dao typically refrained from participating in such affairs and had other matters to attend to, remaining in the city. Thus, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, traveling light, accompanied Hao Yingjun on their flight to Tiangang City. Long-distance travel was a routine affair for them, and the journey was devoid of notable conversation. They departed in the morning and arrived at Tiangang City Airport by evening with no complications. On this occasion, Pang Wei made a special effort to present himself well. Before disembarking, he incessantly checked his reflection, ensuring his plump visage was as polished as could be, which tested Chen Zhi's patience. "What are you doing? Are you preparing for a blind date?" "Hey, you wouldn't understand," Pang Wei replied, adjusting the unruly bangs of his ample face, turning to Chen Zhi with a grin. "Do you think just anyone can meet Zheng Chao? He is a superstar. We cannot allow him to look down upon us, can we? Besides, you probably don't watch variety shows, do you? Do you know who else is in this production team? What sort of people?" Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. "Alas, I must say, how is it that you can never seem to find a partner? Are you not aware of the goddesses featured in that show?" "Goddess?" Chen Zhi smiled faintly. "All the deities have perished. Where are the goddesses to be found? Sigh, you truly are a hopeless case." Pang Wei appeared to be quite displeased with Chen Zhi's demeanor, as he pulled out several images from his phone. "Do you see? Take a good look. This is the goddess," Pang Wei declared, scrolling through the pictures for Chen Zhi. The images revealed a stunning young actress, around 20 years of age, with long flowing hair and large expressive eyes, seemingly of Uyghur descent, radiating beauty. "Isn't she enchanting?" "This is Diliriba," Pang Wei said with a mischievous glance at Chen Zhi. "She is currently the hottest star, of Uyghur lineage, the dream girl of many. Her face graces every advertisement on television. How does she compare to those celestial beings?" TSK. "Oh," Chen Zhi merely nodded, displaying little interest. Perhaps due to his past experiences with Bai Qian, he felt an innate wariness towards beautiful women, as if behind their charming visages lurked a cold, unfeeling facade. "You truly lack romantic sensibility. It's no wonder you remain a bachelor," Pang Wei remarked, dissatisfied with Chen Zhi's reaction. He continued to admire Diliriba's photos for a while longer, salivating, before finally putting away his phone. Upon disembarking from the plane and clearing security, they proceeded to the exit, where they spotted someone holding a large sign to greet them. The individual, Xiao Ma, in his 20s and freshly graduated from university, was a small assistant from the production team. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, he greeted them with great courtesy, although he cast an awkward glance at Hao Yingjun. Forcing a smile, "How, you've returned? I imagine you've endured quite a bit of hardship recently. You truly are unfortunate." After this, Xiao Ma turned to Chen Zhi and the others. "Shall we head out? Brother Chao has sent me to escort you to the production team." "All right," Chen Zhi replied with a smile, and the group followed Xiao Ma outside. Meanwhile, Hao Yingjun exhibited noticeable discomfort. He understood that while Xiao Ma appeared polite on the surface, the production team still regarded him with suspicion. Though Tiangang City is not as vast as Beijing, its traffic remained quite congested, with several delays along the way. After a lengthy drive, they finally arrived at a hotel located on the outskirts. The night had fallen, and due to the hotel's somewhat secluded location, there were few commercial establishments nearby. Yet, a cluster of fans had gathered at the entrance, likely having learned of the production team's accommodation, eager to catch a glimpse of their idols. After Xiao Ma parked the car within the courtyard, he led them through the back entrance to the 4th floor. The production team had reserved the entire 2 floors of the hotel, with the largest suite on the 4th floor housing Zheng Chao. Upon their entrance, they found Zheng Chao seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call. Zheng Chao is an exceptionally handsome individual, likely in his late 30s, yet he appears remarkably youthful, with firm skin and vibrant energy that surpasses even that of young men in their 20s, radiating the charisma of a star. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and the others enter, Zheng Chao warmly set aside his phone and approached them to shake hands. "You must be Chen Zhi. Oh dear, what a hassle it must have been for you to travel all this way," he exclaimed with a beaming smile. "I had intended to come to meet you personally today, but alas, I was unable to break free from my commitments. Please don't take offense at my absence." "Oh, you are far too gracious," exclaimed Pang Wei, who immediately cast aside any prior grievances regarding Hao Yingjun upon witnessing Zheng Chao's cordiality. "How could we allow such a celebrated star to pick us up? Besides, if you were to appear at the airport, you would surely be swarmed, and we might never escape. Moreover," he added, "I must say, Brother Chao, you are even more handsome in person than on television." Upon hearing Pang Wei's compliment, Zheng Chao laughed heartily. "Oh, come on, my friend. Are you jesting? At this age, I merely present myself as a somewhat older, misguided youth." While Zheng Chao chuckled amiably, a hint of awkwardness crossed his face as he glanced at Hao Yingjun. Nevertheless, he offered Hao a smile and gestured towards the nearby seats. "Please, have a seat. Let us discuss matters once we are seated." Chapter 253. The Resplendent Star. Zheng Chao, Part 2. After inviting everyone to sit, Zheng Chao turned to his assistant Xiaoma, instructing, "Please fetch some tea. I have recently received some excellent tea leaves in my room for you all to sample." "Oh, you needn't be so polite," Pang Wei quickly interjected. However, Xiaoma nodded and proceeded to prepare the tea. The suite was quite spacious, consisting of 2 rooms, an outer lounge furnished with several sofas and coffee tables, alongside a large whiteboard cluttered with a detailed schedule. On the writing desk lay fast food containers and canned beverages, suggesting the hectic pace of the production team's itinerary. Once Xiaoma had departed, Zheng Chao shifted to more serious matters. He glanced at Hao Yingjun and then at Chen Zhi and the others, offering a slightly awkward smile. "My dear brother, I must be older than you by a few years, so I shall refer to you as little brother. Regarding this situation, it is really not a grave matter. It was merely an impulsive decision made by the youth, lacking thorough consideration. There is no need to escalate it to undue proportions. I value camaraderie above all else. If you find me agreeable, I would appreciate your assistance in resolving this issue. Otherwise, I fear I may find myself in a difficult position. After all, this sum is not insignificant. It constitutes our operational budget for the year, and the entire production relies on these funds. To be candid, there are also advertisers' investments involved." "Oh, Brother Chao, do you think we would come all this way just to deceive you?" Upon observing Zheng Chao's earnest demeanor, Pang Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I am the elder brother of Hao Yingjun, and as for my cousin, he may lack other merits, but I can assure you that his character is beyond reproach. I can guarantee that he did not take the money. I wonder, could it be possible that the issue lies elsewhere? Perhaps someone else absconded with the funds, feigning innocence while we are left to wander aimlessly. As for your supervisor, oh, there is simply no way that could be the case." Upon hearing Pang Wei's words, Zheng Chao understood. "Let me speak candidly with you. That supervisor is a distant relative of mine who has been by my side since the very beginning of my career. I have entrusted her with my finances in the past, and I know her well. She is certainly not capable of any deceit. Indeed, she did leave the cash promissory note in the room, and the only other person present was young Hao. However, I am not implying that young Hao's character is in question. What I mean to say is, perhaps our dear young Hao inadvertently helped to stow that promissory note away, forgetting its location through good intentions. Yet now, in our collective confusion, we find it difficult to retrieve it. Nonetheless, this is of no consequence. If young Hao is willing to produce it, I will claim that the note was in my possession and that I simply forgot about it, thus absolving young Hao of any blame. This matter can be resolved without escalating it. I will take full responsibility with the police and the media. What do you think? I, Zheng Chao, have navigated this industry for many years, and I assure you that this will not tarnish young Hao's future." Just as Pang Wei was about to respond, he was interrupted by Chen Zhi. Turning to Zheng Chao with a slight smile, he said, "I fully grasp your intentions. We will not dwell on the whereabouts of the promissory note, but I can assert with certainty that our people did not take it. You need not worry about the funds. We will remain with the production team for the next couple of days to search for the note. If we find it, splendid. If not, I will personally cover the 50 million. What do you think?" "I keep my word." Hearing this, Zheng Chao felt a bit awkward and chuckled shyly. Brother, how can you suggest that I pay if it truly was not Young Hao who took it? That is quite the jest. However, my young friend, I have heard. Zheng Chao hesitated momentarily, casting a mysterious glance at Chen Zhi. Little Chen, you are quite the celebrity, it seems. I have heard from several prominent figures that you possess extraordinary abilities, capable of altering fate and engaging in matters of another realm. Is there any truth to this? Perhaps. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. That depends on your interpretation of this other realm. And do you catch ghosts? Zheng Chao inquired, eyeing Chen Zhi with a probing gaze. Oh, Chen Zhi responded, smiling at Zheng Chao. What? Has something peculiar occurred in your vicinity? Oh, no. I was merely inquiring casually. Zheng Chao quickly retracted his words, opting for silence. At that moment, Xiaoma unexpectedly entered, carrying a tea tray filled with steaming tea. The aroma of the leaves was unmistakably that of fine Maojian, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Do taste it, Zheng Chao graciously urged. This is the fresh Maojian harvested this year, sent to me by a devoted fan. Your brother still possesses some charm, huh? Zheng Chao then instructed Xiao Ma to arrange several rooms for Chen Zhi and his companions, before accompanying them downstairs for dinner, as they were to stay for a while. The hotel had reserved both its floors for the production team, with each star having their own room while the staff remained on the ground floor. Due to the hectic filming schedule, the actors had little time to dine, often grabbing just a quick bite, as many had already eaten in their rooms, while the rest of the crew headed to the dining hall. As Xiaoma guided Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to the first-floor dining hall, they heard the soft sound of a girl weeping from a nearby room. Woo-woo. Go tell Brother Chao to let me leave. I want to go. Who is that? Why is she crying? Pang Wei whispered, glancing sideways at the room. Ah, such a sweet voice, it's quite enticing. Hey bro, you have no idea who she is. Xiaoma chuckled at Pang Wei's remark. She is none other than the current goddess of the Inn idol for both young boys and girls, Didi Lizi, and the only permanent female guest on our show. Really? Pang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He leaned forward to sneak a glance into the room. There, he saw a girl with long, lustrous hair, sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands covering her face as she cried. Her dark, glossy hair cascaded in waves, presenting a captivating sight. Let us hurry. The pace of the show is swift. If we delay, we might miss dinner, Xiaoma urged, pressing the elevator button for everyone to step inside. Once the elevator doors closed, Pang Wei lingered on thoughts of the girl they had just seen, turning to Xiaoma and saying, was that really Didi Lizi? Just her silhouette is utterly enchanting. Such a beautiful girl, why is she crying? Could it be due to her own beauty, perhaps too overwhelming to bear? Come now, what else could it be but reluctance to continue filming? Xiaoma replied nonchalantly. Why wouldn't she want to film? Pang Wei questioned, puzzled. This show is incredibly popular. Everyone wants to be part of the excitement. Why would she turn away from such an opportunity? Oh, it's just that she is frightened, Xiaoma stated as the elevator descended. What does popularity matter when confronted with such eerie occurrences? Who would dare continue filming under such circumstances? Chapter 254, Behind the Stars. What does this mean? Fat Wei sensed that Xiaoma's words carried deeper implications and immediately pressed for clarification. Could it be that your production team is haunted? And no, it's nothing. Xiaoma seemed to realize he had misspoken, quickly becoming evasive. I was just talking nonsense. Don't pay me any mind. Let us hurry down to eat. There aren't any restaurants around here, and it would be a hassle if dinner is over. We still have one more segment to film tonight. Once Xiaoma diverted the conversation, he ceased further discussion. Fat Wei wished to pursue the topic, but Xiaoma firmly avoided it, as if he had been advised not to speak freely. In the dining area on the first floor, commonplace working meals were laid out, primarily consumed by the production staff, which turned out to be quite satisfactory. Xiaoma appeared to be under considerable work pressure, but with the arrival of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, he felt a sense of liveliness and began chatting with Fat Wei about various topics. Through their conversation, they discovered that Xiaoma and Fat Wei were essentially from the same hometown. He was originally from elsewhere, but had come to Beijing for university and decided to stay after graduation. Although the work within the production team was arduous, he cherished this opportunity greatly. His major was in film and television literature, and he aspired to become a screenwriter one day to fulfill his dreams. As fellow townsmen, they shared a moment of camaraderie, and Xiaoma, fond of Fat Wei, quietly revealed many insider stories from the entertainment industry during their meal. He shared juicy tidbits, such as a certain young star's hidden sexual orientation, a married male director entering a female celebrity's room in the dead of night, and how one star idolized a renowned actress, leaving Pang Wei wide-eyed and nearly speechless. From Xiaoma, they learned that the variety show was composed of 5 members, with Zheng Chao as the captain, alongside 3 male actors responsible for strength, humor, and popularity, respectively. The stunning Uyghur actress Didi Li Si, whom they had seen earlier, was the visual centerpiece of the team. Currently, Running Free had become immensely popular, known nationwide, and the artists involved had transformed from minor figures into major celebrities, with continuous offers for films, dramas, advertisements, and appearances. I say, you're quite fortunate, Pang Wei joked with Xiaoma. You get to see Didi Li Si every day. Traveling to beautiful locations, it's practically a free vacation, even without a salary. What you see on television is just an act, Xiaoma replied, becoming somewhat resigned. You have no idea of the hardships these stars endure behind the scenes. Our crew suffers greatly, trekking up mountains and down to the sea, often unable to enjoy a proper meal all year round. I've never had a full night's sleep. Last year in the desert, my face was windburned. The crew's pay is not high, and it's especially exhausting. Ugh, don't get me started. Really? Is that true? Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Everyone gather. As the time progressed, just when Pang Wei and Xiaoma were engrossed in their conversation, a bespectacled woman entered the room, incessantly clapping her hands with a tone that was exceedingly stern. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei glanced up to behold a woman in her 30s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, subtle wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and an expression of utmost seriousness. Upon recognizing her, Hao Ingjuan's appetite waned, and he apprehensively remarked, "She is the female supervisor. She is the one who retrieved the promissory note." "What?" Pang Wei exclaimed, immediately casting a fierce glare at the woman, who, at that moment, also directed her gaze towards them. Upon spotting Hao Ingjun, her face flushed with anger as she briskly approached him. "Hao Ingjun, when did you return? Finally back to confess. And at such a young age, why resort to thievery? I knew the police would not let you off easily. Now they have finally brought you back. How dare you speak to me like that?" Pang Wei interjected, rising from his seat with hands on his hips, directing an accusatory look towards the bespectacled woman. "Mind your words, don't be so harsh. Who has been brought back? I am his brother. Address any issues to me. Moreover, I have heard that you were the one who took that promissory note, and after you left, it vanished. Why do I feel that you are the one with something to hide? What a coincidence that you received a call and suddenly departed. Who can prove you weren't performing a ruse? Who can attest that you did not engage in a sleight of hand and pocket the note? It appears you are the one shouting thief while being the thief yourself. Who are you calling a thief?" The woman, infuriated by Pang Wei's words, turned crimson, glaring at him with fiery eyes. "How can you lack such basic decency? I have been here for so many years, following Brother Chao since he started. I would never engage in such dishonorable acts. It is people like you who, what is wrong with people like us? Do we have thief written on our foreheads? Are we consuming your family's rice?" Pang Wei suddenly found her demeanor amusing, observing her flushed face, and felt a surge of interest. "If the money truly belonged to my brother Hao Ingjun, he would have already absconded with it. 50 million abroad would last a lifetime. Why return just to face scorn? Moreover, you have always managed the finances. You are indeed the prime suspect. After all this time without any wrongdoing, now you choose to engage in something substantial. 50 million could suffice for a lifetime, and you could easily find a scapegoat to take the blame. Sister, your planning is quite astute. You should not be an accountant. You ought to be a screenwriter." After Pang Wei uttered these words, the staff in the restaurant suddenly perceived a semblance of reason in his argument, their gazes shifting towards the bespectacled woman, their eyes glinting with uncertainty. You. The female supervisor, unable to counter Pang Wei, became flustered, her face a deep shade of red as she stammered, failing to articulate her thoughts. "Oh, Xiaoya, how can you be so undisciplined?" As the guests arrived, Zheng Chao unexpectedly entered the restaurant. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately stepped in to mediate. Smiling as he addressed Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, "I apologize for my little sister Ye's impulsive nature. If she has spoken out of turn, I humbly ask you to overlook it." After Zheng Chao spoke, he turned to pat the female supervisor on the back. "All right, off you go. We have quite a bit to accomplish this evening." The supervisor, seeing Zheng Chao's arrival, ceased her protests. After casting a fierce glare at Pang Wei, she turned and departed. "All right, everyone." Zheng Chao clapped his hands to gather the attention of the staff present. Let us hasten our efforts to complete tonight's shoot. The planetarium will soon close its doors. Having said this, he turned back to Chen Zhi and the others, offering them a friendly nod before making his exit. Heh, Brother Pang, you truly are bold. You've avenged us, Xiao Ma chuckled, casting a glance at Pang Wei before slyly observing the retreating figure of the female supervisor. I must tell you, that lady is not to be trifled with around here. There is something even the media is unaware of, and you must not share it with anyone else. She has quite the history with Brother Chow. Chapter 255, Behind the Starlight, Part 2. Upon hearing the gossip, Pang Wei's eyes gleamed with curiosity. What is the situation? Do tell me. He squinted, peering at the female supervisor's silhouette. Could it be that she had a past with Brother Chow? How intriguing. Who would have thought that such a handsome man as Brother Chow could have such a connection? Not quite like that. I must warn you, you cannot disclose this to anyone else, or Brother Chow will have my head. Xiao Ma's gaze flitted between Chen Zhi and Pang Wei before he smiled mysteriously. Her name is Lu Xiaoya, a devoted fan of Brother Chow. Back when he first started his career, without any roles to play and no agent, she was already his admirer and took it upon herself to act as his manager. Over the years, Brother Chow has risen to become a superstar, and Lu Xiaoya has remained by his side, managing all his affairs. When Brother Chow starred in Running Free, the show skyrocketed in popularity, and Lu Xiaoya was in charge of the entire production team. Her authority was significant, as she had the final say in personnel matters. Despite her age, Lu Xiaoya remains unmarried and without a boyfriend. The nature of their relationship is clear to those within the production team, though outsiders remain oblivious. What? No way. Pang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Chow's wife is quite beautiful, and aren't they always so affectionate? How could he engage in such affairs without her knowing? Ah, brother, you truly have no grasp of the entertainment industry, Xiao Ma scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. Many couples in our industry appear loving solely for the sake of public perception, fooling their fans. In reality, affairs are hardly a novelty in this circle. Do you really think those female stars rise to prominence solely through talent and opportunity? Such nonsense. It is all about unspoken rules. Just look at the two prominent starlets currently in the limelight. Which of them does not have a benefactor supporting them from behind the scenes? I have witnessed it numerous times on set. By day, they call him daddy, and by night, well, you can guess the rest. I can't believe it. It turns out to be true. Fat Wei's face was filled with disbelief. I had only heard whispers before, but I never truly believed it. The entertainment industry is indeed this chaotic. Of course it is true. What did you expect? Xiao Ma scoffed thus. Brother Chow and his wife are merely putting on a show for the cameras. In reality, they hardly acknowledge each other. It's astonishing. Fat Wei shook his head repeatedly, lamenting, "Oh, the world is so chaotic. No one cares for innocence anymore. I only regret not having filming skills. Otherwise, I would have become teacher Chen long ago." Let us refrain from such discussions, Xiao Ma stated as he finished his meal. I must get to work now. Aren't you all headed to the filming site? Come, I'll take you to see it. The crew is filled with the big stars you only see on television. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei immediately put down his chopsticks, eager to witness it for himself. Thus, Fat Wei and Chen Zhi followed Xiao Ma, boarding the production team's vehicle en route to the planetarium. Thanks to Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, Xiao Ma had no immediate tasks assigned to him. The planetarium was not far from the hotel, and once they arrived, he led Chen Zhi and the others to the back resting area. This place was where the staff relaxed, cluttered with various work supplies and an abundance of filming equipment. The episode being recorded was centered around a chase game within the planetarium. First, the host would establish a theme, then discreetly hide a treasure chest related to that theme somewhere in the planetarium, prompting the stars to chase each other in search of the treasure. The one who finds it first wins. After settling Chen Zhi and the others into their designated area, Xiao Ma quickly busied himself with other tasks. Seated in the resting area, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei soon noticed a few groups entering, assistants surrounding a particular artist. As these stars stepped into the hall, they truly radiated brilliance. The first to enter was a rather handsome young man with striking yellow hair, approximately in his 20s, possessing charming eyes and an exceptionally attractive appearance. He appeared to be the most popular among the show's roster, swarmed by fans eager to capture his image. Accompanying him was a short, portly artist, whom Chen Zhi recognized from television, a man in his 30s from Hong Kong, known for his comedic flair. The final arrival was a robust gentleman, often portraying ancient generals and soldiers in films and dramas, serving as the strength of the show. Although this artist had debuted early, he had remained relatively obscure until this program catapulted him to stardom, landing numerous significant roles and frequently appearing in entertainment news. The last to enter was Didi Lizzy, whose tear-streaked face revealed that she had been weeping quite intensely, necessitating a touch-up upon her arrival. Didi Lizzy appeared haggard, as if she had not rested for an extended period. Once inside, her eyes scanned the crowd ceaselessly, ultimately resting upon Chen Zhi, seemingly eager to convey something to him. However, her assistant and manager swiftly approached, ushering her aside for her makeup retouch. "Ah, my goddess has arrived," exclaimed Pang Wei, his eyes squinting with delight as he whispered to Chen Zhi. "Wait here, I must seek her autograph." "Enough. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Look at her. Do you think she is in a state to give you an autograph after crying like that?" Chen Zhi interjected, raising his hand to halt Pang Wei, not wishing to provoke a disturbance. "What do you know? At such a moment, a girl needs comfort the most. With my charming demeanor, I'm certain I could provide her with a sense of security," Pang Wei declared, flipping his freshly trimmed bangs before striding towards Didi's makeup room. Chen Zhi chose to ignore him, turning his attention to the artists who had also arrived. These artists were busily preparing in their respective makeup corners. Zheng Chao was among them, engaged in discussions with the filming crew regarding the program. Everyone was bustling with activity. However, Chen Zhi noticed a conspicuous detail. The expressions of all the artists were notably grim, suggesting a pervasive sense of dread about the impending filming. Chapter 256, Behind the Stardom, Part 3. The atmosphere at the recording venue was exceedingly tense, with all artists frantically preparing for the task ahead. Amidst this anxious ambience, a young male artist with golden hair appeared remarkably relaxed, seemingly unperturbed by the pressures surrounding him. Chen Zhi recognized him from numerous advertisements. He was a popular young star who had recently returned from studying abroad, embodying the image of an innocent, fresh-faced youth who was currently enjoying immense popularity domestically. The female fans gathered at the entrance had primarily come to see him. His appearance was strikingly handsome, with skin smoother than that of most women, requiring little to no makeup. He seemed carefree, unlike his peers who were nervously preparing. Instead, he was sharing laughter with his manager, the sound of their mirth resonating through the room. In stark contrast, the other male artists wore serious expressions, as if they were preparing for battle, bracing themselves for the challenge ahead. At that moment, Pang Wei returned, his face alight with excitement. "Haha, I hit the jackpot. I never expected it. Didi Lizzy actually has feelings for me." As soon as I stepped into her makeup room, her eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing me. But in front of her manager, she seemed hesitant to speak. While signing for me, she scribbled something on the back of the paper and kept winking at me. She must be interested. "Oh, really? Are you sure you're not imagining things?" Chen Zhi couldn't help but glance at Pang Wei's exuberant face, feeling a sudden urge to laugh, before pointing at the autograph board in Pang Wei's hands. "Let us first delve into the subsequent narrative." "Ah, indeed. In my excitement, I almost overlooked it. I surmise it must be an invitation for an evening rendezvous. Oh dear, I must hastily return to prepare. Happiness has unexpectedly descended upon me, and my heart races with exhilaration." Upon finishing his words, Pang Wei turned the signature over, and the text inscribed on the back nearly caused him to explode with fury. Didi Lizzy had pinned a few elegant characters on the back of the signature. "The gentleman beside you is called Chen Zhi, correct? Would you kindly relay a message to him? I request his presence in my room tonight, without fail." "Good heavens! How dare you?" Upon reading the inscription, Pang Wei felt as though he might spew forth a mouthful of blood. He nearly hurled the signature to the ground, his heart torn asunder at the thought of Chen Zhi. "I implore you, De Chengzi, do not stand beside me when we venture out. Merely standing in a line with you ensures that fortune eludes me. Is this truly a stroke of luck?" Chen Zhi mused as he glanced at the signature, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, a beautiful lady summoning me at midnight has never boded well, and I shall never go behind your back. Let the work commence." Just as the two conversed, the bespectacled female supervisor, Lu Xiaoya, raised a megaphone and called out in the center of the hall, instructing the assistants to escort their artists to the venue. At the sound of her voice, all the artists stood up from their seats, gradually making their way to the center of the hall. Yet, their expressions revealed palpable tension and reluctance, particularly Didi Lizzy, who was nearly dragged into the scene. In stark contrast, a young heartthrob dashed ahead, seemingly untroubled by the weight of their collective worries. As the director set down the clapperboard, the program officially commenced. Under the camera's gaze, the artists shed their earlier anxious demeanor, radiating brilliance. The jovial, stout man known as Pang Wei, a seasoned comedian, was responsible for energizing the atmosphere, and his collaboration with the team yielded resounding laughter, prompting Chen Zhi to stifle his own chuckles on several occasions. The artists, under the camera's scrutiny, pursued one another in a spirited display, their earlier heaviness forgotten. However, the program proved to be a rigorous test of stamina, and with summer's heat enveloping them, the relentless chase within the building left them drenched in sweat by the time the program neared its conclusion. As all the artists exited the venue, each draped a towel around their shoulders, wiping the perspiration from their bodies and gasping for air, their garments thoroughly soaked, as they returned to their assistants for hydration. Didi, adorned with a large scarf, weaved through the crowd, catching sight of Chen Zhi and hastening towards him. "Oh dear, what could this be about?" Pang Wei observed the approaching goddess, his heart racing, his body twisting in uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. However, Didi moved with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching Chen Zhi, she immediately bent down, her plush, large eyes gazing at him as she softly uttered, "Mr. Chen, did you see my message? You must come tonight. No matter how late it is, I will be waiting for you. Is there something you need me for?" Chen Zhi raised his gaze to meet Didi's. It was not convenient to speak here. Didi appeared quite anxious. "Let us converse tonight. I need your assistance. You absolutely must come, or I truly will not be able to endure any longer." As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. "What are you saying?" At that moment, a gruff voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Chen Zhi turned to see a robust male artist approaching. The individual was named Lu Ming, the show's embodiment of strength. Chen Zhi had previously seen his introduction on television. He had served in the military and was once an athlete, possessing considerable physical prowess. "Didi, refrain from speaking recklessly. If you are tired, you should rest," Lu Ming asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Didi seemed displeased. She glanced at Lu Ming, clenched her teeth, and retorted, "I am not like you. I do not have to stay here. I must leave." After casting a desperate look at Chen Zhi, she turned and walked away. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening, before turning to Chen Zhi with a smile. "You must be Xiao Zhi, right? I've heard about you from Chao Gu. It's a pleasure to meet you." After saying this, Lu Ming extended his hand politely for a handshake, which Chen Zhi reciprocated. Upon grasping Lu Ming's hand, he could indeed sense the man's strength. "What did Didi just tell you?" Lu Ming inquired with a smile. "Nothing much." Chen Zhi chuckled. "She merely mentioned that she was too tired and didn't want to shoot anymore." "Haha, I knew it." Lu Ming responded with a laugh. "These female stars are all like that. They fear hardship. But this is our work as artists. If you truly let her stop shooting, once her popularity wanes, she will be back to filming." After sharing this laugh, Lu Ming's expression turned serious as he looked at Chen Zhi. "I have one piece of advice for you, brother. No matter what she says, do not believe her." Chapter 257, Behind the Starlight, Part 4. Congratulations to Mao Mao for becoming the Grand Leader. After Lu Ming concluded his words with a polite nod, he turned and departed. Subsequently, the entire crew began to wrap up. Xiao Ma, a minor assistant within the production team, had to help clean the set alongside other assistants. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained behind to wait for him. During this time, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei wandered around the planetarium but found nothing particularly remarkable. However, upon reaching the second floor, Chen Zhi caught a whiff of an unusual scent emanating from a foreign entity. It was intense, reminiscent of a demigod, yet distinctly coarse. Chen Zhi opened several rooms and switched on the blue flashlight on his phone, casting its glow upon the floor, where he discovered numerous fluorescent traces. In each artist's starting room, there were many lingering footprints. While it is quite ordinary for footprints to remain after a show, it was peculiar that these footprints were confined to a single room, which was not locked. It felt as though these individuals had been hiding in their rooms, hesitating for an extended period, yet for some unknown reason, they dared not emerge. "Fatty, did you see that?" Chen Zhi remarked, gesturing with his chin towards the footprints and the glowing traces on the ground, then turning to Fat Wei with a smile. "It seems these artists were not quite comfortable during the show. No wonder my DD was so frightened. It turns out there was a shameless one here, playing tricks." By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already quite late, and Xiao Ma had directly arranged rooms for Chen Zhi and the others. Due to the incident with the check, the entire production team was abuzz with gossip, and everyone suspected that Hao Ingjun had taken the check, casting him in a strange light. Consequently, Hao Ingjun felt too embarrassed to join Chen Zhi and the others at the venue, retreating early to his own room. It was still relatively early, and if Chen Zhi and the others ventured to Di Li Si's room, they would likely be discovered by others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they decided to remain in Hao Ingjun's room. Zheng Chao asked Xiao how to bring some more tea leaves from earlier, and as they sipped their tea, they inquired about matters concerning the production team. Ingjun, you've been with this production team for a while now. Do you have any understanding of the personalities of these artists? Chen Zhi asked. I know a bit. Hao Ingjun nodded. This activity group has always consisted of 5 members. Chao Guo is the captain, and the others each handle their own specialties. Peng Lan is from Hong Kong, while the others are from the mainland. They have been with this show since its inception, and it is this very program that has brought them fame. Only Di Li Si joined later. Her position was originally held by another actress. Oh, is that so? Chen Zhi looked at Hao Ingjun. Since this show is so popular, why would someone withdraw midway? Ah, you don't know this? Fat Wei interjected. The previous actress was quite popular, but after she gained fame, it seems she developed depression. Then, for reasons unknown, she withdrew. And later reports indicated she married abroad and has since vanished. I see. Chen Zhi nodded slightly. So that's why Di Li Si mentioned that she is different from the other artists. She was indeed a later addition. Exactly. Hao Ingjun continued. Apart from Di Li Si, the other artists are veterans of this program. Within this production team, the bond between Lu Chun and Chao Guo is exceptionally strong. They are inseparable and confide in one another about everything. Throughout the 6 years of recording, they have navigated numerous events together. In contrast, the Hong Kong native, Peng Lan, is polite and diligent during the show, yet he departs immediately after filming, choosing not to engage in any other activities, as his sole purpose here is to enhance his fame. As Hao Ingjun chuckled at this point, he remarked, he's simply a rising star, indifferent to everything. Unprepared for the script, allowing the program's outcome to unfold naturally. However, his mere presence draws a crowd, and wherever he goes, he is besieged by fervent female admirers. His involvement has significantly boosted the ratings, shattering records across major broadcasting networks. Indeed, it's a society that values appearance, Fat Wei interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction. I read in the news that he and Di Li Si have formed a partnership. Oh, that's merely a ploy for publicity, to generate buzz. Hao Ingjun shook his head. In reality, we often observe that they hardly communicate privately. Have you heard any whispers? Why are they so apprehensive about participating in the show? Chen Zhi inquired seriously, locking eyes with Hao Ingjun. Are they frightened? I have yet to notice. Hao Ingjun responded with a perplexed expression. They seem to be enjoying themselves quite thoroughly, running about with glee. Why would they hesitate to film? I would be ecstatic to be in their position. All right now? Your head is like a melon rind, completely oblivious to the signs, Fat Wei retorted, giving him a playful nudge. Enough. You should just go to sleep. Leave the rest to us. After Hao Ingjun retired for the night, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained in the living room, watching the seconds tick by. As midnight approached, they finally ascended to the 2nd floor, where the artist's rest quarters are located. Di Li Si's room is adjacent to Zheng Chao's, and at this hour, everyone had turned in for the night. Even the music had quieted, leaving the halls deserted. Chen Zhi gently tapped on Di Li Si's door, his touch light. Yet to his surprise, the door swung open immediately. Di Li Si stood there in her pajamas, her large, watery eyes filled with apprehension as she gazed at Chen Zhi. You've finally arrived. Please come in, she whispered, pulling Chen Zhi inside, followed closely by Fat Wei. As soon as they entered, she swiftly locked the door behind them. Miss Di Li Si, I am indeed your fan. I never expected to meet you up close. It is such a delightful surprise. Please wait a moment. She interrupted Fat Wei's declaration with a wave of her hand. Di Li Si, draped in a large shawl, shivered despite the summer warmth, her eyes anxiously fixed on Chen Zhi. Mr. Chun, I have heard much about you. Many in high society speak of you. It is said that you possess the ability to alter destinies and handle matters from other realms. I implore you, please help me. On the surface, this program appears to be immensely popular. However, for many years, a terrifying secret has lurked behind the scenes of this production team. As Di Li Si spoke, her countenance turned pale, and her large, expressive eyes glistened with tears, evoking a sense of compassion. Seeing her distress, Pang Wei hurriedly approached her. Oh dear, don't be anxious. Take your time to explain. You see, Chen Zhi is merely my assistant. I usually maintain a low profile and prefer not to be in the limelight. I am the one truly in charge here. Whatever concerns you have, feel free to share with me. Is that so? May I inquire your name? Didi Lizi asked politely, turning to him upon hearing his words. I'm Wang, but you may call me Pang Wei, he replied with a broad smile, extending his hand to shake hers in a manner that seemed quite earnest. Do not worry, my dear, though I may not possess many talents. I certainly have ample experience dealing with the supernatural. Speak freely, no matter what malevolent entity you face, even if it were the Supreme Lord descending to earth. I would send him back home. How wonderful. I am truly grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do, Didi Lizi expressed. Feeling a surge of reassurance from Pang Wei's words, she then invited Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to take a seat while she retrieved beverages from the refrigerator. During this brief interlude, Chen Zhi surveyed the room, noting that it was a standard accommodation, adorned in a quintessentially youthful style with an array of adorable dolls. Albeit somewhat disheveled. I apologize for the mess. I've been too busy to tidy up, Didi Lizi said graciously as she handed them their drinks and took a seat across from them. She was a young and carefree girl, her legs casually crossed, exuding an endearing charm. You mentioned there are dreadful elements within this program. What exactly is going on? Chen Zhi inquired directly after accepting his drink from Didi Lizi. Upon hearing this, Didi Lizi began to tremble once more, clearly gripped by fear. Instinctively, she tightened her shawl around her shoulders, foregoing any formalities as she began to recount her harrowing experiences. I joined this production team not long ago as the sole permanent female member. Initially, my focus was on acting, but my agent informed me that the original leading lady had married and moved abroad, thus offering me her position. I was overjoyed at the opportunity, knowing this was the most popular variety show in the country, widely recognized by all. Despite already having a measure of fame, who wouldn't he aspire to greater heights? Without a second thought, I accepted the offer. Yet, upon entering this realm, I soon realized I had stepped into a nightmare. This seemingly illustrious variety show harbors a sinister undercurrent. At this juncture, Didi Lizi hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze, uncertain whether to continue. You may speak freely. Nothing you say will be disclosed, Chen Zhi reassured her gently. Please, tell us what these sinister occurrences entail. Do you know, Didi Lizi whispered, our show, at its essence, is a program centered around running, which necessitates vast spaces, particularly those with concealed areas. Consequently, our venues are typically grand structures, such as planetariums or museums. Prior to each event, our eyes are covered, and we are escorted to separate rooms. When the clock strikes, we unveil our eyes and embark on a chase to seize treasures, commencing the game. Initially, I excelled in this activity, relishing in the physical exertion. However, a terrifying incident eventually transpired. On one occasion, upon removing the blindfold, I was confronted with an empty, immense building. The recording crew and assistants had vanished, along with the fellow performers who had joined us. I felt utterly abandoned by the world. And then, Chen Zhi inquired, pressing further. And then I witnessed something truly horrifying. Didi Lizi's voice diminished to a whisper, as if burdened by unspeakable memories. What did you see? Chen Zhi asked calmly, his gaze fixed on Didi Lizi, awaiting her response. Nothing. She quickly shook her head, seemingly reluctant to continue. Come on. If you don't speak the truth, we can't assist you. Didn't we agree that you could share anything without fear? We will surely keep it confidential, Pang Wei interjected, sensing Didi Lizi's hesitation. I. Didi Lizi stammered, her agitation rising as she anxiously twisted the hem of her clothing. Finally, she covered her face, struggling to suppress her sobs. Did you see something that frightened you? Someone you wronged? A ghost? Chen Zhi's eyes remained locked on Didi Lizi, as if he had already deduced the answer. What spirit did you encounter? Was it someone you feel guilty towards? No. Didi Lizi could no longer contain her emotions before Chen Zhi. She felt as though she were transparent, unable to conceal her secret under his relentless inquiry. Yes, she cried, tears streaming down her face. When I was in elementary school, I had a very dear friend. We walked to and from school together, shared countless moments of joy, until one day, she was suddenly taken away by a strange man. I didn't understand what was happening and failed to inform the teacher. Later, she died, didn't she? That man was a trafficker? Chen Zhi asked, observing Didi Lizi intently. Yes, she exclaimed, covering her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. But that is not your fault. You didn't cause her harm. You weren't the one who let the trafficker take her. Is it possible that this child would seek you out after her death? That doesn't make sense, Pang Wei remarked, finding the notion somewhat absurd. Yet, Didi Lizzie choked back her sobs and replied, after that man, who claimed to be her uncle, took her away. The teacher immediately noticed her absence, and the police came to inquire if I had seen her. However, at that time, I had just quarreled with her. Children often throw tantrums, so I told the teacher and the police that I hadn't seen anything and did not give them directions. In reality, I clearly saw her being led behind the school by that man. She was carrying a small bag adorned with yellow floral prints, swaying with each step as he held her hand, and soon they vanished from sight. Later, we discovered her lifeless body. Chapter 259, Behind the Starlight, Part 6. If I had spoken the truth then, perhaps the police could have found her in time, and she would not have met such a tragic fate. Her death was truly horrific. As Daedalus recounted this, her voice filled with sorrow, and she covered her face with her hands. This incident has haunted me ever since, but I was too young at the time to grasp its gravity. If I could atone for this mistake, I would pay any price. Yet, to my dismay, she truly harbored resentment against me. A week ago, while recording a program, I had just removed my eye mask when I noticed an eerie silence. Everyone had vanished, including the crew with their cameras. I was terrified, and no matter how loudly I called out, no one responded. I thought it was a prank, so I gingerly made my way down the stairs. At that moment, in a dark corner ahead, I spotted a little girl standing there, her back to me, with that yellow floral bag slung over her shoulder. That sight was utterly horrifying. I screamed frantically, yet no one came forth. The little girl remained silent, facing away from me. I was so frightened that I fainted. When I awoke, I found myself back at the event site. How many times has this happened? Chen Zhi inquired upon hearing this. Twice, Daedalus replied. Does it only occur when you are isolated in a room? Chen Zhi continued. No, Daedalus answered, tears streaming down her face. After the first occurrence, I was filled with dread and insisted on leaving the program, but my manager urged me not to overthink it, suggesting that this nightmare might be due to my recent stress. He advised that if I was afraid, I should remove the eye mask. Subsequently, the theme of the next episode changed, and we no longer had segments where we were taken to isolated rooms. However, during that episode, while we chased each other through the building, suddenly, Daedalus's eyes glinted with terror. Everyone vanished again. The crew following me disappeared, leaving me alone in the entire building. I was utterly panicked. I screamed for help, but the silence was deafening. Yet, I felt as though someone was watching me from behind. Gathering my courage, I turned around and was struck with sheer horror. In the corner behind me stood a little girl, her face shrouded in darkness, her hands stained with blood, and she still carried that floral bag. At this point, Daedalus could no longer contain her tears. I knew it was my childhood playmate come to find me. I deeply regret this matter, yet I find myself utterly powerless at this moment. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such occurrences, which leads me to believe that there is something profoundly amiss with this production team, compelling me to witness these horrifying phenomena. Is this situation unique to you? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at Didi Lizzie. Have you asked the other team members? Of course, I did, Didi Lizzie responded. I questioned Xiao Gu and the others at that time, but they merely looked grave and insisted that nothing of the sort had happened, urging me not to speak of it indiscriminately. They warned that if this news spread, the crew would become fearful, and the show would be unable to continue. However, I could see fear reflected in their eyes. Especially after each episode, they appeared utterly exhausted, yet not merely physically, but psychologically drained. That's not right. I thought he seemed quite cheerful, Pang Wei interjected. He's different, Didi Lizzie retorted. He possesses no guile and is utterly indifferent to everything, quite foolish in a sense. The others, however, are not the same. Are you implying that the others have also been confined in that grand structure, yet have remained silent about it? Chen Zhi asked. Indeed, Didi Lizzie affirmed with conviction. They must have encountered similar situations, and certainly not just once. Yet, they are reluctant to voice it because they do not wish for the show to be cancelled. This program has gained immense popularity, and they have risen to fame because of it. Furthermore, they are veterans of the show, unwilling to see running free disbanded. But, my dear, Pang Wei interjected, we are only hearing your side of the story. You claim to have witnessed these sinister occurrences, while others have not. They have denied it, after all. How can we ascertain that this is not merely a figment of your imagination? After all, thus far, you have suffered no tangible harm. Moreover, Your childhood companion sought you out because of this. It seems rather implausible and somewhat bewildering. You must believe me. How could I possibly fabricate such a tale? Didi Lizzie exclaimed, her face awash with panic. This incident has terrified me to the core. I cannot even sleep at night, drenched in cold sweat. Even in this sweltering heat. Yet, I am bound by contract to this show and cannot withdraw midway. Just moments ago, while recording, I was paralyzed with fear, terrified that such an event might recur. If this continues, I truly... Didi Lizzie's voice broke as she began to weep once more. Pang Wei, moved by her distress, immediately offered her a tissue in an attempt to console her. Oh, please do not cry, dear. Your beautiful, tear-filled eyes are making me dizzy. Enough. Chen Zhi interrupted, halting Pang Wei's hand. He then turned his gaze towards Didi Lizzie, who bore the traces of tears, looking utterly poignant. Chen Zhi felt an urge to reach out and comfort her, yet ultimately refrained. Very well. Regardless of the veracity of your claims or the circumstances of that child's demise, I can assert with certainty that there are no such entities as ghosts in this world. Certainly, the deceased will not seek vengeance upon the living. At times, one must learn to relinquish the burdens of the heart. Everyone is prone to error. What has transpired belongs to the past. Letting go of the past is tantamount to freeing oneself. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he rose. Rest assured, the occurrences you witnessed shall never transpire again. Is that true? Didi Lizzie, filled with excitement, grasped Chen Zhi's arm. Can you truly exorcise evil? If so, I am profoundly grateful. Ah, sister, you have mistaken your target. Pang Wei interjected hastily. Did I not mention earlier that I am the protagonist? He is merely my subordinate. Any words of gratitude you have should be directed towards me. I thank you both. I am immensely grateful, Didi Lizzie exclaimed, at a loss for words. I truly regret my past actions. Enough, no need to elaborate. Some matters are best kept to oneself, Chen Zhi replied, patting Pang Wei before departing the room. Chapter 260, Behind the Starlight, Part 7. Upon exiting Didi Lizzie's room, Pang Wei initially intended to descend directly to the lower floor, postponing other matters until the morrow. However, Chen Zhi preferred to resolve matters swiftly and proceeded directly to Zheng Chao's room, knocking on the door. Zheng Chao was indeed still awake, wearing loose pajamas. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. Well, what brings you two here at this late hour? Are you here to confess your feelings? Not quite a confession, but somewhat akin to it. May we enter to discuss? Pang Wei smiled, adding, there is something rather significant we wish to address. We initially intended to speak of it during the day, but with so many around, it is better suited for the evening. Oh, very well. Zheng Chao, bemused by their presence, courteously invited them inside. Inside Zheng Chao's bedroom, the living room was somewhat disheveled, cluttered with equipment from the production crew. He was holding something that appeared to be footage from the day's recording session. What brings you here at such an hour? Zheng Chao inquired, seating them on the sofa, looking perplexed. Is it possible that there is news regarding my payment? Close enough. Chen Zhi chuckled. However, what I wish to discuss pertains to another matter. We just departed from Didi Lizzie's room, and she revealed some rather unsettling information about your production team. Oh, do not heed her nonsense. Zheng Chao immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Didi Lizzie is merely a young girl, somewhat out of place among our crew. Her early fame has perhaps rendered her a touch proud, which is not unusual for a girl. I have previously heard her claim to have encountered ghosts while filming, but such tales are mere fabrications. We are all adults here. How could there possibly be any ghosts? She is simply fatigued and looking for an excuse to avoid filming. Do not take her words to heart. Ah, it seems the matter is far more complex than it appears, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile, turning his gaze towards Zheng Chao. Have you ever pondered where the money would have gone if Hao Yingjun had not taken it? Perhaps. It was not appropriated by mere mortals. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Zheng Chao's expression instantly shifted, his face draining of color. What do you mean by not being human? Have you seen something? A ghost? Chen Zhi, after making his statement, produced his phone and presented an image of the eerie figure that had intruded into the room. The photograph had been processed, rendering the grotesque face disturbingly clear. It resembled a menacing old man. To Zheng Chao's shock, upon seeing the visage, his body trembled, his pallor intensifying, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He hastily lowered the phone and turned to grasp the teacup on the table, seeking a sip to calm his nerves. However, his trembling hand caused the cup to slip from his grasp, shattering on the floor and spilling tea everywhere, drenching him in the process. Clearly, you recognize this figure, Chen Zhi remarked with a smirk, observing Zheng Chao's panic. But this figure is evidently not human. Have you encountered such an otherworldly being before? Have you had any dealings with it? No. Zheng Chao coughed, shaking his hands vigorously. It's just that the image is quite frightening, and I momentarily lost my composure. Also, there's no need to investigate that money. I will find a way to compensate for it myself, he said, wiping the tea off his clothes with a handkerchief. This isn't right. Such a substantial sum of money needs an explanation, Chen Zhi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he looked at Zheng Chao. Indeed. My cousin is currently being mistaken for a thief. Fat Wei chuckled at Zheng Chao's reaction. My cousin is just over 20. He has been wrongfully accused of stealing money. And now it's practically common knowledge. This incident will tarnish his reputation for life. Can we simply brush it aside? Rest assured, I will handle this matter, Zheng Chao asserted. Tomorrow, I will gather everyone and publicly clarify that this money has no connection to Hao Yingjun. I made a mistake, and I can apologize to him publicly. Let this matter end here. It will not harm Xiao Hao's reputation in the slightest. As for the other issues, I will manage them myself. Hearing this, Fat Wei seemed poised to speak further, but Zheng Chao's demeanor grew icy. Gentlemen, I have made myself clear. I will do everything in my power to compensate Xiao Hao. As for the whereabouts of that money, it is ultimately my concern, so you need not worry about it. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, I have some savings. Compensating that 50 million is not an issue, so you need not trouble yourselves. You all seem busy. Get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your return so we can continue filming. Wow, this change is too rapid, Fat Wei remarked, rendered speechless, then turned to Chen Zhi. Since Brother Chao has spoken, let him resolve it on his own. Indeed, this matter originally held no relevance to us. Tomorrow, I shall have him assist my cousin in clearing his grievances, and then we shall return. However, Chen Zhi did not acquiesce to Pang Wei's words. Instead, he continued to gaze intently at Zheng Chao, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly inquired, have you established any pact with this entity? I must caution you. Such beings are often unreliable. Having indulged it this time, do you not fear it may seek your life in the future? Chapter 261, Beneath the Starlight, Part 8. Chen Zhi's voice was soft, yet his words resonated with a powerful clarity, striking the heart like a nail. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chao's complexion paled further, and he began to tremble slightly, though he seemed burdened by unspoken troubles, unable to articulate his thoughts. Since you are so reluctant to speak, I shall not press you, Chen Zhi declared, rising to his feet. Tonight, reflect deeply upon this. You must understand that incessant concession yields no benefit. Every action taken by a person must ultimately incur a price. After speaking, Chen Zhi departed with Pang Wei. Once outside, Pang Wei could not resist glancing back at Zheng Chao's room, and then whispered to Chen Zhi, Orange, do you recognize the entity depicted in that image? Is it a demigod? What demigod? Chen Zhi scoffed lightly. In this world, not all with special abilities are demigods. I have never encountered any records of such beings in any texts. Furthermore, the scent of that creature is overwhelmingly pungent, a blend of sour and foul, resembling more a creature akin to a pangolin. It may possess some illusions or incantations, yet ultimately, it is still a beast, akin to the great serpents of Wushan that we have witnessed. Goodness, another one of those vile creatures. Pang Wei spat in disdain. In this age, we have impostors masquerading as humans, ghosts, and now, it appears, even as gods. It seems your circle of demigods is rife with charlatans. The divine has become antiquated, akin to purveyors of counterfeit medicines. None can be trusted. When Chen Zhi and his companions returned to their room, Hao Yingjun was already snoring away in his quarters. They tidied up hastily in preparation for their departure the following day before retiring for the night. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Xiaoma arrived early to knock on the door. Upon opening it, he anxiously informed Chen Zhi that they needed to film an additional segment that morning. But Didi Li was adamant about waiting for Chen Zhi and his team to arrive before commencing. With the entire production crew comprising hundreds of individuals, their delay was indeed a pressing issue. Zheng Chao, in a state of utter exasperation, had no choice but to seek Chen Zhi's assistance. Likely feeling somewhat awkward due to the events of the previous day, which prompted him to send Xiaoma to knock on the door. After a brief discussion with Pang Wei, Chen Zhi ultimately decided they should go and take a look, as he had promised Didi Li that he would assist her. Secondly, Chen Zhi reflected last night on the elusive visage of the old man, which seemed to possess a modicum of utility. When Chen Zhi and Pang Wei arrived at the filming location, the planetarium was already bustling with a multitude of individuals. All the staff members stood in the center of the hall, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Chen Zhi approached, he noticed several male performers amidst the crowd, apart from one. Every face bore an expression of discontent, with dark circles under their eyes and an overall somber demeanor, suggesting unspoken grievances. Didi Lisi also stood among them. Her face streaked with tears. "I won't film. I absolutely refuse to do so unless Mr. Chen arrives. I am terrified. It's dreadful. I would rather perish than remain here. This production team is haunted. Stop with the nonsense." Lu Ming interjected sharply, interrupting Didi Lisi. "Let me make this clear. Didi Lisi, if you continue to speak recklessly, this will reach the media, and you will be utterly finished. Everyone will know you are acting like a diva, and your career in the entertainment industry will be irreparably damaged." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Didi Lisi's agent hurried over. "Oh dear, let us not get upset. Everyone, please remain calm. It's all for the sake of the shoot. Our DD is still quite young and a bit timid. Don't worry. It will be all right soon." As the agent spoke, he pulled Didi Lisi back. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Chen Zhi in the crowd and, as if seeing a savior, dashed toward him. "Mr. Chen, you've arrived. I heard this morning that you were leaving, and it terrified me. You promised me yesterday that you would. Enough?" Chen Zhi placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Just then, Zheng Chao approached, his complexion pale and dark circles under his eyes betraying a sleepless night. Upon noticing Chen Zhi, he appeared somewhat awkward and sheepishly remarked, "Ah, brother Chen Zhi, look at this situation. I must trouble you once more. By the way, I just made it clear publicly that the money has nothing to do with Hao Jun. It was entirely my mistake. Poor Hao has been wronged. In the future, should any opportunities arise in this circle, I shall not forget about him. Let us not dwell on that," Chen Zhi replied, fixing his gaze on Zheng Chao. "I have come today for another purpose. During the filming, I intend to accompany these artists on set. Of course, I will merely stand by and observe, without disrupting your shoot." "Really? That is wonderful." Zheng Chao expressed his delight upon hearing Chen Zhi's words. "This way, Didi Lisi can continue filming. To be honest, I find myself at a loss with this girl." After speaking, Zheng Chao turned to the others and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, let us prepare. Filming is about to commence. My two young brothers will accompany the camera crew and follow closely behind. Is it true? Mr. Chen, you will also join us? This is splendid," Didi Lisi exclaimed, her joy palpable upon hearing Chen Zhi's affirmation. She hurriedly wiped away the tears from her face and proceeded to apply her makeup. During this time, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei had retreated to a corner of the lounge, observing the artists as they prepared. Everyone was exceedingly busy, changing clothes and putting on makeup, while that popular young star remained carefree, laughing and playing games. Pang Wei, watching him, suddenly felt a surge of irritation. "Hey, Chen Zhi, what do you think about that kid? Why is he always grinning? Is he genuinely foolish? Moreover, do you realize how much money these youngsters earn in a year? We toil day in and day out, risking our lives, while he effortlessly plays games and makes money. It's infuriating. This era is all about appearances," Pang Wei exclaimed, casting a sharp glare in the young star's direction. "You see, the one who appears foolish may not be truly so," Chen Zhi remarked with a smile. "Perhaps he is the wisest among us." Just as the two were conversing, a sudden sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Ming emerged from a nearby corner. His expression was exceedingly grim, fists clenched, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He approached, casting a brief glance at Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, then spoke in an unceremonious tone. "I heard what Brother Chao said this morning. Let me tell you, do not pressure him any further. He bears too many burdens. Any additional stress could lead to his collapse. If there are issues, bring them to me. I am not afraid of any supernatural nonsense. Should any demons or monsters come, let them come for me. And you, do not spread any more baseless rumors here." "Hey, how dare you speak like that? Who are you accusing of spreading rumors?" Pang Wei retorted, immediately agitated by Lu Ming's words, standing up to push Lu Ming's shoulder, but Chen Zhi quickly restrained him. Being a former soldier, Lu Ming was highly attuned to physical strength, and after years of exertion, Pang Wei was already stronger than most. Chen Zhi, aware of this, pulled Pang Wei back to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Mind your words," Chen Zhi said coldly, gazing at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he fixed his furious gaze on Chen Zhi. I have heard of you and know your methods. I am aware that those big brothers fear offending you. If you truly possess the powers they speak of and can pull me down, I am not afraid. I, Lu Ming, have risen from a poor soldier, enduring all hardships. I am a lone man with a worthless life. If you have any real skill, come at me directly. If you can perform any sorcery, feel free to cast your spells on me. I am not afraid. But do not cause trouble for Brother Chao, nor think of sabotaging this program. Lu Ming's face flushed red with emotion as he finished speaking, letting out a cold huff before turning to leave. Is that how you speak? Who said anything about casting spells? Pang Wei called after him, but Lu Ming seemed oblivious, clearly a stubborn individual. Pang Wei was infuriated, wishing he could hurl a chair at him. This group of celebrities truly knows how to put on airs, strutting about as if they own the place. Oranges. Chen Zhi smiled at Pang Wei. How about you cast a spell on them, ensuring they receive no rolls for the next decade? That's precisely what my magic is meant for. He shook his head as he watched Lu Ming's retreating figure. While Pang Wei complained, the others had already prepared themselves. All the artists gathered once more in the hall, and with Chen Zhi present, Didi Li Si felt considerably less anxious. And the other artists appeared notably more at ease, particularly the newcomer from Hong Kong, Peng Lan, who made a point of shaking Chen Zhi's hand and exchanging pleasantries. Finally, the official filming commenced. Once the artists were blindfolded, they followed the staff upstairs. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei trailed behind the camera crew, observing the artists as they performed. The morning's events unfolded smoothly, with Chen Zhi and Pang Wei always within sight. Didi Li Si's spirits lifted significantly, allowing her to frolic joyfully, contributing to an excellent program. Peng Lan was also particularly entertaining, his humor amplified today. As the morning progressed without incident and the foundational segments were completed, the afternoon was dedicated to filming a quiz show set in the lush outdoors, complemented by amusing games. By evening, they planned to film a chase sequence involving treasure chests before wrapping up for the day. Due to the day's successful shoot, the crew was in high spirits during dinner. Relishing the opportunity to relax a bit, they congregated in the lounge on the ground floor, sharing laughter over their boxed meals. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei joined the crew, and Xiaoma brought them 2 boxes of the finest chicken leg rice. Listening to the staff gossip while enjoying their meals proved to be quite entertaining. After a while, the doors swung open, and several new assistants rushed in, followed by a stream of people surrounding a woman with short hair and dark sunglasses. This woman, impeccably dressed and adorned with a stylish scarf, possessed a graceful figure. Though her sunglasses obscured her eyes, her poise revealed her as a strikingly beautiful woman. Accompanied by a throng of reporters, she was unmistakably the one. There she is, Xiaoma nudged Chen Zhi, that's our super brother's wife. Currently the leading actress in the nation, Sun Chung. Isn't she stunning? Ah, it's her. She's the one who won the Best Actress award. Pang Wei exclaimed, craning his neck to get a better view. Sun Chung elegantly greeted the reporters, then, holding her meal box, approached Zheng Chao to hand it to him. The supervisor, Lu Xiaoya, appeared slightly uncomfortable at the scene, ushering the reporters to finish taking their photos before sending them away. Once the reporters departed, Sun Chung did not linger to share a meal with Zheng Chao or engage him in conversation. Instead, she exchanged a few casual words with the staff before taking her leave. Did you see that? Xiaoma gestured toward the couple, Zheng Chao and his wife, with his chopsticks. In the realm of celebrity couples, they often present an image of overwhelming affection before the media, yet behind the scenes, their demeanor is markedly indifferent. I have witnessed this several times. They hardly engage in conversation with one another. It appears that Super Brother is quite close with our supervisor, Lu Xiaoya, and his relationship with his wife seems merely performative. Is that so? It is truly inconceivable, Fat Wei remarked, stretching his neck. How could Super Brother, with such a beautiful wife, ever consider pursuing someone else? You might not be aware, Xiaoma quietly interjected, but everyone in our production team knows that although this couple debuted at the same time, their trajectories have diverged significantly. Super Brother once starred in numerous television dramas, yet remained relatively obscure, unable to penetrate the ranks of top-tier actors, who all possess distinctive traits, something he has yet to discover. Conversely, his wife, Sun Chung, skyrocketed to fame after starring in a period drama, instantly achieving stardom and subsequently landing several Hollywood projects, becoming a household name. At that time, Super Brother's standing paled in comparison to hers. I am aware of this matter as well, Fat Wei murmured in agreement. A few years ago, I worked primarily at night and kept up with entertainment news. I first recognized Superbrother on television long ago, when he was not nearly as popular as he is now. Back then, he was predominantly referred to as Sun Cheng's husband. It was only through her success that Zheng Chao gained recognition. Indeed, Xiao Ma continued. For quite a long period, this couple seemed somewhat mismatched, with the woman excelling while the man lagged behind. Superbrother struggled to find his niche, failing to make a breakthrough despite numerous film and television projects. However, I am uncertain what prompted him to change direction. He suddenly ventured into producing a variety show. This gamble paid off, as the program Running Free Day became an instant sensation, overshadowing all others. Superbrother finally discovered his unique appeal, ascending to the ranks of first-tier stars, inundated with advertising offers that he cannot even accommodate. In truth, it was Running Free that catapulted Superbrother into stardom. While they conversed, Zheng Chao emerged from the lounge, smiling as he addressed everyone. "All right, everyone, let us put in some extra effort. There's just one final task this evening. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest." A chorus of agreement followed, and they set aside their boxed meals to prepare for work. Seizing the opportunity, the artists retouched their makeup in anticipation of the evening's program. As dusk enveloped the sky, the doors of the planetarium were secured to prevent unauthorized entry. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly sensed that familiar, pungent aroma wafting through the air. Chapter 263, Behind the Starlight, Part 10, Superbrother. At this juncture, Chen Zhi approached Zheng Chao and inquired, "Could I trouble you for a favor?" "Of course. We are comrades. There's no need for formality. Just tell me what you need," Zheng Chao responded with a cheerful smile upon seeing Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi pointed at the clothing worn by Zheng Chao and inquired, "The attire donned by you members is indeed a specially crafted series, correct? Even the guest performers are adorned in similar styles, are they not?" "Indeed." Zheng Chao nodded affirmatively. All artists participating in the event are provided with a matching set of uniforms. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, we always request the manufacturer to supply an additional 2 sets. As our program involves considerable activity, and mishaps such as water splashes are commonplace. If an unexpected situation arises, we must be ready for a swift change. So, do you two wish to don these outfits and experience the ambience? "That is precisely the intention," Chen Zhi replied with a smile. "Of course, we merely intend to wear them upstairs and will not interfere with your activities or disrupt your recording. We simply wish to appear as if we are part of the event." "No problem at all," Ding Chao responded as he waved his hand, signaling an assistant to fetch clothing for Chen Zhi and his companion. "Little Zhi, you will undoubtedly look more handsome in this outfit than I do." Thus, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei adorned themselves in the team uniforms emblazoned with the Run, Free Spirit emblem and ascended to the second floor alongside the artists. Upon reaching the upper level, they positioned themselves inconspicuously at the stairway. Pang Wei leaned in and whispered, "Orange, what exactly are you planning? You must give me a clear understanding first. What else could it be?" "Naturally, we are waiting for an opportunity," Chen Zhi replied, observing the artists ahead from the shadows. "Animals possess heightened sensitivity. It may sense my presence and thus refrain from appearing. The creation of illusions is region-specific. For instance, all artists can enter the illusion while other staff remain oblivious. This demonstrates that this anomalous entity targets these artists, conjuring visions of their deepest fears to intimidate them. If we wish to draw it out, we must masquerade as artists." "Masquerade as artists? With this attire?" Pang Wei expressed skepticism. "Will this truly suffice?" "Rest assured," Chen Zhi chuckled, "that creature is not as clever as you might think." This episode was filmed in the Grand Hall on the second floor. Once the location of the treasure chest was announced, all the artists immediately began to chase one another in a frantic bid for the chest. This segment was the most crucial of the entire event and a true test of stamina. The atmosphere was intensely vibrant, with all the artists pursuing one another across the spacious hall, and Peng Lan's humorous antics elicited constant laughter. Pang Wei busily took selfies, sharing them all over social media. However, this segment was remarkably taxing, leaving everyone drenched in sweat by the end. Nevertheless, the production value was exceptional and vividly engaging. At that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly sensed that the peculiar aroma was intensifying. Just then, the treasure chest's location was finally uncovered, prompting Lu Ming and Zheng Chao to rush forth in a contest for the chest, while Didi Li Si and Peng Lan emerged from another angle. As everyone directed their utmost focus and energy towards the treasure chest, a sudden thunderous sound resonated, and in that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to shift into an alternate realm. The surrounding staff members abruptly vanished, leaving only the artists and Chen Zhi, along with Pang Wei. In the grand hall, all the performers appeared to be rendered utterly dazed, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed ahead, yet their expressions were vacant, their bodies immobilized. They had fallen prey to an illusionary spell. Be cautious of your surroundings. Chen Zhi quietly advised Pang Wei before producing a blue light stick from his phone and illuminating the ground. Before them emerged a multitude of small footprints, densely packed, resembling a swarm of mice. Astonishingly, the direction of these prints led straight to the artists ahead. Among those standing at the center of the hall, all were frozen in a stupor, their brows furrowed tightly, vacant eyes gazing upward, their bodies struggling as though wrestling with the phantoms in their minds. Yet, the popular young star leaned against a pillar, his expression remarkably composed, eyes closed as if in slumber. How peculiar! Why is he not affected by the illusion? Pang Wei pondered aloud, somewhat bemused. Look at him, so relaxed, almost as if he is asleep. He too has succumbed to the illusion, Chen Zhi replied solemnly. But he has chosen not to resist, merely waiting for this moment to pass. What? Pang Wei chuckled at this revelation. I never expected this lad to possess such a serene mindset. He truly is a character to admire. At that moment, a sudden bubbling noise erupted from the ground, and the floor began to warm, water bubbles incessantly rising, transforming the hall into what felt like a marshland. The murky sludge within the swamp grew dark and glossy, churning continuously, pulling Chen Zhi and Pang Wei downward. They glanced at each other, offering no resistance, simply standing there as their bodies were drawn beneath the surface. As they slowly descended, a sizable mud bubble suddenly swelled in the center of the mire. This bubble grew larger until it towered above the ceiling, gradually taking the shape of a monstrous apparition, twisting its immense, dark form, and bellowing in a thunderous voice. Who dares to tread upon my domain? You are a deity? Chen Zhi replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he stood below the colossal shadow, allowing the mire to envelop him, remaining utterly unperturbed. Impudent. The dark figure, infuriated by Chen Zhi's words, trembled in the air, resembling a colossal beast. I am an ancient deity, a celebrated figure from the past who aided in the downfall of the tyrant Zhou, bestowed the title of Earth Star Lord by Jiangshang himself. A rightful god among mortals. Who are you, to stand before me without kneeling? Chapter 264. Lord of the Earth, I am an ancient deity. The esteemed minister of the Zhou dynasty who vanquished the tyrant Zhou, revered as the Lord of the Earth by Jiangshang. I am a celestial entity, and you, mere vermin, dare to approach me without prostrating yourself? The immense shadow loomed larger, suffocating the atmosphere with its presence, creating an overwhelmingly awe-inspiring scene. How dare you offend a divine being? Do you not comprehend my lineage? Who are you truly? Before the colossal shadow could finish its utterance, Fat Wei suddenly propelled himself forward, wielding the control stone dagger in a reverse grip, plunging it into the shadow's form. Who are you? I have inquired several times. Yet you remain silent. At the moment the dagger pierced the gigantic shadow, it instantaneously lost its form, dissolving into a puddle of mire, and the surrounding quagmire vanished, revealing the cameras and crew members present. Zheng Chao and his companions emerged from their hallucinations, but their eyes were glazed, and their bodies trembled, clearly having suffered immense fright. Upon regaining her senses, Didi Lizi's first reaction was to scream. Did you all see that? That was a ghost. There truly are spirits here. Cease your shouting. Lu Ming interjected, his face ashen, pointing towards the ground ahead. Look at what lies before us. Everyone hastily turned their gaze, and in the center of the hall, a black silhouette lay motionless on the ground, unmistakably a corpse. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei approached swiftly, discovering that it was the lifeless body of a woman, grotesquely mangled. Blood streaming from her mouth, her eyes bulging, a sight that revealed it to be the female supervisor, Lu Xiaya. Upon seeing the corpse, a wave of horror swept through the group. Not only Didi Lizi but many female staff members screamed, some collapsing onto the floor, resulting in a chaotic scene. Everyone, please remain calm. Zheng Chao, though shaken, managed to steady himself and approached to soothe the crowd. Keep your voices down. We don't want to frighten those behind us. It's merely an unfortunate incident. How can it be merely an incident? Don't tell me you saw nothing. Didi Lizi exclaimed passionately. Previously, when I claimed to see those terrifying apparitions, you dismissed them as mere figments of my anxiety, insisting you witnessed nothing. And now? This corpse is certainly no illusion. Lu Xiaoya's body lies here, proving that something is amiss with this production crew. This program is genuinely haunted. A clamor erupted, and the scene spiraled into chaos. Zheng Chao, confronted by Lu Xiaoya's remains, wore an expression of grave concern, at a loss for words. In the face of such turmoil, the artists instinctively turned their gazes toward Chen Zhi, seemingly believing he possessed the answers they sought. After a brief commotion, the staff hastily cordoned off the planetarium and promptly called the police. Given the gravity of the situation, the police department took the matter seriously, and soon the wail of sirens echoed as numerous officers arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, the police conducted an initial investigation and sought clues regarding the victim. Forensic experts began gathering evidence and discovered that Lu Xiaoya had jumped from the top floor, with no signs of anyone else nearby. This indicated an unequivocal case of suicide. Just moments before, Lu Xiaoya had been lively and vibrant, and it appeared that the rumors of the program being haunted had tragically culminated in a fatal incident. This revelation sent all the artists into a state of panic, as if they had collectively harbored a secret that could no longer be contained. Peng Lan was among the first to make a decisive move. His earlier reaction had been one of intense agitation, his face pale with fear, as though he had witnessed something unimaginable. After regaining his composure, he approached Chen Zhi. "Mr. Chen." Peng Lan glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. "I need to discuss something with you. May I have a moment?" "Of course," Chen Zhi nodded, turning to join Pang Wei as they made their way to the stairwell. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Peng Lan followed them inside. The stairwell was quite secluded, with a chain-linked iron door leading to a pitch-black staircase, ensuring that their conversation would remain unheard. "Mr. Chen, I must tell you that Didi Lizzie was right. There is something amiss with this production team," Peng Lan said, his face ashen as he looked at Chen Zhi. "I have been part of this program for 5 years, serving as a resident guest since its inception. Strange occurrences have transpired more than once, but until now, there had never been a fatality. Are you implying that you too have encountered bizarre phenomena while recording?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Indeed, and it occurs frequently," Peng Lan sighed. It was evident that he was a cautious and mature individual, markedly different from the jovial persona he projected. His words were deliberate and precise, each utterance measured with care. "I regret to admit, Mr. Chen, that I initially withheld the truth from you. I had heard of your esteemed reputation, and in fact, we have been discussing you amongst ourselves these past few days. We have grown accustomed to facing those terrifying visions. Yet each time, they leave us utterly terrified. However, we have endured, having reached a mutual agreement. As long as it does not endanger others, we shall remain silent about these occurrences." "Why conceal it then?" Pang Wei interjected. "Even if this information were to leak, the show would not be cancelled, and it might even make headlines." Sighing, Peng Lan shook his head gently. "This was an agreement made with Brother Chao. He once confided in us the popularity of this program is attributed to the influence of supernatural forces, as a price has been paid. For us, the cost entails enduring the horrors that intermittently invade the show, yet we must remain silent. Over the years, these terrifying images have frequently interspersed the program, and I have experienced moments of mental collapse, but I have ultimately persevered. Our show has flourished over time, gaining increasing acclaim. Perhaps this is the price we pay. However, the girls tend to be more fragile. Our former female member was perpetually on the brink of collapse, and eventually, she could no longer endure it. She chose to withdraw from the program, forsaking her path to stardom." Chapter 265, The Lord of the Earth, Part 2, Alas. "It seems you are risking your lives for fame," Fat Wei remarked, shaking his head. "Yet, this is understandable. In life, who does not aspire to achieve something meaningful? The issue is that one cannot persist in this manner indefinitely. Such an approach could lead to madness. We find ourselves at a loss," Peng Lan murmured, lowering her head. "In truth, given our current level of notoriety, each of us could single-handedly launch a new program, and our careers would continue to ascend. I have contemplated giving up several times, but each time I witness our collective effort, I find it impossible to commit to leaving. Perhaps this is what they call team spirit. For this reason, we have chosen to endure. Yet now, we can no longer sustain ourselves. It was upon witnessing the lifeless body of our supervisor, Lu Xiaoya, that I realized this endeavor cannot continue. Mr. Chen, if you are an expert in this domain, please investigate what issues may be plaguing our program. Should there truly be malevolent spirits among us, We would be eternally grateful for your assistance in banishing them. If the continuation of this program is indeed untenable, then let it come to an end. Can you share what you perceived in your hallucinations? Chen Zhi inquired calmly. During the recording of the program, I noticed your expression. It seemed you had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Do not mention it, Peng Lan responded, visibly distressed. In our existence, we are often beset by helplessness, inevitably causing harm to others. I too have committed numerous wrongs. Thus, even if the spirits within this program are exorcised, I can never escape the errors of my past. Ultimately, we punish ourselves through our own conscience. You speak with great wisdom, Chen Zhi remarked as he patted Peng Lan's shoulder. I assure you, the environment you witnessed will never manifest again. The program you are involved in shall remain unaffected. However, the nature of the illusion-inducing entity is something you need not concern yourself with. After Chen Zhi spoke, he turned to glance at Pang Wei and said, Let us go converse with Jing Chao. I believe he will now speak candidly with us. With the assurance he received, Peng Lan seemed to finally find solace. Yet memories of the past flooded his mind as he remained alone in the stairwell, smoking. Outside, a crowd endeavored to comfort Didi Lizhi, who had completely unraveled from a moment ago, refusing consolation from anyone and incessantly demanding to withdraw from the program. The popular young star appeared unaffected, completing his statement to the authorities before returning to his game. In stark contrast, Zheng Chao bore an immense burden, overwhelmed by pressure, while Lu Ming accompanied him back to the rest area. Within the planetarium, there existed a secluded room filled with books and exhibits, temporarily designated as the relaxation area for the program. Zheng Chao sat there, his hands cradling his head in frustration, while Lu Ming, seated beside him, held a cigarette with a dejected demeanor. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and his companions entering, Lu Ming anxiously rose, a hint of guilt in his eyes as he remarked, You have arrived. Frankly, I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Otherwise, I would have intervened. No need for such discourse now, Chen Zhi replied politely. I am here to speak with Brother Chao privately. However, Lu Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Zheng Chao and said, But as you can see, Brother Chao is under significant strain. Perhaps it would be prudent to delay this conversation. We must address it now. It cannot be postponed, Chen Zhi asserted decisively. I have other matters to attend to shortly and shall return tomorrow. If you require my assistance with this issue, tonight is our only opportunity. Very well, Mingzi, you may leave, Zheng Chao said, lifting his head to Lu Ming. I will speak with them. Rest assured, all will be well. All right, Lu Ming replied, courteously nodding to Chen Zhi and Pang Wei before exiting. Please have a seat. Zheng Chao addressed Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, his bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. What is it you wish to inquire? Feel free to ask. I shall no longer conceal the truth. Where did you find that entity? Chen Zhi inquired directly, referring to the matter that had been haunting their program. Are you referring to that spirit? Zheng Chao responded. Indeed, it has been relentlessly pursuing me, as I was the one who summoned it. He answered candidly, subsequently lowering his head in despair. This tale is rather lengthy. At that time, my wife and I had already debuted for some time. We were young and full of lofty ambitions and beautiful dreams. However, navigating this industry proves exceedingly challenging. Every minuscule opportunity is hard-won, and securing a role is an arduous task to an extent that one could scarcely imagine. I have also heard, as Pang Wei expressed with understanding, that some actresses resort to sleeping with directors to obtain roles. Heh, Zheng Chao scoffed, remarking, such statements are mere fabrications from outsiders who fail to grasp the reality. Do you truly believe a woman's body holds such value? In this day and age, women are often more liberated than men, and one cannot ascertain who is exploiting whom. If a mere night with a director could secure a role, how many young girls across the nation would be lining up? The directors would surely be overwhelmed. Indeed, that makes sense. Pang Wei laughed heartily. I share your sentiment. Nothing in this world is that facile. Indeed, it is far from easy, Zheng Chao replied softly. In truth, every director faces immense pressure when considering a script, as they are accountable to investors, and the film's box office performance directly influences the director's future. Such matters cannot simply be traded for hidden rules. Those who truly ascend to the forefront of the acting realm possess profound artistry, alongside the fortuity to shine. As Zheng Chao spoke, he sighed heavily once more. When Sun Cheng and I married, we were both mere fledgling actors. I was utterly destitute, while Sun Cheng was undeniably talented. I often witnessed her rehearsing those captivating roles alone. Her performance skills are remarkably strong. Her voice, her presence, and her craft. She was born to be an actress. Yet opportunities eluded her. Years passed in this manner, and after accepting a series of inconsequential scripts, we gradually approached middle age, yet we remained stagnant in our careers. During that time, the income of ordinary actors was not negligible. I could manage to survive, but seeing her disheartened daily pained me deeply. The anguish you cannot fathom. As a man, made me feel utterly inept. I could not safeguard her or provide her the platform to showcase her talents. Eventually, by chance, while filming at an ancient temple in the south, I stumbled upon a handwritten ancient manuscript. Chapter 266, The Earthly Star Lord, Part 3, an ancient book? Chen Zhi inquired upon hearing this. What does it contain? Oh, it is filled with peculiar tales. Zheng Chao responded. The manuscript is entirely in classical Chinese. I found it amusing at the time, so I casually flipped through it, searching for decipherable passages. It chronicled the exploits of the earthly star lord, Tu Xing's son, a valiant minister during the reign of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, who was honored by Jiangshang. It spoke of his deeds in ridding the world of malevolence and aiding those in distress, and it even mentioned methods of summoning him, asserting that calling forth this earthly star lord could grant wishes. May I see that book? Chen Zhi asked, intrigued. Certainly. Zheng Chao promptly stood, retrieving a finely bound book from his personal satchel, and handed it to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi opened the book bag, revealing a hand-bound volume with lively printing. Inscribed in an ancient cursive script, likely produced during the Mid-Ming dynasty. The pages contained extensive accounts of the exploits of the earthly star god. It recounted that his original name was Tu Xing's son, the foremost disciple of Zhu Lu's son, one of the 12 immortals of Yusu. His wife was Deng Chanyu, the daughter of the great general Deng Zhougong of Chengtang. Tu Xing's son was of diminutive stature, yet possessed remarkable prowess, particularly in the art of earth evasion. In moments of peril, he would unexpectedly vanish into the ground, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. He heeded the counsel of Shun Gongbao, stealing Zhu Lu's son's elixir of immortality and the binding ropes of celestial beings, which he wielded to triumph over the heroes of the world. Later, he allied with the West Qi, earning military accolades, and was posthumously honored by Jiangxia as the earthly star god. Resurrected in divine form, he roamed the mortal realm, performing good deeds and vanquishing evil, thereby accruing immeasurable merit. Resurrected deities? Chen Zhi smiled faintly and turned to Zheng Chao. Did you truly believe the content within? I did not believe at the time. Zheng Chao shook his head. Much of the book was in classical Chinese, which I could not comprehend, yet the section on summoning this deity was remarkably straightforward. I merely approached it with a sense of amusement and decided to give it a try. To my astonishment, the summoning spell actually succeeded. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles floated in the air, adorned in a resplendent robe shimmering with myriad colors, radiating a sacred aura that unmistakably marked him as a celestial being. Is he the same old man we saw in the images? Asked the stout Wei beside him. Indeed. Zheng Chao nodded, his expression turning grave. Upon his arrival, he revealed himself as Tu Xing's son, the great general who achieved remarkable feats during the era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, now the last remaining deity on earth, the earthly star god. After being conferred divinity by Jiangxia, he acquired the power to defy fate, enabling individuals to alter their destinies and fulfill their wishes. I was initially terrified upon his manifestation, yet his words captivated me. At that moment, I was indifferent to my own desires, but I yearned for my wife, Sun Cheng, to secure a significant role that would allow her to showcase her talents. Upon learning of my wish, the earthly star god produced a die, inviting me to gamble with him. If I won, he would grant me a wish. If I lost, I would have to perform a task for him. Did you win? Chen Zhi inquired. I did, Zheng Chao replied softly. After that victory, within a week, Sun Cheng suddenly landed a pivotal role in a historical palace drama, a genre that was quite obscure at the time and not anticipated to succeed. Yet, within the following year, that production skyrocketed in popularity, and Sun Cheng transformed into a household name, a leading actress whose career soared to new heights. Subsequently, her films achieved blockbuster status, opening doors to international markets. And before long, Hollywood extended its hand to her. In the blink of an eye, my wife became an internationally celebrated star, and we were overjoyed. But then, we faced a new dilemma. Zheng Chao continued. You felt mismatched with her, did you not? Chen Zhi smiled faintly. Do you feel inferior? Indeed. Zheng Chao nodded slowly. After she rapidly rose to fame, she became extraordinarily busy, basking in the limelight and gracing numerous media platforms, while I felt increasingly ordinary. During that time, Sun Cheng did not see me as inadequate. Rather, she became more considerate than ever, expressing her desire to earn outside while I took care of the children. But you know how it feels, Sai? I am a man. Zheng Chao sighed heavily. At that moment, I realized how painful it is to feel overshadowed by a wife who is so much more accomplished than oneself. I felt unworthy of her, even though I had a few roles under my belt. However, I lacked a distinctive flair, and my acting was mediocre, rendering me incapable of competing with her dazzling brilliance. Everyone referred to me as Sun Cheng's husband, and directors suggested that I could accompany her in her productions, as though I were merely an accessory. That feeling was unbearably disheartening. So you sought out that wretched figure to help you fulfill your second wish, did you? Yes, Zheng Chao said, closing his eyes in anguish. That might be the most foolish thing I have ever done. I summoned him again, and that time, I lost. According to our original pact, if I lost, I had to agree to do him a favor, which I could defer for the time being. Then I could continue rolling the dice until I won. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow. How many times did you lose in total? 7 times, Zheng Chao replied, covering his face in despair. Reflecting on it now, that gamble was nothing but a trap. Apart from the first victory, I lost every subsequent round, and the more I lost, the more desperate I became to win. I couldn't control my urge to keep betting until, in the final round, I finally won, and he agreed to help me realize my wish. Subsequently, I created this variety show, which unexpectedly became a sensation, and I discovered my own unique qualities. However, from that point onward, I became indebted to him in ways that I could never repay. What has he demanded from you? Chen Zhi asked gravely. Don't even mention it. Zheng Chao gritted his teeth, speaking with vehemence. He is certainly no benevolent deity, but rather resembles a demon. He has continually deceived me into his schemes, and his demands have become increasingly outrageous, even urging me to commit morally reprehensible acts, such as manipulating powerful figures for endorsements, leveraging my influence to establish a fund, and adopting children from disaster-stricken areas. It was only later that I realized his ultimate goal was to consume souls. Did you meet his demands? Chen Zhi fixed his serious gaze upon Zheng Chao, inquiring. Of course not. Zheng Chao immediately shook his head with gravity. Brother, while I may lack many virtues, I still possess a modicum of conscience. After all, I am also a father. Even if this show were to cease, or if my life were to end, I would never engage in such morally reprehensible acts. Zheng Chao then lowered his head. However, from that moment on, I have offended this deity, and the Lord of the Underworld has clung to me like a vengeful spirit. I have contemplated hiring an exorcist, yet I realize that even a priest cannot subdue a divine being. Moreover, most of those priests are merely charlatans seeking to swindle money. Given that this deity possesses such formidable powers to alter fate, it is certain that no priest could conquer him, and if discovered, the consequences would be even more dire. Thus, I am left with no choice but to endure in silence. Brother Chao, I ventured, may I ask a question unrelated to our discussion? At that moment, Pang Wei interjected. From what you just said, it seems that you and your wife share a good relationship. However, I noticed you seldom speak to her on set. And what about you and that Lu Xiaoya? Zheng Chao chuckled as he responded. Xiaoya was merely a former fan of mine who later became my agent. I have no idea who spread those baseless rumors about us. I can't be bothered to contest them. Yet now that the show has gained popularity, I find myself exceedingly busy traveling across the country. Especially after being tormented by this Lord of the Underworld, my relationship with my wife has indeed soured. She often claims I've changed, that I no longer care for our family, and inexplicably lashes out. In truth, I find myself at a loss for words, simply wishing to spare her any worry. I have a question for you. Chen Zhi directed his gaze at Zheng Chao. Has that Lord of the Underworld ever demanded money from you? Not previously, Zheng Chao replied, shaking his head. So when I first lost that sum, I never suspected him. Yet now he has resorted to thievery, and even murder. His actions are merciless, indicating that this deity is genuinely enraged. I fear that my life may ultimately belong to him. Zheng Chao concluded with a resigned shake of his head. Actually, you are overestimating him. Chen Zhi remarked with a smile. Tonight, summon him forth, and I shall converse with him. Then we will discern what manner of being he truly is. Really? Zheng Chao looked at Chen Zhi with skepticism. You can negotiate with a deity? Whether or not I can negotiate with a deity remains uncertain. Chen Zhi replied with a grin. However, I assure you that I will clarify this matter. Rest assured, you will find out by nightfall. With such a dramatic turn of events, it was clear that today's filming could not proceed as planned. After the police departed, all the crew members and artists followed suit. However, Chen Zhi and Zheng Chao chose to remain in the planetarium. For safety's sake, Zheng Chao insisted that Lu Ming stay as well, for their bond was the strongest, and Zheng Chao placed his utmost trust in him. There were no secrets between them. During this time, Zheng Chao sent Xiao Ma to procure a plethora of medicinal herbs and grains, all meticulously gathered in accordance with the essentials described in an ancient tome, along with an abundance of fruits and a multitude of fresh flowers. Once these materials were acquired, Zheng Chao promptly dispatched Xiao Ma away and then secured the entrance of the astronomical observatory. Within the vast expanse of the observatory, only the four of them remained. They reconvened in the lounge, and after tidying up, Zheng Chao, following the illustrations from the book, meticulously drew a totem on the floor using black sand, placing the herbs and grains within its confines. Now, they awaited the arrival of midnight. Zheng Chao addressed the group, stating, according to the text, "This esteemed deity from the underworld does not accept summons lightly. He shall only appear at the stroke of midnight to meet us mortals. Let us wait." "Very well. I shall await this divine being," Chen Zhi remarked, pulling a chair to sit down and casually flipping through the ancient tome with a smile. Thus, everyone settled in the room, gradually awaiting the arrival of the appointed hour. Throughout this period, both Zheng Chao and Lu Ming exhibited signs of considerable anxiety, their expressions betraying a palpable fear, as if they were on the brink of a life-and-death decision. Time passed inexorably, and just as Pang Wei was on the verge of slumber, the hour finally struck. Outside, the sky was so dark that one could not see their hand before their face, and the observatory was enveloped in an eerie silence. A sinister aura permeating the grand hall. "I shall commence the summoning. Everyone, be cautious," Zheng Chao warned as the moment approached. He turned to Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, instructing, "You two should take refuge in the corner. Do not let this deity see you, and prioritize your safety. If anything goes awry, flee without concern for me. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to meet a heroic demise." Pang Wei jested, a hint of amusement in his tone, as he and Chen Zhi retreated to the corner. "All right, I am beginning," Zheng Chao affirmed with a nod, then took up the ancient tome and began to recite the incantation with a stammer. "Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, manifest, O Lord of the underworld. Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, great deity of the land, descend to our realm. Ah, ancient divine sovereign, Lord of the underworld, defy fate, dominate heaven and earth, save humanity from peril, unprecedented and unparalleled in this vast universe." As Zheng Chao chanted the incantation, both Pang Wei and Chen Zhi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of revulsion and disbelief. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed by nausea, a sudden azure mist began to rise from the center of the totem, swirling and expanding to fill the room. Shortly thereafter, a radiant light emerged from the mist. The hall was instantly illuminated with a dazzling brilliance, a divine glow radiating from the luminous entity. Within this ethereal light appeared an elderly figure with flowing white hair, his head notably large, seated cross-legged, his hair adorned with a golden hairpin, and his entire form levitating as though in meditation. The elderly man appeared remarkably vigorous, adorned in resplendent garments of ancient design, surrounded by a radiant aura that shimmered with ethereal colors. His flowing ribbons danced gracefully in the air, and a grand halo loomed behind him, exuding an air of sanctity, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. With a serene expression, the old man closed his eyes, and a deep, divine voice emanated from him. "I am the revered deity, Jiang Zia, appointed by the heavens, the star lord of the underworld. Bold mortal, what business do you have in summoning me here? Do not forget, the debts you owe remain unsettled. Should you dare to deceive me, you shall descend into the boundless abyss of hell upon your demise, and never attain rebirth." Chapter 268, The Star Lord of the Earth, Part 5. The old man's visage radiated an air of holiness, as if a celestial being had graced the earthly realm. Surrounding him was a swirling mist, and his luminous aura was so brilliant that it was nearly blinding. "I am the ancient deity, appointed by Jiang Zia during the campaign against Zhou, the Star Lord of the underworld," he proclaimed. "Dare you summon me here for what purpose?" Forget not the debts you owe, for should you deceive me, eternal damnation awaits you." With a dismissive huff, the elder murmured in displeasure, appearing quite irate. Zheng Chao and Lu Ming stood frozen in apprehension, gazing at the figure in the sky with a reverence akin to witnessing a divine spirit. Suddenly, a crisp crack of a whip shattered the air as a shimmering, ethereal whip struck the elder, abruptly grounding this sacred moment in reality. Chen Zhi had conjured a whip from the fierce energy of curses, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he brought the hovering deity crashing down. "So, you dare to proclaim yourself a god?" Chen Zhi challenged, brandishing his hand once more, causing the fierce energy to swiftly ensnare the elderly figure, binding him tightly. The once floating deity, now brought low by the curse-laden whip, revealed his true form. His face was lined with wrinkles, his head disproportionately large and triangular, and his hunched back resembled that of a pangolin. The elder struggled in panic, his fear palpable, although still clad in luxurious ancient attire. The divine atmosphere that had enveloped him had dissipated entirely. "I am the 128th patriarch of the Jiang clan. Tu Xing's son perished during the campaign against Zhou. Who are you to impersonate him? Speak no falsehoods, or..." Chen Zhi gazed down sternly at the elder, retracting the energy in his grasp, which caused the old man to be bound tightly, with smoke emanating from his body as he cried out in agony. "Spare me, O patriarch. I, a mere servant, was blind to my own ignorance and have offended the esteemed patriarch. I implore you to grant me mercy." The elder gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he stammered. "I am indeed a descendant of Tu Xing's son, but I am merely a demigod of lesser birth. Please, for the sake of my ancestors, spare my wretched life." "How dare you claim to be a demigod?" Chen Zhi retorted, delivering another fierce lash with the whip. The impact was severe, and blood gushed from the old man's wounds, smoke rising as he shrieked in pain. "Spare me, O chief, spare me," the old man wailed. "I shall never dare to lie again. I am but a humble descendant of the earthly walker, born of the great mother pangolin before his ascension. My status is lowly, and I am not a demigod. Since childhood, I have heard tales of my ancestors, and thus I dared to impersonate them, falsely claiming that an ancestor had returned to the mortal realm. Yet, I am indeed a descendant of the earthly walker, albeit not of human blood, but merely a humble beast-man. I beseech you, chief, have pity on me and spare this meager life. Woe is me." The old man then broke into a fit of sobs, his voice pitiful, akin to that of a whimpering puppy. "To think a descendant of the pangolin would dare to masquerade as a deity to deceive us. In such a wretched state, you still wish to feast upon human flesh." Pang Wei strode forward and delivered a fierce kick to the old man, demanding, "How many lives have you consumed? I shall avenge our kin. Today, I will strip the skin from this pangolin and prepare a wild delicacy hot pot for dinner." After speaking, Pang Wei drew a dagger from his trousers and pressed it against the old man's throat. "Chief, save me! Chief, save me!" the pangolin elder cried out. "Though my status is lowly, I possess a trace of the earthly walker's blood. My ancestor once served under the Jiang clan. If you cannot show mercy for my wretched life, then at least consider my ancestor's lineage. Ah, divine ancestor, why did you bring me into this world? As a mere beast man of illegitimate birth, I am met with disdain throughout history. Now, even the Jiang family has forgotten our past. I have no place to belong." The old man wept profusely, his tears and snot splattering Pang Wei, causing him to hesitate in his violent intent. "A beast man who has consumed human flesh still dares to seek his life from me?" Chen Zhi approached the old man, bending down to meet his gaze with icy resolve. "How many lives have you taken? Do not deceive me, wise chief." The old man stammered. "In ancient times, I did deceive some for sustenance. But then I was captured by a high monk and imprisoned in a temple. I am unsure how, but someone summoned me from that ancient shrine, and upon my emergence, I encountered this man named Zheng. I sought to deceive him to procure children for my hunger, yet he steadfastly refused, leaving me no choice but to persist in my attempts, employing illusions to frighten them, but to no avail. For nearly a century, I have not consumed a single living soul. Fortunate for you that you have not, or else I would have made you my drink tonight," Pang Wei remarked, wiping the dagger on his attire before sheathing it. Chen Zhi regarded the old man on the ground and gently inquired, "What is your name?" "Forgive me, chief. My status is too lowly for a name," the pangolin elder replied. "However, my mother spoke before her death that our lineage was once referred to as Wujiazi, meaning we should draw closer to humanity, learn their rights and laws, and transcend our beastly nature. Wujiazi, Chen Zhi mused, nodding slightly. From this day forth, I shall call you Wujia. In the realm of the underworld, I shall spare your life today, but you shall henceforth be in my service, ready to obey my commands. I will soon embark on a journey that necessitates your skills in traversing mountains and valleys to guide me. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, the old man was filled with delight, ceasing his tears and responding submissively, I shall obey. It is my innate ability to traverse the earth and evade detection. Very well. Chen Zhi replied with a slight nod. However, as an orc, you have harbored thoughts of cannibalism. While your death sentence may be averted, you shall not escape unscathed. Seek out a place to endure 500 lashes, then await my summons. I have observed that the incantations meant to summon you are mostly ineffectual. Yet that totem appears to be your summoning artifact. When I require your presence, I shall call upon you. However, remember this. You must never utter a falsehood in my presence, for your life will be forfeit should you do so. After delivering this stern warning, Chen Zhi withdrew his aura. You may go now. I shall obey, responded the orc, who then transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Is that all it took? Zheng Chao gazed in disbelief at the spot where the old man had disappeared, then turned to Chen Zhi. Brother Xiaozhi, you seem to have quite the influence. You dealt with such an ancient spirit so effortlessly? He is hardly a deity, nor even a demigod, Chen Zhi chuckled, glancing at Zheng Chao. Yet, he possesses a knack for earth evasion and can traverse any location. He will not covet your wealth, so the demand for 5 million must come from someone else. With that, Chen Zhi turned to Pang Wei and instructed, bring him here. Chapter 269, The Earthly Lord of the Underworld, Part 6. Ah, splendid. Pang Wei responded with a grin. I imagine this fellow is quite frustrated at the moment. After saying this, he exited, returning shortly with a struggling individual in tow. This person was battered and bruised, a pair of foul socks stuffed into his mouth, his face flushed with indignation. It was none other than Xiaoma. Why is it Xiaoma? Zheng Chao and Lu Ming exchanged astonished glances at the sight. Brother Xiaozhi, what is the meaning of this? Why have you reduced my assistant to such a state? Ah, if you were aware of his deeds, you would understand that he is far more than merely an assistant. Chen Zhi remarked, observing the disheveled Xiaoma. This man harbors great ambition and lacks moral boundaries. From the moment he arrived, I sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. He has been scheming all along. During our first encounter, he spread rumors that you and Lu Xiaoya were engaged in an improper relationship. His intent, it seems, was to ensure that everyone was aware Lu Xiaoya's heart belonged to another, that she had no boyfriend. Even if Hao Angjun is proven innocent and it is revealed that Lu Xiaoya embezzled the 50 million, the suspicion cannot be cast upon anyone else. Should Lu Xiaoya meet her demise, the matter would transform into an unsolvable mystery, and the funds would vanish without a trace. Zheng Chao, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. So, the 50 million was never taken by that earthbound creature, but rather, of course. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. The desires of extraterrestrial beings differ from ours. They may covet human flesh, but they would never be tempted by wealth. Throughout history, only humans have displayed greed for money. After Chen Zhi spoke, he extracted a sock from Xiaoma's mouth. Xiaoma's face was flushed, and he nearly suffocated. Once able to speak, he immediately cried out, Chao Ge, save me. They were just talking nonsense. They have wronged me. Xiaoma then turned to Chen Zhi, his face contorted with rage as he declared, You are illegally detaining me. I will report this to the police, and you will be imprisoned. You claimed I took the money. What evidence do you have? The law speaks through evidence. Lu Xiaoya clearly committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe it, go investigate. I certainly believe that Lu Xiaoya took her own life. Humans have many ways to lead others to suicide, especially by exploiting emotions, which is particularly effective with women. However, whether there is evidence or not is of no concern to me, for that is the law of your kind. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi firmly pressed one hand on Xiaoma's shoulder, his gaze piercing into Xiaoma's eyes. You truly are a presumptuous individual, thinking you can feign innocence before me. As Chen Zhi's voice trailed off, Xiaoma stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes growing hollow, as though his spirit had been subdued. Now, tell me, where is the money? Chen Zhi gently urged. At that moment, Xiaoma offered no resistance. His gaze was vacant as he stared ahead. Responding in a daze, the money has already been transferred. I had Lu Xiaoya deposited into an account in America, one that cannot be traced. Only we know the password. Now that she is dead, that money is entirely mine. Damn it. Ming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and wanted to punch him, but Zheng Chao held him back. Mingzi, don't act impulsively. I have more questions for him. Zheng Chao then furrowed his brows and looked sternly at Xiao Ma, asking, when did you begin plotting this money? Who was involved? I started coveting this some last year. Xiao Ma answered numbly. Since my school days, I have been accustomed to taking my classmates' money and framing others. No one ever discovered my schemes. They were all fools. Once I joined the production team, I sought an opportunity to make a profit. During this time, I accidentally learned that Lu Xiaoya had been secretly in love with you. But she was troubled because you were already married. So, I exploited her emotional vulnerability to my advantage, secretly pursuing her, and, during this period, I took some money from her. Later, I inadvertently learned of a significant influx of production funds this year, approximately around 50 million. Consequently, I began to urge Lu Xiaoya to assist me in acquiring this sum, promising her that we would escape together afterward. At that time, we discovered the unsuccessful auditionee, Hao Yingjun, and recognized his lack of cunning, prompting us to have Lu Xiaoya invite him to the crew as an extra for a scene. That evening, Lu Xiaoya deliberately walked into the room with a counterfeit cash note, requesting Hao Yingjun to assist her with her bag, subsequently swapping it for the genuine note. In truth, what Hao Yingjun saw was not a banknote at all, but merely a blank piece of paper. Following this, we successfully framed Hao Yingjun for the incident, only to be surprised when he later brought in formidable assistance. Realizing that this matter could no longer be concealed, I began to circulate rumors of Lu Xiaoya's infidelity with you, revealing the long-held suspicions about the program team's sinister dealings. Thus, after Lu Xiaoya's tragic demise, no one would suspect me. Truly a pair of wretched souls. Fat Wei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, so you had already seen my cousin's foolishness and deliberately led him astray. I had been puzzled. Why would they choose him as an extra in such a popular show? It turns out it was a trap. Lu Xiaoya's demise was justified. You deserve the same fate. Fat Wei declared, ready to pounce on Xiao Ma. Wishing to strangle him. Fat Wei, just leave him to me, Zheng Chao said, his gaze filled with rage directed at Xiao Ma. It appears this scoundrel has been embezzling my money. I had suspected that the accounts were always amiss. Rest assured, even if the law cannot find his culpability, he will not escape the charge of embezzlement. After so many years in this circle, I know how to deal with such individuals. From now on, he can forget about a bright future. Let him rot in prison for a lifetime. Good, Chen Zhi replied with a gentle nod, withdrawing his hand, causing Xiao Ma to collapse to the floor like a heap of mud. Ming and Fat Wei then proceeded to drag him outside, kicking and hitting him, leaving only Chen Zhi and Zheng Chao in the room. At that moment, Chen Zhi turned to Zheng Chao with a slight smile, saying, I saw the numbers in his mind just now. Shortly, I will provide you with that account and password. You shall retrieve that money. Brother Xiaozhi, you truly are remarkable. Zheng Chao expressed his gratitude, unsure of what to say. I shall refrain from excessive thanks. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. However, there is one matter that continues to perplex me, and I wish to inquire about it. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Chen Zhi nodded with a smile. Well, I have been pondering. Zheng Chao hesitated. Who is the true benefactor behind my assistance? Chapter 270. The one with true power. Who is the true benefactor behind my assistance? Zheng Chao continued to ponder. If, as you just stated, that Tu Hong's son is not a deity, how could he possess such immense power to fulfill my wishes? After my wife and I made our wishes, our careers began to ascend like the sun. This is something I personally witnessed. Your success undoubtedly derives from divine intervention. Chen Zhi raised his gaze towards Zheng Chao, stating, however, the entity with divine power is not a summoned being, but rather a gifted demigod. A demigod? Where is he? Zheng Chao exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around as if the being might be invisible beside him. Haha, not at all, Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile. Thousands of years have passed, and many divine bloodlines have intermingled with humanity, evolving into a state of complete integration with human society, often forgetting their origins. Numerous demigods, since birth, are completely unaware of their divine lineage and powers. It is precisely this demigod who first aided your wife in becoming a superstar, and then fulfilled your wishes, elevating both your aura and fortune to unprecedented heights. He is indeed your benefactor. Is that so? Zheng Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying that an unknowing demigod has been quietly supporting us all along? Brother Zhi, you must tell me who he is. I owe him my gratitude. After speaking, Zheng Chao craned his neck to glance outside. You're not telling me that this demigod is Lu Ming, are you? That is a bit hard to accept. Ha. Chen Zhi chuckled, placing a hand on Zheng Chao's shoulder. Zheng Chao, this demigod is you. What? Zheng Chao's eyes widened further, his entire being trembling in shock. Me? Indeed. Chen Zhi nodded with a smile. From the moment I met you, I sensed we were kindred spirits. Your aura is entirely distinct from that of ordinary humans. You simply remain unaware of it. You love your wife, and thus you harnessed your abilities to elevate her. However, at that time, you were unable to control your divine power. The beast man you summoned merely provided you with a psychological suggestion. It is you who has enabled your wife to achieve all she has today, and it is you who has brought your career to its zenith. Therefore, you need not express gratitude to anyone. The true force that has aided you is yourself. Really? I. Zheng Chao found it difficult to process this revelation, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate a single word. Just then, the footsteps of Pang Wei and Lu Ming echoed as they returned after tossing Xiao Ma into the car. Enough of this. Chen Zhi raised a hand to signal silence. Chuckling, this is a secret between demigods. Upon returning, Lu Ming was taken aback by the sight of Zheng Chao's ashen face, fearing that Xiao Ma had upset him. Super brother, don't be angry. I just called my friends at the police station. They'll be here shortly. This kid won't get away with it. Yes. Okay, all right. Zheng Chao stammered in response. By now, it was past 1 in the early morning. After they drove Xiao Ma back to the hotel, the police arrived promptly, taking Xiao Ma into custody for an overnight investigation, with formal proceedings beginning the following day. The arrival of the police car startled everyone awake, igniting a flurry of discussions among the crowd. The unexpected behavior of Xiao Ma evoked feelings of shock and, more prominently, outrage. As dawn broke, Zheng Chao's lawyer and accountant hurriedly arrived, bustling to address the ensuing matters. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had already booked an early flight for their departure. Due to the constraints of his status, Zheng Chao was unable to accompany them to the airport, so he donned sunglasses and drove them to a nearby location instead. As they prepared to part ways, Zheng Chao was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. He first offered a formal apology to Hao Yingjun, followed by heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. To my two brothers, words of thanks are insufficient. I shall refrain from empty platitudes. Should anything arise in the future, I will undoubtedly assist to the best of my ability. If any children wish to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, just. At this moment, Zheng Chao caught sight of Hao Yingjun's bewildered expression and hesitated, a sheepish smile crossing his face. I shall do my utmost, he concluded. After exchanging handshakes, Fat Wei and Hao Yingjun proceeded into the airport, while Lu Ming, donning a hat and sunglasses, insisted on escorting them inside. At that moment, Zheng Chao pulled Chen Zhi aside, lowering his voice. Brother Zhi, the revelation you shared yesterday was nothing short of a thunderbolt. I pondered throughout the night. If I were a demigod, what should I do now? Am I destined to follow in your footsteps? I do not even know which divine lineage I belong to. Do not dwell on it. Chen Zhi replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Forget about that identity. The realm of deities is inherently harsh, and you are too invested in emotions. It is wiser to choose a path as a human. After bidding farewell to Zheng Chao, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei swiftly boarded the plane, where Hao Yingjun fell asleep almost immediately. Yet, Fat Wei was unable to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? Chen Zhi inquired, glancing at Fat Wei's round face. With a broad grin, Fat Wei replied, I'm laughing at that popular young star. Laughing at him? Chen Zhi queried, puzzled. What is so funny about him? You would never guess, Fat Wei chuckled. This morning, when I went out, I saw him. He greeted me with that same sunny disposition. I asked if he knew what happened last night, and he said he was aware, but it didn't matter to him. I laughed and asked, how come you aren't scared? Everyone else is terrified in their delusions. Yet you, my friend, are sound asleep in yours. Can you imagine his response? What did he say? Chen Zhi asked, intrigued. With a hearty laugh, Fat Wei exclaimed, that young man said, do you think I'm foolish? It's only those with guilty consciences who fear the knock of ghosts. They harbor fears due to the presence of fearful things. If one wishes to be free of fear, one ought to refrain from engaging in morally dubious deeds. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi also chuckled, closing his eyes and smiling as he remarked, you see, I have long proclaimed that this is the hallmark of the truly astute. Chapter 271. the unforgettable woman upon their return to the city. Chen Zhi and his companions headed directly to the Destiny Hall. During their sojourn in Beijing, Ding Ning had been diligently managing the establishment. Following the passing of his mother, he seldom returned to their ancestral home, opting instead to assist at Destiny Hall during the ongoing holiday. Though merely 15 years of age, he adeptly oversaw inventory and sales, and surprisingly, the business had been thriving during this period. Gui Dao also resided there. According to Ding Ning, aside from his nightly runs, Gui Dao remained withdrawn in his room, speaking only during meals, rendering him a figure of profound solitude. Nevertheless, the two seemed to coexist harmoniously. Meanwhile, Mina frequently escaped to Destiny Hall, persistently inquiring about Chen Zhi's whereabouts. On the very day Chen Zhi returned, Mina received the news and rushed over from the hospital, donned in a strikingly alluring dress, bearing fresh steak and red wine, proclaiming her intent to prepare dinner for everyone to showcase her culinary skills. During the meal, Mina sat closely beside Chen Zhi, playfully tossing her golden locks and casting affectionate glances his way, displaying an unmistakable intimacy. Observing this, Pang Wei could not resist teasing her, exclaiming, "Mina, you possess quite the audacity. I must warn you, there are eyes on this plump orange. Tread carefully around Jiying and her long knife." Upon hearing this, Mina let out a light laugh, her expression turning slightly sour as she retorted, "I fear not. A woman devoid of tenderness will not capture Chen's heart." "Oh my, you understand tenderness?" Pang Wei nearly choked with laughter. "Have you forgotten the incident in Thailand when you bloodied Orange's nose with a single punch? Can we not speak of that?" Mina's face flushed crimson, her words becoming disjointed. "That was a matter of the past. Let us not dwell on it." Amidst their jovial banter, the warmth of their shared moments lasted but a day, for after dinner that evening, Chen Zhi received a call from Lao Jindo. It turned out that Bao Ping had returned from Mongolia today, bringing with him crucial documents. He requested that they convene at the Bu Pavilion the following morning to discuss matters concerning the tomb of Genghis Khan. Early the next morning, the Bao family's car awaited them below their building. This time, Lao Jindo was absent, replaced by the stuttering chauffeur. Since the death of Sanzi, Chen Zhi had been notably averse to the Bao family's driver. The sight of those clad in black suits behind the wheel evoked memories of Sanzi's past, a haunting reminder of his father's transgressions. Now, Chen Zhi and his companions had become legendary figures within the Bao family, admired by many, yet more often regarded with trepidation, resulting in few daring to engage them in conversation. However, this young driver appeared somewhat simple-minded, unabashedly inquiring about various matters as they journeyed along. "Xiaozhi Gu, Pang Gu, you are busy all day long. What exactly are you occupied with? Why is it that we seldom see you?" Upon hearing his question, Chen Zhi remained silent, gazing out at the scenery without uttering a word, while Pang Wei found amusement in teasing the stuttering driver. "What could I possibly be busy with? Of course, I am tirelessly running around. Unlike you, who leisurely earns money just by driving. Have you not seen how haggard I look from toiling day in and day out?" "Pang Gu, please don't tease me," the young driver stammered. "I have heard from the brothers that you are engaged in perilous endeavors out there. I even heard that Xiaozhi Gu has slain dragons, vanquished monsters, and married several celestial maidens. Is that true?" Pang Wei nearly choked on his laughter, incredulously questioning the source of such tales. Who on earth spread such nonsense? Have you been reading too many fantasy novels? However, regarding the celestial maidens, you might want to ask Xiaozhi Gu. Perhaps there is some truth to it. As for me, I have gained nothing, not even a ghostly companion. After a moment of hesitation, the young driver finally mustered the courage to ask, "I have a question that has been weighing on my mind for quite some time, but I have been too afraid to voice it. I once asked Uncle Jean, but he scolded me. I can see that the brothers are all harboring this question, yet no one dares to speak up. May I inquire of you?" "Go ahead." Pang Wei leaned back casually in his seat. "I would like to ask about our sister-in-law, Qin Yiying. Where has she gone? She was perfectly well, so how could she suddenly disappear?" Pang Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The young driver continued, "Yesterday, something strange transpired. Uncle Jean instructed me to take several boxes outside and burn them, warning me to avoid any onlookers, especially not to let Lord Bao see, lest he become agitated. I took the boxes outside, but accidentally dropped one, causing its contents to spill out. Inside were all women's clothing and jewelry, and upon closer inspection, they all belonged to sister-in-law Yiyang. Later, I overheard others saying that Qin Yiyang had sought out a man outside, inciting Lord Bao's anger, which led to her demise. The one responsible for her demise, they said, was you and Xiao Zhigo. It is rumored that you both strangled her and buried her, sending her into the underworld. Shut your mouth. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed within the vehicle, startling Pang Wei into a shudder. Turning to see the source, he realized it was Chen Zhi, his complexion ashen, and his gaze piercingly serious. He looked at the young driver, his voice chilling. Do not speak. Focus on driving. The young driver, terrified, nearly crashed into a tree, instantly sealing his lips and refraining from uttering another word. The atmosphere during their journey was palpably tense as they proceeded forward, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the retreat pavilion. Lao Jindo awaited them at the threshold. After inquiring about matters in Beijing, he led them, as customary, to the dim chamber on the second floor of the pavilion. Ever since Bao Ping ascended to the leadership of the organization, the second floor had been off-limits to the staff, now exclusively accessible to the warriors of the organization. Upon entering the dim room, Chen Zhi and his companions discovered that Bao Ping was already seated there, accompanied by the warrior Asa and Ji Ying. The bandage that had once adorned Ji Ying's shoulder had been removed, yet her expression remained as tranquil as still water, avoiding any glance towards Chen Zhi. In contrast, Bao Ping's countenance was notably grim. Upon seeing Chen Zhi enter, he softly uttered, "I have brought back news. Brace yourselves for what I am about to reveal. Someone has spotted that woman." Chapter 272, The Unforgettable Woman, Part 2. Someone has seen that woman, Bao Ping declared, pushing a stack of documents forward across the table. It comprised several sheets of paper, secured by a paperclip to a photograph, the image of which was dark and indistinct, seemingly depicting the shadow of a woman. Observing Bao Ping's demeanor, Chen Zhi steadied himself slightly. "You mean that woman is?" Bao Ping regarded him with indifference. As though sensing the trepidation within Chen Zhi's heart, his face devoid of any trace of a smile. "It is Qin Yiyang. She has been seen in Mongolia." At these words, Chen Zhi felt a jolt of shock course through him, his body shuddering as he reached for the photograph, trembling hands examining the image closely. Indeed, it was a shadowy figure of a woman, seemingly captured from a considerable distance, rendering the details exceedingly unclear. The woman appeared to be languidly draped over a branch. Her body hunched, with her neck hanging at an eerily unnatural angle, her head drooping helplessly. Her long, dark hair obscured her face, yet the distinct melancholic aura about her remained discernible. It was a visage strikingly reminiscent of Qin Yiyang, emaciated and desolate, akin to her former self. However, for reasons unknown, this woman seemed to embody some transformation that rendered her eerily distant from humanity, an alteration that defied verbal description. She still wore that blood-red wedding gown, yet it was tattered and ragged, resembling the attire of a corpse exhumed from a grave. The photograph's blurriness obscured the finer details of Qin Yiyang's face, her eyes appearing dark and haunting, evoking the sensation of a hollow cadaver. Could this really be her? Chen Zhi whispered, gazing at the photograph, his hand trembling uncontrollably. What could she possibly be now? A corpse? Uncertain, Bao Ping replied, observing Chen Zhi with a calm demeanor. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of impersonation, for theoretically, this woman is already deceased. This photograph was captured by a remote camera, taken by internal guards of the Mongolian Golden family, who were aboard a helicopter, filming the summit of Kent Mountain. According to their accounts, at the time of the filming, the woman appeared in an incomprehensible state, standing atop the tree at the peak of Kent Mountain, seemingly weightless. This was utterly impossible. Chen Zhi responded directly, stating that the weight of a demigod's body is quite similar to that of a human's, and he was well aware that Qin Yiyang lacked the ability to levitate to the treetop. Moreover, the body depicted in the photograph bore an abnormal form, entirely dissimilar to that of a human. Chen Zhi paused at this point, casting a glance at Bao Ping, refraining from elaborating further. "I comprehend your implication." Bao Ping articulated the unspoken words of Chen Zhi. "Are you suggesting that the self-proclaimed new underworld deity, Yamo, has suspended that woman's corpse from the treetop?" As Bao Ping reached this conclusion, a hint of agitation flickered in his demeanor, his cigarette-laden hand drumming incessantly on the table. After a prolonged moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he slowly remarked, "What significance lies in hanging the corpse of a deceased woman atop Kent Mountain in far-off Mongolia? Is it a display of power towards me, or merely a trap? Regardless, that is indeed the body of Qin Yiyang, and we must retrieve her." Chen Zhi clenched his fists. Once a person has passed away, they become merely a corpse, devoid of meaning, Bao Ping expressed wearily, leaning back in his chair with closed eyes. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Whether it is a trap or not, she is already dead, and we need not expend further energy on this deceased woman. Now, let us discuss the issues surrounding Kent Mountain. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, everyone gathered around, taking their seats around the coffee table. However, Chen Zhi's emotions were somewhat unstable. After a brief silence, he turned over the photograph, which he suspected to be of Qin Yeyang. He then picked up the stack of documents behind it. This was a collection of topographical maps of the Kent Mountain range, predominantly aerial photographs captured by aircraft, many of which dated back several decades, documenting the geographical changes of Kent Mountain, the flow of visitors, and all variations of circumstance. I have already been in contact with the Golden family, Bao Ping addressed the group. Upon my arrival in Mongolia, I secretly met with an elder of the Golden family, initially believing it to be a private meeting. However, when I inquired about the search for Genghis Khan's tomb, the elder reacted with extraordinary intensity. From him, I learned that they have been clandestinely addressing this issue for the past 6 months, and now the situation has escalated to an unmanageable extent. After concluding his remarks, Bao Ping sifted through the documents until he finally came across some photocopies of silk fabric, seemingly inscribed with ancient Mongolian script, all written on silks, swirling in a manner reminiscent of ghostly symbols. These are ancient texts, passed down through generations within the Golden family. Bao Ping pointed at the photocopies and declared, these documents had long been concealed within the saddle of Genghis Khan's son, Taoyui, and subsequently transmitted to his descendants. When discovered, the script remained remarkably clear. This is an ancient tradition of the Mongolian nobility. The Mongols, as a nomadic people, lead a life without a fixed abode, and the warriors often meet their demise far from home. Thus, they inscribe their life experiences and glories into written form, concealing them within their saddles. Should they fall in battle, their descendants are instructed to preserve the saddles as a memorial, known as the saddle cloth. This cloth predominantly chronicles the illustrious achievements of Tor, who followed in the footsteps of his father, Genghis Khan, throughout his life as a soldier, conquering cities and expanding territories, thereby establishing immortal merits for the Mongolian people, yet simultaneously committing unspeakable atrocities against the Han people, incurring a monumental blood debt. Among these records is an account from Tor's vigorous years, during which he accompanied Genghis Khan on his western campaign. This documentation vividly details the genocidal massacres encountered along the journey, the onset of a devastating plague, and the issuance of a decree to halt the killings, as well as directives regarding the planning of his future tomb. It is evident from this account that during the twilight of the Song dynasty, a figure named Qiu Chuji indeed existed, who employed some means to persuade Genghis Khan to issue the decree to cease the slaughter, thereby rescuing the Han people from annihilation. When Genghis Khan proclaimed the decree, it seemed he had already made arrangements for his own posthumous affairs. Chapter 273. The Royal Tomb of Genghis Khan. After Bao Ping concluded his speech, he pointed to the printed Mongolian text. At that time, the Mongolian script was rather disordered due to the coexistence of multiple ethnic groups on the steppes, with the general populace possessing a rudimentary cultural understanding. Only the nobility were literate. This script was intermingled with writings from the Simu and the Xiongnu, rendering it indecipherable even to contemporary Mongolians. However, the elders of the Golden family have always retained the ability to interpret this script, and I had them translate the text. Among the passages, one described the following. In that year, I accompanied my father on a campaign against the Western Xia, and during our Western expedition, we laid waste to the cities and exterminated the peoples of the lands we traversed. However, a plague soon erupted within the ranks, claiming the lives of many Mongolian warriors. My father, filled with rage, ordered the slaughter of the two-legged sheep, Han people, as a sacrificial offering to appease the wrathful, eternal blue sky. The lifeless bodies of the two-legged sheep covered the grasslands, their blood and severed limbs scattered everywhere, yet the plague continued to spread, claiming even the noble sons of Mongolia. Some advised the Khan to abandon the Western campaign and retreat to the Mongolian court, yet he executed those who counseled him, resolutely insisting on the campaign. And he boiled water in a great cauldron, cooking the two-legged sheep alive to honor the spirits of the valiant warriors. At this juncture, an elderly Han man, having traveled thousands of miles westward, sought an audience with the Khan. His name was Qiu Chuji, styled Tongmi, with the Taoist title Chen Zhi, hailing from Dengzhou, now part of Shandong province. The Mongols were familiar with Qiu Chuji. He was a Taoist of the Song dynasty, distinct from ordinary two-legged sheep. He was a man whose eyes sparkled with starlight. It was said that he possessed profound knowledge of Taoist practices, mastering celestial laws and the art of longevity. Having lived for several centuries, and he was regarded as a living immortal by the Mongols, who held him in great esteem. Setting up his tent adjacent to the royal tent, while my father hosted a banquet in his honor. Upon meeting the Khan inquired, "O sage, who has traveled from afar, have you brought me any elixir of life?" The venerable Qiu Chuji responded, "In this world, there exists no elixir of immortality. Longevity is a matter of cultivation. However, I possess the ability to cure the plague afflicting the Mongolian warriors." The Khan inquired further, "Can the Taoist sage dine with me in my tent each day?" Qiu Chuji replied, "As a practitioner of the Tao, I cherish tranquility, yet, since the Khan has extended an invitation, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Nonetheless, I must advise the Khan to cultivate compassion and refrain from the indiscriminate slaughter of the Han people, lest death approach swiftly." Upon hearing this, the Khan was filled with rage and commanded that the Han Taoist be buried alive. Nevertheless, Qiu Chuji remained unperturbed. He planted his staff into the earth and recited an incantation, causing the wooden staff to blossom with verdant leaves and fruits. Witnessing this miraculous event, all present recognized him as a divine being and knelt in reverence. The Khan, observing this, held him in high esteem and sought counsel on the ways to prolong life. Qiu Chuji elucidated, "Eternal life is not a reward but a punishment. If the Khan desires longevity, I can guide you, but be forewarned, never harbor regrets thereafter." Subsequently, Qiu Chuji ushered the Khan into the tent for a private discourse, where no ears outside could overhear. When the Khan emerged, he issued a decree to halt the slaughter, declaring that no Mongolian could kill Han people at will. Violators would face execution. He then commanded his descendants to kneel before him, proclaiming that he would soon depart this world, and instructed them to prepare for a secret burial. Once the others dispersed, the Khan summoned me closer, expressing his fondness for Mount Kent, a land abundant in water and grass. He wished to be interred there, alongside his beloved treasures amassed throughout his life, including my own mother, all to be concealed from discovery. Listening intently, Chen Zhi remarked to Bao Ping after he had finished reading the passage, as anticipated, "This golden family of Mongolia has long been aware of the resting place of their ancestor, Genghis Khan, yet they have kept this secret, allowing only their descendants and the Mongolian people to pay homage to that tomb." However, the mention of Genghis Khan's treasures raises questions. Given the might of Mongolia at that time, their spoils must have been astonishing. Yet Mongolia has faced numerous periods of decline, and presently, it struggles amid a global economic crisis. Why would they hoard such a vast treasure without exploiting it? Is this text credible? Could this saddlecloth be a forgery by later generations, or merely a fanciful notion of Tolii? This secret is not known to all members of the Golden family. Bao Ping responded, "As far as I know, the hierarchy within the Golden family is quite distinct. This saddlecloth is accessible only to the elder of the Golden family. Members of other branches remain unaware of its existence. This indicates a significant degree of credibility in this matter. If that is the case, it indeed brings to mind the possibility that Genghis Khan's tomb may lie on Mount Kent." At this moment, the rather plump Wei, who had been listening attentively for quite some time, seemed to recollect something. I recalled an incident from long ago when an elderly colleague mentioned it, and at the time, I thought he was merely boasting. Prior to the establishment of the nation, the individuals engaged in illicit excavations from the south were exceedingly audacious. They dared to cross borders into Myanmar and Vietnam. During that period, rumors circulated that near the borders of Outer Mongolia, the tomb of a certain Mongolian general had been unearthed. This general had once served as a personal guard to Genghis Khan before being dispatched to oversee the mountains. Those involved in the excavations reportedly discovered a plethora of iron scrolls inscribed in Mongolian within his burial site, which seemingly contained a notable account. It was said that on a particular day during his lifetime, the Khan sat in contemplation beneath a tree on Mount Kent, and then suddenly rose, addressing his guards, "After my death, bury me here. You shall follow me into the afterlife to protect me." "Is that indeed Mount Kent?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Yes, right there, at the foot of Mount Kent, known as the General's Tomb," Wei affirmed with a nod. Moreover, the scrolls indicated that because the general had been exiled, a secret burial was not conducted, which is why a tomb exists. Those individuals discovered within the general's tomb the official seal bestowed upon him by the Great Khan, as well as gold plates, gold bowls, and the general's robes, all of which were sold for a high price. Photographs of them still remain. What you just shared is exceedingly valuable, Bao Ping remarked, nodding at Wei. This substantiates the records of the Golden Family, revealing that the illustrious Genghis Khan rests within the confines of Mount Kent in Mongolia. Chapter 274. Deep in the mountains. As Bao Ping spoke, he flicked the ashes from his cigarette into the ashtray and continued. When I discussed this matter with an elder from the Golden Family, his reaction was quite intense. It turns out that in recent months, extraordinary and unfathomable occurrences have been transpiring within Mount Kent. The local government has been suppressing the information, hoping to allow the Golden Family to manage the situation, and they dispatched troops to assist. However, one after another, the units have gone missing. Now, the Golden Family finds themselves at a loss, as this incident fundamentally constitutes a case of malevolent spirits. Malevolent spirits? What does that entail? Chen Zhi asked. The barrier is currently stable, and there should be no emergence of mutated beings. Furthermore, we know that any living creature, including deities, is truly dead upon death. There exists no such thing as ghosts. If they believe this to be a case of malevolent spirits, what sort of spirits could possibly arise in the mountains of Mongolia? All this information is what I gathered from the elder of the Golden Family, Bao Ping replied. In these past 6 months, inexplicable deaths have occurred within the mountain, with the bodies bearing peculiar wounds, resembling those inflicted by a beast of immense power. Moreover, according to numerous local residents, they have perceived the shadows of ancient Mongolian warriors within the mountains, their heads bowed as if haunted by malevolent spirits, creating an exceedingly terrifying spectacle. Ancient Mongolian soldiers? Are we certain that these mountain dwellers are not merely fabricating tales? Pang Wei found this somewhat implausible. These common folk possess an uncanny talent for storytelling, each one spinning elaborate narratives that, in truth, are mere fabrications. Such accounts have been heard far too often. Those elderly farmers in the mountains frequently claim to have witnessed the phantoms of ancient soldiers or even the sight of corpse-bearers, only for it all to culminate in sheer fantasy, self-deception at its finest. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that many ethnic minority mountain dwellers are steeped in superstition, particularly among nomadic tribes, with numerous individuals still invoking the blessings of the eternal blue sky. Furthermore, the Mongolian people predominantly reminisce about their past, having grown up listening to their ancestors recount tales of legendary conquests. And it is likely that such rumors of encountering ancient Mongolian warriors have circulated in those mountainous regions more than once. However, this instance is different. Bao Ping lifted his gaze towards the group, revealing that within Kent Mountain, the actual presence of indigenous inhabitants is scant, with the majority being miners. This mountain boasts a significant characteristic. It harbors a crucial mineral resource, coal. The coal mine of Kent Mountain? Chen Zhi remarked. I believe I have heard of this. The mountain produces a vast quantity of coal, which supplies nearly all of Mongolia's coal needs. Additionally, the quality of coal from there is exceptionally high, making it quite popular for export and generating substantial mineral revenue. Indeed, Bao Ping nodded slightly. This coal mine is immense, extending throughout various locations within Kent Mountain, yielding vast amounts of coal annually and employing a considerable workforce. Many miners have established their homes there, sustaining their families for generations. Yet, this extensive coal mine is entirely owned by the Huangjin family, meaning that the Kent Mountain coal mine is a private enterprise of the Huangjin family. As Bao Ping spoke, he exhaled a long plume of smoke. According to the elder of the Huangjin family, a significant portion of the family's annual income derives from this coal mine. Yet, for the past 6 months, coal production has ceased. Why is that? Pang Wei interjected, growing increasingly anxious. Please don't tell me that these coal miners have unearthed the tomb of that old fellow Genghis Khan and have scattered the treasures. Not at all. Bao Ping replied with a smile directed at Pang Wei. The Huangjin family maintains strict management over Kent Mountain. There are secrets pertaining to tombs within the mountain, known only to the elders. However, for generations, precise regulations have governed the excavation of this mountain, stipulating that once a certain area and depth are reached, no further digging is permitted. Thus, although Kent Mountain has been consistently exploited, it has remained free of any mishaps, and nothing of significance has been unearthed. However, this time was different. Within the depths of the mine, an unimaginable occurrence transpired. After Bao Ping concluded his remarks, he set aside the cigarette in his hand and opened a page filled with images and text, chronicling the events of the past period in both Chinese and Mongolian scripts. The Kent Mountain coal mine is a relatively primitive excavation site with exceedingly rudimentary safety measures. This is attributed to Mongolia's technological capabilities. Each year, the number of fatalities among miners far exceeds international safety standards. Nevertheless, many laborers still choose to work in Kent Mountain, driven by the stark reality of Mongolia's sluggish economic development and pervasive poverty. With a sparse population, much of the country remains in a pastoral nomadic state. For ordinary herders, the lucrative wages offered in the mines are far more alluring than the specter of death. Moreover, amidst a backdrop of widespread absenteeism, the actual mortality rate remains a mere fraction. Yet, 6 months ago, an unfathomable and terrifying phenomenon emerged in this ancient mining area. At that time, as a group of coal miners, equipped with lamps and helmets, ventured into the tunnels to extract coal, they were struck by an abrupt and chilling drop in temperature, an unsettling cold that sent shivers down their spines. Subsequently, the miners recounted that while working, they heard ominous thuds resonating from behind the rock walls, as if someone were knocking at the mines very hard. A truly harrowing experience. This bizarre occurrence instilled great fear among the miners, some of whom, emboldened, called out into the darkness, only to be met with a strange echo that was neither distinctly male nor female, uttering phrases in an archaic form of Mongolian, seemingly pleading, "Release us." Panic ensued among the miners, prompting a hasty retreat as they began to speculate in hushed tones that perhaps these were the souls of miners who had perished long ago, coalescing into malevolent spirits to share their lamentations. The foreman, accompanying them, harshly rebuked their fears, insisting it was merely the echoes of the underground coal mine, and urged them to dismiss their superstitions and return to work, lest they face dismissal. Under the foreman's pressure, the miners reluctantly returned to their tasks. Yet, the terrifying events soon escalated into something even more horrifying. As all were engaged in their labor within the pit, a figure clad in ancient Mongolian armor suddenly materialized at the far end of the tunnel, lurking in the shadows. Motionless like a specter, fixating its gaze upon them.